When Li Shimin raised his blade at Xuanwu Gate, blood stained the dynasty. But at that very moment, Li Chengqian awakened the supreme golden finger, MC crossing gate. With this system in hand, destiny itself would be rewritten. The next emperor of the Tang dynasty would not be chosen by fate. It could only be Li Chengqian. A drought devastated the land? With a wave of his hand, buckets of crystal-clear water poured forth, and the people rejoiced. The peasants struggled to reclaim the fields. With a single iron hoe from the system, barren land bloomed with crops in an instant. Bread, milk, and meat flowed endlessly across the empire, and the people bowed in gratitude. As the world trembled, Li Chengqian looked upon the realm and declared, "The Tang shall not merely endure. I will build an immortal dynasty." Chapter 1, My father and I start fighting at Xuanwu Gate, and I awaken the system. The 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of the Wuda period in the Tang dynasty. Chang'an, the prince of Qin's palace. From time to time, shouts of killing could be heard from outside the inner house. Princess Chang, son of Qin, was sitting in the palace with her whole family, young and old. At this time, her Erlang was leading people to do something important. "Mother, when will I come back?" Li Lizzie curled up in Changsuan's arms when she heard the shouting and screaming outside. Although she didn't know what had happened, she saw that the adults all looked nervous, and she knew that something bad must have happened. "Don't worry, Lizzie, I will be back soon." Changsun stared at the entrance of the palace out of the corner of her eye, thinking to herself, "Erlang, if anything happens to you, I will never live alone." Yang, concubine Yang, Li Ke's mother, also held her son Li Ku in her arms. When Li Tai saw Li Ke being held in his mother's arms, he also wanted to be held by his mother, but his sister had taken up all the space. This made Li Tai very conflicted. "Okay, Xinke, come sit next to me." At this moment, Li Chengqian spoke calmly and patted the empty seat next to him. Li Chengqian, our protagonist, is extremely calm at this moment. A year ago, he was still a worker in the 21st century. A car accident sent him to the Tang dynasty. When he learned that he had come to the Tang dynasty, Li Chengqian collapsed, especially when he knew that he was Li Chengqian. He was speechless. You know, for great emperors can't make up a prince. Li Chengqian's original fate was not very good. However, a grass block in his mind made him excited. Yes, it is the grass block in my world. I am a man with a system. The system was loading all the time, but Li Chengqian didn't take any action, especially when his adoptive father was not yet the emperor. He was also afraid that his appearance would cause some butterfly effect, so it would be better for him to follow Li Shimin and win without any effort. "Brother, aren't you afraid?" After Li Tai sat next to Li Chengqian, he held his elder brother's arm tightly with both hands. Only in this way can he feel at ease. When Changsun saw her eldest son, there was a hint of relief in her eyes. He is so calm in the face of adversity, worthy of being the eldest son of himself and Erlang. Changsun smiled and touched Li Chengqian's hair. At this time, Yang and others also looked over. Li Chengqian smiled at his brother's words. He was a man of the future. Didn't he know that the final winner of Xuanwu Gate was him? Moreover, Shui Wanche and others who attacked the Prince of Qin's mansion did not succeed. "Xinke, you must believe in father. Our father is the Grand Admiral of Tiance. Back then, half of the world was conquered by my father. Nothing can stop him," Li Chengqian said with pride. Li Tai nodded excitedly when he heard his elder brother's words. Yes, father is the general of Tiance, he will be fine. Li Tai's eyes were full of admiration for his father. The same was true for Li Lizzie, and Li Ku in Yang's arms was also full of admiration for his father. The tense atmosphere in the hall at this moment also dissipated a little. At this moment the palace door opened. Similarly, the system in Li Chengqian's mind was loaded, and the grass block established a connection with him. Li Chengqian found that he could enter through the grass block and even bring someone in. A young eunuch hurried in through the open palace door. "Your Highness, the king has won." The young eunuch was shaking with excitement. If the king of Qin won, all the people in the king of Qin's palace would benefit from it. Yang and the others couldn't stop showing excitement on their faces. "Well, Your Highness is not injured?" Chang Sun asked worriedly. She knew that this time there would definitely be a bloody storm, and she didn't know if her Erlang was injured. In reply to the princess, Your Majesty is fine. The young eunuch only knew that the king of Qin was not injured, but he was not sure about the rest. Now that the winner has been decided, Chang Sun immediately began to appease everyone in the Prince of Qin's mansion. Li Chengqian came out of the hall, looked at the sky and said to himself, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty begins today. At this time, a gentle hand gently stroked Li Chengqian's hair. Chengqian, mother needs to take care of some things. I'll leave my younger brothers and sisters to you to take care of, okay? Chang Sun thought of her eldest son's fearless attitude in the face of danger just now, so she wanted him to comfort Li Tai and Li Lizzie. Okay, mother. Qin Ke and Lizzie, I will take good care of them. Li Chengqian originally wanted to go and see the world in the grass block, but now he can't go. However, he can understand this. After all, a major event that changed the world has just happened, and his mother needs to make some preparations. Good. Chang Sun left with peace of mind. After watching his mother leave, Li Chengqian turned around and returned to the hall. At this time, Li Tai and the little lowly Li Lizzie immediately trotted to his side, and each of them hugged one of Li Chengqian's hands. Brother! There was still a hint of fear on their faces. It's okay, let's go and rest. Li Chengqian comforted the two and took them into the inner hall to rest. After finally calming them both down and watching them fall asleep, Li Chengqian couldn't help but want to explore the grass block. After checking his younger brother and sister to make sure they wouldn't wake up any time soon and instructing the servants outside not to let them in, Li Chengqian immediately prepared to enter the world of grass blocks. As soon as he thought of it, a glowing door appeared in front of him. Li Chengqian stepped into it and a dazzling light flashed quickly. A cube world full of vitality appeared in Li Chengqian's eyes. I didn't expect to be born next to the woods. Li Chengqian looked around and found himself standing by a river with an oak forest on the side. At this time, Li Chengqian found that his health and satiety levels appeared on his left and right sides respectively. Same as Minecraft game. The only difference is that Li Chengqian only has 3 hearts representing his health value. Ha! Li Chengqian was puzzled. Aren't the health points 10? At this moment, he discovered something big through the water. Fuck! I'm a little villager who hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Li Chengqian was devastated. He wanted to kill everyone, but in the end he was still just a small villager. What is this? If you only have 3 blood points, you might die. I don't know if it's extreme mode or survival mode. Survival mode is okay, at least you can be resurrected if you die. But if it is extreme mode, you are doomed, and you will be dead if you die. No, we can't take the risk. Li Chengqian thought that he could still bring one more person in, so he immediately chose to exit the world. Having become Li Shimin's eldest son and awakened the system, he would not risk his life, even if it was only a slight risk. If this happened outside, they would have been beaten to pieces by Li Lizzie. Chengqian, please don't let Li Ji play this outside anymore. It's too dangerous. Li Yuan was looking at his granddaughter who was very excited in the mecha, and he was scared. If they were left outside, they might have died. Don't worry, An, I won't let Li Ji play this outside. Li Chengqian was also worried. After all, the firepower of this thing was too strong. I don't know how terrible the casualties will be outside. At this time, Li Lizzie wanted to get out of the mecha. Li Shimin immediately ran over and personally took his daughter out of the mecha. Li Ji didn't get into trouble, did she? At this time, Li Lizzie poked her hands together and looked at her father who was holding her with worried eyes. Li Shimin looked at Li Lizzie's pitiful appearance, with a hint of tears in his big eyes. Even his heart of steel melted at this moment. Of course not. Ai is so beautiful and lovely. How did it get into trouble? Look, everyone is fine. Li Shimin walked over holding Li Lizzie, pointing at everyone and speaking to Li Lizzie. At this time, Li Lizzie looked at the people in front of her with her big eyes. Everyone heard what Li Shimin said and immediately understood what he meant. Li Tai jumped out first. Sister Lizzie, you are amazing. You killed those pigs, cows, and sheep in just a few moves. Yes, beautiful sister, third brother gives you a thumbs up. At this moment, Li Ke smiled and gave Li Lizzie a thumbs up. Li Chengqian, Li Yuan and Empress Zhangsun all said some comforting words to Li Lizzie at this moment. This brought a smile back to Li Lizzie's little face. Then Niu Jianhu arranged for people to replenish ammunition and fuel for the mecha. New pigs, cattle and sheep were also brought in. Brother, I'm going. Li Ke's face flushed with excitement. But you have to be careful later, don't. Li Chengqian didn't finish his words, but glanced at Li Lizzie out of the corner of his eye. Li Ke gave Li Chengqian a reassuring look. Then Li Ke excitedly boarded the mecha. Like Li Lizzie, he was the first to start the machine gun. In the blink of an eye, Li Ke had killed half of the pigs, cows and sheep. He did not kill them all with a machine gun. Instead, he jumped and rushed forward, holding up the mecha's amazingly long machete and slashing at it. All the pigs, cattle and sheep within the machete's attack range fell down. Li Shimin and Li Yuan were both very surprised. I didn't expect the mecha's machete to be so powerful. All creatures within range fell down. Oh, what a loss. I should have tried it just now. Li Shimin and Li Yuan, father and son, spoke slowly at this time. If this is put on the battlefield, even without a machine gun, it will be like a god of war. Then when Li Ke finished playing, Li Tai took over. Li Shimin also experienced it, but he experienced it in the Tang Dynasty. In my world, he feels unsatisfied. You have to experience it outside. Li Shimin sat in the cabin and watched the machine gun smash everything in front of him. He finally understood why his father wanted to go to the battlefield. He wants to go too now. When Li Shimin thought of himself driving a mecha on the battlefield and killing everyone, he felt his blood boiling. When Li Yuan saw the look of his rebellious son, he knew that he, like himself, also wanted to go to the battlefield. Then everyone returned to the palace. Li Chengqian saw that his experience points were almost 190. So he sent people to arrange for those who were selected from the 5 surnames and 7 families to enter the fairyland. The 5 surnames and 7 families who heard the news were so excited at this moment. God knows how long they have been waiting for this day. At this moment, 20 direct descendants selected from the main branches of the 5 clans and 7 families all came to the Lingxiao Palace. They all looked at Li Chengqian in front of them with excitement. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. 20 people knelt directly in front of Li Chengqian at this moment. In the past, they would never kneel before the royal family. But now they have no arrogance in front of Li Chengqian. Well, everyone, get up. Li Chengqian nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone stood up immediately. Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Li Chengqian now began to exchange experience points for places for them. In an instant, 100 levels of experience points were gone. The 20 people in front of him were also feeling the changes in their bodies. A hint of greed appeared in the eyes of several of them. They planned to understand the principle so that their family members could also enter the fairyland without having to go to the royal family or look at Li Chengqian's face. Li Chengqian also noticed the little expressions of those people at this moment, but he said nothing about it. Come with me. He brought these 20 people into the fairyland. Is this the fairyland? I feel like I've become more relaxed since I came here. That's right, the fairy world is indeed different from what I imagined. Everyone was talking in low voices at this moment. At this time, Li Chengqian took out some bread from his backpack. Everyone, this is the fairyland. There are many things you won't understand when you first come in. Follow those who came earlier and learn from them. Take these breads. If you get hurt later, remember to eat them first. Li Chengqian made up a random excuse and started distributing bread to them. Those who originally had their own little thoughts in their hearts suddenly had a drastic change in their hearts after receiving the bread from Li Chengqian. They used to consider their family first. But now they only have Li Chengqian in their hearts, only the Crown Prince Li Chengqian of the Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian looked at the changes in their eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably as if under a spell. The 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of the Wuda period in the Tang Dynasty. Chang'an, the palace of the Prince of Qin. From time to time, shouts of killing could be heard from outside the inner house. Princess Changsun of Qin was sitting in the palace with her whole family, young and old. At this time, her Erlang was leading people to do something important. "Mother, when will I come back?" Li Lizzie curled up in Changsun's arms when she heard the shouting and screaming outside. Although she didn't know what had happened, she saw that the adults all looked nervous, and she knew that something bad must have happened. "Don't worry, Lizzie, I will be back soon." Changsun stared at the entrance of the palace out of the corner of her eye, thinking to herself, "Erlang, if anything happens to you, I will never live alone." Yang, concubine Yang, Li Ke's mother, also held her son Li Ku in her arms. When Li Tai saw Li Ke being held in his mother's arms, he also wanted to be held by his mother, but his sister had taken up all the space. This made Li Tai very conflicted. "Okay, Xinke, come sit next to me." At this moment, Li Chengqian spoke calmly and patted the empty seat next to him. Li Chengqian, our protagonist, is extremely calm at this moment. A year ago, he was still a worker in the 21st century. A car accident sent him to the Tang Dynasty. When he learned that he had come to the Tang Dynasty, Li Chengqian collapsed, especially when he knew that he was Li Chengqian. He was speechless. "You know, for great emperors can't make up a prince." Li Chengqian's original fate was not very good. However, a grass block in his mind made him excited. "Yes, it is the grass block in my world. I am a man with a system." The system was loading all the time, but Li Chengqian didn't take any action, especially when his adoptive father was not yet the emperor. He was also afraid that his appearance would cause some butterfly effect, so it would be better for him to follow Li Shimin and win without any effort. "Brother, aren't you afraid?" After Li Tai sat next to Li Chengqian, he held his elder brother's arm tightly with both hands. Only in this way can he feel at ease. When Changsun saw her eldest son, there was a hint of relief in her eyes. He is so calm in the face of adversity, worthy of being the eldest son of himself and Erlang. Changsun smiled and touched Li Chengqian's hair. At this time, Yang and others also looked over. Li Chengqian smiled at his brother's words. He was a man of the future. Didn't he know that the final winner of Xuanwu Gate was him? Moreover, Shui Wanche and others who attacked the Prince of Qin's mansion did not succeed. "Xinke, you must believe in Father. Our father is the Grand Admiral of Tians. Back then, half of the world was conquered by my father. Nothing can stop him," Li Chengqian said with pride. Li Tai nodded excitedly when he heard his elder brother's words. "Yes, father is the general of Tians, he will be fine." Li Tai's eyes were full of admiration for his father. The same was true for Li Lizzie, and Li Ku in Yang's arms was also full of admiration for his father. The tense atmosphere in the hall at this moment also dissipated a little. At this moment the palace door opened. Similarly, the system in Li Chengqian's mind was loaded, and the grass block established a connection with him. Li Chengqian found that he could enter through the grass block and even bring someone in. A young eunuch hurried in through the open palace door. "Your Highness, the king has won." The young eunuch was shaking with excitement. If the king of Qin won, all the people in the king of Qin's palace would benefit from it. Yang and the others couldn't stop showing excitement on their faces. "Well, Your Highness is not injured?" Changsun asked worriedly. She knew that this time there would definitely be a bloody storm, and she didn't know if her Erlang was injured. In reply to the princess, "Your Majesty is fine." The young eunuch only knew that the king of Qin was not injured, but he was not sure about the rest. Now that the winner has been decided, Changsun immediately began to appease everyone in the Prince of Qin's mansion. Li Chengqian came out of the hall, looked at the sky and said to himself, "The prosperity of the Tang Dynasty begins today." At this time, a gentle hand gently stroked Li Chengqian's hair. "Chengqian, mother needs to take care of some things. I'll leave my younger brothers and sisters to you to take care of, okay?" Changsun thought of her eldest son's fearless attitude in the face of danger just now, so she wanted him to comfort Li Tai and Li Lizzie. Okay, mother. Chengqian and Lizzie, I will take good care of them. Li Chengqian originally wanted to go and see the world in the grass block, but now he can't go. However, he can understand this. After all, a major event that changed the world has just happened, and his mother needs to make some preparations. Good. Chang Sun left with peace of mind. After watching his mother leave, Li Chengqian turned around and returned to the hall. At this time, Li Tai and the little lowly Li Lizzie immediately trotted to his side, and each of them hugged one of Li Chengqian's hands. Brother! There was still a hint of fear on their faces. It's okay, let's go and rest. Li Chengqian comforted the two and took them into the inner hall to rest. After finally calming them both down and watching them fall asleep, Li Chengqian couldn't help but want to explore the grass block. After checking his younger brother and sister to make sure they wouldn't wake up anytime soon and instructing the servants outside not to let them in, Li Chengqian immediately prepared to enter the world of grass blocks. As soon as he thought of it, a glowing door appeared in front of him. Li Chengqian stepped into it and a dazzling light flashed quickly. A cube world full of vitality appeared in Li Chengqian's eyes. I didn't expect to be born next to the woods. Li Chengqian looked around and found himself standing by a river with an oak forest on the side. At this time, Li Chengqian found that his health and satiety levels appeared on his left and right sides respectively. Same as Minecraft game. The only difference is that Li Chengqian only has 3 hearts representing his health value. Ha! Li Chengqian was puzzled. Aren't the health points 10? At this moment, he discovered something big through the water. Fuck! I'm a little villager who hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Li Chengqian was devastated. He wanted to kill everyone, but in the end he was still just a small villager. What is this? If you only have 3 blood points, you might die. I don't know if it's extreme mode or survival mode. Survival mode is okay, at least you can be resurrected if you die. But if it is extreme mode, you are doomed, and you will be dead if you die. No, we can't take the risk. Li Chengqian thought that he could still bring one more person in, so he immediately chose to exit the world. Having become Li Shimin's eldest son and awakened the system, he would not risk his life, even if it was only a slight risk. After returning, Li Chengqian looked at his younger brother and sister, and seeing that they were still sleeping, he sat beside them. He was thinking at this moment, who should he take to my world? I only have 1 spot now, and I don't know whether I can take it back or whether there will be more spots in the future. The person who follows me must be strong, smart and loyal. Another requirement is that he must live long. After all, I still need the other person to keep working for me. If he dies early, the position will be wasted. Although the things in my world can heal the body and even resurrect people, if those things don't work in the real world, or if the effects are not as strong as in my world, then it's over. At this time, Li Chengqian thought of a famous person under his father's command, Chun Yao Jin. That guy has strong fighting ability, quick thinking and is loyal. The most important thing is that this man lived a long life. He lived to be 77 years old, and died during the reign of Emperor Gaozong of Tang. It's him! Li Chengqian planned to find his mother later to explain his situation. He planned to fabricate a story that he could go to the fairyland. After all, if you say this isn't from the fairyland, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After confirming the following matters, Li Chengqian leaned against his younger brother and sister and closed his eyes. When he woke up, oil lamps were already lit in the hall. Chang Sun also came back at this time. She sat by the bed with a smile on her face, teasing Li Tai and Li Lizzie who had already woken up. Mother, you're back. Li Chengqian sat up. Chang Sun nodded with a smile. Chengqian, thank you for taking care of your younger brothers and sisters. Li Chengqian shook his head. He looked at Chang Sun and wanted to say something, but when he thought of Li Tai and Li Lizzie who were still there, he didn't open his mouth. Chang Sun also saw that her eldest son had something to say, but seemed to be concerned about the presence of others, so she arranged for the maid beside her to take Li Tai and Li Lizzie to the side hall. After everyone present had left, Chang Sun sat next to Li Chengqian and asked gently, Chengqian, do you have anything to tell your mother? Li Chengqian nodded, then looked around, especially at the door. After making sure there was no one there, he turned to look at his mother. When Shang Tsung saw her eldest son's cautious look, her eyes were full of smiles, and at the same time there was a hint of curiosity about what had happened that made her son so cautious. "Mother, I just met an immortal." Li Chengqian lowered his voice. After hearing his words, Shang Tsung frowned. She was well versed in poetry and books, and had always kept her distance from the idea of immortals. When she heard her eldest son say this, she wondered if someone around Li Chengqian was spreading rumors to confuse the public. At this moment, she had already planned to clean up the people around her son. When Li Chengqian saw Chang Suan's expression, he knew that his mother didn't believe it, so he showed Chang Sun a trick. "Open the light gate directly." When Shang Sun saw her son gently wave his sleeves, a door of light appeared in front of her. At this moment, her jaw almost dropped to the ground. The whole person stood up in an instant. "This. Mother, behind this light gate is the fairyland." Li Chengqian thought that for the Tang Dynasty, my world was indeed no different from the fairyland. "Mother, I just went in there while my brother and sister were asleep. I found many opportunities there, but it's a little dangerous. So I thought of asking my mother to send a loyal minister to go with me to explore the fairyland." Li Chengqian pulled Chang Sun. Only then did Chang Sun come to her senses. She nervously held Li Chengqian's hands, her beautiful eyes full of worry and fear. "My son, you must never do such things again in the future." "Aha!" Li Chengqian nodded. Chang Sun looked at Li Chengqian, and glanced at the light gate in front of her. She was very worried. She didn't care about opportunities, she only worried about her son's safety. "Chengqian, tell me, who do you want to go with you?" Chang Sun saw that her son had already chosen someone to explore the fairyland with him. Li Chengqian smiled slightly, then said, "Mother, I hope Duke Su will go with me." At this time, Chang Yaojin had not yet been renamed Duke of Lu from Duke of Su. When Chang Sun heard what Li Chengqian said, she thought quickly. Considering that Chang Yaojin was loyal to Erlang and had extraordinary strength, she could rest assured that he would protect Chengqian. "Okay, mother will make the arrangements." After saying this, Chang Sun squatted down and placed her hands on his arms. "Chengqian, you must promise mother that you will not go to the fairyland alone before Duke Cheng arrives." Looking at Jiang Suan's worried eyes, Li Chengqian nodded, "Okay." "Chengqian, do you want to send more people to go with you?" Chang Sun was worried that Chang Yaojin alone could not protect Li Chengqian. "Mother, I can only take one person in now," Li Chengqian explained. Seeing this, Chang Sun had no choice but to give up. Afterwards, Chang Sun sent someone to deliver a letter to Li Shimin, who was handling affairs in the palace, asking him to transfer Chang Yaojin. Chang Sun did not choose to tell Li Shimin about her son's ability to go to the fairyland during this period of time. After all, Li Shimin now has too many things to deal with. One day later, Chang Yaojin was sent to the Prince of Qin's palace by Li Shimin. Although Li Shimin didn't know what his Guanyin maid was going to do, he believed that Chang Sun must have something important to do. "Princess." Chang Yaojin was wearing armor, so he knelt on one knee in front of Chang Sun. At this time, Chang Yaojin was very curious about what the Prince of Qin's palace needed him to do. "Duke Chang, there is something concerning the future of the Tang Dynasty that needs your help," Chang Sun said. Upon hearing this, Chang Yaojin's expression suddenly became serious. He clasped his hands together and said, "Princess, if you have any orders, I will see to it, even if it means my death. If I slack off in the slightest, I will be punished by military law." Chang Sun nodded, "Okay, Duke Chang, remember you must listen to my son Chengqian and protect him." After saying that, Chang Sun asked her maid to take Chang Yaojin to find Li Chengqian. Chang Yaojin didn't ask anything, but stood up and followed the maid into the Prince of Qin's palace. Although he didn't know what the Princess of Qin wanted him to do, he had already made up his mind that even if he was torn to pieces, he would never let the king of Zhongshan, Li Chengqian was the king of Zhongshan before he was named the crown prince, suffer any harm. Following the maid, they soon arrived at an inner hall. Li Chengqian was sitting in the hall and a smile appeared on his face when he saw Chang Yaojin coming. "The wait has finally come, and I can explore my world by myself. Duke Chang, you are here. You will protect my safety from now on." Li Chengqian stood up and clasped his fists towards Cheng Yaojin with a smile. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin immediately dodged and bent over, saying with a smile, "Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as I'm alive, no one can get close to Your Highness." Li Chengqian nodded and turned to look at the maid sent by Chang Sun. "Go out, close the door, and remember, no one is allowed to come in without my permission, not even my father." Li Chengqian's eyebrows suddenly frowned, and even the small man exuded majesty. He knew this maid, who had always served his mother personally and was trustworthy. "Yes, Your Highness." The maid nodded, lowered her head and left the hall, and the door closed at this moment. "Duke Chang! Don't be frightened later. Stay calm." Li Chengqian gave Cheng Yaojin a shot of prevention in advance. Cheng Yaojin patted his chest loudly at this moment. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I, old Chang, have traveled all over the country and have never been scared." When Li Chengqian heard his bold words, a smile appeared on his face. Then the light gate leading to my world opened. Hiss! Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but gasp, his pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. He had lived for decades and had never seen anything like this. "Your Highness, this..." Cheng Yaojin's fingers trembled slightly. He swallowed and withdrew his gaze from the light gate to look at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian smiled at this moment and said, "Duke Chang, this is your mission. Protect me and let me explore the world inside." Cheng Yaojin now understood why the Princess of Qin asked him to protect the safety of His Highness. So that's the truth. "Your Highness, how about I gather a group of good fighters from the army and then we can go in?" Cheng Yaojin felt that he was not safe enough alone. If His Highness was hurt in any way, he would be blamed for it. "No, I can only take one person with me now. After much deliberation, I believe Duke Chang is the most suitable. Duke Chang is a skilled warrior and loyal to my father. If we were in danger, he would definitely protect me instead of abandoning me and running for my life." Li Chengqian came to Cheng Yaojin and wanted to pat his shoulder, but then he remembered that he was still a little kid and could not pat his thick shoulders at all, so he could only pat his strong arms. When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Chengqian's words, he couldn't stop smiling, and his beard trembled slightly with his facial muscles. Being trusted by His Highness, he would protect His Highness even at the cost of his life. "Let's go." Li Chengqian looked towards the light gate. "Your Highness, I will go in first." Cheng Yaojin was worried that there might be danger inside, so he immediately stopped Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian thought that the last time he entered was a day ago, and he didn't know what the situation was inside, so he nodded slightly and walked behind Cheng Yaojin. As the two entered, the light gate disappeared. "In my world." Cheng Yaojin and the other man came to the place where Li Chengqian first came in. Cheng Yaojin looked at the block world in front of him and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Your Highness, this world, ah! Your Highness, how did you become like this?" Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian, who had turned into a little villager, and jumped up on the spot. The whole person became extremely panicked. He wanted to pick up Li Chengqian, but he didn't know where to start, and he just kept spinning in circles. Li Chengqian turned his head to look at Cheng Yaojin, and then he found that Cheng Yaojin's armor was gone. He thought to himself, "It seems that I can't prepare iron armor outside, and I can't bring it in." Then he pointed at the water, motioning Cheng Yaojin to look at himself. Cheng Yaojin looked down at the water and saw that he had become the same person as Li Chengqian, only he was a size bigger. "What's going on, Your Highness?" Cheng Yaojin swallowed. "Is it possible that I can't change back? My wife." "Don't worry, everything will be back to normal when we get back." Li Chengqian comforted. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin breathed a sigh of relief. "I wish I could change back. Your Highness, what should we do now?" Cheng Yaojin was looking at everything around him curiously at this time. Everything is square, even leaves and other things are square. "Pull up the tree first." After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he walked to the oak tree first and punched the tree. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, start by chopping trees. "Your Highness, don't." Cheng Yaojin wanted to stop Li Chengqian, but he noticed that the parts hit by Li Chengqian began to break. Soon, the tree was knocked down by Li Chengqian and turned into a small cube, which was then sucked into Li Chengqian's backpack. This. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his eyes with both hands. He saw Li Chengqian knock down a section of the tree with just his bare hands. The most important thing was that the middle of the tree was broken while the upper part was still hanging in the air, with no sign of falling at all. Duke Chang, many things in this world are different from ours. Li Chengqian explained it to Cheng Yaojin and also taught him how to collect trees and use the inventory and backpack. Cheng Yaojin then joined the action of collecting wood. After Li Chengqian collected the 3 pieces of wood, he immediately converted them into planks. Made a workbench. I used the remaining planks to make a wooden axe and a wooden pickaxe. Cheng Yaojin, who was standing by, was watching this scene out of the corner of his eye. Duke Chang, let me teach you how to use these things. Li Chengqian taught Cheng Yaojin some lessons. Cheng Yaojin also made a wooden pickaxe and a wooden axe according to Li Chengqian's method. Seeing that he had made 2 tools in such a short time, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is truly incredible. There are even more incredible things waiting for us later." Li Chengqian smiled, and then took Cheng Yaojin to collect some wood. After collecting half a set of 32 pieces of wood, Li Chengqian began to dig stones. After making stone tools, he planned to take Cheng Yaojin to find a village. You might be able to find some good things in the village. The most important thing is that you can use the villagers to make iron-making machines and trade with them. It would be even better if we could find potatoes. Potatoes can be said to be a sacred object for the Tang Dynasty. Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin was chopping wood when he found that Li Chengqian was missing and was immediately shocked. Just when he thought he had lost Li Chengqian, he discovered a hole nearby and immediately ran over. After seeing Li Chengqian in the hole, he breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Chang, it's just right that you came down to help me collect the stones. Li Chengqian looked up and shouted. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin jumped directly out of the cave. Ouch! Because of the height, Cheng Yaojin fell and lost his heart. Duke Chang, please be more careful next time. Don't kill yourself. Li Chengqian looked at Cheng Yaojin speechlessly. Cheng Yaojin touched the back of his head awkwardly. He was worried about Li Chengqian, so he jumped down without noticing. Your Highness. There was curiosity in his eyes. He was injured, but he didn't feel any pain. He also discovered that the heart he had just lost was now restored. Duke Chang, please be more careful next time and don't be as careless as you were this time. Li Chengqian instructed him. Cheng Yaojin nodded. He made up his mind to be careful in the future and not die in a confused manner. The 2 men stopped after digging a group of stones underground. Li Chengqian taught Cheng Yaojin to put blocks under his feet so that he could return to the ground. Let Cheng Yaojin return along the same route, while Li Chengqian knocks down the blocks above his head and places blocks under his feet. Cheng Yaojin watched Li Chengqian's demonstration, feeling curious and imitating him. Cheng Yaojin quickly returned to the ground, made sure there was no danger around, and then turned to look at Li Chengqian, who was rising. Your Highness, let's go next. Hey, Your Highness, what is this red fruit? At this time, Cheng Yaojin discovered the fallen apple. Apples are a kind of food. Take all the ones around you. Li Chengqian looked around and found that 7 or 8 had fallen around him. With these, we will not be short of food for the time being. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin immediately took all the apples away. Li Chengqian took this opportunity to make the stone tools and also made 2 stone swords. Give it to Duke Chang. Li Chengqian handed him a stone sword. Cheng Yaojin looked at the stone sword and did not dislike it just because it was made of stone. Instead, he looked at it with curiosity. He waved it a few times and it felt okay. Let's go in this direction. Li Chengqian looked around and finally decided to take Cheng Yaojin to the hill in front of them. There would usually be a village around the birthplace, so he thought of standing on the hill and looking for it. Yes, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin walked in front and took Li Chengqian to the hill. After walking for a while, Cheng Yaojin discovered something. Your Highness, I have noticed that we are not tired at all during our journey. Chang Yaojin was quite surprised. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. This is also a characteristic of this world. Chang Yaojin felt more and more that this world was extraordinary. The two of them soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, and then walked up. When they encountered a place they couldn't climb, they built blocks and soon reached the top of the mountain. There's a plain over there, Your Highness. At this time, Chang Yaojin saw that there was a plain to their north, and the rest of the place was all forests. Li Chengqian looked over immediately upon seeing this and said, "Okay, we'll go over there later. There is a higher chance of villages appearing on plains." Then the two began to go down the mountain and head towards the plain. Just when I was halfway there, I suddenly heard the sound of a pig squealing in the front, and a faint red color could be seen through the leaves. Chang Yaojin immediately switched to the stone sword, and protected Li Chengqian behind him, looking forward with a vigilant look. "Don't worry, Lord Chang, it's a pig, a porcupine." Li Chengqian spoke at this time. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin felt relieved, but still held the stone sword. Seeing this, Li Chengqian signaled Chang Yaojin to move aside. Chang Yaojin hesitated for a moment, thinking that Li Chengqian knew the world better, so he gave up his position and made preparations. If anything bad happened, he would immediately carry Li Chengqian and escape. Duke Chang, in this world, it's best to jump up and attack animals or monsters when you kill them. This way the damage will be higher. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he rushed to the front of the pig, jumped, and then chopped it down with a sword. The pig that was hit was knocked away for a moment, then made a pig-like sound and was about to run away, but Li Chengqian took advantage of the moment it landed and struck it with another sword. The pig fell to the ground after being slashed twice in a row, and then dropped 2 pork chops. At the same time, a lot of experience was lost and absorbed into Li Chengqian's body. Li Chengqian found that these experiences seemed to be of great use to him. It seems that as long as you reach a certain level, you will be able to bring people into this world again, and you can also unlock some new modules. At the same time, he also found that Chang Yaojin seemed to be unable to see experience. "Your Highness, how much pork did this pig lose when it died?" Chang Yaojin asked curiously. He thought that the pig was the size of a cube, and must have weighed at least 200 or 300 kilograms, or even more. 2 pork chops. At the same time, Li Chengqian took out the pork chops and showed them to Chang Yaojin. Ah! Chang Yaojin was a little confused. The pig looked so big, why was there so little meat on it? This is the rule of this world, but we can try to bring it to our world later. Who knows if we'll be able to produce several hundred kilograms of meat by then. Li Chengqian thought about giving it a try later. If it worked, he would make a fortune. Chang Yaojin also nodded in agreement. Then the two continued on their journey. At the same time, Chang Yaojin also asked about the problem of the pig being repelled when Li Chengqian was killing it just now, and the monster that Li Chengqian had mentioned before. Li Chengqian explained the pig problem. Most creatures in this world would be repelled after being attacked. As for the monster, Li Chengqian just gave a mysterious smile and said that we would know in the evening. Soon the two walked out of the forest and came to the plain. As soon as they reached the plain, Chang Yaojin pointed to a place not far away and said, "Your Highness, there is a brown creature with some white spots over there." "What is it?" Li Chengqian looked over and said with a smile, "That creature of Duke Chang is the bull of this world. Let's go over and kill it." When he heard it was a cow, Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up. You know, cows that died in various ways often appeared in his house. "Duke Chang, you try to kill this cow this time." Li Chengqian wanted to see if he would gain experience points from the creatures killed by Chang Yaojin. If not, it would be a pity. "Yes, Your Highness, please be careful here. If there is any danger, come to me," Chang Yaojin instructed. "Yeah." Li Chengqian nodded. Chang Yaojin took out his stone sword and rushed towards the cow. He jumped up and struck the ox with a sword, imitating Li Chengqian. The ox immediately mooed at the blow. Just as it landed on the ground and was about to run backwards, Chang Yaojin's second sword came. Then the bull fell to the ground with a howl of unwillingness, but it dropped 3 steaks and 2 pieces of leather. At this time, Li Chengqian discovered that the experience points of the cows killed by Chang Yaojin had been absorbed by him. The corners of his mouth immediately turned up. Your Highness, this cow dropped 3 steaks and 2 pieces of leather. Can this leather be used to make leather armor for you, Your Highness? Chang Yaojin immediately ran back to Li Chengqian. Thinking that His Highness has leather armor, it will be safer. Not yet. There are only 2 pieces of leather. Li Chengqian shook his head. Chang Yaojin understood after seeing this. It must be that the rules of this world are different. If it were outside, a cow's skin could at least be used to make something for His Highness. Come on, let's continue walking towards the plains. Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin continued to go deeper into the plains. Soon, a village appeared before their eyes. Your Highness, is this the village? Hey, is that someone from this world? Chang Yaojin now clenched the stone sword in his hand. After Li Chengqian noticed Chang Yaojin's reaction, he immediately patted his thigh. Don't worry, Lord Chang. The villagers in this world are all friendly creatures and have no fighting ability. Even if I have a weapon, I can easily kill them. Just ignore them for now. Li Chengqian explained. Chang Yaojin felt much more relieved at this point. Although he didn't know what friendly creatures were, he could see that Li Chengqian had no defenses against these people, so he felt relieved. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 of them soon arrived at the village, and as soon as they entered, Li Chengqian found a lot of hay piled on the ground. Duke Chang, come and knock down these hay bales. They can be used as food. Li Chengqian smiled and said that both he and Chang Yaojin had lost a lot of satiety, so these grass blocks came at the right time. Yes. Chang Yaojin and Li Chengqian immediately knocked down the hay and collected it. Li Chengqian also took out a workbench and broke down a few hay blocks, made some bread, and gave half of it to Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin took it curiously, brought it to his nose and sniffed it, and felt that it had a slight fragrance. Eat, this is bread. Li Chengqian took the first bite out of curiosity. To be honest, he was quite curious about what the food in my world would feel like. However, after taking a bite, his face fell. There was no taste, and the only feeling was that he had eaten something. I just don't know how it will taste if I take it outside. Your Highness, why is the food in this world tasteless? At first, Chang Yaojin thought he was eating too fast, so he slowed down and chewed a few times and found that it indeed had no taste. Yes, maybe our world will be different if we bring it back. Li Chengqian put it away when he saw that his satiety had returned to normal. Come on, Lord Chang, let's search this village. Li Chengqian saw the only piece of farmland in the village and immediately rushed there with Chang Yaojin. It was such a disappointment to see it was just wheat. Why is it all wheat? Although Li Chengqian complained, he did not stop his hands and collected all the ripe wheat. Chang Yaojin was observing the villagers around him. He originally thought that since His Highness had snatched the crops they had grown, these people would take action, and he was ready to fight back with Li Chengqian. In the end, they remained unmoved. It seems that these people are really the friendly creatures that Your Highness said. After knocking down the wheat, Li Chengqian planted all the new wheat seeds he had obtained. Your Highness, are you growing crops? How's the output? Chang Yaojin watched as green sprouted from the ground just after Li Chengqian had planted something, and he swallowed in surprise. Although he had never farmed the land himself, he had seen farmers doing so. Not to mention the speed at which the wheat grew, the ease in which it grew was enough to surprise him. Yes, farming here is that simple. As for the production, we have to take it out and see. Li Chengqian looked at the wheat in his backpack. He didn't know how much flour he could make from one wheat. He had to go out and figure it out slowly while observing Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin nodded slightly. After what he had seen and heard during this period, he had become numb. Duke Chang, let's go check the surrounding houses to see if there's anything wrong. Li Chengqian was very happy to see that there was a blacksmith shop in the village, thinking that he might be able to find some good things from it. He took Chang Yaojin straight to the blacksmith shop. After entering the house, I came to the box and opened it, and there were immediately 3 iron ingots and an iron pickaxe. Hopefully there's something good somewhere else. Li Chengqian, with a look of loss on his face, continued to plunder the village with Chengqian. Soon all the houses in the village were looted, and 3 emeralds and 6 books were obtained. There isn't even a single white zombie, iron golem, in the village. What a bad luck, what a village! Li Chengqian walked out of the room and couldn't help but complain. Your Highness, didn't you find anything good? Chengqian touched the back of his head and wondered whether he should rob these villagers, but doing so seemed a bit unethical. However, he thought that this world was not the Tang Dynasty, so why bother about so many things? Your Highness, how about I rob the villagers of this village? These villagers seem to have quite a few good things, and we should be able to squeeze something out of them. Chengqian thought that the houses they lived in were nice and the clothes they wore were not patched at all, which was much better than the people in the Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian waved his hand. Now is not the time. Wait until later. Then squeeze them. Li Chengqian has no time to deal with these villagers now. Although Chengqian didn't know what these were, he nodded anyway. At this time, Li Chengqian found that the sun was about to set and the villagers began to run back home. Duke Chang, let's block their door. These villagers will be of great use in the future, and we can't let anything happen to them. As Li Chengqian spoke, he blocked the villagers' houses with boulders. Chengqian also followed Li Chengqian's example. Soon all the villagers were blocked. At this time, Li Chengqian brought Chengqian to a house. Duke Chang, the monster will appear soon. Li Chengqian turned and said to Chengqian. The remaining main task today is to take Chengqian to see the monsters in my world. Chengqian couldn't help but feel a little nervous after hearing this. After all, being called a monster must be extraordinary. At this time, a zombie spawned not far from the village. Chengqian's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He appeared out of thin air and saw a lot of things. He was also shocked. Your Highness, this. Duke Chang, this is a type of monster called a zombie. This zombie has another very important point. Killing it will drop something. There's a chance it'll drop potatoes, a type of food that yields several thousand kilograms per moo. Li Chengqian briefly explained the situation of the zombies to him. When Chengqian heard that the yield per moo was several thousand kilograms, he swallowed his saliva. My whole body started to tremble. If we could get this kind of food, no one in the world would starve to death. Your Highness, I will go right away. Chengqian took action immediately. The sooner he got the potatoes, the sooner the people of the Tang Dynasty could live a good life. Li Chengqian nodded. He stood on the roof and watched Chengqian go down. Chengqian approached the zombie cautiously. When the zombies discovered Chengqian, they immediately ran towards him with their hands raised. Chengqian immediately swung his sword and rushed forward, of course still keeping a safe distance from the zombies. The stone sword in his hand kept slashing at the zombies. He controlled the rhythm and used the knockback mechanism to keep a safe distance from the zombies. After several attempts, the zombie was finally killed and dropped a piece of rotten flesh. Li Chengqian, who was not far away, was disappointed when he saw that what fell was just rotten meat. But fortunately, there are also experience points dropped from killing. At this time, Li Chengqian was upgraded to level 1. It seems that leveling up experience points is a little different from in-game. Killing a pig, a cow, and a zombie in the game will get you to level 2 at least. Hey guys, I'm asking about Doubao, please don't criticize me if there are any mistakes, this is not the main point. Li Chengqian touched his chin, it seemed that there was still a lot to explore. At this time, Chengqian had already set his sights on another lone zombie. Soon, the lone zombie was killed. Chengqian started picking the zombies around him again. In fact, he also discovered other monsters, but he didn't understand them, so he avoided them. It didn't take long for him to kill 4 or 5 zombies. Just when he killed the last zombie, the stone sword in his hand disappeared with a click. Seeing this, Chengqian was slightly distracted, and then quietly retreated to Li Chengqian's side. Standing below, he asked Li Chengqian, Your Highness, I don't know why my weapon just disappeared. Li Chengqian explained, Mr. Chang's durability has been depleted. Some things in this world have durability. You can look at the wooden plan you made earlier. Upon hearing this, Chang Yaojin checked the wooden pickaxe in his backpack and found a green bar underneath. Oh, Your Highness, when I was dealing with the zombies just now, I also encountered some white skeletons. Black giant spiders, and a green humanoid creature. What are they? Chang Yaojin asked. One is a skeleton, nicknamed Xiaobai. It can attack from a distance. Li Chengqian briefly explained Xiaobai, spider and creeper to Chang Yaojin. When Chang Yaojin heard Li Chengqian say that creepers could blow up everything around them, his jaw dropped. If only we could throw him into the enemy army. Chang Yaojin didn't even dare to imagine that scene. Li Chengqian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that after his adoptive father completed the Xuanwu Gate incident, a major event occurred. That was when Jeli Khan of the Eastern Turkey Khaganate led an army of 200,000 southwards and headed straight for Chang'an. He forced his father to empty the national treasury before sending the other party away. Maybe I can produce a large amount of TNT to help my cheap father. As a child who grew up under the red flag, how could Li Chengqian allow outsiders to bully his own people? Making TNT requires large amounts of gunpowder and sand. As for gunpowder, you can make a simple gunpowder tower yourself. The only way to get the sand is to find a place and dig it out. There are sand machines in my world, but Li Chengqian doesn't have the necessary things, so he can only ask his tool Chang Yaojin to dig them. At this time, Chang Yaojin made several new stone swords. With his new weapons, he went to find trouble with zombies again, just to get potatoes. If he was not full, he would eat bread. Unfortunately, no potatoes fell out until dawn. Chang Yaojin felt so distressed when he saw the zombie that was spontaneously combusting. Li Chengqian came down from the roof at some point. Duke Cheng is fine, there will be another chance later. Some villages even have potatoes growing in their fields. Li Chengqian comforted him. Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin withdrew his gaze. Let's go back now. We've been busy here for a whole day and night. Li Chengqian wanted to see how long a day and a night here was in their world. The world of the Tang Dynasty. Inside the Prince of Qin's palace. There was anxiety on Changsuan's pretty face. She was walking back and forth at the door of the hall, her eyes full of worry, looking at the closed door from time to time. Chang Xian and Chang Wagong have been in there for a day and a night, why haven't they come out yet? Could something have happened? Chang Sun was wondering whether she should send someone to attack and inform Erlang. Everyone around lowered their heads and dared not breathe, for fear of offending the Princess of Qin. Just as she was hesitating whether to send someone to inform Li Shimin, the door of the hall opened from the inside. Come, mother, why are you here? Li Chengqian was about to ask what time it was when he saw Chang Sun quickly come to him, squat down, and check her body worriedly. Nothing happened to Chengqian, right? Why did you go for a whole day and a whole night? After checking and finding that Li Chengqian was not injured, Chang Sun sure relaxed her tense nerves. Mother, we were delayed inside for a while. With Duke Cheng here, mother, don't worry. Li Chengqian comforted Chang Sun. Then he took Chang Sun into the hall. At this moment, Chang Yaojin was still playing with his stone sword in a corner of the hall. There was a flower table that was split in half at his feet. He originally thought that after he came back with His Highness, he would not be able to take out the things in my world. It turned out that the things in the backpack were still usable. What is this, Lord Chang? Looking at the ecstatic Chang Yaojin, Chang Sun couldn't help but feel a little curious. Mother, this is the stone sword we brought back from the fairyland. Li Chengqian spoke first. A glimmer of light appeared in Changsuan's eyes. Chang Yaojin was very tactful and presented the stone sword with both hands. Chang Sun took it with one hand and began to look at it. Is this a stone sword? Chang Sun looked at the stone sword in front of her, which was made up of small cubes, and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Will this really work? She handed the stone sword to Chang Yaojin and asked him to demonstrate it to her. Chang Yaojin saw Changsuan's confusion, so he took the stone sword with both hands and demonstrated it to Chang Sun on the spot. Chang Yaojin moved the vase beside him and then chopped at the flower table with a sword. Bang! The stone sword cut through the flower table as lightly as if it were cutting tofu. The flower broke into two and fell to the ground. Changsuan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Her little mouth opened wide. The place where the flowers were broken looked like a mirror. Changsun took small steps forward, squatted down, stretched out her white and tender hand and gently stroked the broken surface. The cross-section gave her the feeling that it had been polished, smooth and delicate. No barbs at all. It's unbelievable that this sword is so sharp. Erlang's collection of swords is not even 1% as valuable as this. Chengqian's sword can be mass-produced. If possible, equip the army with it as soon as possible. Changsun was worthy of being Li Shimin's wife. The first thing she thought of was to equip the army with these weapons. Yes, but... Li Chengqian was interrupted by Changsun before he could finish his words. If Chengqian has any difficulties, tell your mother and she will solve them. If it really doesn't work, Auntie will go find your father. Changsun looked at Li Chengqian. Mother, it's not difficult at all. It just takes some time. It's just that there are better weapons in the fairy world. There's no need to equip this stone sword. It's of too poor quality. Li Chengqian thinks that iron swords are better. Iron can be obtained on a large scale through iron-making machines, which is perfect for equipping the army. Chang Yaojin stared at Li Chengqian with shining eyes. As a general who had fought on the battlefield, he was naturally very fond of swords. In addition, since he could follow Li Chengqian into the immortal world, he must be the first person to obtain the iron sword. Okay, thank you for your hard work, son. Changsun took Li Chengqian into her arms and rubbed his head with a smile on her face. Mother, Duke Chang is still here. Smelling the faint fragrance on Changsuan's body, Li Chengqian felt embarrassed. Although his body is still that of a 7-year-old child, his soul is already that of a young man in his 20s. At this time, Chang Yaojin looked up at the roof, as if he could neither hear nor see anything. It seems my son has grown up and still knows how to be shy. Changsun gently poked Li Chengqian's head with her slender fingers. Li Chengqian smiled slightly. Chengqian, you should have a good rest first. Let's not explore the fairyland today. We will move into the East Palace tomorrow. Changsun instructed. Li Chengqian nodded. Starting tomorrow, the strongest man of the 7th century will take the stage. Afterwards, Chang Yaojin bid farewell to Li Chengqian and Changsun Shi. Instead of returning home directly, he went to find Li Shimin. Changsun looked at Chang Yaojin's disappearing back. She knew that Chang Yaojin would definitely go to the palace to report to Erlang what happened to Chengqian. Then he looked at Li Chengqian, who was eating pastries. In an instant, a bright smile bloomed on her pretty face. Changsun sure doesn't have to worry that what happened to Erlang and her eldest brother will happen to their children in the future. As long as Chengqian is here, the position of crown prince will definitely be his, and no one can take it away. Even if he is in poor health and passes away one day, Chengqian's position as the crown prince will not be shaken in the slightest. Because only Chengqian can enter the fairyland. Inside the palace, Li Shimin is currently preparing for tomorrow's ceremony to entronize the crown prince with the help of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. At this time, Zhang Ananda walked in quickly. Your Highness, Duke Chang has something important to report. Zhang Ananda said. Let him in. Li Shimin knew Chang Yaojin's character well. If nothing big had happened, he would never come to him at this time. Soon Zhang Ananda brought Chang Yaojin in. Greetings, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin saluted. Jijia, what happened? Li Shimin asked. Chang Yaojin changed his name to Cheng Jijie after returning to the Tang Dynasty. Chang Yaojin didn't say anything, but looked at the people around him. Seeing this, Li Shimin asked Zhang Ananda to take the eunuchs and palace maids out of the hall, while Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were left behind. Chang Yaojin glanced at the two of them and had no objection to them staying. After all, these two people had followed Li Shimin all the way just like him. He nodded at the two of them. Then he looked at Li Shimin. Your Highness, I followed King Zhongshan to the Immortal Realm. Chang Yaojin said. What? Li Shimin looked at Chen Yaojin with a strange look, thinking, is this bastard here to make me happy? Chang Yaojin. His Highness has been incredibly busy lately, and you're still here to cause trouble? Why don't you apologize to His Highness right now? Fang Xianling stood up immediately. He was so angry that he didn't even call Chen Yaojin by his changed name. Du Ruhui secretly glanced at Chen Yaojin, asking him to apologize quickly, as now was not the time to act recklessly. Normally, the two of them would just stand by and watch the scene while stroking their beards and smiling. But that's not possible now. Seeing that the three of them didn't believe him, Chen Yaojin took out the stone sword from his backpack. Seeing Chen Yaojin conjure up a strange thing out of thin air, Li Shimin stood up quickly. How is this done? Li Shimin quickly ran to Chen Yaojin, and Fang Xianling and the other man ran to Chen Yaojin's side. The three of them stared at the stone sword in Chen Yaojin's hand. Jia, how did you do that? We didn't see it clearly just now. Please do it again so that we can take a good look. As the three of them talked, they checked Chen Yaojin's clothes. They thought it must be Chen Yaojin who hid this thing in his clothes. Your Highness, there are two more. Please look carefully. Chen Yaojin said. Li Shimin and the other two stared at Chen Yaojin closely. Chen Yaojin put the stone sword in his hand back into his backpack. Li Shimin immediately checked Chen Yaojin's hands and found that there was indeed nothing fishy. Only then did he believe what Chen Yaojin had just said. Your Highness, this is the stone sword that King Zhongshan and I brought back from the fairyland. Chen Yaojin took out the stone sword again and handed it to Li Shimin with both hands. Li Shimin took the stone sword, looked at it, and felt that it had nothing to do with the swords they were using now. The blade is like a saw and so thick. People who use it to hit others will find it too rough. Your Highness, look at me. Chen Yaojin picked up another stone sword and came to a stool. With a slight stroke, the stool was split into two. This. Li Shimin and the other two were stunned. Is this sword so sharp? Li Shimin also tried it himself, and finally even drew out his own sword, but the result was the same as the wooden bench, the sword was directly cut in half. Fang Xianling picked up the broken sword and touched the broken surface. The smooth feeling like a bronze mirror made his eyes light up. If this sword is equipped in large quantities to the army, then the army of the Tang Dynasty will be indestructible. Jia, tell me the whole story. Li Shimin was shaking with excitement. Originally, he was still worried that he would be hated by God for killing his brother and forcing his father, but now that his son can go to the fairyland, it seems that God does not blame him. Yes. Chen Yaojin told the whole story. While he was talking, he took out round stones from his backpack and performed a scene of putting blocks on the spot and taking them apart for Li Shimin and the other two. When Chen Yaojin finished speaking, Li Shimin and the other two had not yet recovered. After a while, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui immediately knelt in front of Li Shimin. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The King of Zhongshan has such a fortuitous encounter. Our Tang Dynasty will surely prosper for thousands of years. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were really excited. Li Chengqian's adventure marked the next emperor, and it could only be him, and no one could shake his position. As ministers, they don't have to worry that what happens to Li Shimin will affect the next succession to the throne. Chang Yaojin was stunned. He didn't expect these two guys to be so cunning that they didn't even call him. Little did he know that he had become the object of jealousy of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. This damn Chang Yaojin was able to enter the fairyland with the king of Zhongshan. His ancestral tomb must have caught fire. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin held the stone sword tightly in his hand and smiled happily. He has been under tremendous pressure these past 2 days. He killed his elder brother and younger brother, forced his father to hand over power, and named himself the crown prince. At night he could dream that his mother was looking at him with his elder brother and younger brother. But at this moment, he felt it was all worth it and he felt relieved. He was indeed the chosen one by God, otherwise why could his son go to the fairyland instead of Li Jianqing's son? Xianling, tomorrow's enthronement ceremony will be handed over to you. I have to go back and see Chengqian first. Li Shimin wished he could hold his beloved eldest son in his arms and love him dearly. Your Highness, you cannot. Yes, Your Highness, the King of Zhongshan and his men will be moving into the East Palace tomorrow, so there's no need to rush. Right now, the main focus is on the enthronement ceremony. Everyone in the world is watching Your Highness, so we absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui hurriedly stopped Li Shimin. Okay. Li Shimin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Chen Yaojin said goodbye and went home to rest. After all, he was very tired after a busy day in the fairyland. Jijia, do you have anything good on you? Li Shimin thought that if this stone sword was so precious, then the other things must be even more amazing. So I thought of getting some good stuff from Chen Yaojin first. Your Highness, I don't have anything good left on me. This time, the little prince and I are mainly here to learn about the things in the fairy world. We don't have time to look for any treasures. Chen Yaojin looked at Li Shimin sincerely, as if everything he said was true. His backpack now contained only some stone tools and bread. Li Shimin, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at Chen Yaojin with suspicion. Based on their understanding of Chen Yaojin, this guy is definitely not so honest and he definitely has something in his hands. Jijia. Li Shimin looked at Chen Yaojin with a wicked smile. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui smiled and grabbed Chen Yaojin's arms respectively. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Chen Yaojin immediately changed his words. Your Highness, I remember now. When I was in the fairyland, the little prince gave me some food. It was called bread. As he spoke, Chen Yaojin took out 3 loaves of bread. Instantly a fragrance emanated from the bread. Chen Yaojin was very surprised. He didn't expect that the ordinary bread in the fairy world could be so fragrant. He was regretting it so much. I should have taken out 2 less. Li Shimin thought that this was food brought back from the fairyland, so he didn't worry too much and took it and tasted it. His eyes suddenly brightened. Well, you guys try it too, it tastes delicious. Li Shimin looked at Chen Yaojin while eating. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui started eating immediately, while they were also feeling the changes in their bodies. But apart from the feeling of fullness, there seems to be no change. They thought that this might just be a food to fill the stomach in the fairy world. At this time, facing Li Shimin's questioning eyes, Chen Yaojin said frankly, Your Highness, there is really nothing good now. Apart from the tools, there is nothing else. However, Your Highness has quite a lot of things, including pork and beef from the fairyland. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought to himself, I must ask Chengqian for some tomorrow to try what the meat from the fairyland tastes like. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui opened their eyes wide and stared at Li Shimin. It was as if saying, Your Highness, we want it too. Xianling, Kemming, don't worry. I will reward you 2 later. Li Shimin said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui couldn't stop smiling. At the same time, they put the uneaten bread into their arms. I'll take it back for my family to try. Okay, Jijia, go back and have some rest. Over there with Chengqian, you must ensure his safety. Li Shimin looked at Chen Yaojin with serious eyes. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if I cut you into pieces, I will never let you make the slightest mistake. Chen Yaojin patted his chest and made the promise. Good. Li Shimin laughed and patted Chen Yaojin on the shoulder. He was very confident in his general. He is capable, but also meticulous. With him around, Li Shimin believed that his son would not get into any accidents. Afterwards, Chen Yaojin bid farewell to Li Shimin and the other 2. The 3 of them continued to discuss tomorrow's matters. Prince Qin's palace. At this time, Li Tai brought Li Lizzie to Li Chiqian's palace. Brother, where did you go yesterday? Lizzie and I wanted to come find you, but Anyang wouldn't let us. Li Tai and Li Lizzie quickly came to Li Chengqian's side and held Li Chengqian tightly with both hands. There was worry in the eyes of both of them. Although they didn't know what had happened in the past few days, they could still tell from Anyang's expression and the servants in the mansion that something big had happened. Li Chengqian looked at the 2 little guys and touched their little heads. Brother just went to do some work. Li Chengqian comforted the two little ones. Time flies and it is the next day. Li Shimin was canonized as the crown prince of the Tang dynasty by Li Yuan. When the ceremony was over, Changsun moved into the East Palace with Li Chengqian and other family members of the Prince of Qin's mansion. When Li Chengqian stepped into the Eastern Palace, he looked at the gate with complicated eyes. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Li Tai noticed that there seemed to be something wrong in his elder brother's eyes, so he tilted his head and looked at his elder brother. Li Chengqian smiled slightly when he saw this and touched his head. "It's okay, let's go, fourth brother." Li Chengqian took Li Tai's hand and walked into the East Palace. After finishing the enthronement ceremony, Li Shimin hurried to the East Palace. At a glance, he saw his Guanyin maid and her whole family standing there waiting for him to come back. Lang. Changsun looked at Li Shimin with affection, and Li Shimin looked the same. Li Shimin walked slowly to Changsun's front and took her hand. "Guanyin, I succeeded. We no longer have to worry about Moitian's family being." Li Shimin didn't say anything else. Changsun nodded slowly. "We." Li Lizzie couldn't help but laugh when she saw her father holding her mother's hand. At this time, everyone present was watching this scene with a smile. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes. He used to eat dog food all the time, and now that he had traveled through time, he still had to eat it. He must have traveled through time in vain. "Your Highness." At this time, Changsun realized that the whole family was watching, so she immediately pulled her hand back with a blushing face. Li Shimin also noticed that his other women and children were looking at him, and he couldn't help blushing. In order to ease the embarrassment, he picked up Li Lizzie. "Lizzie, have you missed I these days?" He lowered his head and gently rubbed Li Lizzie's little face, and his stubble brushed against her skin itchily, making the little girl giggle. "Think." Li Lizzie snuggled into Li Shimin's arms and nodded with a smile. Changsun stood aside and watched her husband teasing the child with a smile. After teasing Li Lizzie for a while, Li Shimin hugged her and looked at Li Chengqian. Looking at his eldest son, Li Shimin's eyes were full of excitement. Seeing this, Changsun knew that Li Shimin wanted to talk to Li Chengqian about the fairy world, so she took the initiative to take Li Lizzie out of Li Shimin's arms, and at the same time took the other concubines away. At this time, the other concubines all looked at Li Chengqian. Everyone understood what it meant for Li Shimin to keep him. The position of the next crown prince belongs to Li Chengqian. When everyone left, Li Shimin came to Li Chengqian and touched his head. "Chengqian." Li Shimin pulled Li Chengqian to sit in the upper seat. "I." Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin in front of him. He felt that when Li Shimin looked at him at this moment, his expression couldn't help but relax. "Chengqian, can you let me see the light gate that leads to the fairyland?" Although Chang Yaojin demonstrated it in front of him, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. "Good." Li Chengqian nodded and then opened the light gate. When Li Shimin saw Guangmin, his whole body tensed up and he couldn't help but hold Li Chengqian's hand harder. Feeling something strange about Li Shimin, Li Chengqian finally understood why Li Shimin looked at him with relief. He must be under a lot of pressure. Killing one's brother and forcing one's father is not something that ordinary people can bear. "Father, I believe that destiny is in your hands." Li Chengqian wanted to comfort his adoptive father. "Don't let him blame himself too much." "Chengqian, really?" Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian with red eyes. If someone else had comforted him, he wouldn't have been so excited, but the one comforting him was Li Chengqian, who could enter the fairyland, so it was different. "Of course." Li Chengqian smiled and nodded, his small hand grasping Li Shimin's. "Father, do you know when I awakened this light gate?" Li Shimin shook his head. "It was when my father killed my eldest and fourth uncles. God chose me at that time, and I think God also recognized you, father," Li Chengqian said. Hearing his eldest son's words, Li Shimin laughed out loud and a tear rolled down his cheek. "Chengqian, you must be a good prince in the future." Li Shimin hadn't finished speaking yet. That is to prevent the incident between him and his elder brother from happening again. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Shimin's mentality had completely adjusted at this time. There was a hint of greed in his eyes, and he looked at Li Chengqian with a smile. Li Chengqian moved his little butt to the side. Chengqian, do you have anything good to give to father? Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes. This change was too fast. He was heartbroken about the Xuanwu Gate incident 1 second ago, and the next second he was looking at me happily. Is the emperor's heart so big? Father, I don't have anything good here either. You also know that I only went in once with Duke Cheng. However, I have some beef from the Immortal realm. I can ask the Shangshi Bureau to cook it for us to try later. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he took out a piece of beef from his backpack. The beef was about the size of a cafeteria plate. Chengqian, show it to your father. Li Shimin took the beef from Li Chengqian's hand. I took a look at the beef. The beef is dark red, and like the stone sword, its border is also made up of small squares. The texture of the meat is rather fuzzy, but otherwise it is not much different from ordinary beef. About 30 pounds, not bad, enough for everyone. Is eating this beef good for your health? Li Shimin was very curious. Could eating this beef make one immortal? If not, could it prolong one's life? No. Li Chengqian looked at his adoptive father speechlessly. It is said that the emperor wants to live forever. My father started wanting to live forever before he became emperor. That's a shame. Is there anything in Chengqian's fairyland that can allow ordinary people to live forever? Or will your health improve after entering the fairyland? Li Shimin thought that when his son was able to bring someone into the fairyland, he would try his best. If the air in the fairyland can make people immortal, then I would make a fortune. Father, Duke Cheng, and I have only been in there once, how could we possibly know so much? Li Chengqian did not mention the immortal totem. If he told it, Li Shimin would definitely ask Cheng Yaojin to go find it secretly. This will delay his work. Alright, but if Chengqian has any news later, you must tell me. Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian nodded. Afterwards, Li Shimin arranged for someone to cook the beef, and Chang Sun and others also returned to the hall. When she learned that they would be eating beef soon, Chang Sun immediately thought that the beef was probably brought back by her eldest son from the fairyland. Because she knew that her Erlang would not take the initiative to kill a cow and eat beef, of course the beef given by Chang Yaojin did not count. Chengqian, thank you for your hard work. Chang Sun touched Li Chengqian's head. Li Chengqian looked at Chang Sun and smiled slightly. It didn't take long for the eunuchs to bring out the cooked beef. Although there are not many cooking methods for beef now, the aroma of beef has already filled the entire palace. This meat is much more fragrant than the beef I ate before. Li Shimin couldn't help swallowing. He had eaten a lot of beef thanks to Cheng Yaojin, but never one that was as delicious as this one. He turned and looked at his eldest son Li Chengqian. Even if this beef cannot prolong your life, eating more can satisfy your appetite. Li Chengqian was also looking at the beef in front of him excitedly at this moment. I didn't expect the beef in my world to be so delicious. This is just a simple stew. If it were cooked in a wok, wouldn't it be so fragrant that it would make you bite your tongue off? Li Chengqian planned to arrange someone to make an iron pot later. At this time, Li Shimin started eating, and as he did, everyone started eating the beef in front of them. Mother, this meat is so delicious. Li Lizzie ate a small piece, looked up and said to Changsun with a smile. Okay, Li Ji likes it, so eat more. Changsun thought that this was beef from the fairyland, and eating more of it would definitely be good for the body. Li Tai, who was standing next to Li Chengqian, wanted to give up his chopsticks and eat with his hands. Looking at the little fat boy in front of him eating with big mouthfuls, Li Chengqian felt it was quite funny. When Yang ate the beef, she felt that it was very special. When she was a princess of the Sui dynasty, although she was not able to taste beef, she ate a lot of it. I've never had such good beef. What kind of beef is this? She couldn't figure it out. Concubine also noticed the extraordinary nature of this beef, so she leaned slightly to the side and asked Concubine Yang, Sister, have you ever eaten this kind of beef? Under Yin Fei's curious eyes, Yang Fei shook her head slightly, no. Upon learning that concubine Yang had never eaten it, concubine Yin felt that the beef must be extraordinary. After all, concubine Yang was a princess back then. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun noticed Yang Fei and the others. Seeing their surprised expressions, they couldn't help but look at Li Chengqian with a hint of pride in their eyes. Thanks to my son. The second day, Li Chengqian sent someone to call Cheng Yaojin to the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, are we about to enter the Immortal Realm? Cheng Yaojin was very excited. There are still too many places in the fairyland that have not been explored, and he wants to travel all over the fairyland. That's right. Li Chengqian nodded. Now that his adoptive father had become the crown prince, it wouldn't be long before he ascended the throne and became emperor. By then, the Turkic Khan Jiali will have to move south. Li Chengqian sent someone to tell his mother that he and Duke Chang were busy, and then he took Duke Chang into the Light Gate. When Chang Sun learned about this, she immediately sent her confidants to surround Li Chengqian's hall. She also came over in person, looking at the closed door with worry in her eyes. Chengqian must return safely. Li Shimin, who was handling government affairs, also learned that Li Chengqian had sent someone to call Cheng Yaojin into the palace. There was worry between his brows, but it soon dissipated. He believed that his son, Li Shimin, would definitely be able to escape danger and return safely. In my world. Li Chengqian and Cheng Yaojin appeared at the place where they left the world. Your Highness, there's something. At this time, Cheng Yaojin protected Li Chengqian behind him, took out the stone sword from his backpack, and looked closely at the huge white creature not far away. Cheng Yaojin wondered whether he should carry Li Chengqian and run away first. Li Chengqian was startled, but then he looked in the direction Cheng Yaojin was looking and saw that it was just an iron golem. He patted Cheng Yaojin on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Lord Chang. This is a neutral creature, and a good one at that." Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. As we all know, the iron golem, a white zombie, is equivalent to an iron ingot. Cheng Yaojin felt much more relieved when he heard that it was a neutral creature. Duke Chang, go and knock down this iron puppet. Remember to run away immediately after hitting him, and then quickly put 3 blocks under your feet. This way the iron golem can't hit you, but you can hit him. Li Chengqian taught Cheng Yaojin how to spawn an iron golem without causing any damage. Yes, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin nodded after listening carefully, and then said, "Then Your Highness, please find a safe place." Li Chengqian nodded, and then saw Cheng Yaojin chop the iron puppet with a stone sword. The iron golem was about to attack Cheng Yaojin immediately, but Cheng Yaojin followed Li Chengqian's method, ran away and placed 3 blocks under his feet. Then he began to forge the iron puppet without any damage. Li Chengqian watched Cheng Yaojin skillfully placing blocks and jokingly said, "This account has been cultivated, ha ha ha." After a while, the iron golem was killed by Cheng Yaojin and turned into 5 iron ingots. Damn, I'm so lucky. If Li Chengqian remembered correctly, the maximum number of iron golems that could explode was 5. Cheng Yaojin removed the blocks under his feet, collected the iron ingots, and ran over quickly. Your Highness, 5 iron ingots exploded. By the way, Your Highness, how heavy would these 5 iron ingots be if we took them outside? The weapons Cheng Yaojin was thinking of using the iron ingots from the fairyland to make must be extraordinary. If the army is equipped with weapons made from iron ingots from the fairyland, no one will be able to defeat them. I don't know about 5, but 9 of them make up a block of iron. 1 block of iron probably weighs. Li Chengqian was converting. 1 cubic meter of iron weighs about 7.85 tons, or 7,850 kilograms. In the Tang Dynasty, 1 jin weighed only about 661 grams. That is to say, 1 cubic meter weighs about 11,876 kilograms. Li Chengqian couldn't help but feel a little shocked. It was such a good deal to use the iron. Probably over 11,000 pounds. Li Chengqian looked at Cheng Yaojin. What? Cheng Yaojin almost jumped up after hearing this. 9 of them can weigh more than 10,000 pounds of iron. It turns out that things in the fairy world are different. How many weapons can be made from this? Gurgle. Cheng Yaojin felt that his own brain was not enough. Gurgle. Cheng Yaojin felt that his own brain was not enough. Let's build a powder tower first. Also known as Creeper Farm, where creepers drop gunpowder upon death. Li Chengqian pointed to an open space far to the north of the village. He planned to build the powder tower here. Although the best location for the powder tower is on the sea surface, and preferably in a place with nothing within a radius of about 128 blocks, the current conditions do not allow it. Just choose here first and use it reluctantly. Gunpowder tower? Cheng Yaojin frowned, then asked, Your Highness, is it gunpowder or elixir? Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up, but he wondered if eating this gunpowder would turn him into an immortal? Li Chengqian almost died of laughter in his heart. He just smiled and shook his head. No, but this gunpowder is very useful. It can solve a major crisis in my Tang dynasty in the future. Suddenly Li Chengqian was stunned. It seemed that he had not yet told his adoptive father about the Turks' subsequent southward advance. What's the big crisis, Your Highness? Cheng Yaojin suddenly became nervous. He did not question it at all. After all, in his opinion, Li Chengqian was the disciple of the Immortal. Otherwise, how could you know so much about the fairy world? It is normal for the Immortal's disciples to know about future crises. I'll tell you later, let's get down to business first. Li Chengqian thought that it would take some time for the Turks to move south, and this period of time was enough for him to prepare. Yes. Cheng Yaojin nodded upon seeing this. Mr. Chang, please go and collect some wool and some thread. We'll need these items to make carpets later. As Li Chengqian spoke, he used the iron that had just exploded from the iron puppet to make a pair of scissors for Cheng Yaojin so that he could shear sheep. The yarn can be used to make wool, and the wool can be used to make carpets. Your Highness, how do I get the thread? Cheng Yaojin knew that to get wool, he just had to go and chop down the sheep, but how did he get the thread? The line is to kill those spiders. Li Chengqian pointed at a spider not far away. Then Your Highness, please stay in a safe area. I will go collect the supplies first. Cheng Yaojin took a step forward and then turned to look at Li Chengqian. So, Your Highness, how much do you need to collect? Duke Chang, please try to collect as many as possible. Oh, by the way, use the wheat to get some sheep, and then raise them directly to produce wool. Li Chengqian. Yes, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists and left. Li Chengqian also took up his axe and began to collect trees. Li Chengqian planned to use campfire as the execution device in the gunpowder tower, and at the same time see what was burned in the campfire to see if he could collect experience points. A lot of trapdoors need to be made later, which requires a lot of wood. Li Chengqian took a stone axe and collected half a set of wood. Then he used the cobblestones collected last time to synthesize a furnace. He immediately used wood to burn coal. Naturally, the only fuel could be wood. After all, wood was the only thing he had. After dealing with the furnace, Li Chengqian synthesized a stone shovel and began to collect soil. Building a powder tower later will require a lot of blocks, so it is more cost-effective to use soil. Li Chengqian and Cheng Yaojin were busy for a long time. Cheng Yaojin brought back 13 sheep from all over the place and made a sheepfold out of mud to keep them in. Li Chengqian has already collected a lot of soil. Then they began to build the powder tower. First, place the execution device, which is the 4 campfires. Then we started to build the upper part. With 9 campfires as the center, it was built 2 blocks upwards and then extended 8 blocks outwards. Then this, then that. Then place a carpet every 2 squares. After placing them, start placing trapdoors above your head. This way 1 layer is built. Then, using the existing resources, 4 more floors were built, for a total of 5 floors. Then a huge plane was built on the top layer, casting a shadow over the powder tower. I won't write the detailed process here to avoid being too watery. Friends who are interested can search for related videos to watch. Li Chengqian built a gunpowder tower in 1 day and 1 night. Of course, the main reason for this is that all the materials were collected by Cheng Yaojin, so it was so fast. Cheng Yaojin looked at the huge building in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. It's incredible. If you put it outside, such a tall building would not be built in 1 or 2 years. Xuanwu felt that the fairyland was convenient. At this time, Li Chengqian removed the round stones that he used as stepping stones and came down from the top of the gunpowder tower. Your Highness, can we generate gunpowder next? Xuanwu came to Li Chengqian at this time. No, what will spawn next is a creeper. Li Chengqian pointed to the execution device, where a creeper had already been generated. He couldn't help but look happy. To be honest, he was still a little worried that something might go wrong when he was building it. But it looks pretty good so far. The efficiency may not be very high, but it definitely meets their needs. Let's go, Duke Chang. Li Chengqian brought Xuanwu to the execution device. Watching the creeper being burned to death by the campfire, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Moreover, after the creeper died, it also dropped experience points. As Li Chengqian approached, these experience points flew into Li Chengqian's body like moths to a flame. At this rate, it shouldn't be long before we can bring in the second person. The fallen gunpowder was also absorbed by Li Chengqian at this time. Xuanwu also absorbed a few. He took out the gunpowder from his backpack, looked at the gunpowder in front of him, and asked in confusion, Your Highness, how do you use this gunpowder? Xuanwu also tried gunpowder, but found that it could not be used directly like tools such as stone swords. So he looked at Li Chengqian. Duke Chang, go dig some sand. Li Chengqian said. Xuanwu hurried to dig sand. Li Chengqian used wooden roots and pebbles to make a pole rod. When Xuanwu arrived with sand, Li Chengqian used 5 gunpowders and 4 sands to synthesize a TNT. He brought Xuanwu to an open space. Then placed the TNT on the ground and placed the lever next to the TNT. Xuanwu walked around TNT, looking curiously at the object in front of him that was red at both ends and white in the middle. Duke Chang, I'm in a safe area first. Once you pull this lever, run to my side immediately. Li Chengqian looked at his short legs and didn't dare to pull the lever. If he exploded, he would be doomed. Yes. Seeing Li Chengqian's cautious look, Xuanwu couldn't help but become nervous. Seeing that Li Chengqian had reached a safe area, he pulled the lever. At this time, Xuanwu found that after he pulled the lever, TNT first jumped up and then flashed. He hurried to Li Chengqian's side. Before he could stop, a huge explosion sounded. At this time, Xuanwu discovered that the place where the TNT was just now had turned into a big pit. Xuanwu's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect that the TNT just now would be so powerful. It took a while for Xuanwu to come back to his senses. He turned and looked at Li Chengqian. Your Highness, is this the power of gunpowder? How powerful would this TNT be if left outside? Xuanwu couldn't even imagine the consequences of throwing this TNT into the enemy army. No matter how elite the enemy's army is, it will only take a moment to defeat them. If used to attack a city, the effect would probably be even more terrifying. It should be very powerful. Li Chengqian didn't know how big it would be, but the explosion of 1 cubic meter of TNT would definitely have a more powerful effect than the pit in front of him, which was no more than 8 blocks wide and no more than 4 blocks deep. Your Highness, let's quickly synthesize this TNT. If our Tang army were equipped with this, even the most fortified city wouldn't be able to stop us. Xuanwu was shaking with excitement, thinking that if he had this with him when he followed the crown prince in his battles, how many brothers would have died less? Okay, Duke Chang, go collect the sand. I'm here to collect gunpowder. Li Chengqian looked at the fallen gunpowder and collected it all with a smile. When Xuanwu went to dig sand, he gave the Naruto in his backpack to Li Chengqian. Then Xuanwu left quickly. Li Chengqian still checked Xuanwu's backpack. Yes, Li Chengqian could check other people's backpacks. He felt relieved when he found out that all the gunpowder in Xuanwu's backpack had been given to him. Li Chengqian can leave other things alone, but he has to keep an eye on the gunpowder. After all, this thing is too powerful, so it's better to control it yourself. It cannot be leaked out before you have the totem of undying. Even generals like Xuanwu who followed his father could not have it. The two of them worked like this for a whole day and night. Li Chengqian synthesized 100 TNTs. Not bad, not bad. Li Chengqian looked at the TNT in his backpack and couldn't help but smile. At this time, Cheng Yaojin came back with sand. Your Highness, I encountered sugarcane while digging sand. It just seems inedible. After Cheng Yaojin discovered the sugarcane, he originally planned to give it to Li Chengqian to eat. He thought that Li Chengqian was still a child after all and should like to eat sweet things. It turned out that this sugarcane seemed inedible. You can eat it, but you need to synthesize it. Li Chengqian's eyes lit up when he saw the sugarcane. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin gave all 7 sugarcanes in his backpack to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian directly took out 4 sugarcanes and synthesized 4 portions of sugar. The remaining 3 were planted by Cheng Yaojin by the river. Duke Chang, this candy is for you. Take it back and let your wife and children taste it. Li Chengqian took out one and gave it to Cheng Yaojin. Thank you, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin put the candy into his backpack with a smile. Your Highness, we have been here for 2 days. Why don't we go back first? So as to prevent the Crown Prince and Crown Princess from worrying. Cheng Yaojin suggested. Well, let's go back. Li Chengqian thought that he had been here for 2 days, and his mother and father must be thinking about him all the time. So he prepared to leave with Cheng Yaojin, but before leaving, Li Chengqian looked back at the gunpowder tower. I don't know if the powder tower will continue to spawn after we leave. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he took Cheng Yaojin into the light gate and returned to the time of the Tang Dynasty. I'm back. Cheng Yaojin looked at the hall in front of him, and the tension in his heart relaxed. In the fairyland, Cheng Yaojin was always worried about danger. Cheng Yaojin opened the door of the hall for Li Chengqian. As soon as Li Chengqian walked out, he saw Changsun handling something on the side. Seeing this scene, Li Chengqian's eyes couldn't help but turn red. I guess since I haven't been out for 2 days, my mother must be worried about my safety and is waiting at the door. Chengqian. When Changsun saw Li Chengqian and Cheng Yaojin coming out, she immediately stood up and went to Li Chengqian's side. He squatted down and examined Li Chengqian carefully as before. Seeing that there were no injuries on his body, he took Li Chengqian into his arms. Chengqian, why were you gone for 2 days? Mother was worried sick about you. Changsun asked. Mother, Duke Chang, and I were so busy in the immortal realm that we forgot. It makes my mother worry about me. Li Chengqian leaned close to Changsun and spoke slowly. Seeing Changsun about to cry, Li Chengqian felt distressed and anxious at the same time, so he quickly gave Cheng Yaojin a look and asked him to think of a solution. Cheng Yaojin saw Li Chengqian's eyes and gave him a reassuring look. Your Highness, I forgot to remind you. This humble official deserves death. Cheng Yaojin stood up at this time and knelt on one knee in front of Changsun. Upon seeing this, Changsun immediately looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, Duke Chang, please stand up quickly. Li Chengqian gave Cheng Yaojin a grateful look at this time. When Changsun saw the expressions in her son and Cheng Yaojin's eyes, a smile appeared on her face. Mother, I want to wash up. Li Chengqian said hurriedly. Okay, someone prepare some hot water for Chengqian. Changsun said. At this time, Cheng Yaojin also found an opportunity to leave. He first came to Li Shimin's office. Your Highness, I am back. Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists and said. When Li Shimin saw Cheng Yaojin coming back in the hall, he felt relieved. Jijia, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Ananda gave Jijia a seat. Li Shimin said to Zhang Ananda behind him. Thank you, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin sat down with a smile. Then Li Shimin waved his hand and asked Zhang Ananda to take the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall away. Jijia, did you and Chengqian find any treasures in the fairyland this time? Li Shimin's eyes were full of anticipation. How he wanted to hear from Cheng Yaojin that they had found the treasure of immortality. Your Highness, this time, your humble servant and I have found quite a few treasures. The treasure is called TNT. When it comes to TNT, Cheng Yaojin's eyes can't help but light up. When Li Shimin saw Chang Yaojin's appearance, he couldn't help but straighten up. "Jie, quickly show me that treasure," Li Shimin said hurriedly. "Your Highness, the treasure is all with His Highness the King of Zhongshan." Chang Yaojin touched the back of his head awkwardly. "TNT is too powerful, he doesn't dare to use it. That was not something he could master." "This?" Li Shimin looked at Chang Yaojin with suspicion. "Is this still the Chang Yaojin he knows, whose face is thicker than the corner of the city wall?" In the past, whenever he had something good in his hands, Chang Yaojin would always cheat and take some away. Why is he afraid when it comes to his own son? When Chang Yaojin saw Li Shimin looking at him with suspicion, he felt so wronged. Although I am shameless in normal times, I can still distinguish right from wrong when it comes to major issues. Your Highness, this is all true. That thing is very important to our Tang dynasty. I dare not take it, in case it leaks out from me. I will become a sinner of the Tang dynasty. Chang Yaojin hurriedly explained. Jie, is this TNT you mentioned really that important? What can it do? When Li Shimin saw Chang Yaojin like this, he was filled with curiosity. Your Highness, this treasure is like thunder from the sky. No one can withstand it once it falls. And I asked His Majesty the King of Zhongshan, and that thing is more powerful on our side. Once it explodes, the sky will collapse and the earth will split. Chang Yaojin spoke based on his imagination. This. Li Shimin felt a little dizzy after hearing this. Is it that powerful? Jie, explain it to me in detail. Li Shimin looked at Chang Yaojin. Yes. Chang Yaojin described the scene of the TNT explosion from beginning to end, and explained the importance of TNT. After listening to this, Li Shimin's eyes were filled with excitement. If our army takes this TNT and goes to Goguryeo, wouldn't it be easy to defeat Goguryeo? Li Shimin pounded the table excitedly. Goguryeo relied on its tall cities to cause Yangguang to suffer great losses, and countless Sui soldiers died in the north. If he could conquer Goguryeo, wouldn't it prove to the world that the Tang dynasty was stronger than the Sui dynasty? Jie, thank you for your hard work. You should go back home and rest first. I will go find Chengqian. He wanted to see with his own eyes the power of TNT. If he was really as powerful as Chang Yaojin said, he could have made some careful plans. Your Highness has something else to report. Chang Yaojin hurriedly grabbed Li Shimin. Jie, tell me quickly. A trace of anxiety appeared on Li Shimin's face. He was still waiting to see TNT. Your Highness, His Highness the King of Zhongshan told me in the Immortal realm that our Tang dynasty will face a great crisis. Chang Yaojin said hurriedly. Big crisis? What big crisis? Could it be that a noble family has secretly contacted father? Li Shimin frowned. According to common sense, this shouldn't happen. Now Li Yuan is basically surrounded by his own people, and his spies are all over the Taiji Palace. He should be the first to know about any disturbance in Taiji Palace. Your Highness, I don't know this either. His Majesty the King of Zhongshan did not tell this humble minister. Chang Yaojin felt that judging from Li Chengqian's appearance at the time, it shouldn't be Li Yuan's fault. Okay, I'll go ask Chengqian. Li Shimin said. Yes. Chang Yaojin took the opportunity to leave. Li Shimin went towards Changsun. At this time, Changsun was looking at her children with a smile on her face. As soon as Li Tai and Li Lizzie learned that Li Chengqian was with her, the two children rushed over immediately. Where have you been, brother? Why don't you take us out to play recently? Li Lizzie and Li Tai pouted and looked at Li Chengqian with dissatisfaction. Big brother has been out doing some serious business recently. Big brother has brought you something good this time. Li Chengqian then thought of the candy in his backpack. What good stuff do you have, brother? Li Lizzie opened her eyes wide and hugged Li Chengqian. Although Li Tai did not hug Li Chengqian, he looked at him with curiosity. This. Li Chengqian reached into his arms, pretending to take something out of them, and then took out the candy. The shape of sugar is very similar to gunpowder, both look a bit like scallops, but sugar is white. Changsun looked at the candy her son took out. Its edges were made up of small squares, and she knew in her heart that this was brought back from the fairyland. This made her curious. Someone, break this candy into pieces. Li Chengqian called a young eunuch. Soon the sugar was beaten into little finger-sized pieces. It's almost 1 pound, so it's quite a good deal. Li Chengqian felt that he could make more sugarcane machines in my world in the future. Let the people of Datang eat cheap sugar. Brother, can I eat now? Li Lizzie and Li Tai reluctantly turned their gazes away from Tang and looked at Li Chengqian in unison. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. Thank you, brother. Li Lizzie and Li Tai immediately stepped forward and took the candy from the bowl. Then Li Lizzie and Li Tai both ran to Changsuan's side. Mother, eat candy. The two said in unison. Okay. At this moment, Changsun felt sweeter than if she had eaten candy. She squatted down, and the palace maid behind Changsun looked at her anxiously. It is not known whether this candy is poisonous or not. If the crown princess and several princes eat it, if something goes wrong, all 9 clans of the people present will be killed by Li Shimin. Changsun shook her head slightly at the palace maid behind her. Was she still worried about her son? She took a bite of the candy that Li Lizzie handed to her, and a sweet taste immediately wrapped around the tip of her tongue, and then the sweetness filled Changsuan's mouth. Changsuan's eyes lit up a few times. The candy did not have the bitter taste like the candy in the Tang Dynasty today. Originally, she thought that this candy was brought back from the fairyland by Chengqian, and she was prepared in her heart, but at this moment she was still surprised by the sweetness of the candy. How's Auntie? Did the candy that Big Brother gave me taste good? Li Lizzie's little face was full of anticipation. It's delicious, and it tastes even better when Li Ji feeds it. Changsun took Li Lizzie into her arms. When Li Lizzie heard her mother praising her like that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Li Tai saw this and said hurriedly, Mother, please try mine, it's sweet too. Changsun ate it with a smile and praised Li Tai. Then the 2 little guys also ate the candy. At this time, Li Shimin strode in. Seeing his wife and children all smiling, he couldn't help but smile as well. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Lizzie, tell I about it too. Li Shimin squatted down and gently pinched Li Lizzie's nose, while rubbing the heads of the 2 brothers Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Big Brother gave us some delicious candy. At this time, Li Lizzie waved to the eunuch holding the candy, and the speed of her little hand-waving was almost comparable to the wings of a bird. Seeing this, the eunuch immediately trotted over, bent down, and let Li Lizzie take the candy. I eat candy. Li Lizzie fed the candy into Li Shimin's mouth. Like Changsun sure, Li Shimin was also shocked by the candy. Li Shimin had never eaten such delicious candy before. He turned his head to look at Li Chengqian. He knew that this candy must have been brought back by his beloved son from the fairyland. Chengqian, can you bring out a large amount of this candy? Li Shimin asked. This candy is so sweet that it will definitely sell for a high price. If I have money, I can attack Goguryeo sooner. Yes, it's okay. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Shimin was delighted when he saw this, haha, great. He simply picked up Li Chengqian and kissed him hard several times. This made Li Chengqian, the 2nd-generation man, blush. Damn, it's been so many years since anyone kissed me like this. Yeah, I want one too. Seeing this, Li Lizzie and Li Tai immediately stretched out their hands. Li Shimin put Li Chengqian down and held Li Lizzie and Li Tai in his arms respectively. After playing with the child for a while, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian. Changsun noticed the look in her man's eyes and immediately understood that he must have something to ask Chengqian, so she took Li Lizzie and Li Tai out. The hall was left to the father and son. Chengqian, Jijie said you have a treasure called TNT. Can you take it out and let I see it? Li Shimin looked at his son excitedly. Li Chengqian took out a TNT from his backpack and placed it on the ground. Li Shimin looked at the red and white square in front of him, which was 1 meter long, wide and high, and couldn't help but go forward and touch it. Then he turned to look at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, Jijie said that this thing has a very strong explosion power. Can we let I see its power? He looked at Li Chengqian with shining eyes. The explosion was very loud. If other people heard it, they might spread some bad news at this time. Li Chengqian was worried that some people loyal to Li Yuan and those from aristocratic families would take the opportunity to cause trouble for Li Shimin later. Was it a lot of noise? Li Shimin frowned. Yes, it's about the same as thunder, maybe even louder than thunder. Li Chengqian was also unsure. As a child who grew up under the red flag, he had never come into contact with TNT and had only seen it on the internet. Can we in the Tang Dynasty manufacture this Chengqian thing? Li Shimin planned to demonstrate this in front of all the ministers, so that he could not only achieve his own purpose of checking the power of TNT, but also deter some dishonest ministers and families. TNT definitely won't work right now, but black powder, which is less powerful than it, will. But no one probably knows how to make it now. Li Chengqian touched his chin. He remembered what TNT was, trinitrobenzene and benzene. It was definitely impossible to produce it with current technology, but black powder could be produced. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, Chengqian, the black gunpowder you mentioned, isn't it from an aristocratic family? Don't worry, I'm probably the only one who knows how to do that thing now. Li Chengqian comforted Li Shimin, saying that although gunpowder was invented by alchemists in the Tang Dynasty, it was not invented in the early Tang Dynasty. That's good. Li Shimin patted his chest. Chengqian, I has someone prepare. Tomorrow we will go outside the city to test the power of your TNT. Li Shimin said with a smile. Li Chengqian was also curious about the power of TNT in the Tang Dynasty. By the way, Chengqian, Jijie also said that you knew that my Tang Dynasty was facing a major crisis. What is this big crisis? About when will it happen? Li Shimin was a little worried. This matter has something to do with you, Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin and said slowly. Li Shimin was a little confused. How could it be related to him? This is the news I learned in the fairy world. After learning about the recent events in the Tang Dynasty, the Turkic Khan Jeli will lead an army of 200,000 south. The Turkic army advanced all the way to within 40 miles of Chang'an. Li Chengqian told Li Shimin what he knew. Damn Turks! They have been heading south to harass our Tang Dynasty for years. I must destroy them. Li Shimin clenched his hands tightly, and there were some bloodshot in his eyes. Li Chengqian observed Li Shimin and saw that his adoptive father was not afraid at all after learning that an army of 200,000 would march south and head straight for Chang'an. Instead, he was still thinking about destroying the Turks. Is this the might of the Heavenly Khan, the strongest carbon-based organism of the 7th century? Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin with admiration. Chengqian, when will the Turkic army march south? After Li Shimin adjusted his mentality, he continued to ask. He wanted to see if there was still time to mobilize the troops. What I know is that Jeli Khan will lead his army south in July of this year and will arrive at the Wei River on August 27. Of course there may be some errors. Li Chengqian thought that now that the Tang Dynasty had this butterfly of his, the mission might be advanced or delayed. 1 month is enough. Li Shimin felt relieved when he thought that he still had more than a month to prepare. And his son has a sharp weapon. This time, Jeli Khan must be defeated. Li Shimin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, I will capture Jeli Khan alive when the time comes. Then let him dance in our Tang Dynasty every day. If he doesn't dance well, we'll whip him. Li Chengqian said with a big laugh. He really wants to see this legendary dancer dance. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin laughed and rubbed Li Chengqian's head. Okay, then father, let him dance for Chengqian. Okay, Chengqian, have a good rest. I still has some government affairs to deal with. So I'll go ahead and do it. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian tenderly. Well, go ahead. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Shimin walked out of the hall with a smile, and took the bowl of sugar cubes with him when he left. He believed that Li Chengqian still had a lot of these things in his hands, and he, the father, would be the one to eliminate them. After a while, Chang Sun came back with Li Lizzie and Li Tai. Li Lizzie came running to get some candy, but not only was there no candy, but even the bowl to hold the candy was gone. "Brother, the candy is gone." Li Lizzie pouted instantly. Li Chengqian looked at the eunuch who was serving the bowls in confusion. The eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Highness, when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left just now, he took the bowl away." Li Chengqian rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Lang. Chang Sun didn't know what to say either. Li Lizzie and Li Tai were immediately unhappy. "Okay, I still have some." Li Chengqian reached into his arms and took out another piece of candy from his backpack. "Give it to the eunuchs and let them smash it." Li Lizzie and Li Tai jumped up happily and came to Li Chengqian's side immediately. The two of them chattered around Li Chengqian about the interesting things that happened in the past few days. After Li Shimin returned to the office hall, he immediately asked Zhang Ananda to notify the officials in Chang'an that he would go out of the city tomorrow to show them a magical weapon. All the major officials were curious when they heard about it. When the aristocratic families in Chang'an learned about this, they were filled with disdain. They believed that this was just a means for Li Shimin to cover up the Xuanwu Gate incident. The people of Chang'an soon learned that the newly appointed crown prince was going to display his magical weapons outside the city. What kind of magical weapon did His Royal Highness obtain that he needs to display outside the city? I don't know, but it must be extraordinary. If it were ordinary, it would definitely be in the training grounds. Let's go out of town and take a look tomorrow. Let's go together. The people in Chang'an were also very curious, so they invited each other to go watch the show the next day. Even Li Yuan, who was in Taiji Palace, knew about this. He couldn't help but start chatting with Pei Ji, his trusted minister. "Xuanzhen, what do you think of this big show that Li Shimin has created? Are there some different noises outside the palace?" There was a hint of expectation in Li Yuan's eyes. He thought that there must be someone outside the palace who opposed Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. There must be a purpose behind this that we don't know about. As for outside the palace, there are naturally different voices, and many people are speaking up for His Majesty." Pei Ji's first few sentences were truly an analysis for Li Yuan, but the last sentence was a bit exaggerated. Now that the situation is clear, no one criticizes Li Shimin anymore. After all, the throne is 100% his. Only some children from aristocratic families would talk about Li Shimin's unfilial behavior in private. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan held the dragon throne and laughed. After laughing for a while, he looked at Pei Ji and said, "Xianzhen, you must come to the palace tomorrow and tell me what happened." Li Yuan felt that Li Shimin would definitely make a fool of himself tomorrow. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, how could he not know what magical weapons their Tang Dynasty had? "Yes, Your Majesty." Pei Ji clasped his fists. The second day. Li Shimin and Li Chengqian came out of the city under the protection of the army. At this time, there were already many people outside the city, and they were all waiting to see what the magic weapon that Li Shimin mentioned looked like. All the officials in the court were present, and some of them from aristocratic families. Watched the scene coldly. Li Shimin noticed the disdain in their eyes at a glance, which made him very unhappy. "Chengqian, nothing will go wrong, right?" Li Shimin lowered his head and asked. Just rest assured, there will be absolutely no problem." Li Chengqian comforted his adoptive father. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian's determined eyes, and then he put his heart back into his stomach. Cheng Yaojin, one of the officials, was also looking forward to it at this time. After all, he had seen the power of TNT explosions in the fairyland, but he didn't know how powerful it would be in the Tang Dynasty. "Jijia, why do you seem so excited?" Qin Xion looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion. Yuji Jingda and others around him also nodded in agreement. They felt that Cheng Yaojin was acting weird recently. To be honest, his temperament seems to have calmed down a bit, and he is not as carefree as before. "Second brother, I'm just curious about what the magic weapon is." Cheng Yaojin laughed it off. After he and Li Chengqian entered the fairyland several times, he realized that he needed to change his temperament. Otherwise, I might leak the secrets of the fairy world in the future. In order not to affect the plans of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and others, Chang Yaojin has been very honest recently. All right. Qin Xiong and others looked at Chang Yaojin and thought that today was not the time to talk, so they would ask Chang Yaojin about it later. At this moment, all the officials looked at Li Shimin and Li Chengqian, who got off the carriage. Some people turned their eyes to Li Chengqian. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Chengqian will become the crown prince in the future. My dear ministers, I have recently acquired a powerful and remarkable weapon. Today, I wish to test its power outside the city walls. I have summoned you all to come with me so that we can witness the power of this treasure. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he looked at the officials. Some of them are curious, while others are disdainful. Li Shimin sneered at this and waited to be shocked by Cheng Qian. Yeah, let's go place the TNT. Li Chengqian pulled Li Shimin with his little hand. Li Shimin took Li Chengqian to the prepared location and placed the TNT. Li Chengqian also placed the pull rod next to the TNT. Then a eunuch tied a rope over 1,000 meters long to the pull rod. The other section was in the hands of a cavalryman. Wait for the cavalry to come and pull this lever. That's enough. Let's go to a safe place. After Li Chengqian finished the arrangements, he turned to Li Shimin and said. Li Shimin looked at it and was full of curiosity. Then he took Li Chengqian to a place 2 kilometers away. At this time, all the officials also stood behind Li Shimin and his son. The official from aristocratic family sneered when he saw this scene. From such a distance, it seems that this magical weapon must be fake. That's right. I don't know what tricks he's playing. What a laughing stock. The disdain of the crowd made Yuqi Jingda, a military general, very angry, and he wanted to dethrone those officials. At this time, Chang Yaojin grabbed him. Okay, there's no need to bother with those guys, Black Charcoal Head. They'll soon realize how wrong they were. Chang Yaojin persuaded. You. Yuqi Jingda looked at Chang Yaojin, who was gloating over his misfortune, and felt that this matter must be very complicated, so he leaned close to Chang Yaojin's ear and asked, Do you know something? Chang Yaojin didn't say anything, but just smiled meaningfully. At this time, Li Shimin waved his hand and asked the cavalryman to pull the lever. When the cavalry saw Li Shimin waving his hand, they clamped their legs against the horses' bellies, and the horses immediately started running, pulling the ropes as well. Then the lever at the end of the rope was pulled. TNT is ignited. At this time, the people looked at the cavalryman in confusion. Could it be that His Royal Highness intends to use the cavalryman to demonstrate his divine weapons? This is too cruel. Probably not, keep watching. The people looked at it in confusion. Just then the TNT exploded. An explosion that resounded through the sky rang out in the confused eyes of everyone. Boom! A huge fireball as high as 7 or 8 meters appeared out of nowhere, and a shockwave hit the next second. Li Chengqian took a quick step and hid behind Li Shimin. Some civilian officials were so frightened by the double blow of the explosion and shock wave that they rolled on the ground. Even the generals who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield were shocked at this moment. They all stared blankly at the fireball in front of them that was gradually dissipating. The people were in chaos, but fortunately the army was maintaining order, otherwise there would have been a stampede. Heavenly thunder, this is heavenly thunder. No wonder His Royal Highness the Crown Prince called it a divine weapon. It's so terrifying. Good heavens! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must be a deity descended from heaven, otherwise how could he have heavenly thunder? At this time, some people knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Shimin. He was still mumbling something. Those people in Chang'an City who did not go out to watch the show also vaguely heard the explosion outside at this moment. Is this thunder? Some women looked up at the sky, wondering whether they should take back the clothes that were drying. Some people outside the city had gradually come to their senses. Pei Ji looked at Li Shimin with complicated eyes at this time. He said slowly, could it be that the fate lies with the prince? He couldn't understand why such a magical weapon appeared after the king of Qin became the crown prince. The generals were all very excited at this time. They could already imagine the horror of this thing being brought to the battlefield. Qin Xiong slowly turned his gaze away from the direction of the TNT explosion and looked at Cheng Yaojin. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's surprised but not surprised expression, Qin Xiong thought that Cheng Yaojin must know this thing. Fang Xianling and Du Ruvue, who were both civil servants, looked at each other. They knew without a doubt that this thing must have been brought back from the fairyland by His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan and Cheng Yaojin. I couldn't help but sigh that the treasures from the fairy world were so terrifying. Those officials from aristocratic families looked at Li Shimin with a hint of worry in their eyes. If Li Shimin still had a lot of these magical weapons, they would be a huge threat to the aristocratic families. After all, Li Shimin, who was good at fighting, had already made their aristocratic families feel difficult. If the other party had such a magical weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Chengqian, are you okay? Li Shimin then noticed that his son was standing behind him, so he asked anxiously. Li Chengqian shook his head slightly. I'm fine. I was hiding behind you just now and wasn't affected. Fortunately, they were far enough apart. I checked Baidu and found that a TNT explosion of more than 1 ton would be safe 2 kilometers away and would not cause any harm to the human body. Of course, the actual situation may be different, so please don't criticize me. How clever! Li Shimin praised Li Chengqian, and then Li Shimin waved his hand and asked someone to bring the knight back. Just when he noticed the explosion, the cavalry was still affected and fell heavily to the ground, and his life or death was unknown for a while. He turned his head and looked at the civil and military officials and the people. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him continuously, he understood that the impact of his killing his brother and forcing his father had been somewhat eliminated in the hearts of the people of Chang'an. Then he turned his gaze to the civil and military officials, and when they looked at him, they couldn't help but lower their heads. There is no longer the same spirit as when I first arrived here. Li Shimin couldn't help but sneer. Everyone, is this magical weapon okay? Li Shimin looked at the officials from aristocratic families with irony, and his eyes also swept over Pei Ji and other ministers who were loyal to his father. Your Highness, this weapon is so powerful that we have never seen it before. If we use it against the enemy, it will surely terrify them and they will collapse without a fight. Fang Xianling and Du Ruvue took the lead. The other ministers said one after another, we second the motion. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin laughed heartily as he watched everyone surrender. At this time, the man who had just gone to take the cavalryman back came back, and saw blood flowing from the cavalryman's left arm. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. When everyone saw that the cavalryman's arm was injured, they became even more afraid of the magical weapon that Li Shimin took out. After all, they just noticed that the cavalry was more than 1,000 meters away from the magical weapon. Moreover, the warhorse behind him quickly fled for a distance, but even so, he was still affected. Your Highness! The cavalryman looked at Li Shimin with shame, feeling that he had not done a good job. Yes, well done. Go down and recuperate, I'm seriously injured. Li Shimin walked closer and took a look. He found that only some flesh was bitten off the cavalryman's arm, and the bones were not injured. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. The cavalrymen were very excited, they had become rich. Everyone around him looked at him enviously. Li Shimin then had him taken away to heal his wounds. Li Shimin moved closer to his son and asked softly, Chengqian, was he hit by the TNT explosion? Yes and no. He was unlucky. He was hit by the rocks flying out from the TNT explosion. He was lucky, though. He wasn't hit in a vital area, otherwise he would have lost his life. Li Chengqian felt that the cavalryman was both unlucky and lucky. I was hit by the explosion, but only slightly injured. If you're hit by flying rocks, would the effect be better if you replaced them with iron? Li Shimin asked curiously. I is right. Li Chengqian gave a thumbs up. He didn't expect that Li Shimin would think of using iron. You kid! Li Shimin touched Li Chengqian's head in annoyance. Your Highness, it's safe over there. Zhang Ananda has already sent people to check the center of the explosion, and there is no danger there anymore. Okay. Li Shimin nodded and turned to look at the civil and military officials. Everyone, come with me to take a look over there. Then he took Li Chengqian and went there first. Civil and military officials followed closely behind. The closer everyone got to the center of the explosion, the more shocked they became. There is a slightly spicy and pungent smell in the air. Some older officials couldn't help coughing. The officials from aristocratic families were now sniffing nonstop, trying to find out what this magical weapon was made of. Later they can let their clan tinker with it. Chang Yaojin looked at these actions and couldn't help laughing. Chang Yaojin saw through their little calculations at a glance, and he could only say that these aristocratic families were just working in vain. This TNT was brought from the fairyland. Soon everyone arrived at the center of the explosion. The original flatland has now turned into a large pit several meters deep and dozens of meters in diameter. The pit walls are as black as ink and emit a burnt smell. The surrounding land was cracked by the high temperature. If this happened at the foot of the city wall, the wall would probably be blown away. Yuqi Jingda said slowly. Everyone around nodded in agreement. The generals looked at the big pit and were very excited for a moment. There are many countries surrounding the Tang Dynasty, and they are in constant friction with the Tang Dynasty. If we bring enough of these magical weapons with us in the future, they will be able to destroy their countries 100%. The power of heavenly thunder is not this strong, right? The civil servants spoke slowly. At this time, the officials from aristocratic families looked at each other. Then an official named Xuanwu stood up. Your Highness, I wonder who forged this divine weapon. I suggest sending craftsmen to learn from him. Xuanwu looked at Li Shimin. The aristocratic family's idea is simple, to learn how to make this magical weapon. If all else fails, we must kill the person who created this magical weapon. Avoid the royal family's dominance. Li Shimin's eyes immediately turned gloomy. Mr. Chui, why are you asking about this? Could it be that you want to harm that master? I didn't expect that a Chui like you would be so malicious, trying to destroy the chance of our Tang Dynasty's prosperity. I'll beat you to death. At this time Chang Yaojin jumped out. He pounced on Xuanwu with a fierce move and knocked him to the ground. Then Chang Yaojin rode on the opponent's body and punched Xuanwu one after another. Xuanwu's screams continued to be heard. Li Chengqian couldn't help but laugh when he looked at Chang Yaojin. This guy reacts so quickly. Your Highness, this Chang man has gone too far. Please punish him severely. All the officials from prominent families stood up. Jingda pulled Jie away. Seeing that Xuanwu was still breathing heavily after being beaten, Li Shimin said to Yuqi Jingda. Yes, Your Highness. Yuqi Jingda came to Chang Yaojin at this moment, pulled Chang Yaojin, and took the opportunity to step hard on Xuanwu's fingers several times. Xuanwu, who was already beaten to death by Chang Yaojin, had his face twisted in pain. After the two of them worked together to finally deal with Xuanwu, Chang Yaojin cooperated with Yuqi Jingda to be pulled away. At this time, Xuanwu had been beaten black and blue, and lay powerlessly on the ground, unable even to utter a single moan. Jijia, you're really going too far. How could you beat Lord Chui like this? You will be suspended from your duties and you will have to repent. By the way, teach King Zhongshan martial arts. Li Shimin took this opportunity to give Chang Yaojin a suitable reason to go to the palace to find Li Chengqian for a long time. Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin clasped his fists and said. At this time, some civil officials became anxious. Li Chengqian is the next crown prince, and they want to be his teachers. Moreover, if Li Chengqian followed a military general like Chang Yaojin, how could they pass on the saintly way to Li Chengqian? However, before they could say anything, Li Shimin said, return to the palace. Seeing this, the civil officials could only let it go for the time being, but they planned to bring it up during the next court meeting. The officials who came from the 5 surnames and 7 families looked at each other. They planned to write letters to their clans and unite to put pressure on Li Shimin. The technique of this magical weapon must be mastered. Tai Chi Hall. Pei Ji quickly came to Li Yuan. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has indeed mastered a magical weapon. The power of that divine weapon is terrifying. Pei Ji explained to Li Yuan the scene of the TNT explosion and the situation at the center of the explosion in detail. The more Li Yuan listened, the tighter his brows became, until they were wrinkled like small hills. Xuanjin, you are not lying to me, are you? Li Yuan looked at Pei Ji suspiciously. Your Majesty, I am telling the truth. That huge pit is still outside Chang'an City, and many people saw it at the time. Pei Ji said. After listening to this, Li Yuan sat back on the dragon throne, his eyes becoming empty. He couldn't understand how this rebellious son, who was already so powerful, could have mastered such a powerful weapon. Does it mean that God wants him to sit on the throne? Pei Ji watched Li Yuan leave silently. He knew that Li Yuan needed to be quiet for a while. In the East Palace. After Li Shimin returned to the hall, he kept laughing. The smile spread outside through the hall. Li Chengqian looked at him speechlessly. At this time, Changsun came over with Li Lizzie and Li Tai. When Li Shimin saw Changsun coming, he immediately took her hand and told her what happened outside. Li Lizzie became unhappy when she saw that her father ignored her and only talked to her mother. Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie and Li Tai and immediately took them out. If they stayed here, they would just be fed dog food. Brother, where are we going to play? Li Lizzie and Li Tai looked at Li Chengqian with a smile. Li Chengqian looked at his two younger brothers and sisters, thinking about what to give them to play with. Suddenly, he remembered that there was some string in his backpack. A fishing rod can be crafted from string and a stick. Lizzie, Shinke, wait here for Big Brother. I have something good prepared for you. Let's go fishing later. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Li Tai looked at Li Chengqian weakly at this time. Brother, mother won't let us go to the waterside to play. Don't worry, we won't go fishing by the water. Li Chengqian said with a smile. As long as there is water, you can fish. Ah? Li Tai's little head was filled with big question marks at this time. How to fish without going to the water? Great, we can fish. Li Lizzie didn't care about all this at the moment. She only cared about her elder brother taking them fishing. Li Chengqian asked the eunuchs around him to prepare 3 large water tanks. He avoided the crowd, made 3 fishing rods on the workbench, and came to Li Lizzie and Li Tai with the fishing rods. Brother, what is this? Li Lizzie and Li Tai looked at the fishing rod in Li Chengqian's hand in confusion. This is a fishing rod. Come one each, and watch how Big Brother fishes. Li Chengqian gave one to Li Lizzie and Li Tai respectively. The 2 siblings looked at the fishing rod in their hands. Li Chengqian brought them to the water tank prepared by the eunuchs. The ordinary eunuchs and palace maids around had been driven away by Li Chengqian, leaving only the personal palace maids and eunuchs around Li Lizzie and Li Tai. Whatever you two see later, don't make a sound. No matter what you see, just keep it in your heart. If you let it out, no one can save you. Li Chengqian warned the 2 of them in a cold voice. As people close to Li Lizzie and Li Tai, they were naturally carefully selected by Zhang Sun and were trustworthy. Li Chengqian just said hello to them. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 nodded. Then Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie and Li Tai with a smile on his face. Lizzie, Shinke, look at me. Li Chengqian showed them how to use a fishing rod and threw the hook into the water tank. When bubbles appear, it means the fish is about to take the bait. When the float moves, we will pull it back in. Li Chengqian said. At this time, the personal palace maid and eunuch beside her were confused. They wondered what had happened to His Majesty the King of Zhongshan. Brother, is this really possible? Li Lizzie and Li Tai seriously suspected that their eldest brother had not yet woken up. There is only water in the tank, how can there be fish? Li Chengqian looked at their questioning eyes and just smiled meaningfully. At this time, bubbles appeared in the water tank. The bubbles came to the fishhook, and then the float moved. Li Chengqian immediately took back the fishhook. Lucky catch! I caught a raw salmon. Li Chengqian took out the raw salmon and showed it to Li Tai and Li Lizzie. The two of them looked at Li Chengqian in amazement. Brother caught a fish from this water tank. Family games. The two palace maids and eunuchs standing by looked at Li Chengqian in shock. Is this reasonable? Brother, show me this fish. Li Lizzie immediately ran forward. Li Chengqian handed the fish to Li Lizzie and asked her to touch it. Li Tai ran to the water tank and walked around it. He felt that there must be a mechanism inside. Brother, did you hide the fish in there? Chengqian, if you don't believe it, you can try it. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Good. Li Tai ran to Li Chengqian and threw the fishhook out like Li Chengqian. He also cleverly threw the fishhook into the water tank where Li Chengqian had just caught the fish. He thought there must be no fish in there. Li Chengqian saw what his brother was thinking and smiled. Brother, I want a fish too. Li Lizzie said. Good. Li Chengqian put away the raw salmon and taught her again. Then Li Lizzie also cast the fishing hook. After a few seconds, blisters appeared on Li Lizzie's side. Lizzie, when the fish float moves, immediately retrieve the hook. Li Chengqian said to his sister. Li Lizzie looked at the float intently, and soon the float moved. She immediately took it back, and an empty glass bottle appeared in her hand. Wow, it's a glass bottle. Li Lizzie looked at the strangely shaped glass bottle in her hand and shouted with joy. But she knew that glass was very expensive. Brother, please help me collect it. I still need to fish. Li Lizzie couldn't wait to continue. Good. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. He looked at the excited Li Lizzie and thought to himself, will Lizzie fall in love with fishing from now on? At this time, Li Tai looked at the fishing rod in his hand and saw no reaction, which made him feel that something was wrong. He thought that what his sister caught was definitely hidden by his elder brother in advance as a surprise for his sister. Chengqian, come here soon. Li Chengqian pointed at the water tank and shouted. Li Tai looked over immediately upon seeing this and found that there were indeed bubbles. When the float began to move, he immediately put away the hook. Then a wooden bowl appeared in his hand. Seeing that his was a wooden bowl and his sister's was a beautiful glass bottle, Li Tai couldn't help but pout. Brother! There was even a glimmer of tears in Li Tai's eyes. Don't be discouraged, Chengqian. You will definitely catch something good. Li Chengqian encouraged him, his eyes filled with smiles. Good. Li Tai thought that since his elder brother said so, it meant that he must have hidden a treasure in this water tank. He put the wooden bowl aside and continued fishing. At this moment, Li Lizzie exclaimed again, Brother, I caught it again. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked over immediately. Li Lizzie took back the fishhook, and then a bow appeared in her hand, emitting a faint purple light. Brother, why is it a bow? Li Lizzie looked at the bow in her hand with disappointment. She still wanted the glass bottle. Let me see. Li Chengqian couldn't help but sigh that his sister was so lucky. I caught treasure both times. Let me see what enchantment this bow has. Li Chengqian took a look at it and exclaimed, Holy crap, the enchantment is infinite. Li Chengqian's favorite enchantments on the bow are infinity and experience repair. He looked at the bow and saw that it still had more than half of its durability left. Brother, is this thing Li Ji caught good? Seeing Li Chengqian so surprised, Li Tai couldn't help but become curious. Li Lizzie also looked at Li Chengqian with her big eyes. Yes, it's very good stuff. What a stunning beauty. Li Chengqian felt jealous. Li Lizzie smiled happily. Li Tai became anxious when he saw this. The two fish that Li Ji caught were both very good, but he only had one bowl. When will Big Brother give me something good? Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai and thought that he had tampered with the water tank, and was speechless for a moment. He was being too clever for his own good. At this time, in the hall, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun finished their conversation and suddenly found that their 3 children were missing. Where are Chengqian and the others? Li Shimin looked around but did not see Li Chengqian and others. Zhang Ananda came out from the corner at this time. Your Highness, His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan and the others have left. Upon hearing this, Chang Suan's face turned red. She had been so busy chatting with Erlang that she had forgotten about the children. Huan Yinbi, let's go see what Chengqian and the others are doing. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun soon came to Li Chengqian and his group. The couple noticed that Li Chengqian asked the palace maids and eunuchs to stay outside the yard, and they understood that Li Chengqian must be taking out something from the fairyland to play with Li Lizzie and the others. So Li Shimin and the other two asked Zhang Ananda and others to stay outside and walked into the yard with curiosity. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the three siblings holding a very strange fishing rod. In front of the three water tanks, the two of them looked at each other. From the looks of it, this is something Chengqian brought back from the fairyland. Chang Sun said. Li Shimin nodded. At this moment Li Lizzie jumped up. Brother, I caught something good again. Li Lizzie caught a flint at this moment. Oh my god. Li Chengqian's jaw dropped when he saw this. If he remembered correctly, the chance of catching flint was very small. Lizzie, you are awesome. Li Chengqian seriously suspected that Li Lizzie was the goddess of luck. With this flint, Li Chengqian was able to make arrows. I just happened to have a stick and a feather in my backpack. Li Tai looked at Li Chengqian resentfully. Mother, you are here. Come fishing, this game is fun. Li Lizzie ran quickly between Li Shimin and Zhang Sun with a fishing rod. Lizzie, is fishing really that fun? Li Shimin grabbed Li Lizzie and picked her up. Really, look, this is what I caught. Li Lizzie said, pointing to her trophy. A clear glass bottle, an enchanted bow, and a flint in Li Chengqian's hand. This is a glass bottle. It's so thorough. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun had never seen such a fine glass bottle. Looking at the shape of the glass bottle, the couple knew that it must be something from the fairyland. Then they looked at Li Tai and saw that he only had a wooden bowl, and discovered that Li Tai had a sad face. The two of them couldn't help laughing immediately. Fishing hook. Fishing rod. Fishing rod. Fish hook. Fish hook. Bluebird poof. Li Shimin wanted to comfort Li Tai, but before he could say any words of comfort, he burst out laughing. At this time, Chang Sun squatted down and held Li Tai in her arms. Wow, mother, my elder brother bullied me. Li Tai hugged Chang Sun tightly and started crying. Li Chengqian covered his mouth and laughed. This little fat boy was so funny. Seeing Li Tai crying so sadly, Li Shimin gave Li Chengqian a look and asked him to take out some treasures to comfort his brother. Qingke, don't cry. Big brother will show you something fun. Li Chengqian said. When Li Lizzie heard this, she immediately ran to Li Chengqian's side. Brother, what are you going to come up with? Li Lizzie looked at Li Chengqian with curiosity in her big eyes. Li Tai stopped crying at this time, and everyone looked over. Wait me a moment. Li Chengqian turned and walked into the room, using the workbench to synthesize an arrow. Then he walked out smiling. Pick up the infinite enchanted bow that Li Lizzie had just set up. Father, mother, please keep an eye on Lizzie and Qingke. Li Chengqian drew his bow and started shooting at the courtyard wall. Arrows shot out of his hands, but his accuracy was a little off. Chengqian's bow. Li Shimin discovered the problem. This bow did not seem to consume the arrow feathers, but it shot arrows again. Chang Sun looked at the arrows on the courtyard wall and thought that if she had a few more bows, she could continuously produce the bows and arrows needed by the army. Come and try it. Li Chengqian wanted to see the enchanted bow to see if other people could use it. Good. Li Shimin took the bow and weighed it. Then he drew his bow and aimed at the courtyard wall. Call out. The arrow shot out from the enchanted bow, but the arrow in Li Shimin's hand was still there. Okay. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. A divine object. Brother, doesn't this bow consume arrows? Li Tai's little head was a little confused. He walked out of Chang Suan's arms and came to Li Chengqian. That's right. Li Chengqian wiped the tears from Li Tai's face with his sleeve. Brother, I'm not bullying you. Li Shi caught all those things by herself. This depends on luck. Big brother believes that Qin Ke will definitely catch something good later. Li Chengqian encouraged Li Tai. Yes, it is. I caught all the beautiful girls myself. Li Lizzie jumped out at this time, her little face full of pride. Li Chengqian couldn't help but rub her little nose. Chang Sun and Li Shimin came to the courtyard wall and pulled out the arrows from the wall. The two looked at each other. If Erlang had a large number of these bows, my Tang dynasty would never be short of arrows in the future. Chang Sun said. Yes, but I don't know if this bow can be mass-produced. If we can mass-produce it, we can bring it with us as we march. We can use it to produce a large number of arrows before a major battle, which can also increase the army's advance speed. Li Shimin and Jiang Sun set their sights on their eldest son. At this moment, Li Chengqian took Li Tai and Li Lizzie to start fishing again. Chengqian. Li Shimin waved to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked at his younger brother and sister who were staring at the water tank intently, so he came to Li Shimin and Chang Sun. Chengqian, can this bow be mass-produced? Li Shimin looked at him expectantly. Li Chengqian just shook his head, not yet. This bow was caught by Li Ji's incredible luck. Li Shimin said without giving up, what if we arrange a large number of people to fish? It's pretty bad, the chances are too small. But we should be able to achieve mass production in the Immortal realm later. Li Chengqian touched his chin. Enchanted books can be traded with librarian villagers, and can be achieved later by obtaining corresponding modules through experience points. Okay then. Li Shimin saw that it was possible, but it would take time, so he had no choice but to give up. He didn't want to interfere with Li Chengqian's plan. After all, he didn't know the situation in the fairy world. Chengqian, can I give this bow to I? Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian with a smile. He wanted the bow with unlimited arrow feathers very much. Li Chengqian turned around and pointed at Li Lizzie. This belongs to Lizzie. You should ask Lizzie. Good. Li Shimin strode towards Li Lizzie. Chang Sun smiled and touched Li Chengqian's head. Li Chengqian's behavior just now made Chang Sun very happy. In her opinion, Li Chengqian was a very qualified brother. Chengqian, can you give my mother some fishing rods? Anian also wants to help your father catch some useful things. Although Chang Sun sure didn't have much time to fish, she could find some trustworthy people to fish under her nose. Okay, mother. Li Chengqian looked at his backpack and saw that the line in his backpack was enough to make 50 fishing rods. Mother, I can make another 50 fishing rods. Do you want to make all of them? Will Chengqian do you any harm? Chang Sun was worried that so many fishing rods would cause something bad to her son, and her pretty face was full of worry. Li Chengqian felt a little touched when he saw Chang Sun. Worried about his safety. He shook his head and said to her, Mother, it's nothing. Okay then, let's get them all out. When the time comes, my mother will arrange for someone to be in charge of fishing. Chang Sun said. Are you planning to let your uncle take charge? Li Chengqian was curious. Chang Sun just shook her head. Although she trusted her brother, Chang Sun Wuji was an outsider after all and could not stay in the Eastern Palace forever. She wouldn't feel at ease if this matter wasn't carried out under her supervision. No, Anyang will arrange for someone to fish outside Anyang's bedroom. Chang Sun informed Li Chengqian of her plan. After hearing this, Li Chengqian understood what Chang Sun was worried about. He turned and entered the room and used the workbench to make 50 fishing rods. Chang Sun arranged for people to collect the fishing rods and asked her personal maid to keep an eye on them. Then she pulled Li Chengqian to Li Shimin and his party. At this time, Li Shimin and Li Tai were fishing with a fishing rod. But when he saw the spoils of war between the father and son, Li Chengqian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Apart from a few wooden bowls that were caught, there was nothing but rotten meat. Li Lizzie had several new glass bottles and a saddle. Mother, you are here, big brother. Look, this is what Lizzie just caught. Li Lizzie said happily at this time. At the same time, she picked up the saddle and came to Li Chengqian. "Brother, what's the use of this thing?" Li questioned. Li Tai and Li Shimin on the side also looked over. They also caught a lot of things, but it was obvious that those things were not treasures. Although rotten meat does not have a bad smell, it looks like spoiled meat. "This is a good thing. Lizzie, I'll use this to make you a good mount later." Li Chengqian planned to get a pig for Lizzie. Once the pig is saddled, all it needs to run is a fishing rod with a carrot attached. "Great, thank you, brother." When Lizzie saw that Li Chengqian was going to give her a mount, she jumped happily in the yard. When Li Tai saw that his sister had caught something good again and his elder brother was going to give her a mount, his face immediately fell. He also threw the fishing rod in his hand to the ground. "I don't want to play anymore, this is not fun at all. It bullies me." Li Tai looked up and burst into tears. Li Chengqian looked at what Li Tai had caught, and he also felt that the fishing rod seemed to be bullying him. Lizzie then trotted over to Li Tai's side, took his hand, and said gently, "Fourth brother, don't cry. Wait until eldest brother brings the mount, and I'll play with you." Seeing this, Li Shimin and Junsun looked at Lizzie with satisfaction, their eyes full of love. "Really?" Li Tai stopped at this moment. Lizzie nodded. Li Chengqian also came over. "Don't worry, Xingke, I will prepare it for you later, and you can use my fishing rod." He handed his fishing rod to Li Tai. "Thank you, brother." After being comforted by Li Chengqian and Lizzie, Li Tai wiped the tears from his face and continued fishing. He just didn't believe that he couldn't catch anything good. While Li Shimin and his family were fishing peacefully, the entire Chang'an city was in an uproar. Those people who went out to watch the TNT explosion returned to the city and told the people who did not go out to watch the excitement about the scene. In an instant, they exploded like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. My goodness, just after the Prince of Qin was appointed Crown Prince, this divine weapon appeared. Doesn't it mean that the heavens also value the Crown Prince? Of course, God values us. In the future, we ordinary people will definitely be able to live a good life under the leadership of the prince. The people in Chang'an City were all smiling. They believed that the days ahead will definitely get better and better. At this time, the people from the aristocratic family had gloomy faces. They all wrote letters back to their clans, informing them of the situation in Chang'an. At the same time, arranged personnel to investigate the matter. Chang Mansion. Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda and others came to Chen Yaojin's house. "Jie, do you know something?" Everyone looked at Chen Yaojin curiously. They didn't come here to know how to make TNT, but they were worried about whether this matter would affect Li Shimin. After all, they had seen the greedy looks of those aristocratic families just now. Chen Yaojin looked at everyone, then said with a smug smile, "Everyone, I don't know what you are talking about." "Come on, Chen Haizi, you must know." Seeing Chen Yaojin's smug look, Yuqi Jingda wanted to go up and beat him. "I can't tell you about this, everyone. All you need to know is that it's a good thing, a very good thing." Chang Yaojin looked at Qin Xiong and others. When Qin Xiong and other generals heard Chang Yaojin's words, they immediately understood that it must be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who had given the greeting. "Well, you Chen Haizi are really lucky," Yuqi Jingda said. Chen Yaojin slammed the table upon seeing this and said, "You charcoal-headed bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The two of them immediately started fighting in the hall. The people present were not surprised by this, but watched with a smile. Seeing that it was almost time, Qin Xiong and Niu Jingda took action to separate the two of them. "Okay, it's getting late, so we'll leave first. You must teach His Majesty the King of Zhongshan well from now on, and don't act recklessly." Qin Xiong looked at Chen Yaojin seriously and gave him solemn instructions. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will definitely attack Chen Yaojin at the court meeting. If he acts recklessly, he will be giving others an opportunity to use him as an excuse. "Don't worry, second brother. I, old Chang, know what's going on." Chen Yaojin patted his chest. Qin Xiong nodded. "Don't worry, Chen Haizi. If those civil servants accuse you of any crime, I'll kill them.
Yuji Jingde waved his hand to reassure Chen Yaojin.
Chen Yaojin clasped his fists in thanks.
Then they turned and left. The second day. Chen Yaojin came to the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian's main hall. Duke Cheng, let's go.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he took Chen Yaojin into the light gate and came to my world.
After coming in, Li Chengqian went to the gunpowder tower first.
He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he found that the powder tower had not refreshed after they left, but fortunately he was mentally prepared.
Duke Cheng, today's mission is very simple. Collect dirt and gunpowder, and at night, use the boat to catch a few zombies. Li Chengqian planned to develop an iron brushing machine.
With enough iron, you can make a funnel, so you don't have to come to the powder tower from time to collect the fallen gunpowder.
Yes, Your Highness. Chen Yaojin nodded.
Although he didn't know why Li Chengqian wanted to catch those monsters, he believed that Li Chengqian must have a reason for doing so. After saying that, Chen Yaojin planned to collect soil.
Wait a minute, Lord Cheng, come with me and learn how to get the monster onto the boat.
Li Chengqian planned to use the villagers to demonstrate to Chen Yaojin so as to avoid being in a hurry at night.
Yes.
Seeing this, Chen Yaojin followed Li Chengqian to a building in the village. Because they had blocked the entrance with blocks before, the villagers inside could not get out.
At this time, Li Chengqian made a boat using a workbench.
Then he built a platform at the door of the house and placed the boat at the door.
Li Chengqian then knocked off the block at the door and opened it.
The villagers in the room came out upon seeing this.
But because the boat was parked at the door, when
the villagers collided with the boat, they were directly captured and sat in the boat.
Duke Cheng, see? This is how you catch monsters. At night, you just need to lure the zombies to the boat. Li Chengqian said. Your Highness, I understand. We're just catching zombies.
When the sun comes out, they'll burn to death. Chen Yaojin has been in my world for so long and knows some of the rules. There's no way to save these zombies. Just build a block above their heads to block out the sun.
Li Chengqian explained. Oh. Chen Yaojin suddenly understood.
Then the two of them took action.
Chen Yaojin collected soil, while Li Chengqian began to build an iron brushing machine.
The principle of the iron spawning machine is very simple, which is to use zombies to scare the villagers. When the villagers are frightened, iron golems will spawn nearby.
Kill the iron golems with the execution device and you will get iron.
Water. Water.
Li Chengqian plans to build a single-core iron brushing machine.
There are not many villagers at hand at the moment, so it is not possible to build a multi-core iron farming machine.
Wait until a large number of villagers are bred before upgrading. Li Chengqian cleared out a piece of flat ground. Then we started building a single-core iron brushing machine.
It took a while to build the appearance of the single-core iron spawning machine.
Except for the position for spawning iron golems, Li Chengqian placed wooden buttons. This will ensure that the iron golem will only spawn where you need it.
Because there was no magma, Li Chengqian used campfire as an execution device. Later, Li Chengqian brought 3 villagers by boat, and placed beds in 3 wine barrels where the villagers were to stay. After they tied the beds and started working,
Li Chengqian nodded with satisfaction. Now all he needed was a zombie. He could just catch one at night.
Later, Li Chengqian used the soil sent by Chen Yaojin to build a breeding ground for the villagers far away from the iron brushing machine. All the remaining villagers in the village were transferred there. Li Chengqian then destroyed all the work blocks and beds in the village.
Your Highness, has the iron-making machine been built?
Chen Yaojin came over with the gunpowder produced by the gunpowder tower.
Well, we just have to wait until night to catch a zombie and then we can run it.
Li Chengqian nodded and put away the gunpowder that Chen Yaojin gave him.
Then Your Highness, do we still need to collect the mud? Chen Yaojin asked. Li Chengqian shook his head. Duke Cheng, start collecting sand now. Let's make TNT before it gets dark. Li Chengqian said. Yes. Chen Yaojin immediately got busy. East Palace. While Li Chengqian was busy synthesizing TNT, Li Shimin was also busy. He sent a lot of people to inquire about the news of the Turks, and also called Fangma du Duan, Zheng Sunwuji and others over. Your Highness. Everyone saluted. Li Shimin nodded. Everyone, I just received news that the Turkic Khan Jelly is ready to take advantage of the current unstable situation and march south. When everyone heard Li Shimin's words, they all frowned. During this period of time, they have been focusing on the court and have indeed been a little negligent about the border. Your Highness, is this news accurate? Fang Xianling asked with a fist clasped, his face heavy. The Tang dynasty's military forces were now dispersed. If the Turks marched directly to Chang'an, Chang'an's current military strength would not be able to stop the Turkish army at all. Well, the news is accurate. Li Shimin nodded, believing that the news his eldest son received from the fairy world must be credible. Everyone present looked unhappy. Your Highness, when is the Turkic army expected to march south? How many troops are there? Fang Xianling can only hope that there is still time so that he can mobilize a large army for defense. More than a month. The number of troops is probably over 100,000. Li Shimin analyzed. When they heard that there was still a month left, everyone's faces were not relaxed. It would probably take more than half a month to mobilize the army from all over the place and prepare food and fodder, not to mention the time needed to march out the army. More than a month is simply not enough. Zheng Sunwuji spoke at this time. Your Highness, are the magical weapons from yesterday sufficient? That divine weapon is extremely powerful and makes a loud noise. If used at a critical moment, it will surely scare the Turkic warhorses. It will be much easier to defeat the Turkic army then. Zheng Sunwuji expressed his views. Everyone's eyes lit up. They still remember what happened yesterday. The power of just one is so great, if there are more of them, the effect will definitely be beyond everyone's imagination. As Zheng Sunwuji said, if the war horses heard that noise, they would either be scared to death or run around in panic. We are stepping up production, and it should be sufficient for the future. Li Shimin thought that there was still some time left, and Chengqian and Jijia should be able to come up with a lot. Your Highness, we can use our magic weapons to set a trap for the Turks. Du Ruhui planned to let the Turkic army penetrate deep into the Tang dynasty, and even come near Chang'an. Then they used the loud noise of their magic weapons to cause chaos in the Turkic army, and then attack the ambush troops from all directions. Doing so can not only reduce casualties in the army, but also ease the pressure of mobilizing the army. There is no need for a large army to go to the border to block it, which gives the army more time to prepare. Du Ruhui told everyone about his plan. If Kemming is like this, what will happen to the people along the way? Li Shimin frowned. Your Highness, there is nothing we can do about this. The troops are now scattered. It's simply too late to gather them from all over and send them to the border. This is the only option, and we can now relocate all the people in the areas where the Turks might be affected, so that the losses can be minimized. Du Ruhui said. Your Highness, Kemming's suggestion is a good one. Mobilizing the army while evacuating the civilians will definitely minimize the losses. Fang Xianling also supported Du Ruhui's plan. Li Shimin stood up and walked around a few times, and finally nodded and decided to follow Du Ruhui's plan. Xianling, Kemming, you all take action immediately. Jingda, you lead a large army to Jingzhou first and wait for the opportunity to attack me. Li Shimin's eyes became sharp. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone clasped their fists, then left and began to prepare for the arrival of the Turks. Grassland. What happened in the Tang dynasty has now spread to the grassland. I didn't expect Li Shimin to kill his brother and force his father. Jie looked at his subordinates' reports and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. A word comes to mind: ruthless person. Khan, now that something big has happened in the Tang dynasty, this is our chance. Yes, Khan, we should take this opportunity to head south and seize food and treasures. This will allow us to have a prosperous year. The generals beside Jie looked at Jie with shining eyes. They don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Okay, send someone to notify each tribe immediately.
The army is gathering and will march south soon. Jia Li burst into laughter. He felt that the gains from this trip south would definitely be far greater than before.
Yes. Everyone took action immediately.
As the orders were given, the war horses, under the control of the cavalry, headed towards various parts of the grassland.
In my world. Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin worked hard for most of the day and finally produced another 200 TNTs. Yes, there are now 299 of them. Seeing that it was getting dark, Li Chengqian stopped synthesizing TNT.
Chang Yaojin also noticed that it was getting dark, so he came to Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, are you going to start catching zombies now? Chang Yaojin moved his body and caught the zombie, and then His Highness was able to get the iron brushing machine. Yeah.
Li Chengqian nodded after noticing that monsters had begun to spawn in the distance.
He turned around and warned Chang Yaojin, Duke Chang, be careful. Don't worry, Your Highness. Those monsters can't hurt me. Your Highness, I'm going.
Chang Yaojin is now looking for a lone zombie, and it cannot be too far away from the iron spawning machine.
Soon Chang Yaojin picked a suitable one.
So he first ran to the zombie to attract its hatred. When the zombie saw Chang Yaojin, it immediately came towards him. Chang Yaojin kept a distance from the zombies and slowly guided them towards the iron spawning machine. Seeing that the distance was almost right, Chang Yaojin took out a boat from his backpack and placed it between himself and the zombies. When the zombie collided with the boat, it was instantly sucked over by the boat.
Success!
When Chang Yaojin saw the zombies get on the boat, he immediately laughed happily. He came to Li Chengqian's side and asked, Your Highness, how do we get this zombie in here?
Chang Yaojin didn't know what to do at this time. Just get on and row the boat in.
Li Chengqian pointed to the boat carrying the zombies.
Ah! Chang Yaojin was stunned.
This ship is not serious.
Your Highness, are you joking with me? There are zombies up there. Going up there would be like seeking death.
Chang Yaojin saw that the zombie was still roaring, and a cold sweat broke out on his back.
Don't worry, Duke Chang, nothing will happen. Let me do it then.
Seeing that Chang Yaojin was afraid, Li Chengqian decided to take the initiative to demonstrate to him. As soon as he took a step forward, he was picked up by Chang Yaojin.
Your Highness, please don't go. Chang Yaojin swallowed hard and decided to fight. Your Highness, please let me go.
If something happens to me, please help take care of my family. After saying that, Chang Yaojin put Li Chengqian behind him and walked over as if he was going to die.
Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing. Chang Yaojin stood by the boat, looked at the zombies sitting on the boat, took a deep breath, and said to himself, Old Chang, have fought so many battles, how can I be afraid of a monster? Then he got on the boat, and as soon as he got on he found something wrong. The zombies were clearly very close to him, but they couldn't do anything to him, as if there was some insurmountable natural barrier before him. Li Chengqian walked over at this time and looked at Chang Yaojin with a smile on his face. Duke Chang, now you know how safe you are. Hey. Chang Yaojin chuckled. Your Highness, I couldn't change my mind for a while. Chang Yaojin said.
Well, Lord Chang, please send this guy inside first. Li Chengqian pointed to the iron brushing machine.
Yes. Chang Yaojin began to row.
Because the boat was not in the water, it was not moving very fast. It took some time for Chang Yaojin to row the boat in.
Then he asked, Your Highness, is this position okay?
Li Chengqian took a look and saw that he had reached the right position. At the same time, he looked at the villagers who were already lying on the bed, immediately got up, and fled around in the narrow space.
But I just can't escape. Okay, that's it. Duke Chang, please come out.
Li Chengqian said, and then Chang Yaojin walked out from the position reserved by Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian blocked the passage with mud and also covered the zombie's head with mud to prevent him from being killed by the sun. A button is also placed on the dirt block to prevent the iron golem from swooping in here.
Success!
Li Chengqian finished everything and clapped his
hands.
At this time, an iron golem spawned at the place where Li Chengqian had arranged it, and the water flow washed the iron golem to the campfire.
The iron golem makes a cry. After a while, the iron golem was burned to death and 4 iron ingots exploded.
Chen Yaojin looked at the iron golem that was burned to death, and then looked at the villagers who were running around in fear in a small space.
Li Chengqian looked at Chen Yaojin and asked with a smile, "What's wrong with Duke Chang? Do you think it's a bit cruel?" He looked at Chen Yaojin curiously. "No, Your Highness. I just wanted to build more iron-making machines.
This way, my Tang dynasty won't be short of iron."
Chen Yaojin doesn't care about these villagers. As long as the people of the Tang dynasty are well, that's enough. "Oh, take your time. Later, we'll cultivate more land, grow more food, and breed more villagers. Then we'll be able to achieve iron freedom." Li Chengqian looked at the farmland in the village and said slowly, "Chen Yaojin is looking forward to that day."
At this time, Li Chengqian saw that another iron puppet was burned to death, so he walked to the side passage and collected the iron.
Then, a hopper is crafted from 5 iron ingots and a chest. He pressed the funnel under the campfire and connected the box. "Okay, now we don't have to go all the way here to collect iron ingots. When you need iron later, just open the box and take it." Li Chengqian told Chen Yaojin about it. Chen Yaojin tried it and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. "Your Highness, can this method also be used on the powder tower?" Chen Yaojin asked hurriedly.
Now the powder tower still needs him to be busy for a while to collect gunpowder.
"Yes, now that we have enough iron, let's go to the powder tower and get the funnel,"
Li Chengqian said with a smile.
Chen Yaojin nodded excitedly. He couldn't help laughing when he thought that he could concentrate on digging sand later. "Your Highness, I will go dig some sand first. We'll make TNT later."
As Chen Yaojin was about to go to the river to dig sand, Li Chengqian saw this and grabbed Chen Yaojin.
"Duke Chang should not go digging at night. There are drowned people in the river. It's too dangerous," Li Chengqian said. "This?" Chen Yaojin nodded.
He thought that since His Highness said it was dangerous, it must be dangerous.
"Then what shall we do next, Your Highness?" Chen Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian.
After hearing this, Li Chengqian looked at the farmland in the village and said, "Duke Chang, I will make you a shield. Later, you can go and kill the skeletons and collect the bones." He plans to use bone meal to ripen food and then breed villagers.
"Yes, Your Highness."
When Chen Yaojin heard about the shield, he immediately became interested. Every time he saw a skeleton, he would walk around it to avoid being shot. Now that he had a shield, he could teach these monsters a lesson. Li Chengqian quickly made the shield and handed it to Chen Yaojin.
"Duke Chang, please be careful," Li Chengqian instructed. "Don't worry, Your Highness."
After Chen Yaojin finished speaking, he went to find trouble with the skeleton. Li Chengqian sat in a safe place, watching Chen Yaojin beat the skeleton, while thinking that he still needed to make a bone powder machine later. As for the bone meal machine, Li Chengqian plans to use a kelp bone meal machine.
The reason why it was chosen is because Li Chengqian only knows this. Bone grinder needs sticky piston.
You can dig a large hole in the ground to allow slimes to spawn.
Li Chengqian touched his chin.
He remembered that the generation started at the 40th level of the Y-coordinate. The workload is a bit large, because he remembers that only 1 out of every 10 blocks is a slime block where slimes can be spawned.
"No, let's go back and look for the swamp," Li Chengqian said.
At this time, Chen Yaojin suddenly came back in a hurry.
Li Chengqian thought that he had used up all the swords on him, so he immediately went to the iron machine to get some iron ingots. "Now that you have iron ingots, you can update your equipment.
Replace the stone sword with an iron sword." "Your Highness, while I was fighting the skeleton just now, I also took out a zombie. And this fell from his body."
Chen Yaojin took out a carrot from his backpack.
He knew from the backpack that this thing was called carrot, but he didn't know what it was used for.
"Oh my god, I'm so lucky. We can get Lizzie a pig to ride on."
Li Chengqian's face was full of smiles, as he now had one more crop to grow.
You can also give it to your sister as a gift.
Very good, Lord Chang, this will be very useful to us. Li Chengqian took the carrot and asked Chen Yaojin to give him the collected bones. Chen Yaojin also gave the arrows and bow dropped by the skeleton to Li Chengqian. It's a pity there's no enchantment. Lord Chang, you should keep the bow for self-defense. Li Chengqian left Chen Yaojin a bow with the highest durability and gave him all the arrows. Your Highness, I will continue to fight the skeletons. Just as Chen Yaojin was about to leave, he was stopped by Li Chengqian.
Duke Chang, wait a moment. I'll change your equipment.
Li Chengqian made several iron swords using a workbench.
Handed it to Chen Yaojin. Iron sword. Chen Yaojin's eyes suddenly brightened.
The stone swords in the fairy world are so powerful, the iron sword should be pretty good too.
He excitedly took the iron sword and went to kill monsters.
This time he killed the skeleton with just 2 or 3 hits, which would have taken several hits to kill. He looked at the iron sword in his hand with great satisfaction. This iron sword is really a treasure.
Monsters, here comes your Grandpa Chang.
Chen Yaojin was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, constantly harvesting the nearby skeletons. Li Chengqian dug a piece of field and planted carrots in it.
The bones are then converted into bone meal. Start ripening the carrots.
After just a few clicks, the carrots that had just been planted were ripe. Li Chengqian harvested quickly and 4 carrots popped out.
Hey, my luck isn't bad.
After laughing, Li Chengqian continued to plant carrots and used bone meal to ripen them. I thought to myself, when there is enough food, I will let the villagers reproduce, and finally use them to build automatic farms. After a while, Chen Yaojin came over with the bones he had collected again.
Li Chengqian was still ripening carrots and did not notice Chen Yaojin.
At this time, Chen Yaojin looked at him with his eyes wide open and stood there, watching Li Chengqian plant a carrot. Then tap it a few times with bone meal.
The seeds that were just planted have matured. Your Highness, am I dazzled? Is this food so good? Chen Yaojin spoke.
Li Chengqian was startled and turned around to look at Chen Yaojin with resentment.
I said, Lord Chang, why didn't you make any noise when you came here?
Li Chengqian said that when he noticed that Chen Yaojin's attention was focused on the fields, he began to explain.
Duke Chang, what you saw is true. Bone meal is all that's needed to quickly ripen the grain.
Li Chengqian planted a carrot and asked Chen Yaojin to try it. With his help, Chen Yaojin took 10 bones from his backpack to synthesize bone meal, and then followed Li Chengqian's operation and began to ripen them. When Chen Yaojin saw the seeds he had just planted with some bone meal, they matured instantly. His whole body began to tremble with excitement.
His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Li Chengqian. Your Highness, can this bone powder be used in the Tang Dynasty?
It should be possible. Li Chengqian thought that other things could be used in the Tang Dynasty, so bone powder should be able to be used as well.
God bless the Tang Dynasty.
With this bone powder, the people of the Tang Dynasty will no longer have to go hungry. Chen Yaojin held the bone powder tightly in his hands. With just a few strokes, a seed can mature in the blink of an eye. With this world, there will be no people starving to death. He turned his head to look at Li Chengqian, and Chen Yaojin saw a prosperous age in Li Chengqian.
Duke Chang, it's almost dawn. Let's go catch a pig and a cow first.
Let's take it back and see how much this bone meal helps with food. Originally, Li Chengqian planned to stay here for a day and then go back. But now he felt the need to go back.
Yes, Your Highness. Chen Yaojin lured 3 adult cows over with wheat. Li Chengqian used carrots to lure 2 adult pigs and a piglet. Your Highness, why don't you take them all back?
Chen Yaojin licked his lips and brought back 3 cows. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness must at least give me, Old Chang, 1. The cow of the fairy world.
Chen Yaojin felt that the cows on his farm would not die inexplicably in the future.
Good. Li Chengqian nodded. Then he opened the light door, and the 2 of them walked in.
The cows and pigs followed in at the temptation of food.
At this time, the people outside the door heard some movement in the hall and immediately sent someone to inform Changsun. Suddenly, a cow roar was heard in the hall.
This made the eunuchs waiting outside look confused. But they didn't say much.
They are able to wait here because they are specially selected by the Changsun family. Even if they die, they will not reveal the news here to the outside world.
Changsun, who learned the news quickly, came over quickly. Chengqian, this is.
When Changsun walked into the hall, she saw 5 strange creatures, one big and one small.
Mother, these are cows and pigs from the fairyland. Li Chengqian explained.
At the same time, he asked Cheng Yaojin to use wooden railings to separate the cows and pigs to prevent them from colliding with his mother. Why do the cows and pigs in the fairy world look so strange? They're all square. Changsun thought that the things in the fairy world were too strange.
No matter what it is, it seems to be related to the cube. Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement.
He had been in the fairyland for so long and rarely saw any objects other than blocks.
I don't know anything about the fairy world. But these are all good things. Li Chengqian didn't know what to say.
The things in my world were a little strange compared to reality.
Changsun came to the cow and took a look.
This cow is more than 1 meter tall, which is not very tall. If it comes to plowing the fields, there should be no problem with 2 cows working together.
Is there a lot of cows like Chengqian in the fairy world? Changsun asked.
There are few oxen for farming in the Tang Dynasty nowadays. If we could bring back a large number of cattle from the fairyland, the people would be blessed.
That's a lot.
Li Chengqian thought that it was endless, with new cows appearing every day. Chengqian, you and Duke Cheng should bring back more of these cattle every day. With enough cattle, people can plow the fields faster.
Changsun couldn't help but get excited.
Your Highness, I have a magical object that can solve this problem.
No need for cattle. Cheng Yaojin took out the bone powder. In his opinion, as long as he had this, what was the use of the cow? What is this, Lord Cheng? Changsun looked at the white object in his hand and felt a little confused. This thing doesn't look like it can replace cows?
Your Highness, this thing can ripen crops quickly.
It can make seeds mature in an instant.
Cheng Yaojin's voice began to tremble. Even now he was very excited.
What? Changsuan's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. Someone come. She shouted to the people in the hall. Soon, Changsuan's personal maid came in. Your Highness the Crown Princess.
The palace maid lowered her head and looked at her toes. Go, inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and
ask him to come quickly. Changsun said this with a trembling voice.
Seeing this, the palace maid lifted her skirt and left quickly.
Changsun looked at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, can this magical object be mass-produced? Changsun asked.
Cheng Yaojin also realized at this time that this magical object could be made using a machine like an iron ingot.
Okay, I'm planning on getting this bone meal machine. Li Chengqian nodded. Very good. Cheng Yaojin waved his fist excitedly.
If it could not be produced on a large scale, the money he earned from beating skeletons every night would not be enough for the people of the Tang Dynasty. At this time, footsteps were heard outside.
Li Shimin ran over quickly. Guan Yinbi, is there something wrong with Chengqian?
His face was full of panic. Just now, when he saw the palace maid beside Changsun asking him to come over quickly, he was afraid that something had happened to Li Chengqian in the fairyland. He left the palace maid behind and ran over. When he saw that Li Chengqian was fine, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, Chengqian brought back a magical object this time.
It can ripen plants quickly.
Changsun hurriedly explained the situation. Li Shimin's heart, which had just calmed down, was suddenly filled with turbulent waves.
Chengqian, show it to I.
Li Shimin hurriedly looked at Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, I have it here.
Cheng Yaojin handed the ashes in his hand to Li Shimin. Li Shimin took it immediately.
Seeing this familiar fairyland style, the corners of his mouth trembled.
Then a hint of doubt arose in my heart.
Can this thing really make food mature quickly? Li Chengqian looked at his father's puzzled expression.
So he took out the dirt block directly from his backpack. It is arranged in a cross shape, but of course the middle is hollow. Fortunately, there is water in the bucket. Li Chengqian put water in the middle, dug a square with a hoe, and then planted carrots on it. Mother, look. Li Chengqian looked at Changsun and Li Shimin. The couple looked at Li Chengqian expectantly. I saw him using ashes to ripen carrots. After a few times, the original seeds matured quickly. Li Shimin and Jiangsun were so shocked that they stood there for a long time without coming to their senses. After a while, they slowly reacted.
Chengqian, give it to I.
Li Shimin wanted to try it himself.
Okay, come and try it, Mom.
Li Chengqian gave Li Shimin some bone powder, and then took out some bone powder to give to Changsun.
Good. Changsun also wanted to try it, so she didn't refuse.
Li Chengqian took out a hoe and cultivated a piece of land for Changsun.
Then give each of the couple a carrot. Li Shimin and Zhang Sunqi followed Li Chengqian's example and planted carrots, ripening them with bone meal.
Soon the carrots grew and matured.
Mature, just mature.
Li Shimin was ecstatic.
With these, wouldn't the people of the world be able to live a life of plenty from now on? Is this sacred object of Chengqian easy to preserve?
Li Shimin is now worried that it will be difficult to preserve.
I is easy to preserve.
It can be kept for hundreds of years without any problem.
Li Chengqian smiled and said that it didn't matter how long these things were kept.
Okay. Seeing that it was well preserved, Li Shimin was completely relieved.
Later it can be transported to every place in the Tang Dynasty.
But, we're all relying on bone meal, so we can't do without farming.
After all, we can't possibly support the entire Tang Dynasty population.
Bone meal can be stored in warehouses across the country as disaster relief supplies. In the event of a disaster, it can be used to ripen crops and provide food for the people.
Li Chengqian thought this thing would be very useful as a rescue supply.
It can be preserved indefinitely and stored in various places. If a disaster occurs in the future, the grain can be ripened directly on the
spot, so that people will not starve to death due to the disaster. Of course, the prerequisite is to ensure that the bone meal in the warehouse will not be stolen. Chengqian is right. It's still too difficult to support the entire Tang Dynasty population.
There was a hint of disappointment in Li Shimin's eyes, but he soon figured it out.
This stuff is good enough. Chengqian, I wants to thank you on behalf of the people of the world.
Li Shimin thought about whether he should bow to Li Chengqian, but then he thought that the other party was his own child, so it would not be a good idea to do so. So he thought about whether he should give Li Chengqian something as a reward, but then he thought that nothing could compare to the fairy world. For a moment he was confused.
What to do? The baby is too outstanding. This is what Chengqian should do. If you want to inherit the crown, you must bear its weight.
Li Chengqian felt that he had the ability to improve the lives of the people, so he naturally tried his best.
Hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Shimin and Changsun looked at him with relief. Ha ha ha.
Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and laughed proudly.
He thought to himself, Chengqian will definitely be a good emperor in the future, and my Tang Dynasty will surely last for thousands of years. Changsun also looked at him proudly. Chang Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian with admiration. By the way, what are these things Chengqian has? Did you also bring it back from the fairyland?
Li Shimin then pointed at the cows and pigs in the wooden fence.
Yes, This is a cow from the fairy world, and this is a pig from the fairy world.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, Li Shimin showed a strange expression, just like Changsun showed just now.
Are all animals in the fairy world not of this unique style? Li Shimin asked. You're right. It's basically this style. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. The fairy world is really different from our world. Li Shimin sighed.
At the same time, like Changsun, he set his sights on the cow. He was also thinking about how to improve the tools so that the cows from the fairy world could plow the land. But then he thought it would be better to leave this matter to the people from the Ministry of Industry. Please arrange for some people to come and kill a cow and a pig. I want to see how much meat they can produce.
Li Chengqian said. This cow doesn't look sick, so there's no need to kill it. Why not have it weighed?
Li Shimin felt that killing him was a waste.
Changsun also nodded. It's okay, This cow will be able to breed soon.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he felt that just saying this would not allow his mother and father to feel it directly.
I just happened to have some wheat on hand. So he went straight to the cow. He took out wheat from his backpack and fed it to one of them. Li Chengqian found that it did not show any love. He thought it was because it came to the Tang Dynasty, so he tried to feed wheat to the other one. Then the two cows that had eaten the wheat moved closer together, and the next second a calf appeared out of thin air. Li Shimin and Jiangsun were frightened by this scene. A calf just appeared like that? They only saw their son feeding two cows some food. Chengqian, can cows in the fairy world give birth so quickly? At this time, Li Shimin felt that the problem of oxen for drafting in the Tang Dynasty could be solved. Yes. Li Chengqian nodded.
That's the way my world works.
Okay.
Li Shimin looked at these cows as if they were treasures.
He wanted to go up and give her a kiss. With these cattle, the people's land can be cultivated quickly. And it can create more arable land.
Li Shimin was in high spirits. Looking at the excited Li Shimin, Li Chengqian thought of something.
Of course not a curved plow. How could a man who owns my world use that kind of thing? Of course it's not that.
The curved plow is bad, but compared with the hoe in my world, it is much inferior.
You can try this.
Li Chengqian took out a stone hoe from his backpack. Li Shimin and Jiangsun were so focused on the bone meal that they didn't notice the hoe Li Chengqian was using to hoe the ground.
What's wrong with this?
After Li Shimin took it, he looked at Li Chengqian in confusion.
Just find a lawn and try it and you'll know.
Li Chengqian said with a smile.
Good.
When Li Shimin heard Li Chengqian say this, he immediately became excited.
When I was talking about reclaiming farmland, my son took out this thing.
I believe this thing can reclaim the land very quickly.
They all came to a lawn.
Li Shimin dug the ground with a stone hoe with hope. In an instant, the originally green grass turned into mud. Li Shimin looked at the stone hoe in his hand in shock, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Chengqian took a look and saw that the place where the stone hoe had dug had turned into a piece of mud 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. He walked forward, squatted down, stuck his hand into the soil, and found that it was about 20 centimeters deep. In other words, this creates 1 square meter of arable land. And the depth is 20 centimeters. Changsun also came to feel it, and then she looked at her son, her eyes full of pride. With this stone hoe, the speed at which people cultivate farmland will be greatly improved. They will have more time to do other things.
You can also reclaim wasteland and plant more crops.
In this way, the imperial court will not be short of taxes, and the people will not be short of food.
Chengqian, please make more of this later.
Li Shimin looked at the stone hoe in his hand and didn't know what to call it for a moment.
This is a stone hoe. Li Chengqian reminded.
Oh, Chengqian, you must get more of this stone hoe.
This is of vital importance to the Tang Dynasty.
Li Shimin looked at his son with a serious face.
Don't worry, we will solve the Turkic problem later. I'll start dealing with these right away. There will be bone meal, food, and everything else.
Li Chengqian said with a smile. With him, the Tang Dynasty will become the most prosperous dynasty.
The people will also live a life of plenty.
By the way, Chengqian, I has already started planning a plan to deal with the Turks.
Are you satisfied with TNT? How do I place the TNT in the back? Li Shimin asked.
Father, Duke Chang and I will go and place it together when the time comes.
You tell.
Li Chengqian was interrupted before he could finish his words.
No.
Li Shimin, Jiangsun and Shang Yaojin all objected in unison. They would never allow Li Chengqian to take this risk.
It's okay. If I run into danger, I can just flee back to the Immortal realm. Besides, Duke Chang will definitely not be able to handle it alone.
Li Chengqian said hurriedly. It still doesn't work, Chengqian, just give up on this idea. Li Shimin would not let Li Chengqian take this risk.
Your Highness, I can do it. If it doesn't work, I will call the soldiers in the army to help.
Cheng Yaojin said with a fist clasped.
Yes, Chengqian will just go there when the time comes.
Li Shimin said.
Changsun held Li Chengqian's hand tightly.
Every time he went to the fairyland, Changsun was worried.
Not to mention heading to the battlefield.
Chengqian, you are still young, be obedient and don't go.
Just stay by my side.
When you grow up, I will never stop you.
Changsun looked at her son with heartache.
Li Chengqian's understanding has always made people ignore the fact that he is only a 7-year-old child.
But it's TNT, I can't move anything else. Li Chengqian said.
Although he didn't know the density of TNT, 1 cubic meter of TNT must weigh at least several tons.
Without the blessing of the rules of my world, how could ordinary soldiers lift it?
This.
Li Shimin frowned. Your Highness, when can you bring another person to the fairyland? If I could bring a second person, I would definitely be able to complete the mission with him.
Cheng Yaojin asked at this time. Li Shimin and Zhang Suwen's eyes lit up and they immediately looked at Li Chengqian.
This seems to be coming soon.
Li Chengqian then discovered that the experience points he had accumulated over the past few days were almost enough to unlock the next quota.
That's good.
Chengqian will let Jijie and the others go when the time comes.
Just stay with Guan Yinbi. Li Shimin gave Changsun a look. As a married couple for many years, Changsun understood Li Shimin's intention at a glance.
He asked me to keep an eye on Li Chengqian, worried that he might sneak away.
So she nodded slowly. By the way, who should I choose as the second person? Li Chengqian looked up at Li Shimin.
Cheng Yaojin quietly stepped aside at this time. For things like this, he just had to listen. Li Shimin started thinking immediately.
Tools.
Tool. The first person Li Shimin thought of was Yuqi Jingda. Like Cheng Yaojin, he is loyal to himself and powerful in martial arts. But now he has been sent to Jingzhou by himself. At this time, Li Shimin thought of a suitable candidate, Qin Xiong. He had another idea in mind. Qin Xiong suffered too many injuries in his early years and his health is gradually getting worse. Li Shimin thought about letting him stay with his son to see if his health could improve. Now that he is about to become the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he still wants his old brothers who followed him in the battles to enjoy a good life. Instead of fighting all his life, he slowly died when the world gradually became stable.
Chengqian, what do you think of Duki of Qin Xiong? Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and asked for his opinion. Cheng Yaojin on the side also became nervous.
It would be great if my second brother could be chosen by His Highness. It just so happens that my second brother's health might be able to be cured by Your Highness.
The Duke of Qin. Li Chengqian thought it was a good candidate.
Qin Xiong has the strength to defeat 10,000 enemies, and he is recognized as the king of single combat in the late Sui and early Tang dynasties.
Better protect yourself.
Moreover, he was loyal to Li Shimin and had a good relationship with Cheng Yaojin.
He may not be in good health now, these are just minor problems.
Okay, father, please choose Duke Qin.
Li Chengqian nodded with a smile.
Seeing that his eldest son did not refuse, Li Shimin smiled, picked him up and kissed him.
Cheng Yaojin also smiled happily for his second brother.
Put me down first. Li Chengqian said with a red face.
Okay, now that I'm older, I don't like anymore. I used to want to stick to every day.
Li Shimin put Li Chengqian down and teased him.
Changsun covered her mouth and laughed.
I have something to prepare for my sister. Li Chengqian blushed and found a way out for himself. Seeing that Li Chengqian's face had turned red, Changsun gave Li Shimin a look. Seeing this, Li Shimin stopped teasing Li Chengqian and looked at Cheng Yaojin. Jijie, you go and inform Shubao.
Yes, Your Highness.
Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists, then looked at the hall and left reluctantly.
He originally wanted to take a cow with him.
When Cheng Yaojin left, Li Shimin turned his gaze to Li Chengqian.
Chengqian, what gift did you say you would prepare for your sister? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little curious. The gift Li Chengqian prepared must have come from the fairyland. Changsun couldn't help but become curious. Mother, just follow me and you'll know. Li Chengqian brought Changsun and Li Shimin back to the main hall. He lured a pig out with a carrot and then saddled it. A carrot fishing rod was crafted using a crafting table. He rode on the pig and used the carrot fishing rod to control the pig to walk around the hall. Li Shimin and Zhang Sunqi had never imagined that the pigs in the fairy world could be played like this. They lamented that fortunately the pigs in the fairy world looked different from those in the Tang Dynasty, otherwise they would not agree to Li Chengqian giving this to Li Lizzie. How about in Yang? Do you want to come and experience it? The feeling of riding a fairyland mount is really different. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun, who were originally a little uncomfortable, immediately became interested after hearing what Li Chengqian said. What's wrong with the pig? This is a pig from the fairyland. Guanyinbi, you try first. I will protect you from the side. Li Shimin looked at Changsun gently at this time. Good. Changsun nodded. Li Chengqian stood there with a dark face. Damn it, he was fed dog food for no reason. Changsun took the carrot fishing rod given to her by Li Chengqian and began to control the pig to run around the room. Her face was full of surprise. Riding a pig from the fairyland had a unique flavor. After trying it for a while, she asked Li Shimin to try it. Li Shimin rode around and shook his head. It's better to ride a horse. Of course. This is for Li Ji. It would be bad if it was gone too soon. I'm going to look for Li Ji first. After saying this, Li Chengqian rode on a pig to find Li Lizzie. The couple did not stop them, and now the East Palace has been cleaned up by them several times. The palace maids and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace are all their people and will not leak the matter. Soon Li Chengqian arrived at the place where he took Li Lizzie and Li Tai to fish. Why come here? Of course, it's because Li Lizzie is here. Ever since Li Lizzie fell in love with fishing, she has been eager to spend every day here. When the durability of the fishing rod is gone, ask Changsun for a new one. As soon as I rode into the compound, I heard Li Lizzie's happy voice. Fourth brother, I caught something good again. Li Lizzie was overjoyed. Li Tai, on the other hand, sat there fishing with a nonchalant look on his face. Although he seemed to be lying flat, his eyes were filled with the word unwilling to admit defeat. Brother, please go back. Li Lizzie opened her mouth wide as she watched Li Chengqian walk in riding a pig. Looking at the pig in front of her, Li Lizzie thought it was so cute, with a light pink color. What is this, brother? Your mount? Li Lizzie ran over immediately and Li Chengqian got off the pig. No, it's for you. Lizzie, go up and try it. You can control the direction it moves with this fishing rod. Li Chengqian taught Li Lizzie patiently, and soon Li Lizzie learned it. She couldn't wait to get on the pig and started running around the yard. Behind her was a circle of eunuchs and palace maids, who carefully protected Li Lizzie, fearing that she would fall off the pig. Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie, who was laughing nonstop and couldn't help but smile like an ant. Suddenly, he found a pair of resentful eyes staring at him, and mist gradually condensed in those eyes. Brother, you are a bully. You didn't prepare a gift for me, but only for my sister. Li Tai was speaking in a tearful voice at this moment, and it seemed that he was about to break down and cry. Li Chengqian hurriedly said, Jinke, of course I brought you a gift, look. He immediately took out the apples that Cheng Yaojin had collected from his backpack. Brother, what is this? Li Tai, who was about to cry, stopped crying and looked at the apple in Li Chengqian's hand curiously. Jinke, this is an apple from the fairyland. Jinke, try it. Let me tell you a secret, neither a Yang nor a Yi has ever tasted this apple. Li Chengqian said in a low voice. Li Tai immediately became happy when he heard this. Brother, is that true? Then do you want to share this apple with my mother, my father, and my sister? Li Tai asked. Li Chengqian didn't expect Li Tai to say this. He thought Li Tai would excitedly eat the apple directly. Li Chengqian smiled and touched Li Tai's head. "Qingke, you can eat it. Big brother still has a lot here. I'll give it to my mother and the others later." Li Chengqian took out a new apple from his backpack and showed it to Li Tai.
Seeing that his elder brother still had some food, Li Tai started eating happily. At this time, Li Chengqian came to the place where Li Tai was fishing. Looking at his trophy, his face froze. Rotten meat, wooden bowls, and some other miscellaneous items. Basically, it's useless. Qingshue's luck is truly incredible. He hasn't been able to catch anything good for such a long time. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing. Li Tai, who was chewing an apple at the side, had become numb and was eating on his own. Then Li Chengqian came to his sister's side. It's different with Li Lizzie. Her personal maid put everything in order. Glass bottles, bows, water lilies, quite a few fish, and even name tags. My goodness, Li Ji's luck is incredible. Li Chengqian wondered if Qingshue's luck had been sucked away by Lizzie. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge contrast in what the two siblings caught? "Brother, what good are all the things I caught?" Li Lizzie didn't dare use the things she caught, for she was worried that if they came in handy to her elder brother, she would break them. So after she caught something new, she would put it aside and wait for Li Chengqian to identify it. "There are quite a few treasures," Li Chengqian said with a smile. When Li Lizzie heard that she had caught a lot of treasures, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Li Tai also finished eating the apple and walked over. He also wanted to see how many treasures his sister had caught. As long as his sister caught a lot of treasures, she would probably give him one or two. For example, this one is a nice treasure. Li Chengqian took out the name tag. Li Tai and Li Lizzie looked at Li Chengqian in confusion. This thing can name a living thing, and the name will remain displayed after use, Li Chengqian said. Li Lizzie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, can you use it for my mount?" Li Lizzie clasped her hands tightly together, and stared at Li Chengqian with her big eyes full of anticipation. Of course, this beautiful baby. Lizzie can do whatever she wants with it. Li Chengqian naturally would not compete with his sister for a name tag. "Yeah, thanks, bro." Li Lizzie jumped up with joy. She turned around a few times, and the palace maids around her looked at her carefully. "But Lizzie, have you decided on a name for your mount?" Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie curiously. "I've decided, let's call it Little Pink," Li Lizzie said with a smile. Li Chengqian was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Li Lizzie would have a poetic name, but then he thought that she was only a 5-year-old girl. How could they come up with such complicated names? "Okay, let's call you Xiaofen." Li Chengqian smiled and used a name tag on the pig surrounded by eunuchs. Then the words Xiaofen were written on the pig's head. The palace maids and eunuchs present did not show any expression when they saw this. After all, they have seen too many extraordinary things. For example, there was only a tank of clear water, but the two princes caught so many things from the water. In their opinion, Li Chengqian might have been accepted as a disciple by an immortal. Otherwise, how could he come up with so many extraordinary things? Everyone's calm hearts became excited when they thought about them serving the immortal disciples. As the saying goes, when one person gains power, everyone around him will prosper. If His Majesty the King of Zhongshan ascends to become an immortal in the future, then those of them who serve him will be able to follow him to the fairyland to serve the King of Zhongshan. When Li Chengqian was playing with Li Lizzie and Li Tai, Chang Yao Jin has arrived at Qin Xiong's mansion. Second brother, second brother. As soon as he entered the mansion, Chang Yao Jin couldn't wait to shout, with a smile on his face. After hearing the noise, Qin Xiong walked out in confusion. "Jia, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so happily? Did you steal someone's things again?" Qin Xiong looked at his good brother worriedly. Now he has been transferred by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to teach His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan martial arts, and is currently at the center of public attention. Countless people were staring at him. If he made a mistake at this moment, the the censor's memorials would probably pile up on the crown prince's desk like snowflakes.
Brother, what do you think of me? You think all I do all day is cause trouble? Chang Yaojin was speechless.
Qin Xiong patted his shoulder unhappily. Okay, stop joking and get down to business. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants to transfer you to His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan.
Let's go inside and talk first.
Seeing that there were many servants around, Chang Yaojin pulled Qin Xiong to his study
and asked all the servants around to leave. After entering the room, Qin Xiong swallowed his saliva and asked, Jijia, you are not talking nonsense, are you? How could I possibly talk nonsense about something so important to my second brother?
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told me this himself, and it was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who asked me to tell you this good news.
Why aren't you happy, second brother?
When Chang Yaojin saw Qin Xiong, his brows immediately frowned and he looked confused.
Could it be that you are afraid of those civil servants, second brother? Chang Yaojin asked slowly.
Qin Xiong just shook his head.
Jijia, you know I'm very ill right now.
It would be bad if I brought my illness to His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan. I'll write a memorial to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince later.
I can't take this job. Qin Xiong was deeply moved.
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince allowed him to teach His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan, which showed that he valued him.
It was a pity that his health was not good. Second brother, wait a minute.
Chang Yaojin came to the door of the study, and after making sure that there was no one outside, he returned to Qin Xiong's side.
Qin Xiong looked at Chang Yaojin in confusion.
Second brother, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince didn't actually ask us to teach the King of Zhongshan. But we are protecting King Zhongshan on his way to the Immortal Realm.
Chang Yaojin lowered his voice. Jijia, have you drunk too much? Why are you still talking nonsense?
Qin Xiong went close to Chang Yaojin and smelled him, but he didn't smell any alcohol on him.
Brother, no matter what you see, don't scream.
After saying this, Chang Yaojin took out an iron sword from his backpack. Qin Xiong's heart trembled when he saw Chang Yaojin conjure up something like a sword out of thin air.
Jijia, you.
Qin Xiong pointed at Chang Yaojin and didn't know what to say for a moment. Look carefully, second brother, this is a sword from the fairyland.
Cutting iron like mud.
Chang Yaojin made a light stroke and split the solid wooden table in Qin Xiong's study into two. At the same time, Chang Yaojin placed a few blocks of earth under his feet, allowing him to easily reach the roof. Qin Xiong looked at the table that was broken into two halves and the block of earth that suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he believed it.
But he still asked with a trembling voice, Jijia, is this all true? Chang Yaojin nodded slowly.
Then Chang Yaojin removed the blocks under his feet and returned to the ground.
Second brother, do you believe it now?
Chang Yaojin couldn't help laughing when he saw Qin Xiong, whose jaw almost dropped to the ground.
Qin Xiong swallowed and then nodded. Jijia, tell me what happened. What exactly happened?
Qin Xiong pulled Chang Yaojin to sit aside.
Chang Yaojin recounted the whole story of how he was summoned by Li Chengqian.
After listening to this, Qin Xiong couldn't help but sigh, Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly destined to be the one. After all, Li Shimin had just finished the Xuanwu Gate incident, and Li Chengqian was able to go to the fairyland.
It's hard not to think too much. Jijia, it's just my body. Will it hinder you if I go to the fairyland with you?
Qin Xiong looked at his body and felt extremely anxious.
If I were in better health, I wouldn't have this worry. Don't worry, second brother.
His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan will definitely find a way to cure your illness. And the reason His Royal Highness chose you must be because he hopes that you, my second brother, can use this opportunity to cure your illness. When Chang Yaojin mentioned Qin Xiong's illness, worry appeared in his eyes.
Your Highness.
Tears suddenly welled up in Qin Xiong's eyes. He was deeply moved. He secretly made up his mind that even if he died and his soul went to hell, he would never let His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan come to any harm. Second brother, you should take a good rest in the mansion for the time being. Wait for the order from His Majesty the King of Zhongshan. Chen Yaojin thought about what Li Chengqian said and said that it would take some time before he could bring the second person to the fairyland.
Yes. Qin Xiong nodded.
By the way, Jijie, tell me about the fairyland, so that I won't cause trouble for His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan when I go there without knowing anything.
Good. Chang Yaojin told Qin Xiong some of the rules he knew. Qin Xiong was full of doubts after hearing this. This fairyland is really strange.
Qin Xiong touched the back of his head.
Why is the fairyland different from what is said in the legend? Who says it's not? Chang Yaojin nodded.
After the two chatted for a while, he got up and left.
At the same time,
the 5 surnames and 7 families and other aristocratic families received some news about the Eastern Palace, but because Li Shimin and his men cleaned up quickly, the information they received was very little.
The information received by each family is of no reference value.
So their families got together and compiled the information they had. In the end, they came to a simple conclusion: some strange things appeared in the East Palace, but no one knew who created them, and they also didn't know what they were.
Damn it! Our new crown prince is really capable.
He cleaned up the East Palace so quickly. But this also proves that the person who made the magic weapon must be in the East Palace.
Yes, but the East Palace is like an iron barrel right now. We can't even send people in. We can't get any information about the magic weapons at all. Everyone looked worried at the moment.
I know where the other person is, but I can't get in.
How about sending some assassins to the East Palace to test it? Someone suggested this at this time. That's absolutely impossible. This is the East Palace. That's right, absolutely not. Everyone immediately denied it.
But there was a different light in their eyes. That's right, they each planned to secretly send their own assassins to try and see if they could find any useful information. They still didn't dare to say openly that they were sending assassins.
After all, the noble families present were not united in their resolve.
If it was exposed one day, it would be troublesome. Everyone has been keeping an eye on the iron materials and other things on the market lately.
I just don't believe that magical weapon doesn't need iron.
That's right, we should not only keep an eye on the iron, but also on everything to see if anyone is making large purchases.
Everyone wants to see
if they can find the raw materials for making magical weapons by purchasing items on the market. You have to know that the raw materials of many things are controlled by aristocratic families. So in their opinion, this way there is a great chance of discovering what is needed to make the magic weapons. By the way, everyone, the new crown prince sent Yuqi Jingda to lead a large army to Jingzhou.
Could this be related to the magical weapons? A family member said.
Soon there was opposition to him.
The information I received is that the new crown prince transferred Yuqi Jingda to prevent the Turks from advancing south. Not necessarily. What if he was the screen?
Yes, we still have to send someone to take a look. Finally, everyone turned their attention to the Longxili family.
After all, they are relatively close to Jingzhou. I will immediately write a letter and ask the clan to send someone to investigate.
The people from the Longxili family nodded. Everyone, this matter concerns the safety of our family.
If you have any news, you must bring it up immediately. Don't hide it.
If this matter is not handled properly, my family might be purged by the royal family.
At this time, an elderly official from aristocratic family stood up.
His words made everyone nod. The scene outside Chang'an City was still deeply imprinted in their minds.
When these aristocratic families dispersed, the news here reached Li Shimin.
Li Shimin couldn't help laughing when he saw these aristocratic families constantly investigating who had created the magical weapons.
Go ahead and check it out. You noble families can take your time investigating. Don't even think about finding out in this lifetime.
Li Shimin felt so happy. He knew clearly that the aristocratic families were a threat to the Tang Dynasty. If they were not eliminated, the Tang Dynasty would no longer be the Tang Dynasty of the royal family, but the Tang Dynasty of the aristocratic families and the royal family. This was something he could not tolerate.
The aristocratic family will definitely send assassins tonight.
Li Shimin narrowed his eyes.
Zhang Ananda, go call Li Junxian. Li Shimin said. Yes, Your Highness.
Zheng Ananda immediately arranged for the young eunuch to call someone, and soon Li Junxian came before Li Shimin. Li Shimin asked Li Junxian to personally arrange the protection of the Eastern Palace, and emphasized that it should be done in secret. Li Junxian thought of the magical weapons he had seen before, and immediately realized that someone must have sneaked into the East Palace to find out about the magical weapons.
Your Highness, I understand. Li Junxian immediately started to make arrangements.
At the same time, Li Shimin sent someone to inform Zhang Sunshi to ask her to improve the protection around Li Chengqian and others, and then he buried his head in handling state affairs. The Tang dynasty had only been established for 9 years and there was a lot of work to be done. Li Shimin did not dare to be careless when his son brought back a lot of things from the fairyland.
Family games. As Li Shimin issued the order, Li Junxian mobilized a large number of soldiers to the Eastern Palace. At this moment, Donggong is like a tiger hiding in the bushes, waiting for its prey to come to it. There were some soldiers hiding outside the East Palace. They are here to finish it off. At the same time, Changsun also learned what her man said. She sent someone to call Li Chengqian and his 2 siblings to her hall. Mother! At this time, Li Lizzie trotted to Changsun's side. Changsun picked up Li Lizzie with a smile. Mother! Li Chengqian and Li Tai also came over. Chengqian, Qingke, can you 3 sleep here with your mother today? Changsun rubbed her daughter's little face, then looked down at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Of course, mother. Li Tai immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, mother. Li Chengqian nodded in confusion. Is there any danger in the Eastern Palace, and are Li Jianqing's subordinates planning to counterattack? Then I thought that maybe some changes might have occurred because of my own reasons. When Changsun saw Li Chengqian's frown, she touched his head with heartache. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Changsun said softly. Li Chengqian nodded. He believed that with his own world, he could definitely protect his family. He now turned his gaze to Li Lizzie. His sister had caught a bow with infinite enchantments. Mother, where is the bow with infinite enchantments that Li Ji fished out? Li Chengqian asked. Yes, it's here with my mother. Changsun said that because the bow was fished out by Li Lizzie, neither Li Shimin nor Changsun said they would take it away, but kept it for her as a future dowry. Mother, did I arrange someone this time? Who is the person in charge? Li Chengqian wanted to give the enchanted bow to the person in charge of this operation. The bow in my world does not consume physical strength. Add to that infinite enchantments, and a person becomes a walking Gatling gun. Chengqian, have you guessed it? Changsun looked at her eldest son in surprise. I didn't say anything. Could it be that he knew that the aristocratic family was going to send people to the East Palace to inquire about the news? Anion, are you my uncle's subordinate and are you coming to the East Palace? Li Chengqian asked. When Changsun heard this, she laughed immediately. He gently patted his son's head and said, No, it's the people from the aristocratic families who are jealous. They want to know how TNT is made. Hearing what Changsun said, Li Chengqian looked embarrassed. He thought that the remaining subordinates of Li Jianqing were coming to seek revenge. The person in charge of the security of the Eastern Palace this time is General Li Junxian. Changsun said. When Li Chengqian heard that it was him, he felt relieved. This man was trustworthy, but his ending was a bit embarrassing. In his later years, Li Shimin was told by a mysterious prophecy that after the 3rd generation of Tang, a female ruler, King Wu, would rule the country. Li Juwenxian's nickname was Wu Nyangzi, which aroused Li Shimin's suspicion. In the end, Li Shimin found a charge of treason against him and executed him. Mother, let's send that enchanted bow to I. Let I give the bow to General Li Junxian. This will also help General Li Junxian. Li Chengqian looked up at Changsun. Changsun looked at Li Chengqian, nodded slightly, and then arranged for a palace maid to deliver the enchanted bow and an arrow. After learning that this was Li Chengqian's arrangement, Li Shimin hesitated for a moment. He was worried that this enchanted bow would reveal something,
but in the end he considered that everyone thought the person who forged the magic weapon was in the East Palace anyway. It doesn't matter if I take out some mysterious things now. In the end, he chose to give the bow to Li Junxian. Zhang Ananda, tell Li Junxian that I don't want a murderer to enter the East Palace. Li Shimin said slowly. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Ananda found Li Junxian with the enchanted bow. Generally, this is the divine bow that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has given you for temporary use. Zhang Ananda said. Ah. Li Junxian looked at the strange-looking enchanted bow and was completely confused. How come this bow in front of me is related to the divine bow? He seriously doubted whether this thing could be pulled. Generally, we can try this side. Zhang Ananda knew that no one would believe these things unless he tried them himself. All right. Li Junxian followed him to an open space. When he held the enchanted bow and arrow, he still felt that this thing was useless, so he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ananda. Zhang Ananda gave him an encouraging look, and he tried to draw the bow. I found that I didn't use much strength and I pulled the bow open. I feel even more that this thing is useless. Your Highness the Crown Prince sent me this bow as a warning to me? In his wandering thoughts, he shot an arrow. He thought the arrow would only fly a few steps before falling, but it actually flew over 100 steps and hit the target he had chosen steadily. What's even more strange is that he has an arrow in his hand. This. Li Junxian didn't even need to think. He looked 100 steps away and saw an arrow stuck in the target. But he did have an arrow in his hand. Generally, now you understand why this divine bow is called the divine bow. This divine bow doesn't require arrows. Zhang Ananda looked at Li Junxian's jaw-dropping expression and said with a smile. This expression kept appearing on his face these past few days, and now seeing others also being shocked, he felt particularly refreshed. Yes, this is truly a divine bow. It's effortless to fully draw the bow. Li Junxian looked at the magic bow in his hand with shining eyes. He was thinking about how he should ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to give him this magic bow. Generally, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has said that not a single assassin can enter the Eastern Palace. Zhang Ananda said with a serious face. Li Junxian pounded his chest. Eunuch Zhang, please tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that I won't let even a fly in there. Zhang Ananda left satisfied. Li Junxian took the enchanted bow and returned to the city wall of the East Palace. He touched the enchanted bow in his hand, looked outside, and looked forward to the arrival of the enemy. Night soon fell. Groups of men in black emerged from all directions and headed towards the East Palace. Their identities are very clear, they are the death squads trained by the major families. On the way forward, some of their teams met each other, but they did not panic, but continued to move forward individually. On the way here, their master told them that they might encounter other assassins on the road and told them not to worry about them. Soon the East Palace was right in front of us. Here I come. Li Junxian stood on the city wall and sneered at the assassins below. Just as the assassins were about to use ropes to climb up the city wall, they discovered that torches were lit on the walls of the East Palace. Li Junxian pulled the enchanted bow and shot an arrow. Puff! One of the assassins was shot in the head. Oh no, we've been discovered. The assassins didn't expect to be so unlucky and were discovered before they even started. But they have no way out. Advancing means death, retreating also means death. It would be better to force your way onto the city wall. If some assassins manage to enter the East Palace, it would be a gain. Come for me. Li Junxian waved his hand, and the archers standing on the city wall drew their bows and shot arrows. Li Junxian was not idle either. At this moment, he turned into a ruthless killing machine, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, constantly harvesting the dead soldiers below. In less than a few minutes, Li Junxian had shot 50 or 60 arrows. The archers around looked at Li Junxian in shock. They would be exhausted after pulling the bow 20 or 30 times, not to mention shooting so many arrows in such a short time. The general is truly a god. The archers swallowed. The assassins below were suppressed by Li Junxian and had no chance of climbing up the city wall at all. Li Junxian felt so happy when he saw the assassins under the city wall being harvested like wheat. Seeing that more than half of the assassins had fallen in a pool of blood, he immediately made a gesture. A soldier on the city wall immediately threw a torch down the wall. The soldiers hiding outside the East Palace rushed out from the darkness when they saw the scene. Kill! The soldiers rushed towards the dead men. Compared with the regular army, the death squad is still far inferior. Especially since these people are all the best soldiers specially selected by Li Junxian. It is even easier to deal with these assassins. The remaining assassins were soon surrounded. Seeing that they had no chance, the assassins committed suicide by slitting their throats. Li Junxian did not let the soldiers stop him. These people are all deadly warriors, and nothing can be pried out of their mouths. Pack up, I'll go report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Junxian took the enchanted bow and quickly went to find Li Shimin. Li Shimin was waiting for Li Junxian. When Li Junxian came in, he found that Li Junxian's face was full of excitement. The assassins that the Crown Prince sent have all been eliminated. No one escaped. Your Highness, this is a divine bow. Li Junxian reluctantly presented the enchanted bow and arrow with both hands. Upon seeing this, Zhang took back the enchanted bow and arrow. Li Shimin looked at Li Junxian's reluctant look and immediately laughed. General Li really likes this divine bow? Li Shimin asked. Your Highness, this divine bow is truly amazing. Not only does it require no effort, it also consumes no arrows. I love it very much. He originally wanted to beg for it shamelessly like Chen Yaojin, but he found that he seemed unable to do it. In his eyes, Li Shimin was like a mountain, and he dared not act rashly at all. This divine bow is indeed good, but I can't give it to you. I'll give you one when I get back. Seeing that Li Junxian liked it so much, Li Shimin first painted a pie for him. When my precious daughter catches the second, no, the third fish, I can give it to him. Why not the second one? It's because he, Li Shimin, wanted a second one. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Junxian was ecstatic and deeply moved. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was willing to give him such a divine weapon. Go down. Li Shimin waved his hand. Li Junxian clasped his fists and left. At this time, Zhang Yananda handed over the enchanted bow. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw that the durability of this enchanted bow had dropped a lot. This damn Li Junxian, can't you treat him a little more gently? The news that all the assassins had been killed had been passed back to the major mansions through various channels. Everyone feels sorry about this. If you succeed, you will make a lot of money. They will not send anyone to do this again in the future. Li Shimin will get angry if they do this again. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. When Li Chengqian woke up, he saw Li Shimin and Chang Sun sitting not far away chatting. The enchanted bow was placed on the table nearby. Chengqian is awake, do you want to sleep a little longer? When Chang Sun and Li Shimin saw that Li Chengqian had woken up, they walked over with a smile. Li Chengqian immediately shook his head. I don't know if it's because he's been in my world for so long, but his health seems to be getting better and better, and his sleep quality has also improved. Don't sleep too long every day. Nothing serious happened to my mother last night, right? Li Chengqian asked. Li Shimin nodded and briefly recounted what happened last night. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian immediately said, these noble families are truly audacious. They actually dared to send assassins to the Eastern Palace. Yes, if I get the chance in the future, I won't let them go. Li Shimin clenched his fists. Now the Tang dynasty does not have the confidence to turn against the aristocratic families. Even if he knew that this matter was related to the aristocratic family, he could only find a reason to retaliate. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Li Chengqian sneered, the reason why the aristocratic families can act so arrogantly. It's nothing more than possessing knowledge, wealth, food, and a large number of troops. Ordinary people had no money or land, so they could only rely on the aristocratic families to farm and accept their oppression. Once the aristocratic family encounters any crisis, these people can be armed immediately. This is also the reason why successive dynasties have been unable to directly solve the problem of aristocratic families.
But all this is a little bit not enough in front of Li Chengqian.
If there is no land, Li Chengqian can give the people hoes, and the barren mountains and forests can be turned into fields in no time. If there is no food, Li Chengqian can make a lot of food from bone meal. As long as Li Chengqian is given some time, he can equip a fully armored army, and fully armored cavalry can also be easily produced.
I believe in you. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian, and the anger in his heart slowly dissipated.
Your own son can go to the fairyland.
No matter how much trouble your family makes, it will all disappear in the end. By the way, Chengqian, can you repair this enchanted bow?
That guy Li Junxian consumed a lot yesterday. When Li Shimin said this, he felt pain in his heart again.
It can be repaired with a brand new bow. It's just that I don't have an anvil to repair it now.
I'll go to the fairyland later to collect some iron ingots, and then come back to repair this bow.
Li Chengqian said.
Li Shimin was relieved when he learned that it could be repaired. He didn't want such a good treasure to be ruined, especially since it was caught by his precious daughter with great effort.
That's good.
I was worried that I wouldn't be able to repair it, and then I wouldn't be able to explain to Li Ji. At this time, Li Shimin looked at Li Lizzie, who was still sleeping. Seeing his daughter sleeping on the bed with her but sticking up, he couldn't stop smiling. When Changsun saw her daughter's sleeping posture, she covered her mouth and laughed.
Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Chengqian, I is leaving first.
Li Shimin was ready to deal with the follow-up matters.
Have you had breakfast? If you haven't eaten yet, take some bread and eat it.
Li Chengqian took out a loaf of bread from his backpack and handed it to Li Shimin.
Good.
Li Shimin had breakfast, but he would not miss the chance to eat something from the fairyland. Li Chengqian also took out 6 and gave them to Changsun.
Mother, you eat some too. Give the rest to Qingke and Lizzie. Li Chengqian said.
Changsun looked at the 6 loaves of bread and thought of Li Ku and the others, so she looked up and asked Li Chengqian, Chengqian, can you share some of these breads with Ku and the others?
Of course, mother.
Li Chengqian nodded. Originally, he planned to give 2 loaves of bread to each of the 3 of them, Anyang. He took out 6 more loaves of bread from his backpack and said, Mother, I'll give you 6 more.
Chengqian, do you have any more?
Changsun was worried that her son would give all the bread to her.
Don't worry, mother. I have plenty of food here.
Li Chengqian assured Changsun that there were plenty of carrots in her backpack and she would have no shortage of food. In order to reassure Changsun, he took out a few more loaves of bread and showed them to her.
Seeing that Li Chengqian still had some in his hands, Changsun was relieved.
Mother, I'm going to wait for Duke Cheng first.
Li Chengqian said. After watching her eldest son leave, Changsun immediately arranged for the palace maids to deliver bread to concubine Yang and concubine Yin.
Of course, 1 per person. This portion is enough for them and their son. Go and bring His Majesty a piece of bread.
Changsun called her personal maid and asked her to deliver a copy to Li Yuan. Inside Taiji Palace.
Li Yuan also learned about what happened in the Eastern Palace, but Li Shimin did not block Li Yuan's channels for learning the news from the outside. His expression became complicated at this moment. Although someone was causing trouble for Li Shimin, he felt somewhat comfortable. But he couldn't accept that the aristocratic families dared to send people to attack the Eastern Palace. Pei Ji quickly arrived at the Taiji Palace at this time, Your Majesty.
Xuanjin, do you know what happened in the East Palace yesterday? Li Yuan didn't know the details, so he wanted to find out the detailed process through Pei Ji. Your Majesty, I know a thing or two.
Pei Ji briefly recounted what had happened in the Eastern Palace at that time. When he mentioned the divine bow, his expression became complicated. When he learned about this, he couldn't help but wonder whether Li Shimin was the one destined to succeed him. First there was the mysterious and powerful weapon, and now there's a magical bow. What's wrong? Seeing that Pei Ji didn't speak for a while, Li Yuan couldn't help feeling a little confused. Could it be that his second son got something good again? Your Majesty, I have heard that last night, Li Junxian, one of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's men, used a divine bow.
That divine bow, it doesn't seem to take much effort to pull it open.
Let Li Junxian shoot 50 or 60 arrows in a short period of time.
Pei Ji's words stunned Li Yuan.
The last magical weapon made Li Yuan suspicious for a long time, and now there is another magical bow.
Li Yuan is almost becoming autistic. I could only hear him muttering quietly, could it be that I was really wrong? I should have made the second son the crown prince? Pei Ji lowered his head and said nothing.
He felt that Li Shimin might be a natural emperor. At this time, the heads of several major families in the capital gathered together.
Everyone, I think you all know about Li Junxian, right? Someone asked at this time.
The others nodded. No one mentioned the incident of sending assassins to the East Palace yesterday.
Can the royal family mass-produce that divine bow? I don't think so. If it were possible, Li Junxian wouldn't be the only one using it.
It's also possible that we only had time to build one. As soon as these words were spoken, the worry on everyone's brows increased. We didn't even know what the magic weapon was at the beginning, but now a magic bow has popped up.
Everyone, please think of a solution. We can't plant any spies in the East Palace right now.
If this continues, it will be bad for us.
Someone said at this time. Everyone, the crown prince will soon ascend the throne. To ensure the continuation of the royal line, we must submit a petition, asking His Royal Highness to take more concubines. Chui Feng of the Qinghe family made a suggestion and he was looking at everyone with a smile. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up.
This method is good, and it can reasonably fill the Eastern Palace with people.
The person in charge of the Qinghe family in Beijing looked at his clansmen with satisfaction.
At the same time, he was thinking that he could write a letter to report to the clan and let a legitimate woman enter the palace.
Li Shimin definitely looked down upon women from side branches. Everyone had a direction and immediately took action. Inside the Tai Chi Hall,
Li Yuan and Pei Ji had already started drinking. Li Yuan fought for a long time, and finally realized that he was about to abdicate anyway, and the position of emperor had already belonged to Li Shimin. It didn't matter whether he was born to be an emperor or not. He should just enjoy life. Just as the emperor and his ministers were drinking, a young eunuch came over quickly and said, "Your Majesty, the crown princess's personal maid has brought something." Upon learning that it was his daughter-in-law who sent someone to deliver something, Li Yuan nodded and let the other person in.
His Majesty.
The personal maid came in with a plate in both hands.
Tell me, what did the crown princess send? Is it the poisoned wine, or is it Bai Ling? Li Yuan's tone was full of complaints.
His words frightened the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall and they all knelt down. Even Pei Ji, who was standing beside him, put down his wine glass and knelt beside him.
His Majesty. Chang Suan's personal maid felt extremely bitter at this moment.
She knew this job was difficult before she came, but she didn't expect that she might lose her head. Your Majesty, this is the delicacy that the crown princess has received. The personal maid's voice trembled slightly.
Oh, bring it up. Li Yuan felt a little curious.
The food specially sent to him must be extraordinary. The personal maid immediately presented it with both hands.
Li Yuan picked up the bread with a strange look on his face. Can this be eaten?
He felt that it looked strange in shape, but tasted quite fragrant.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The personal maid nodded. Li Yuan tore off a little bit, put it in his mouth, tasted it, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Not bad, not bad. Xuanzhen, you should try some too. Li Yuan gave some to Pei Ji, who was also very surprised after eating it.
This thing doesn't look very good, but it tastes very good and is very delicious.
Thank the crown princess for me. Please ask the crown princess to send me more later.
Li Yuan thought this thing must be good. I will take them all and make Li Shimin angry to death.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seeing this, the personal maid immediately retreated. At this moment, concubine Yang and concubine Yin were eating bread with their respective children.
Concubine Yang watched Li Ku eat happily.
While she was happy, she was also very curious about where this thing came from. She found that this bread was a bit similar to the beef bread she had eaten last time, and the edges were made up of those small cubes.
Family games.
At this time, Li Chengqian had already brought Chen Yaojin into the palace and was ready to go to my world.
Duke Chang, let's go. Li Chengqian opened the light door and walked in with Chen Yaojin. Duke Chang, go dig the sand first. Today you will be in charge of making TNT, and I will prepare to build an automated farm. Li Chengqian considered that there were already some idle villagers, so it was time to build an automatic farm.
This way you won't have to work hard on the farm later.
Yes, Your Highness. Chen Yaojin was a little curious about what an automatic farm was.
I plan to ask His Highness later. Li Chengqian did not have time to start building an automatic farm, but instead went to the river and harvested the sugarcane he had planted before.
Then all the harvested sugarcanes were planted along the river.
Great, we can start collecting supplies to build an automated farm. Li Chengqian took out a shovel and started shoveling the soil. The place where the dirt is shoveled is also the construction site of the future automated farm. After a while, Li Chengqian was still waving the shovel, when he suddenly realized that his experience points gained from killing creepers in the powder tower were enough to bring in a second person.
So he smiled and quickly came to Chen Yaojin. Duke Chang, I am now able to bring in a second person. I'm going to go out and inform Duke Qin first.
You can stay busy here for a while.
Li Chengqian instructed.
Yes, Your Highness. Chen Yaojin was so happy when he learned that his second brother could also come in.
Li Chengqian left after he finished speaking, leaving Chen Yaojin alone.
I don't know why it feels a bit creepy. It was the first time that Chen Yaojin stayed here alone, and he was a little nervous. After all, there are too many secrets here. After adjusting his mentality for a while, Chen Yaojin continued to dig sand, then went to the gunpowder tower to synthesize TNT, and then put the synthesized TNT in the storage box. After Li Chengqian returned to the Tang Dynasty, he immediately sent someone to invite Qin Xiong. When Shangsun heard the news, she also came to Li Chengqian.
Chengqian, can you bring a second person into the fairyland? Shangsun was very happy.
Bringing one more person into the fairyland meant that her son's safety would be more guaranteed.
Yes, mother.
Li Chengqian smiled and nodded, knowing that he would have one more person to work for him.
Changsuan's face was full of smiles.
Qin Xiong, who was at home, learned that Li Chengqian was looking for him and immediately understood what was going on.
Quickly arrived at the East Palace.
Your Highness the Crown Princess, Your Highness the King of Zhongshan.
Qin Xiong knelt on one knee in front of Changsun and Li Chengqian. Duke Qin, please stand up quickly. I'll have to trouble you and Duke Chang to protect Chengqian. Changsun said.
Qin Xiong patted his chest, his aura suddenly changing, emitting an intimidating murderous aura. Your Highness, rest assured, I will never let Your Highness the King of Zhongshan get hurt.
Upon seeing this, Changsun immediately touched Li Chengqian.
When she was in the Prince of Qin's palace, Changsun had seen many such scenes, but she was worried that her son would be frightened when he saw it for the first time. However, when she looked down, she saw Li Chengqian looking at Qin Xiong with his big eyes full of curiosity. Qin Xiong also reacted at this time and adjusted himself immediately. At the same time, he noticed that Li Chengqian was not scared by the evil spirit on him.
I thought to myself, His Highness is truly a god.
But he knew that he had a murderous aura and that ordinary adults would be scared to death if they saw him.
Duke Qin, let's head to the fairyland now. Right now, Duke Chang is the only one in the immortal realm.
I'm worried something might happen to him.
Li Chengqian said. Yes.
Qin Xiong clasped his fists, feeling a little nervous.
Mother, let's go.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he opened the light gate, waved to Qin Xiong, and then entered the light gate first. Qin Xiong bowed slightly to Changsun, then hurriedly followed. The next second Qin Xiong came into my world.
Your Highness, is this the fairyland?
Although Chang Yaojin had told Qin Xiong about this once yesterday, he still found it a little hard to believe after seeing the cube world in front of him with his own eyes.
That's right, Duke Qin, isn't this place a little different from the fairyland you imagined?
Li Chengqian looked at Qin Xiong jokingly.
Your Highness is a little different.
Qin Xiong said with a smile.
Ha, Your Highness, second brother, you are here. Chang Yaojin ran over quickly at this moment.
Qin Xiong couldn't help laughing when he saw the block-shaped man who looked somewhat like Chang Yaojin.
Jijia, you're quite funny like this. Qin Xiong said. Chang Yaojin rolled his eyes on the spot. Second brother, you are the same.
The two of them teased each other for a while.
Alright, Jijia.
Qin Xiong realized that he had come to the Immortal realm to help His Highness, so he looked at Li Chengqian with shame. Your Highness, what do I need you to do? Duke Qin, you should follow behind Duke Cheng first and get familiar with the situation.
Li Chengqian said with a smile, then turned his gaze to Cheng Yaojin. Duke Cheng, Duke Qin is now in your hands. Learn how to use the tools here.
Cheng Yaojin nodded. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of my second brother.
Okay, I'll get busy first. Li Chengqian is now building an automatic farm.
Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong started digging sand to make TNT.
And explain how to make and use the tools.
It didn't take long for Qin Xiong to learn it. He turned his head to look at Li Chengqian, who was building it alone.
Jijia, shouldn't we go help His Highness?
Qin Xiong felt a little uncomfortable seeing that Li Chengqian, a little boy, was so busy.
We can't help you, second brother.
These things His Highness made are all useful. We don't understand anything right now, so let's not cause trouble for His Highness. If Your Highness needs any raw materials, we
can help collect them. Cheng Yaojin explained. He also wanted to help Li Chengqian, but he didn't know much at the moment and was powerless. Oh well.
Qin Xiong started working, but after a while he would pay attention to Li Chengqian and only continue working after making sure he was safe. Li Chengqian spent some time and quickly built 4 9x9 fields and surrounded them. A collection device was made in the middle using a hopper minecart, a funnel, and a box. A villager was transported by boat and placed here. Then 4 more villagers were transported to the 4 fields. It didn't take long for a simple automated farm to be built.
Done.
We'll add a few more layers later. Li Chengqian smiled and clapped his hands. Looking at the villagers who had changed their jobs to become farmers and had already started to get busy, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. At this time, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong came over.
Your Highness, is this farm ready? Cheng Yaojin looked at the building in front of him curiously.
It looked like an iron brushing machine, and this time it also used villagers.
He couldn't help but like the villagers. This thing is quite useful. Yes, it's ready.
We'll harvest the food later, go down this passage, and open the box. Li Chengqian pointed to a passage on the side.
Your Highness, can this farm be built on a large scale later?
Cheng Yaojin shifted his gaze from the farm to Li Chengqian.
Li Chengqian just nodded.
Of course, as long as there are enough villagers, we can build a large number of farms.
Li Chengqian said. Very good.
If this farm grows, the imperial court will have enough grain to provide disaster relief if a disaster strikes the Tang Dynasty in the future. Cheng Yaojin now wished he could pick up his iron sword, rush forward and split those villagers in half, using them as 2 people. Qin Xiong reached out and touched the farm building, feeling very excited.
If this farm spread throughout the fairy world, wouldn't everyone in the Tang Dynasty be able to eat their fill?
But when he saw the villagers working inside, he felt a little sorry. But he didn't say it out loud, as he thought that His Highness was doing this for the sake of the Tang Dynasty.
Your Highness, how many harvests does this farm produce in a year?
Qin Xiong clasped his fists and looked at Li Chengqian.
How well done.
Li Chengqian was indeed stumped by the question. As long as there is sufficient light, wheat can usually mature in 5 days and nights. Not counting the time lost in planting and harvesting, we can harvest 73 times a year.
Li Chengqian made an estimate. Cheng Yaojin was not surprised by this. After all, he had seen wheat mature in a short time. Qin Xiong's legs felt weak. 73 harvests a year, 73 harvests a year. He kept muttering to himself. Li Chengqian looked at Qin Xiong and patted Cheng Yaojin on the shoulder. Chen Yaojin immediately squatted down upon seeing this. Your Highness? Duke Chang, Duke Qin will be alright, right?
Li Chengqian was worried that he had made Qin Xiong stupid.
That would be the end of it. Your Highness is fine. My second brother must have been shocked. Second brother will recover soon.
Chen Yaojin believed that Qin Xiong would be fine. After all, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. After a while, Qin Xiong came back to his senses. He realized that he had lost his composure, so he immediately knelt on one knee and said, Your Highness, I just lost my composure.
It's okay, Duke Qin, are you okay now?
Li Chengqian asked with concern.
Your Highness, I am fine now.
Qin Xiong shook his head. Not only was he fine now, he was actually very excited. He looked at the wheat on the automated farm in front of him with shining eyes. Your Highness, the grain yield in the Immortal realm is so high.
Can we bring the seeds back to the Tang Dynasty?
Let the people of the Tang Dynasty also grow 73 crops. This year. Qin Xiong's eyes were full of pleading. Duke Qin, it's not that I don't want to, but if these seeds are taken out of the fairyland, they won't be able to harvest 73 times a year.
Only in the Immortal realm can one harvest 73 crops in a year. Li Chengqian explained.
Qin Xiong felt so sorry after hearing this, and his eyes dimmed a little. Then he looked at the villagers who were working. Originally, he felt a little bit sorry when he saw Li Chengqian locking up these villagers and forcing them to work. But now he only has one thought, that is to get everyone moving.
Your Highness, can we build more of these farms now? Qin Xiong asked. Not yet. There aren't enough villagers. And we.
Li Chengqian was interrupted by Qin Xiong before he could finish his words.
Your Highness, I will go and catch him. There should be quite a few villagers like this in the Immortal realm. I will capture them all.
Qin Xiong's voice trembled. Li Chengqian and Chen Yaojin were looking at Qin Xiong in shock at this moment. Li Chengqian just noticed that there was a hint of pity in Qin Xiong's eyes at first.
Chen Yaojin swallowed his saliva.
In his memory, his second brother would never say such a thing. But when I thought that my second brother might also be thinking about ensuring that the people of the Tang Dynasty had enough food to eat, I felt relieved. Brother, our mission now is not this.
We need to quickly produce TNT.
The Turks are heading south, we must be prepared.
This TNT will make it impossible for those Turks to return. Chang Yaojin's words were full of murderous intent.
Qin Xiong also reacted at this time, and now he had to solve the problem of the Turks first.
Duke Qin, I have a task for you.
From now on, you will be responsible for collecting the food here and giving some to the villagers over there so that they can reproduce.
Accumulate enough villagers for subsequent farm construction.
Seeing that Qin Xiong attached so much importance to the farm, Li Chengqian simply handed the matter over to him. Qin Xiong clasped his fists and said excitedly, Your Highness, I will definitely help those villagers reproduce a large number of children. He planned to take a whip and go behind to personally watch the villagers breeding, whipping them whenever they stopped. Li Chengqian nodded, but was worried that Qin Xiong would misunderstand something, so he gave Chen Yaojin a look and asked him to take Qin Xiong to the cow for a demonstration. He always felt that Qin Xiong seemed to be thinking a little bit off the track. Chen Yaojin nodded, then pulled Qin Xiong to the cowshed. Second brother, let me tell you, this is how creatures in the fairy world reproduce.
Chen Yaojin demonstrated it to Qin Xiong using wheat and cattle.
Qin Xiong's eyes almost fell to the ground when he saw the calf that suddenly appeared. The things in the fairy world are really unimaginable. Qin Xiong also got some wheat from Chen Yaojin and tried it himself.
Seeing the calf being born again in an instant, he swallowed.
Just get used to it, brother.
Chen Yaojin patted Qin Xiong on the shoulder. It's getting dark, brother, we'll go fight those monsters later. See if we can get some treasure from the monster. Chen Yaojin said.
Good. Qin Xiong withdrew his gaze from the cowshed. Although he had never seen a monster, as a veteran who had fought in more than 200 battles, Qin Xiong was not at all nervous. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong returned to Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, it's starting to get dark.
Chen Yaojin said slowly. Well, I'll be careful later. You must be extra careful when facing monsters. Li Chengqian wondered whether he should get more torches to light up the surrounding area. So while Chang Yaojin and the others were fighting monsters, he took a pickaxe and started digging down. He planned to dig some coal. He could have burned it with wood, but he didn't have much wood on hand. It would also be dangerous to chop trees at night, so he decided to just dig coal. In order to prevent himself from falling into the mine, Li Chengqian did not dig vertically downwards. Instead, dig 2 squares and then dig 1 square down, which is safer and more secure. As they dug, they soon came across some coal mines, and Li Chengqian accepted them with a smile. Finally, he dug up 20 or 30 pieces of coal underground, which was almost enough, so he returned to the surface. As soon as I returned to the ground, I heard Chang Yaojin's voice. "Second brother, cooperate with me to take down these monsters." Li Chengqian looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were cooperating very well. Facing a group of monsters, the two of them defeated them without any injuries. After watching for a while, Li Chengqian felt bored and started to combine some torches. Then, another one was added in some places where the torches could not reach. Soon the base was illuminated by torches. At this time, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong came hurriedly, and saw Qin Xiong holding a potato in his hand. "Your Highness, we got a new thing from the zombies. It's called potatoes." Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong didn't know what it was, so they took it immediately. "Potatoes." Li Chengqian immediately took them from Qin Xiong's hand. "This is a good thing. If we take it to the Tang Dynasty, it can yield several thousand kilograms per mu." Li Chengqian's words made Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong very excited. "You should know that the current grain yield per mu in the Tang Dynasty is only about 1 or 200 kilograms. Is this true, Your Highness?" Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong both began to tremble all over. Li Chengqian nodded. "Let's go back today. Tell I and Anyang about this good news." Li Chengqian looked at their excited expressions and knew in his heart that they would not be able to calm down unless they were given some time. After all, the potato yield is too high. "Yes, Your Highness." The two followed Li Chengqian's footsteps back to the Tang Dynasty. As soon as the three of them came out of the light gate, they saw Li Shimin and Chang Sun busy in the hall. One was dealing with official documents from the court, and the other was busy dealing with matters in the harem. "Chengqian, Jijie, Shubao, come back. Why did you come back at night this time?" Li Shimin and Chang Sun immediately put down what they were doing, stood up and walked over. Li Chengqian saw that there were not many oil lamps lit in the hall, and immediately looked at Li Shimin and Zhang Sun with heartache. It's so dark, why don't you light a few more oil lamps?" "It's so dark, it hurts my eyes." Li Chengqian felt a little guilty while speaking, as he forgot to take out a torch. "Chengqian is fine, he can see." Li Shimin and Zhang Sun were very pleased to see that their son cared about them. Although Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were very excited at the moment, when they saw the scene, they suppressed their excitement and stood aside. Mother, I'll get you something good." Li Chengqian took out the torch guiltily. "Insert it on the pillar." This made the originally dim hall a little brighter. Li Chengqian inserted a few of them everywhere in the hall, and instantly the whole hall became brightly lit, like daylight. Li Shimin slowly came to a torch. He found that this thing had no fire, but it could emit light, which was very magical. He reached out and touched it, but found that it was still cold. "Chengqian, what is this?" Li Shimin asked. This is a torch. It will never go out." Li Chengqian gave a brief introduction. "Treasure. Chengqian, did you just find this? How many are there?" Li Shimin wanted to install some in his own hall as well, so that it would be much more convenient for him to deal with memorials at night. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chengqian couldn't help but blush. "It's okay, Chang Qian, if there's nothing more, forget it. These are enough. Anyang and I will come here to handle some official business later." Chang Sun comforted Li Chengqian. "Yeah, Chengqian is fine, we'll talk about it when we meet again in the future." Li Chengqian just shook his head slightly. No, mother, this torch is not precious. I can make it myself. And I made quite a bit before, but I didn't think of bringing some back for my mother and father.
Li Chengqian explained. Li Shimin and Zhang Sunshire both smiled and said, Chengqian is fine. You remember it now.
The two of them smiled. Li Shimin glared at Chen Yaojin at this time. It was okay that his son forgot, after all, he was still young.
But how could you, Chen Yaojin, forget? Chen Yaojin was also feeling aggrieved at this moment.
There were so many things in the fairy world at that time that his brain was already overwhelmed by shock, so how could he have the energy to care about torches?
By the way, Chengqian, why did you guys come back so early this time? Li Shimin asked.
Father, Duke Qin has made a great contribution this time. The monster he killed dropped a food item with a very high yield.
Groceries.
That's it, it's called potato. Li Chengqian took out the potatoes. Li Shimin took it and looked at it, and found that the potato did not look outstanding.
How much is Chengqian's production? He asked.
1 acre of potatoes can basically produce several thousand kilograms. Not to mention much, in the Tang Dynasty, 1 acre of land should yield at least 2 to 3,000 kilograms. As soon as Li Chengqian said this, everyone in the hall seemed to have stopped breathing. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall looked at the potatoes in Li Shimin's hand with shock.
Chengqian, what did you just say the yield per mu of this thing is?
I didn't hear it clearly. Li Shimin's hands trembled slightly. Li Chengqian saw this and said, Father, the yield per mu is several thousand kilograms. Li Shimin held the potato tightly in his hand.
This was not food, it was a good omen, groceries.
Okay. With this, the people of the Tang Dynasty will no longer have to go hungry. Li Shimin was very excited.
Then he looked at Qin Xiong, Shu Bao, whatever reward you want, I will agree to it.
Qin Xiong clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, I am unworthy of this reward. If you want a reward, give it to Your Highness, the Prince of Zhongshan. Without Your Highness, I would not have been able to obtain this potato. He doesn't dare to mention it himself. Potato. Groceries. Potatoes. Potato. Potatoes. When Li Shimin saw that Qin Xiong didn't dare to mention it, he immediately reacted. Having said that myself, no one with any brains would dare to mention it. He glanced at his son and said, Chengqian, Shu Bao has made such great contributions. When Huaidao grows up, he will follow you. According to the old book of Tang, Qin Xiong had 3 sons.
Qin Huaidao inherited the title of duke and should be the legitimate son. He was born in the 8th year of Wuda and is now 1 year old.
Li Chengqian nodded at this moment, okay, He was just wondering how old Qin Xiong's son was now. He didn't know much about Qin Xiong's son.
However, the sons of Zhang Sunwuji, Chen Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda did understand.
Qin Xiong looked at Li Shimin and Li Chengqian excitedly at this moment. This reward can ensure the prosperity and wealth of the Qin family for 2 generations.
Chen Yaojin's eyes turned red with envy.
He thought to himself, no, old Chang, have to work hard too, to get a spot for my sons as well. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Zhongshan. Qin Xiong knelt on the ground and was about to kowtow when he was immediately supported by Li Shimin. Okay, Shu Bao. I should thank you on behalf of the Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin held Qin Xiong tightly and bent down while speaking.
Your Highness.
Qin Xiong was deeply moved and lifted Li Shimin up with his backhand. Li Chengqian stood aside and watched this scene, thinking to himself, this cheap dad of mine is really good. They interacted with each other for a while, and then slowly separated.
Shu Bao, it's getting late now, you should go back home and rest first. Don't let anyone know about the potatoes.
Li Shimin instructed that potatoes, such a powerful weapon, must be used at critical moments.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin clasped their fists and then left the hall. After the outsiders left, Li Shimin came to Li Chengqian and squatted down. Chengqian, I just made a rash decision without consulting you.
Are you angry with I? Li Shimin asked. Li Chengqian smiled and shook his head. Father, I'm not that stingy, and father, this is all for the good of the Tang Dynasty. Okay, as long as Chengqian isn't angry.
Li Shimin smiled and kissed Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian wiped the saliva from his forehead with a look of disgust. Seeing Li Chengqian's disgusted look, Li Shimin said unhappily, "Hey, you kid, so many people want me to be your relative, but I won't be my relative."
Li Chengqian immediately ran to Changsuwen's side and said, "Mother, my father said he wants to kiss another woman."
When Li Shimin heard this, his eyes widened.
"Well, you kid, you're talking nonsense. Wait till I give you a spanking."
Li Chengqian and Li Shimin ran around Changsun. Seeing this, Changsun covered her mouth and smiled. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin had been released from the Eastern Palace by the soldiers in a hanging basket.
"By the way, how is your health, second brother?"
Only then did Chang Yaojin remember his second brother's health. Qin Xiong was also stunned for a moment, then after feeling it for a while, he slowly said, "It seems to be better.
It seems that the fairy world is still useful. And let me tell you, second brother, you can eat more food from the fairyland. I've discovered that this food from the fairyland seems to be able to cure some hidden ailments in the body." Chang Yaojin said.
He had only recently discovered this. After fighting for so many years, he had some minor illnesses and pains. But recently he found that these minor ailments seemed to be getting better.
Real? Did His Majesty the King of Zhongshan tell you this? Qin Xiong looked at Chang Yaojin excitedly.
His hidden injuries tortured him severely. No, I discovered it myself.
I wonder if His Majesty the King of Zhongshan knows about this.
Chang Yaojin touched the back of his head awkwardly. After being with Li Chengqian for so long, Chang Yaojin subconsciously felt that Li Chengqian should know everything. You should tell His Majesty the King of Zhongshan about this matter.
Let's go report to His Majesty the King of Zhongshan.
Qin Xiong hurriedly pulled Chang Yaojin to the foot of the city wall and asked the soldiers above to lower the hanging basket. The two of them hurriedly entered the East Palace. At this time, Li Chengqian had already been captured by Li Shimin. Li Shimin picked up Li Chengqian and kissed him on the face.
"Ah! Mother, help me."
Li Chengqian was in tears.
"Who understands, my family members, that a man like me is being hugged and licked by a man in his 20s? Puff. Changsun couldn't help laughing when she looked at the father and son.
At this moment, Zhang Ananda walked in. He saw Li Shimin and Li Chengqian and slowly lowered his head.
"Your Highness, Duke Qin and Duke Chang said they have something important to report." Zhang Ananda's words stunned Li Shimin. "Didn't they just leave? Let them in."
Li Shimin put Li Chengqian down at this time, and Li Chengqian quickly ran to Changsuwen's side.
Changsun asked the palace maid to bring a handkerchief and wipe Li Chengqian's face. "Your Highness."
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin walked over.
"Shu Bao, what happened to Jijie?" Li Shimin asked. "Your Highness, Jijie discovered that the food we brought back from the fairyland can heal hidden injuries," Qin Xiong said.
Li Shimin and others immediately looked at Li Chengqian.
Li Shimin asked excitedly, "Chengqian, is this true? Every battle-hardened general or soldier will have some hidden injuries on his body. Some outstanding generals had to retreat to the second line because of hidden injuries. For example, Qin Xiong."
Li Chengqian was stunned for a moment. He remembered that ordinary food did not have the function of healing wounds. Only milk and golden apples had this effect.
Suddenly Li Chengqian thought that food could restore satiety.
After the satiety was full, his health could be slowly restored.
"I remember now, it was possible in the fairyland. But I don't know if it will work for those who can't enter the fairyland."
Li Chengqian was also unsure.
"Chengqian, give me some bread,"
Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian took out some bread from his backpack and handed it to Li Shimin. After Li Shimin took it, he immediately handed it to Zhang Ananda. "Zhang Ananda, you try it."
Zhang Ananda also fought in wars with Li Shimin and had some hidden injuries on his body.
It would be most appropriate to let him conduct the experiment.
"Yes, Your Highness."
Zhang Ananda took the bread and started eating it in big mouthfuls. After eating one or two, he felt a little full, but he was worried that he didn't eat enough and it would affect the experiment, so he ate it even with red eyes.
Then eunuch Shang doesn't need to eat anymore. Just eat until you're full. There's no point in eating more.
Li Chengqian saw that Zhang Ananda could no longer eat and hurriedly reminded him.
Zhang Ananda stopped immediately upon seeing this. Then Li Shimin couldn't wait to ask him, "How is it? How do you feel?" "Your Highness, I don't feel anything." Zhang Ananda's face was full of confusion.
Li Shimin and others turned their gaze to Li Chengqian again.
This needs to be done slowly. It won't heal in one go. Li Chengqian thought that health points would recover slowly, so this hidden injury would also heal slowly.
It was impossible for him to recover instantly like taking a magic pill.
That makes sense.
Li Shimin nodded, then looked at Zhang Ananda with a serious expression. "Zhang Ananda, go and rest first.
Remember to record any changes in your body immediately."
"Yes, Your Highness."
Zhang Ananda nodded, then he retreated.
"Your Highness, we will return home first." Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin clasped their fists and said,
"Good." Li Shimin nodded.
Then the two of them retreated.
"Chengqian, it's getting late.
You should go to bed early." Li Shimin touched his eldest son's head, then left with Changsun.
Li Chengqian yawned and took a rest with the help of the eunuchs.
Only Zhang Ananda did not rest. Every once in a while, when he felt he was able to eat something, he would take a bite of bread.
The second day,
Li Shimin called Zhang Ananda to his presence early.
At this moment, Zhang Ananda was very excited.
"Your Highness, the hidden wound on this old servant has healed." His words made Li Shimin burst into laughter.
"Well, with this bread, the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty will be blessed."
Li Shimin was very happy.
As a commander, he understands the importance of having a group of veterans with rich combat experience to the army.
Then Li Shimin asked Zhang Ananda to rest, while he went to court with a smile on his face. When Li Chengqian woke up, he washed up, took out a piece of bread and started eating it. After eating, he went to find Li Lizzie and Li Tai. The brother and sister have already gotten up early to go fishing. When Li Chengqian arrived, he took a look at Li Tai's gains and shook his head. As usual, it was all rotten meat or some worthless wooden bowls. On the contrary, Li Lizzie was different. She caught a lot of fish and bows. They can all be used. "Brother, you're here." When Li Lizzie saw Li Chengqian coming, she immediately trotted to his side. Li Tai also put down the fishing rod in his hand and walked to Li Chengqian. "Qingke, why don't you do something else? Your luck is really bad." When Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai's gains, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his unlucky brother. "No, I must catch something good." Li Tai shook his head. He believed that he could also catch good things like Li Ji. Looking at Li Tai, who was unwilling to give up, Li Chengqian couldn't help but admire him. If he were this age and continued to be so unlucky, he would definitely not be able to hold on. "Qingke, I'll get you something that can improve your luck from now on." Li Chengqian thought that when he had enough experience points in the future, he could make a module that could increase his luck, and then make a lucky necklace for Li Tai. "Brother, is this true?" Li Tai became excited. Li Chengqian nodded. "Brother, I want one too." Li Lizzie also shouted excitedly at this moment. "Okay, I'll get one for each of you," Li Chengqian said with a smile. Then he looked at the fish Li Lizzie had caught and said with a smile, "Lizzie, brother Qingke is here to make you something delicious." "Okay, big brother." Li Lizzie and Li Tai nodded excitedly. "Okay, then go wash your hands first." Li Chengqian first sent Li Lizzie and Li Tai away. They were still too young to do anything in front of them to avoid it leaking out. After the two of them went to wash their hands, Li Chengqian used the workbench to make a campfire. After placing it on the ground, he took 4 of the fish that Li Lizzie had caught and placed them on the campfire. After all this was done, Li Lizzie and Li Tai also returned. "Brother, what is this?"
Li Lizzie and Li Tai looked at the campfire in front of them in confusion. This is for grilling. Look, I put the fish Li Ji caught here to grill. It will become delicious cooked fish soon. Li Chengqian pointed at the 4 fish on the campfire and said. Li Lizzie and Li Tai nodded, then squatted aside and looked at the campfire. Soon the fish was roasted over the campfire. Li Chengqian gave them one by one. Come and try this fish. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Li Lizzie and Li Tai took a bite and their eyes lit up immediately. Tasty. After they finished talking, they buried their heads in eating. Li Chengqian looked at them with a smile. Just as he was about to eat, a eunuch came over quickly. Your Highness, the Crown Prince asks Your Highness to come over. The eunuch said. Good. After saying goodbye to Li Lizzie and Li Tai, Li Chengqian followed the eunuch to Li Shimin. Chengqian, this is what Zhang Ananda recorded yesterday. Bread can heal hidden injuries in the body. Li Shimin handed the records to Li Chengqian. He took it and started reading. When he saw Zhang Ananda taking a bite of bread from time to time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Eunuch Zhang is really amazing. He didn't rest all night. Li Chengqian joked that if it were him, he would definitely not be able to eat it. Chengqian, can other foods in the fairy world have this effect? Li Shimin asked. Of course, and there are some special things that are better than bread. One bite might have a better effect than eating bread all night. Li Chengqian thought of the golden apple, golden carrot, and milk that could remove negative effects and restore a small amount of health. Really? Chengqian, can you get it now? If that doesn't work, you must find it. Then your mother's respiratory disease will hopefully be cured. When Li Shimin thought of his wife, he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Li Chengqian patted his head immediately upon seeing this. I can get one right now, go and call Anyang over. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he entered my world directly. He was just going to get some milk, so there was no need to worry about any danger. Chengqian. Li Shimin couldn't help but worry when he saw Li Chengqian entering the fairyland. Alone. If something happens to Chengqian, it will be over. Just as he was anxiously pacing around in the hall, Li Chengqian came out. Why are you still here? Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin in confusion, holding an iron bucket full of milk. Chengqian, don't go into the fairyland alone next time. I is afraid something might happen to you. Li Shimin grabbed Li Chengqian's hands and said. I understand. Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Shimin's frightened expression. Let's go straight to Anyang. Li Chengqian took Li Shimin and went to the main hall of Chansun clan. Not long after, the father and son arrived at Chansuan's side. Erlang, Chengqian, what happened to you? Changsun looked at Li Shimin and Li Chengqian running towards her in a hurry and stood up in confusion. Guanyinbi, Chengqian brought back something from the fairyland that can heal your body. Li Shimin excitedly took Chansuan's hands. Changsun quickly looked at her son. Mother, come and drink some of this. Li Chengqian handed the iron bucket of milk to Changsun. After Changsun took it, she looked at the iron bucket of milk in her hand and began to drink it in small sips. As the milk went into her stomach, she found that the discomfort caused by the gas disease was relieved a little. Li Shimin and Li Chengqian looked at Changsuan's facial expression and immediately understood that it was useful. Very good. Li Shimin waved his fist excitedly. You know, he was very worried that one day his Guanyin maid would die from illness. Soon, Changsun was full and stopped drinking. Mother, how are you feeling now? Li Chengqian asked impatiently. Changsun felt it for a moment, then smiled and said, much better. The discomfort in my body has been alleviated a lot. She felt that her body had become stronger at this moment. Much better? Li Chengqian immediately became puzzled. Can't milk eliminate negative effects? Why didn't Anyang recover immediately? Can't milk directly cure congenital diseases? Seeing her son frown, Changsun squatted down and touched his head. Chengqian, you are fine now. I feel that my body is just like when I was a child, without so many discomforts.
Li Shimin was also a little disappointed, but when he heard his wife's words, a look of joy appeared on his face.
No matter what, my wife's health has recovered a lot. Her face became much rosier.
Mother, don't worry, I still have a way to completely cure your illness.
Once I get the golden apple, I can make my mother recover.
Li Chengqian planned to collect more gold later so that he could cure Changsun.
When Li Shimin heard that there was a way to completely cure Guanyinbi, he immediately asked excitedly, Chengqian, can you make the golden apple now? How much gold do you need? Send someone to get it immediately.
I can do it now, but the gold required might be a bit too much.
Let me collect them later while I go to the fairyland. Li Chengqian did not look down on Li Shimin.
He was sure that Li Shimin could not come up with so much gold at the moment. 1 gold nugget can be divided into 9 gold ingots, and 1 gold nugget weighs more than 38,000 kilograms. If Li Shimin had to collect so much from the Tang Dynasty, he would not have been able to do so.
What are you waiting for? I will send someone to get it right away. Chengqian, make the golden apple right now.
There's plenty of gold.
In order to cure Changsun's illness, Li Shimin was unwilling to wait even a minute.
The gold needed to make the golden apple is too much for us to afford right now. In the fairy world, a gold nugget weighs over 38,000 kilograms, and a gold nugget can be divided into 9 gold ingots.
And 1 golden apple requires 8 gold ingots. How much gold do you need? Li Chengqian said. At this moment, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun looked at Li Chengqian with their mouths wide open.
Li Shimin slowly asked, Chengqian, are you
sure you won't die if you eat this golden apple?
With so much gold, he seriously doubted he would burst if he ate it.
Of course not, the golden apple is a good thing. Li Chengqian shook his head. At this time, Changsun pulled Li Shimin and Li Chengqian. Erlang, do you still want this golden apple from Chengqian? I don't need it now.
It's a waste to use so much gold on medical treatment. In Changsun's opinion, so much gold should be used for state affairs and not wasted on her.
No, Guanyinbi, as long as I can cure you, no amount of gold matters. Li Shimin held Changsun's hand tightly, his eyes full of determination.
At worst, he could go to the 5 surnames in 7 hopes to borrow money, as long as they could cure his Guanyinbi. The two of them looked at each other lovingly. Li Chengqian stood aside, feeling hopeless. I am being fed dog food by my parents all the time.
Don't worry, mother.
These golds are easy to find in the fairy world. In the fairy world, you only need to collect a gold nugget.
It's a piece of cake. You can get as much gold as you want. Li Chengqian explained immediately.
Gold is worthless in my world.
Chengqian, really? Changsun suspected that her eldest son was fooling her.
If you don't believe me, mother, I will use my gold to build you a grand palace in the future.
Li Chengqian said while patting his chest.
After hearing this, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian expectantly.
He wanted it too.
When Li Chengqian noticed the look in his father's eyes, he said to him, Don't worry, father, I will build you a hut with gold in the future.
You kid.
Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian unhappily. Changsun covered her mouth, squinted her eyes and smiled, watching the father and son playing. After laughing for a while, she took Li Chengqian's arms and looked at him seriously.
Chengqian, is there really a lot of gold in the fairy world? Changsun didn't want Li Chengqian to take risks because of her illness. Don't worry, mother.
Gold, iron, and copper are worthless in the fairy world. As long as you prepare the necessary things in advance, you can have as much as you want.
Li Chengqian nodded seriously.
The Piglin Monster Tower can achieve mass production of gold, the Iron Machine can achieve mass production of iron, and the Drown Tower can achieve mass production of copper.
Seeing Li Chengqian's serious look, Changsun and Li Shimin believed him. Chengqian, get the golden apple back for your mother as soon as possible. By the way, can Chengqian get some more copper from the fairyland for I later?
Li Shimin rubbed his hands embarrassedly. The Tang Dynasty was in great shortage of copper, and the people were still using copper coins from the Sui Dynasty. Moreover, the quality of copper coins varies greatly.
Okay,
Li Chengqian nodded and said that he could get more gold and copper to relieve his father's pressure. And later on, you can also use experience points to build a module and get some silver mines. Silver has been in short supply in all dynasties.
Chengqian, thank you for your hard work. Changsun looked at her eldest son with heartache.
Li Chengqian just shook his head slightly. Mother is not having a hard time, it's you and I who are having a hard time.
Changsun and Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian with red eyes. Buy vitamins and supplements. Milk. Milk. By the way, how are Turks and the others doing now?
Li Chengqian turned his head and looked at Li Shimin. They have already begun to move south. I have already made preparations for the Turks to pass through the counties, and the people have been moved to safe places. Just wait for them to arrive later. Li Shimin's eyes were full of murderous intent.
According to what you said, then we don't have that much time?
Li Chengqian frowned, suddenly realizing that he couldn't plunder supplies along the way, so he could only speed up his journey south.
Wouldn't the Turks have arrived outside Chang'an some time in advance?
Yes, but now the army has begun to mobilize. With the addition of your TNT, Chengqian, the Turks will never return this time. Li Shimin was full of confidence. Although he could not guarantee that he could defeat all the hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops, he was sure that he could take down most of them.
Li Chengqian didn't know much about fighting, but he thought about his father.
As a general of Tians, he was so confident, which meant that things were basically stable. When we need TNT later, tell me.
I will give TNT to Duke Cheng and Duke Qin. Li Chengqian said. Currently, TNT is in his hands.
Good. Li Shimin rubbed Li Chengqian's hair. In the following time, Li Chengqian, Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin would only come out of my world once every 3 days.
The rest of the time is spent making TNT and building automated farms.
Soon, 10 days passed. The Turks were only 100 miles away from Chang'an. Li Chengqian handed the 3,000 TNTs he had recently produced to Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin.
Duke Qin, Duke Cheng, thank you for your help.
You must be careful.
If this much TNT explodes, it will be very powerful. Li Chengqian reminded them that they must detonate the bomb from a safe distance. Don't worry, Your Highness. We have prepared a long enough rope.
When the time comes, pull the lever from a distance. Shang Yaojin said with a smile.
Good. Li Chengqian then watched Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin leave.
The two of them needed to dig all the way underground to the Turkic camp.
At that time, 3,000 TNT will be detonated directly. It can definitely blow the Turkic army to the sky. Chengqian, let's go back. Changsun kept pulling Li Chengqian at this moment, for she was afraid that Li Chengqian would go with her.
Okay, mother. Li Chengqian felt helpless when he saw his mother's hand holding him. In fact, it is most appropriate to bring him along for this mission. Because he can enter my world, then even 3,000 TNTs won't be able to hit him. But Li Shimin, Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin would never let him participate in the operation.
Chengqian, don't worry.
Your father and the others have discussed this operation for a long time.
There's no danger. Just wait to celebrate with Duke Qin and Duke Cheng.
Seeing a hint of worry between Li Chengqian's brows, Changsun tried to comfort him.
What she didn't say was that Li Shimin and his men arranged for someone else to detonate the TNT instead of letting Shang Yaojin and his men do it.
After all, Li Shimin was unwilling to let Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong take this risk.
Mother, I believe in I and the others.
In order to prevent Changsun from worrying about him, Li Chengqian smiled. At this time, Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were escorted by a team of black armor soldiers and arrived in the woods 20 miles away from the Turks. Although this place is a bit far from the Turkic temporary rest camp, there are not many Turkic patrol cavalry here and it is not easy to be discovered.
Second brother, let's get started.
I can't wait to blow those Turks to the sky.
Shang Yaojin rubbed his hands ready to fight. Yes.
Qin Xiong nodded, then turned to look at the black armor army that had followed them.
Pay attention to your surroundings.
If you spot any Turkic cavalry patrols, lead them away immediately.
Yes, Duke.
The black armor army cavalry nodded. Qin Xiong and Xiang Yaojin took out pickaxes from their backpacks and started digging on the spot. They dug down 20 squares before digging towards the Turks. Because the distance of one grid is fixed, they only need to remember how many grids they have dug to know whether they have dug under the Turkic camp. The armored cavalryman outside looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh, "It's incredible. Duke Chang and Duke Qin dug so deep that we can no longer hear the sound of their tunneling."
Everyone nodded. Based on the speed of the two dukes, I'm afraid they'll be able to dig underneath the Turkic camp by midnight. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. That's when you can start. Inside Chang'an City,
the noble families gathered together at this time. I didn't expect the Turkic army to arrive outside Chang'an so soon.
You're here to die.
Don't forget that the prince still has that mysterious weapon in his hand.
Yes, this time the Turks might all be defeated here.
The aristocratic families now have no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. If it were in the past, they would have definitely made things difficult for Li Shimin in this situation. They used the events of Xuanwu Gate and the southward advance of the Turks to spread rumors that Li Shimin had come to power through illegal means, thereby undermining Li Shimin's prestige. But now they know that the Turkic Khan Jieli is here just to help Li Shimin improve his military record. They also sent people to remind Jieli Khan, but the other party did not believe what they said. Instead, he felt that it was the Tang dynasty that was threatening him.
The prince is really lucky.
If he didn't have that magical weapon this time, he would be in trouble.
Who said it wasn't? Now it all depends on how many Turks will die.
I hope they can react quickly and not give the crown prince too many military exploits. The people from the aristocratic family rubbed their heads, feeling very troubled by this.
Don't worry, everyone.
The prince will definitely pay a heavy price this time.
I'm afraid he doesn't have many magical weapons in his hands now. When the Turks recover, it will be a tough battle. Then we can wait for the opportunity to act. At this time, someone smiled evilly.
There hasn't been any force in the market buying things up in large quantities recently, and nothing has been sent to the East Palace in large quantities.
That makes sense. Everyone nodded.
As always, if there's any news, share it as soon as possible. Only by uniting together can we obtain the method for making the magic weapon from the crown prince.
Afterwards, these people from the noble families left with their own thoughts. Inside the East Palace.
After dealing with memorials for a while, Li Shimin would look up and outside.
I wonder how Shu Bao and Ji Jie are doing.
At this time, the Tang army around Chang'an was also ready to go. The order they received was that there would be a big operation tonight, and they should take action as soon as they heard a loud noise. Now the army has prepared enough torches and is waiting for the loud noise. Generals Li Jing, Ho Junji, Li Shaogong and others stood in front of their respective armies. Although they were not together, they were all looking in the direction of the Turkic army at this time.
Everyone was waiting for the loud noise.
As the sky gradually darkened, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong had already dug under the Turkic camp.
Second brother, please calculate quickly, are we already below the Turkic camp? Chang Yaojin lowered his voice and asked Qin Xiong.
Although he knew that his voice could not reach the ground, he still couldn't help but lower his voice. I was afraid that the mission would fail because of me. Qin Xiong counted the blocks he had dug during this period, then nodded, yes, we've arrived.
Okay, let's start placing the TNT. Let's blow up all the Turkic troops up there. Chang Yaojin swung the pickaxe excitedly. Start digging out space for the TNT.
Qin Xiong didn't say much and started digging. Finally, at midnight, they placed 2,785 TNT bombs underground.
Ji Jie, it's almost time. We can't delay any longer. This amount of TNT is enough to give the Turkic army a hard time.
Qin Xiong placed the pull rod and tied a rope to it. Okay, second brother, you arrange the ropes, and I'll go tell someone to pull the lever.
Chang Yaojin said. Qin Xiong nodded. The two of them took action separately. In the Turkic camp,
Jieli Khan suddenly woke up from his sleep, sweating profusely. Jie Khan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled his collar with his hand.
Why does it seem like Benhan is very flustered? Someone come.
Jie Khan was worried that the Tang army would attack the camp at night.
Khan.
The personal guard outside the tent immediately walked in and knelt on one knee in front of Jie Khan.
What time is it now? Jie Khan asked.
Reporting to the Khan, it is now the hour of the ox.
Is the Khan feeling unwell?
The personal guard noticed that Jie Khan's face was a little pale and asked worriedly. Jie Khan waved his hand. It's the early morning hour, Jie Khan muttered, then looked at his guards, increased the number of night watchmen. I'm worried that the Tang dynasty will launch a night attack.
Yes, Khan. The personal guards immediately led the troops away.
Jie Khan took the water bottle beside him and took a sip of water.
God of heaven, bless us men.
Jie Khan prayed in his heart.
Underground.
At this time, Qin Xiong had already prepared the rope, which was a full 15 miles away from the pull rod. At this time, Chang Yaojin came with 10 armored soldiers. Such a long rope cannot be pulled by just 1 or 2 people.
Everyone, I'm leaving this matter to you.
The safety of the Tang dynasty rests entirely in your hands. After the mission is accomplished, Duke Chang and I will commend you for your achievements. Qin Xiong clenched his fists and spoke to everyone. Everyone, remember, once the lever is pulled, retreat immediately. You must run as far as possible. Chang Yaojin also looked at the people in front of him and clasped his fists towards them.
Yes.
The 10 men's eyes were extremely determined, as they knew their mission was extremely dangerous. But they received assurances from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince before they came.
If anything happened to them, their parents and wives would be supported by the royal family.
They had no worries and did not care about life or death at all.
Jijia, let's go. Qin Xiong turned and left with Chang Yaojin.
The kindness and righteousness deep in his heart wanted him to stay and accompany these soldiers. But he knew he couldn't do that. He also needs to stay by the side of His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan and serve His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan. 10 soldiers watched Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong leave.
Everyone, it's time for us to make achievements.
The 10 of them looked at each other, and a smile appeared in each other's eyes. They estimated that Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin had reached the safe area, and the 10 people immediately took action, holding the rope tightly with both hands.
Pull. 10 people pulled it up together. It is not easy to pull a 15-mile rope. They pulled back slowly, and soon the rope became taut.
As they exerted force, they took a step back suddenly.
Pull it, run.
The 10 people used all their strength and ran in the direction they came from.
Although they are not afraid of death, who doesn't want to live?
At this time, the pull rod.
The first TNT has been ignited. Bang!
As it exploded, the rest of the TNT ignited instantly.
After a few flashes, everything exploded. A large amount of TNT was ignited instantly.
The Turkic army above suddenly felt the ground shaking.
What happened? Are there cavalry?
Get up, there's cavalry. The Turkic army immediately became panicked. Many people lay directly on the ground, listening to see how many cavalrymen there were. They could estimate the number of attacking cavalrymen by the vibrations of the ground. But this time they were completely confused. Unlike the vibrations caused by the galloping cavalry, this vibration was irregular. At this time, Jie Khan also woke up. He put on his outer robe and walked out of the
tent. Have the Tang army arrived?
Jie Khan looked around and then asked the personal guards at the door.
Replying to the Khan, I haven't received any news yet.
Just now, there was a sudden earthquake underground.
He hasn't finished speaking yet. A bigger explosion hit. Boom! Huge energy came from the ground.
Jie Khan watched with his own eyes as the earth in front of him began to fly up.
The people on the ground can fly higher. Then came countless flames. How is this possible?
Jie Khan began to tremble all over, the ground cracked, and raging fire gushed out from the ground.
Khan, let's run.
Although the personal guards did not know what was going on, it was obviously not a place to stay for long, and they wanted to protect Jie Khan and leave.
It's over.
Jie Khan looked at his feet. At this time, the ground had cracked, and through the cracks, he could already see faint flames.
Chang Shangshan, have you abandoned us?
Jie Khan raised this question, and then he and his personal guards around him were blown into the sky.
Boom boom.
At this time, the sound of the explosion was like the whisper of the devil. Every time it sounded, it meant the death of countless people. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong, who were far away, looked at the raging flames in the direction of the Turkic camp and looked at each other in shock.
Second brother, did we do this? Chen Yaojin swallowed at this moment. Qin Xiong said unconfidently, it seems so. Can anyone from the Turkic army survive this situation? Chen Yaojin touched the back of his head.
He felt that the backup plans prepared by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince seemed unnecessary. At this time, generals such as Li Jing, Hou Junji, and Li Shaogong also saw the sky covering fire that made the night brighter.
Is this a punishment from heaven?
Li Jing had already guessed Li Shimin's plan before, and relied on his magic weapons to cause chaos in the Turkic army. Then they attacked and captured the Turkic army, which was already in chaos. However, he had no idea that the power of the magic weapon would be so great, comparable to a heavenly punishment.
Times have changed.
Li Jing said this while stroking his beard.
Attack!
Li Jing gave the order, and the army behind him immediately lit torches and headed towards the Turkic camp. The other generals also gave orders. The Tang army began to move towards the Turkic camp. The army that was originally roaring with killing intent was now full of curiosity.
They really want to know if there is anyone still alive in the Turkic camp?
At this moment, the Tang Dynasty soldiers believed that the Turkic army's southward march had killed many civilians, angering God, so God brought down divine punishment. When Li Jing led the Tang army to the Turkic camp, everyone gasped. A huge pit appeared in front of everyone, and black smoke was still coming out of the pit. There were broken limbs everywhere, and some surviving Turkic soldiers were wailing constantly. Even veterans of the battlefield felt a little nauseous at this moment.
As for the new recruits, they had already vomited profusely.
Li Jing felt a little uncomfortable.
Could it be that the weapon His Royal Highness demonstrated outside the city earlier wasn't a complete divine weapon?
Li Jing felt that the big hole caused by the magic weapon was incomparable to the big hole in front of him.
Go and see if there are any Turks escaping.
By the way, clean up the bodies of the Turkic soldiers, and as for the wounded, move them together first. Li Jing gave the order and wrote down the situation here and had it sent to Chang'an by express horse. The army struggled to move. Li Jing looked at the camp in front of him and the wailing Turkic soldiers.
How many of the Turkic army of over 100,000 can survive? The soldiers soon discovered that some lucky people in the Turkic camp must have escaped.
The situation was immediately reported to Li Jing.
Li Jing immediately sent people to chase him.
At this time, Hou Junji happened to run into a group of fleeing Turkic soldiers.
Catch them all.
Hou Junji ordered the capture of these defeated soldiers. At this time, the deputy general on the side hurriedly stopped him. General, there's something wrong with these Turkic soldiers.
He doesn't look injured, but he keeps vomiting blood. He must be sick. Just shoot him.
The deputy general was afraid that these Turkic soldiers were carrying some plague.
Hou Junji thought so too.
If the army was infected with the plague, it would be a big trouble. So they arranged for archers to shoot them to death. The Turkic soldiers who had just managed to survive collapsed on the ground in despair as they looked at the Tang army in front of them. They originally thought they had escaped from hell, but unexpectedly they encountered the Tang army head-on. Swoosh! At this time, there was a sound of breaking air. The Turkic soldiers wanted to avoid it, but their internal organs had been severely damaged by the shock wave. They had relied on faith to run here. At this moment they could no longer move and could only watch themselves being shot.
Burn them!
Hou Junji gave the order and then led his men forward. When he arrived at the Turkic camp, generals including Li Shaogong had also arrived. Everyone, it seems that there is nothing for us to do. Li Jing smiled bitterly at everyone at this time.
I originally thought it would be a tough battle. As a result, most of the Turkic soldiers were killed. Everyone present nodded, their faces all looking unhappy. It was unclear whether it was because there was no fighting or because the surrounding environment made them feel sick. At this time, a cavalryman rushed over. Generals, several Turkic cavalry units have fled towards Jingzhou.
The cavalry hurried to report.
It looks like some of the Turkic cavalry are lucky enough to have survived.
They should be cavalry stationed on the outskirts or Turkic patrols.
It should be the latter. Everyone thought it should be the patrol cavalry. Given the current situation in the camp, even the Turks on the periphery might not be able to survive. Everyone, I just encountered some Turkic soldiers.
They had no wounds but kept spitting blood.
What's going on? Someone asked at this time. Me too, I encountered a few panicked Turkic soldiers. They kept vomiting blood, so I thought they were poisoned.
I sent someone to check them out, but it turned out they weren't poisoned at all.
Li Xiaogong said. Maybe it has something to do with the magic weapon.
Li Jing felt that this situation was most likely caused by a magical weapon.
After hearing this, everyone felt that it made some sense. Fortunately, this thing is in the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, otherwise. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines.
If they encounter such a situation, they will be powerless to save the situation. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin now led their men to look for the 10 people who pulled the lever. They went down into the tunnel and found that it had not collapsed, and they were relieved.
As long as it hasn't collapsed, there is hope. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong led their men into the tunnel.
After walking just a few hundred meters, I saw 10 people lying on the ground. They hurried forward and found that all 10 people had passed out.
They are still breathing. Bring them to the surface quickly. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong shouted.
The soldiers who followed immediately carried these people out. At this moment, no one cares whether these people can move or not. They will have a chance of survival only if they go out.
Chang Yaojin and others rode their war horses quickly towards Chang'an City. Chang'an City.
At this time, the whole Chang'an became lively. Because of the explosion just now by the Turks, we could hear it very clearly here.
What's going on? It sounds very similar to the divine weapon used by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince before. Most likely, but why would you use a magical weapon in the middle of the night? The people were puzzled.
But because of the curfew, no one dared to go out.
We can only discuss it as a family. East Palace.
When the explosion sounded, Li Shimin's heart was in his throat.
Did it work? He walked up and down in the hall.
At this time, Zhang Ananda walked in quickly with the letter written by Li Jing. Your Highness, County Lord Li Jing has sent me the situation from the front lines. Zhang Ananda presented the letter to Li Shimin with both hands. Li Shimin grabbed it and looked at it quickly.
Ha ha ha.
When he saw that a huge deep pit had been blown out in the Turkic camp, he burst into laughter. Seeing that most of the Turkic army had been killed and their bodies were mutilated, the smile on Li Shimin's face was almost overflowing.
The Turks are finished.
Li Shimin was very excited.
With so many people dead, the Turks no longer have any hope. When this news spread back to the grassland, other tribes on the grassland would eat the Turks until nothing was left.
Send someone to notify Li Jing and see if they can find Jie Khan. At this time, Li Shimin wished that Jie Khan could still be alive. After all, his eldest son said he wanted to see him dance.
Yes, Your Highness.
Zhang Ananda immediately retreated and arranged for someone to notify Li Jing and the others. At this time, Li Shimin stood up and left here and came to Changsuan's hall.
At this time, the 3 children, Li Qingqian, Li Tai and Li Lizzie, were lying on the bed and asleep.
Ji Lang, you're here. When Shangsun saw Li Shimin coming, she stood up immediately.
Guan Yinbi, why haven't you rested yet?
Li Shimin touched his wife's hand with heartache.
I'm worried about Ji Long. Changsun said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Li Shimin held Changsun in his arms.
Huanyinbi, I just received news from Li Jing that most of the Turkic army has been destroyed. Only a small number of Turks fled towards Jingzhou. Jingda should be able to keep those Turkic soldiers. In this way, the Turkic army that enters our Tang territory should be able to be completely annihilated. The corners of Li Shimin's mouth were almost rising to the back of his head at this moment. Congratulations, Your Highness. Chang Xuan's face was as bright as a flower. She had been able to feel that there was still pressure deep within Li Shimin, and even though they had a child who could go to the fairyland, it did not ease the pressure. But now, looking at the smile on Li Shimin's lips, she felt that the knot in his heart should have been much better. After being affectionate for a while, the two turned their gaze to the three children on the bed. When did Qingke and Lizzie come? Li Shimin covered the three children with quilts. He came in the evening and said he wanted to play with their eldest brother. Changsun looked at her child with a smile in her eyes. Seeing that Chengqian and Qingke have such a good relationship, I feel relieved. Li Shimin was really worried that what happened between him and his elder brother would happen again to Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Don't worry, Your Highness. We must trust Chengqian. Chengqian will definitely handle these things in the future. Even if he can't, with our help, everything will be fine. Changsun said with a smile. Li Shimin nodded. At this moment, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong came to Chang'an with 10 injured black-armored soldiers. The people on the city wall pulled them up in a hanging basket. Then Chang Yaojin and his men continued to head towards the East Palace. Duke Chang, Duke Qin, what happened to them? Everyone was confused and puzzled. He came from outside the city late at night, and then hurried towards the East Palace. Wait a minute, could the commotion outside just now have been caused by Duke Chang and Duke Qin? It's very likely that they are carrying the magical weapons that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince demonstrated outside the city. I wonder if all the Turkic troops are dead. The soldiers present couldn't help but look towards the place where the fire had just appeared. They also went to see the pit left by the magical weapon. Faced with such a powerful weapon, no one should be able to resist it. Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong and others galloped all the way and arrived at the wall of the East Palace. When the people on the East Palace wall saw Chang Yaojin and his companions, they immediately lowered the hanging basket. Zhang Ananda also received the news that Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong had arrived with the wounded. So he hurried to Li Shimin and Changsun. He walked lightly, fearing to wake up the three sleeping Li Chengqian siblings. Your Highness, Duke Qin and Duke Chang have brought 10 wounded soldiers into the palace. Zhang Ananda said. When Li Shimin heard this, he immediately realized that the 10 people must be soldiers going to detonate the TNT. So he looked at Li Chengqian. He hoped his son could save those 10 people. Your Highness, I'll go wake Chengqian up. Changsun hurried to Li Chengqian, gently pushed him, and whispered in his ear. Li Chengqian soon opened his eyes in a daze. Mother? Li Chengqian looked at his mother in confusion. Changsun carried Li Chengqian to the outer hall. Chengqian, I need your help to treat 10 soldiers. They were injured trying to detonate the TNT tonight. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian for help. Li Chengqian nodded hurriedly. He didn't want anything to happen to the person who had dedicated himself to the country. Where are they? Li Chengqian thought of trying milk first to see if he could save them. These are probably internal organs injured by the shockwave of the explosion. This is not a congenital disease, so perhaps milk can help eliminate it. Then eat some bread to help restore your health. Jie and Shubao are bringing them here. Chengqian, do you need I to prepare something? Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian thought about it and realized that it was night time now and it was not safe to go to my world. Where is the cow I brought back from the fairyland? Bring them here. Li Chengqian planned to use those cows. 3 big cows can produce 3 buckets of milk. Together with the milk that Anyang didn't drink up last time, it should be able to meet the needs of 10 people. I just wonder if the calf has grown up. Okay, I'll send someone right away. It's a good thing I didn't let you kill them last time. By the way, the calf that Chengqian caught last time has grown up. Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin's calm face and asked curiously, "Father, why don't you seem shocked at all? You think I is stupid? The cows from the fairyland must be different.
It's only natural that you've grown up in such a short time." Li Shimin felt that if he didn't grow up so quickly, there would be a problem.
Chang Sun touched Li Chengqian's little head.
Soon 4 big bulls were pulled over. Seeing this, Li Chengqian fed them wheat, and instantly 2 more calves appeared. The eunuchs and palace maids around were shocked for a moment, but soon calmed down. But they knew that these cattle were brought back from the fairyland by His Majesty the King of Zhongshan.
Li Chengqian then used iron ingots to synthesize 4 iron barrels. Now there are enough iron ingots, so there is no need to be stingy.
Li Chengqian tapped the cow with an iron bucket, and the bucket was instantly filled with milk.
The other 3 were also operated. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun couldn't help but ask, "Chengqian, can bulls in the immortal world also produce milk?" Ha ha ha.
Li Chengqian thought his father and mother would find it normal. In the fairy world, there is no distinction between bulls and
cows, Li Chengqian said.
The expressions on Li Shimin and Zhang Sun's faces were very interesting for a moment.
At this time, a eunuch beside him whispered, "Does the people in the fairy world not distinguish between men and women?"
After saying that, he quickly covered his mouth and then knelt down.
"Your Highness, please forgive me. I was confused for a moment."
He knocked his head so hard that it made a loud banging sound, and his forehead soon turned red.
Li Shimin and Zhang Sun sure did not say anything, but looked at Li Chengqian.
They wanted to see how their son would handle this matter.
"Okay, stop knocking, it's okay. Don't do it again next time."
"But you're right, those in the fairy world don't differentiate between men and women either," Li Chengqian said with a smile.
"Thank you, Your Highness King Zhongshan." The eunuch looked at Li Chengqian with gratitude.
Li Shimin and Zhang Sun sure found it a little difficult to accept.
It's okay that animals don't differentiate between male and female, but how come humans don't differentiate between male and female?
"Chengqian, you must not get too close to those people from the immortal realm."
Chang Sun squatted down and gave instructions to Li Chengqian.
She was worried that her eldest son would be led astray.
Who knows what quirks those immortals, regardless of gender, might have. Yes, Chengqian, you can't learn bad things.
Li Shimin was also full of worries. He would tell Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong later to keep a close eye on Li Chengqian. We must not let him learn bad things from those people in the immortal world.
Mother, don't worry, I won't. How could Li Chengqian get along well with the villagers?
They are all his tools. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Princess, Your Highness the King of Zhongshan, Duke Qin, and Duke Cheng are here.
Zhang Ananda came in to report. Let them bring in the wounded soldiers quickly,
Li Shimin said.
Yes. Zhang Ananda went outside immediately.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin hurried forward. Duke Qin, Duke Cheng, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants you to quickly bring the injured in. His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan is ready.
Zhang Ananda explained it to them. Thank you.
Qin Xiong clasped his fists in gratitude, then waved his hand and asked someone to take the 10 soldiers into the hall.
Chang Yaojin hugged Zhang Ananda and then quickly ran into the hall. Duke Cheng. Zhang Ananda smiled and shook his head, then walked in. Inside the main hall.
Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Your Highness, the King of Zhongshan, please save them quickly. The 10 of them are only breathing their last breath now. Qin Xiong looked anxious.
Shubao, don't worry.
Li Shimin turned his head and looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian then gave his father a milk bucket, and then gave one to Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin.
Feed them this milk quickly.
Wait until they recover a little, then feed them some bread. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he took the milk and started feeding the wounded. Li Shimin and the other 2 also hurriedly joined in. As the milk was fed to them, the faces of the soldiers who were about to die now became a little rosier. The internal organs damaged by the shockwave have recovered a lot at this moment.
Very good.
Chang Yaojin looked at the pale faces of the 10 of them, which now turned rosy, and immediately laughed excitedly. Life saved. Here it is? The person in Li Shimin's arms woke up first, and he looked around in confusion. He remembered that he was originally in a tunnel. Wake up, this is the East Palace. Good job, you didn't embarrass me. Li Shimin looked at the soldier in his arms with a smile on his face. Your Highness. When the man saw that he was in the arms of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he wanted to struggle to get up, but was immediately held down by Li Shimin. Stop. You're just feeling better now, don't move around. What you need to do now is to have a good rest. After Li Shimin comforted him, he looked at his son. Chengqian, are you going to feed me bread next? Li Shimin asked. Yes, I give. Li Chengqian gave the man 2 loaves of bread. Eat quickly, it will make you healthy. I still need you guys. Li Shimin said with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. The man's tears flowed like a spring and could not be stopped. The rest of the people woke up soon. When they woke up, they all received comfort from Li Shimin. Then everyone started crying and eating bread. Li Chengqian looked at everyone, then turned his gaze to Li Shimin. If we send I to a pyramid scheme, he'll definitely become the boss in a few days. Li Shimin noticed his son's gaze and raised his eyebrows at him. Just follow I and learn slowly. These people were then arranged to rest. Li Shimin looked at Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin. Shubao, Jijie, thank you for your hard work this time. I would like to thank you here. Li Shimin clasped his fists towards the 2 of them. Your Highness, this is what we should do. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin knelt on one knee and clasped their fists. Your Highness, what's the situation on the front lines now? Qin Xiong asked. Chang Yaojin also looked on with anticipation. At that time, they were only thinking about sending back the 10 injured heroes and had no intention of understanding the situation on the front line. Shubao, Jijie, guess how many Turkic soldiers died? Li Shimin had a bad taste in his mouth, but he didn't tell them directly. The 2 of them looked at each other. Your Highness, 100,000? Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong guessed a conservative number. Li Shimin smiled and said, at least hundreds of thousands. According to Li Jing's letter, perhaps only the Turkic soldiers patrolling the periphery managed to survive. The rest were all affected by the TNT. Hiss. The 2 of them gasped. The Turkic army was destroyed. Isn't that Jieli Khan of the Turks also dead? Li Chengqian looked regretful, as he still wanted to meet the Dance King. In the end, it just disappeared. He should be. After all, he lives in the middle of the camp. But I also hopes that he can live. Li Shimin smiled and stroked his beard. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin also burst into laughter. Now that Jieli Khan is dead, the great crisis is over. Your Highness, now that the Turkic issue has been resolved, we in the Tang Dynasty can now develop with peace of mind. Qin Xiong couldn't help but get excited. Later, we can bring those items from the fairyland to the Tang Dynasty. Yes, the people can live a good life now. Li Shimin stroked his beard and was thinking about planning his ascension to the throne. Li Chengqian looked at the happy Li Shimin and thought that he should not tell his father about the disasters that the Tang Dynasty experienced in the early Jingguan period. Let him be happy first. At this moment, Chang Sun noticed her son's expression and couldn't help but feel worried. Your Highness, I will take Chengqian to rest first. It's getting late. Chang Sun planned to ask Li Chengqian about it later. Okay, thank you for your hard work today. Li Shimin kissed Li Chengqian on the forehead. As a result, Li Chengqian frowned and wiped his forehead. You kid! Li Shimin saw that Li Chengqian hated him kissing him and insisted on kissing him a few more times. Seeing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly ran behind Chang Sun. When Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. P.S. Thanks to Li Zaranzers for the explosive update and flowers. Chang Sun carried Li Chengqian away. Back in the inner hall, Chang Sun let Li Chengqian go. Chengqian, do you have something to tell I?
Changsun looked at her eldest son with concern, with a hint of worry between her brows.
Li Chengqian didn't expect that his father didn't notice it, but his mother did.
Seeing this, he nodded. Chengqian, will the Tang dynasty experience some natural or man-made disasters in the future? Changsuan's heart was in her throat.
Li Chengqian was holding Changsuan's hands at this time.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm here. Natural disasters and man-made disasters can be easily resolved by me, your son. Li Chengqian tilted his head slightly.
Upon hearing this, Changsun took Li Chengqian into her arms and said, Chengqian, tell me what happened next.
Mother, there will be a severe drought in Shandong next summer. There will be floods in the Guangzhong area in the fall. Li Chengqian did not mention what happened in the second year of Jingguan, and let his mother take it easy first. What? A trace of paleness appeared on Changsuan's face. Drought and floods occurred just after Erlang ascended the throne, and those aristocratic families would definitely use this as an excuse. And who knows how many people will be separated from their families by these two disasters.
Seeing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly grabbed Changsun.
Don't worry, Mom, I'll take care of everything. I can handle it.
Li Chengqian hurriedly comforted Changsun. In case of drought, he only needs to ask Cheng Yaojin and others to bring 2 buckets of water, and use the mechanism of 2 buckets of water to produce infinite water.
You can ask Cheng Yaojin to place a bucket of water at each water source in Shandong. Then the drought will disappear. Floods are easier to solve.
We can use a shovel to plan drainage channels in advance, and then arrange Qin Xiong and others to reinforce the embankment with boulders, and we can deal with it easily.
Fortunately, I have my son. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would have died. Changsun hugged Li Chengqian tightly.
He was very glad that Chengqian was able to go to the fairyland so that the Tang dynasty could take precautions in advance. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty would suffer huge losses.
Mother, don't tell I about this yet. Let's wait until I ascends the throne. Let him be happy for a while first. Li Chengqian said. Good. Changsun hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Then he took Li Chengqian to the bed to rest. When Li Chengqian fell asleep, she hesitated, wondering whether to tell Li Shimin about this. After hesitating for a while, she chose to listen to her son and let Erlang be happy for a while. She also took a rest afterwards. At this time, Li Jing, who was 100 miles away, looked embarrassed after receiving Li Shimin's order. Seeing this, Ho Junji and others gathered around.
What happened to General Li?
Everyone looked at him in confusion. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked us to find Jie Khan. Li Jing said slowly.
This. Everyone looked at each other. This is a bit difficult to handle.
Jie Khan might have already turned into a pile of minced meat. Let's search slowly and see if we can find something that proves Jie Khan's identity.
That's all we can do.
Go ask the surviving Turkic soldiers if Jie Khan has escaped.
Everyone took action immediately.
Although they thought that Jie Khan had no remains left, since Li Shimin had given the order, they had to look for him.
You must show your attitude.
They searched until dawn but still couldn't find anything to prove Jie Khan's identity. Everyone looked at each other and saw that Jie Khan's body was gone. I had no choice but to report the matter. At this time, as daybreak approached, the officials from the aristocratic families in Chang'an took advantage of the open city gates and immediately sent people here. I want to come and see what the situation is like here. It wasn't long before the first group of spies arrived. Li Jing and others did not order to stop them, as long as they did not stupidly bump into the patrolling soldiers.
This is an opportunity to intimidate the aristocratic families.
When the spies from the aristocratic family saw the
hellish scene in front of them from a distance, their legs couldn't help but tremble.
Then they hurriedly reported the situation here to their master.
Inside Chang'an City,
the 5 surnames and 7 families as well as other aristocratic families gathered together.
Their faces didn't look very good.
They all received reports from their respective spies.
What do you think? Then someone spoke up. And everyone just looked at each other. This matter is no longer something we can handle.
The head of our Qinghe clan is already on his way here.
He will be responsible for the follow-up. So do our Zhao Junli family.
In that case, let our respective clan leaders handle the follow-up.
Okay, goodbye everyone. People come quickly and leave quickly.
The loss of hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops put too much pressure on them.
If Li Shimin could easily deal with the Turks, then they could too.
They did not want to follow in the footsteps of the Turks. No matter what the cost, we must obtain the method to manufacture the magic weapon. At this time, a group of Turkic cavalry were fleeing to the north in panic. They had fear on their faces and looked back from time to time. They are survivors of last night's explosion. The team was led by Batter, a Turkic captain. The Turkic captain began to tremble all over when he recalled what happened last night. He remembered that he was leading a team on patrol outside the city. When they were talking and joking, the ground cracked and countless flames emerged from the ground. He saw with his own eyes countless Turkic warriors being torn to pieces by the flames. The remains of many warriors and horses were scattered into the sky. It was as if the eternal heaven had brought down its wrath to punish these warriors of the grassland.
Captain, shall we take a break? A lot of war horses have died of exhaustion? Someone made a suggestion.
They used to ride 2 horses each, but now many of them only have 1 horse left.
Batter looked at the warriors under his command.
Their faces were full of fatigue, and the horses under their crotch were panting.
If they didn't rest, they would probably be exhausted to death. Take a break. Arrange for people to keep watch.
Now that the Khan and his men are dead, the Tang people will definitely come after us. Batter was afraid that the Tang army would appear around him. In the current situation, if the Tang army arrives, they will have no way to resist.
After receiving the order, the Turkic soldiers dismounted and rested.
After running all night, my body and mind were already exhausted. They gathered together to eat, but now they no longer had the high spirits they had at the beginning. When they first entered the territory of the Tang dynasty, they all said they would rob countless money and food and bring them back to the grassland.
Now they just hope they can return safely.
Before they had rested for long, the stalkers discovered a cavalry unit approaching.
Run! The Tang cavalry is coming. Suddenly there was chaos.
However, when the other party came closer, they found that they were Turks like them. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief.
Batter discovered that the team leader was an old acquaintance, Talgut.
So he stepped forward. At this time, Talgut and others were also in a panic. Only when they saw a Turkic cavalry here did they feel a little relieved.
Talgut, I didn't expect you to be alive. Batter looked at the other person and handed him a water bag. Talgut took it and drank it in big gulps. Then he looked at Batter. What happened in Batter? Why was the camp punished by God?
Talgut didn't know how to describe what he saw, nor could he understand what had happened in the camp. If it weren't for his personal guards pulling him away, he would probably have died there.
I don't know either.
It seems that the only ones left alive are those of us who are responsible for night patrols.
Everyone in the camp seems to be dead.
Batter told Talgut what he had seen at that time.
Talgut's voice trembled. Has Chang Shengshan abandoned us?
The cavalrymen behind him had faces filled with fear.
Batter also fell silent. He had the same suspicion. Let's take a break first. Then we'll return to the grasslands together.
I will never set foot on the territory of the Tang dynasty again in my life. Batter's eyes were full of fear.
Talgut nodded as well.
After resting for a while, they started heading towards the grassland. What they didn't know at the time was that there was a Tang dynasty army in Jingzhou waiting for them with their swords sharpened.
Inside the Tai Chi Hall, Pei Ji quickly came to Li Yuan.
Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has defeated the Turkic army.
Hundreds of thousands of people are gone. As Pei Ji spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably.
I don't know whether he is excited or scared.
What? Xuanzhen, are you saying that rebellious son wiped out a Turkic army of over 100,000 in one night? Li Yuan was trembling inwardly. Is my second son already so amazing? Pei Ji nodded seriously. Xuanzhen, please tell me what's going on. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of pigs, it's impossible for them to disappear overnight, right?
This was beyond Li Yuan's understanding. Your Majesty, it was the divine weapon in the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that caused all this. According to the spies I sent, the Turkic camp was destroyed by divine weapons, and almost everyone inside was killed.
Pei Ji briefly described the situation to Li Yuan.
After hearing this, Li Yuan slowly sat back on the dragon throne. After a silence lasting almost as long as a cup of tea, Li Yuan waved to a eunuch. Go and call His Royal Highness the Crown Prince.
I have something to ask him. Li Yuan couldn't help it at this moment. He wanted to know what that magic weapon was. The eunuch nodded hurriedly, yes, Your Majesty.
Then he retreated hastily.
Your Majesty, I will also take my leave.
Pei Ji knew what happened next, and it was not something he, as a subject, should listen to hear.
Li Yuan nodded. He was wondering in his heart whether there was an immortal backing his second son. Can I achieve immortality through immortals? Inside the East Palace, Li Shimin, Changsun, and Li Chengqian's 3 children were having dinner.
At this time, Zhang Ananda walked in quickly. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to say he wants to see you, Your Highness.
After Zhang Ananda finished speaking, he lowered his head tightly.
Li Shimin was stunned at this moment.
Li Yuan has not seen him since he killed Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji. Lang.
At this time, Changsun held Li Shimin's hand tightly and looked at him with firm eyes. Li Shimin came back to his senses at this time.
Guanyin made.
Li Shimin turned his head and looked at Changsun. Li Chengqian has become immune to his parents' dog food, and he took his younger brothers and sisters to eat by himself. It is unknown what the couple talked about, but Li Shimin left in a hurry.
Chengqian, can your father-in-law and father-in-law reconcile? Changsun looked at Li Chengqian, hoping to get the answer from her son. Who knows this, mother? Li Chengqian shook his head. Changsun fell silent. Inside Taiji Palace. After Li Shimin entered, Li Yuan asked everyone in the hall to leave. Everyone stopped moving and looked at Li Shimin. Only after seeing Li Shimin make a gesture did everyone lower their heads and retreat. When Zhang Ananda left, he closed the door of the hall. Then everyone moved away. I was afraid that I would hear something I shouldn't hear. Li Shimin looked at Li Yuan. Ji Lang, you did a good job this time. Now that more than 100,000 Turks have died, they are no longer a force to be reckoned with. People in the border areas can now live a good life. Li Yuan did not ask directly. At this moment, Li Shimin finally understood why Li Yuan called him here. For TNT. Yes, now so many Turks have died in battle. The other races on the steppe will surely devour the Turks. People in the border areas can now live in peace for a few years. Li Shimin also nodded. Then the father and son chatted about some random things. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, Prince, what exactly is that magical weapon of yours? How could hundreds of thousands of people be wiped out overnight? When Li Shimin heard what Li Yuan said, he looked at him and wondered whether he should tell him. Li Yuan looked at the troubled Li Shimin and asked first, Prince, is there an immortal behind you? I guess so. Li Shimin didn't expect that Li Yuan had guessed it. But when he thought about it, it was normal for his father to be suspicious since hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops were gone. Li Yuan stood up excitedly on the spot. Shimin, could you please introduce me to the immortal? Li Yuan was trembling all over at this moment. Li Shimin looked at Li Yuan, and then thought that as Chengqian took out more and more things, it would not be long before he was exposed, so it would be okay to tell Ong. Anyway, this is my people, without my permission, not even a mosquito can fly in. And after I knows Chengqian's strength, perhaps his dissatisfaction with himself will disappear? After all, my father now calls me Shimin. That immortal is Chengqian. Li Shimin's tone was full of pride.
In his eyes, his son was an immortal.
Chengqian. Li Yuan's eyes widened.
He didn't expect that the immortal was actually his own grandson.
Take me to see Chengqian quickly. I never thought that my Li family would produce an immortal. Li Yuan was trembling with excitement at this moment. As Chengqian's grandfather, it's not too much to ask him for an elixir that can prolong life, right? P.S. Thanks to Zhao Hao who loves eating garlic frogs for sending the love-generated electricity. Please give me some free gifts, thank you everyone.
As Li Yuan spoke, he took Li Shimin's hand and walked towards the eastern palace. Li Shimin did not stop him, but followed Li Yuan. Zhang Ananda and others outside were shocked when they saw Li Yuan holding Li Shimin's hand. They watched the scene in amazement.
Your Majesty, are you forgiving the Crown Prince? East Palace. Li Chengqian was currently fishing outside the palace with Li Lizzie and Li Tai.
Hee, big brother, I caught another good thing.
This is a saddle, right?
Li Lizzie then caught another saddle and excitedly presented it to Li Chengqian.
That's right, my Li Ji is so lucky. Li Chengqian gave Li Lizzie a thumbs up.
Li
Lizzie smiled happily.
At this time, there was a hint of envy in Li Tai's eyes. He handed the fishing rod in his hand to the eunuch beside him, and then hurried to Li Lizzie.
Lizzie, can you give this saddle to my fourth brother? Li Tai was grabbing Li Lizzie's hands and begging.
He also wanted a mount, but he had no saddle and his elder brother couldn't help him. Now that Li Lizzie has caught it, there is hope for his mount.
Then what can you give me in exchange, brother for? Li Lizzie looked at Li Tai mischievously.
In fact, she didn't want anything, she just wanted to tease her fourth brother. Li Tai looked back at his rags, and finally turned his gaze to his mother.
Mother! Li Tai asked for help. Seeing this, Chang Sun walked over with a smile. She squatted down and asked Lizzie, what gift do you want fourth brother to give you? Li Lizzie poked her chin with her hand and said, fourth brother, you must listen to me from now on.
Okay, Lizzie.
From now on, fourth brother will listen to you.
In order to get the saddle, Li Tai sold himself without hesitation.
Li Chengqian and Chang Sun looked at Li Tai and immediately laughed.
Okay, then I'll give this saddle to fourth brother.
Li Lizzie nodded.
Yeah.
Li Tai jumped
for joy, then came to Li Chengqian with the saddle. Brother, I also want a mount.
Li Tai said hurriedly.
Okay, Chingke, do you want the same mount as Lizzie?
Li Chengqian pointed to the pig not far away. Li Tai immediately shook his head.
Brother, I want a horse from the fairyland as a mount. I want to experience what it's like to ride a fairyland horse.
Li Tai doesn't like pigs.
Okay, I'll catch you a horse later.
Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. Chengqian, riding a horse from the immortal realm wouldn't be dangerous, right? Chang Sun was worried that Li Tai would still be young and it would be too dangerous. Don't worry, mother.
Once you ride a fairyland horse, you won't fall off unless Chingke jumps off on his own initiative.
Of course, if the horse encounters some fatal attack, Chingke will still be thrown off. Li Chengqian explained. After hearing this, Chang Sun was relieved. Thank you, brother.
Li Tai got what he wanted and excitedly went fishing again with his fishing rod.
Li Lizzie also ran over.
The brother and sister were fishing around the water tank. By the way, Chengqian's mother has also accumulated some things.
Come and see which ones are useful. Chang Sun asked someone to send the things over.
The last time I asked Li Chengqian for the fishing rod, Chang Sun had already arranged someone to go fishing.
We have caught quite a few things now.
Good. Li Chengqian was also curious about how many good things Yang had caught. It turned out to be a pile of worthless things. The only useful thing was leather. Mother, these fish can be eaten, and these 10 or so pieces of leather can be made into leather armor. The rest of the stuff is basically useless. Li Chengqian was a little skeptical at this moment, wondering if it would be difficult to catch anything good in the Tang Dynasty.
Okay, Auntie, I'll arrange for someone to handle it.
Chang Sun sure did not feel disappointed at all. After all, she had been mentally prepared through her son Xingke.
Mother, do you think Li Ji is a little too lucky? Li Chengqian looked at Li Lizzie, who was smiling outside. Yeah, Lizzie is so lucky. Changsun nodded in agreement.
Just then Li Lizzie caught another good fish.
An enchanted iron sword. Oh my god. Li Chengqian was shocked. Is my sister cheating?
Brother, Li Ji has caught another good thing.
Li Tai shouted hurriedly at this time.
Although he didn't know what good stuff it was, he remembered the enchanted bow from last time.
Brother, what is this?
Li Lizzie came to Li Chengqian with the enchanted sword.
Changsun also looked at the sword curiously.
Li Chengqian took it and looked at it, and the corner of his mouth jumped.
There's still a lot of durability.
And this sword has 2 enchantments, fire and knockback.
Brother, how about this treasure? Li Lizzie looked at Li Chengqian curiously with her big eyes. Very good. The beauty is really amazing.
Li Chengqian truly admires his sister.
Li Lizzie turned around happily. What abilities does Chengqian's sword have? Changsun asked curiously. Li Chengqian looked around and found that there was nothing around that he could use to demonstrate to An Yang.
So I waved to someone to bring over a pig that I had brought from my world.
After a while, a pig was brought in.
Anyang, Xingke, Lizzie, you guys stand at the back. Li Chengqian was worried that the pigs would run around after catching fire.
Good. Changsun immediately took her children and took a few steps back, and the eunuchs and palace maids present also took a few steps back.
Just as Li Chengqian was about to take action, Li Yuan and Li Shimin, father and son, arrived.
Li Chengqian attacked the pig.
As Li Chengqian chopped down with his sword, the pig's body instantly caught fire and flew backwards.
This is the magic.
Li Yuan looked at the strange creature that flew out on fire, and then turned his gaze to his beloved grandson. Li Shimin looked at the enchanted sword in Li Chengqian's hand with shining eyes. He knew that all this must be because of the sword.
No, this thing is too dangerous, I'd better keep it here.
Li Shimin was thinking about how to get the sword from his son. This sword smells so good.
Chengqian, my good grandson, how did you do that just now? At this time, Li Yuan quickly came to Li Chengqian's side,
looking at him with shining eyes. When Changsun saw Li Yuan coming, she immediately came to Li Shimin and cast a puzzled look at him. At this time, Li Shimin gently patted Changsun's hand to reassure her.
On, you're here. Li Chengqian was a little surprised.
He didn't expect Li Yuan to come to the Eastern Palace at this time.
On.
Li Lizzie and Li Tai also hurried over. Li Yuan touched the 2 little guys with a smile, and finally looked at Li Chengqian. At this time, the pig covered in flames also died and turned into a cooked pork chop.
Li Yuan was very confused when he saw this. Such a big pig turned out to be this small? Chengqian, is this your immortal technique? Li Yuan asked slowly. On, I guess so. Li Chengqian thought about it and finally nodded.
For the people of the Tang Dynasty, this is indeed a magical method.
Chengqian, can you teach On? Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian nervously. Of course, On, you try it.
Li Chengqian handed the enchanted sword in his hand to Li Yuan.
At the same time, someone brought a pig. What kind of animal is this, Chengqian? Why does it look like this?
Li Yuan looked at the square pig in front of him and felt very strange. He had lived so long, but he had never seen such a strange creature. This is a pig from the fairyland.
Chengqian brought him back from the immortal realm.
Li Shimin stood up and explained at this time, his tone was full of pride. Li Yuan naturally heard it and immediately rolled his eyes at his rebellious son.
Then he smiled and asked Li Chengqian, Chengqian, what should Grandpa do?
Li Shimin's face turned dark when he saw the 2 different expressions his father showed to himself and his son.
Erlang, this is a good start. I imagine I will forgive you later. Changsun comforted Li Shimin.
Li Shimin nodded upon seeing this. Aunt, just chop the pig in half with your sword. This sword has been enchanted with magic.
Li Chengqian gave a brief explanation.
Good. Li Yuan looked at the sword in his hand that didn't look like a sword, and thought that the swords in the fairy world were really strange. So he tried to split the fairy pig in front of him. With one strike of the sword, the pig immediately caught fire and flew backwards 7 or 8 meters. This. Li Yuan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't use so much strength. So he told Li Chengqian about his doubts. Awing, this sword has 2 magical powers, one is flame attachment and the other is repulsion. Li Chengqian explained. Oh, I see. Li Yuan looked at the ugly fairy sword in front of him with great satisfaction. Although it doesn't look very good, it is much better than the swords in his collection. He looked at Li Chengqian embarrassedly at this moment. Chengqian, can you give this sword to Awang? Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian. Li Shimin on the side became anxious, he also wanted this sword. Seeing this, Changsun hurriedly grabbed Li Shimin and winked at him. If I likes it, give it to I. Li Shimin thought about how he had treated his father badly recently, so he had no choice but to give up. But he would have to find Li Ji later and ask her to help him catch a better sword. Awing, this sword was fished out by Li Ji. If you want, you have to discuss it with Li Ji. Li Chengqian pointed at his younger sister. Li Yuan was very curious about what the term beautiful fishing meant. Is this thing for fishing? Lizzie, can you give this sword to Awang? Li Yuan squatted down and looked at Lizzie. Of course, Awang. If Uncle likes it, Lizzie can catch more for Uncle. Lizzie was not stingy at all, and she generously said that she could catch more for Li Yuan. Li Tai jumped out immediately upon seeing this. Aunt, I can fish for you too. Halfway through his words, Li Tai's voice became quieter and quieter. He suddenly remembered his luck, which was not good. Okay, you are all my good grandsons and granddaughters. Li Yuan hugged the 2 little guys and kissed them, and the depression in his heart was relieved a little. He held Lizzie and Li Tai in his arms and looked at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, what do you mean by fishing when you and Lizzie and Qingke talk about it? Before Li Chengqian could explain, Lizzie in his arms quickly raised her hand. Aunt, Lizzie knows. Then Lizzie guided Li Yuan to carry them to the water tank and asked Li Yuan to put them down. Awang, look, my 4th brother and I will fish for you. Lizzie swung the rod at the water tank, and Li Tai was not to be outdone, and immediately followed his sister's steps. Li Yuan looked at his granddaughter and grandson in confusion. What can you catch in this water tank that is filled with nothing but water? Just when he thought the 2 children were coaxing him, he saw many bubbles coming out of the water tank. Then it bit Li Tai's fishing rod. Li Chengqian, Changsun and Li Shimin all looked at Li Tai in surprise. Is Qingshua's luck about to change? However, when they saw Li Tai fish out a wooden bowl, they immediately showed an expression of as expected. Li Tai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He had seen himself catch the fish before his sister and thought his luck was about to change, but in the end he was still so unlucky. Qingke, show Awang what you caught. Li Yuan withdrew his gaze from the water tank at this time. He thought it was too amazing. He had just confirmed that this water tank was just water. How could it be possible to catch something? Li Tai handed the wooden bowl to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took it and examined it over and over again, confirming that it was a wooden bowl. At this time, Lizzie also caught something. An ordinary bow. Lizzie, show yours to Awang. Li Yuan said hurriedly. Okay, Ang. Lizzie handed the bow to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan looked at it for a while, he turned his gaze to Li Chengqian. Chengqian, is all this because of the fishing rods in Lizzie Qingke and the others' hands? Li Yuan felt that the fishing rods in Lizzie and Qingshua's hands must have been brought back by Li Chengqian from the fairyland. That's why you can fish something out of a tank that only has water in it. Yes, Awang. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Yuan also wanted to take a shot. Changsun saw what Li Yuan was thinking and immediately asked someone to bring a fishing rod. After getting it, Li Yuan couldn't wait to join the team of Lizzie and Li Tai. Soon he fished up a wooden bowl that was of no use at all, but Li Yuan was very happy. He thought this was quite fun and could help him temporarily forget the pain of losing his son and everything that was happening now. When Li Shimin and Zhang Sun saw Li Yuan smiling so happily, they felt less guilty.
Chengqian, please provide whatever Ong needs in the future as much as possible. As long as Ong. Li Shimin didn't say it, but Li Chengqian understood. Li Yuan fished for a while, but didn't catch anything good. Just like Li Tai, he caught some useless garbage. It seems that ice luck is the same as Qingxue's, not very good. Li Shimin stood aside and watched with a smile. P.S. Thanks to the Book Emperor for sending the 2 flowers. Today, Li Shimin did not go to work, but stayed here with Li Yuan for a day. In the evening, the family sat together and had a meal of cooked pork chops. Yes. This pig from the fairyland makes me feel very comfortable all over. It seems that all the discomfort in my body has disappeared. Li Yuan felt that if he ate it every day, he would definitely be able to prolong his life. He looked at Li Chengqian at this time. He had originally planned to ask him for some treasures to prolong his life, but he ended up just fishing today. I just didn't catch anything good. When Li Shimin heard Li Yuan's words, he immediately looked at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, do you have any milk left? Give Ong something to drink. Li Shimin still hoped in his heart that Li Yuan could live a long life. He wanted to prove to Li Yuan that he was more suitable to be emperor than his elder brother. Some. Li Chengqian nodded. The 10 people before him had not finished drinking yet. He took out the milk from his backpack. When Li Yuan saw this, he was both surprised and calm. My grandson is an immortal, so it would be a problem if he doesn't have the ability to hide the world in his sleeves. Chengqian, what's the use of this milk? Li Yuan asked. Ong, this milk can cure your illness. And it can also prolong life. Li Chengqian smiled and said that now that all his illnesses had been cured, his lifespan would naturally be extended. Okay. Li Yuan immediately became happy. As an emperor, although he was about to become the emperor emeritus, who wouldn't want to live longer? After taking the milk bucket, he glanced at Chang Sun and said, Chengqian, have you given your mother some to drink? Li Yuan was very satisfied with his daughter-in-law Chang Sun, and he also wanted to let his daughter-in-law drink something. Yeah, I drank it. Chang Sun said hurriedly. Good. Li Yuan was relieved to hear that Zhang Sun had drunk it. Then, second daughter-in-law, have you recovered from your breathing problem? It's not completely healed yet. Chengqian said milk can't completely cure my qi disease. Chang Sun shook her head. Li Yuan suddenly became anxious. Chengqian said that he would bring back the golden apple from the fairyland to heal Guanyinbi. The golden apple can completely cure qi diseases. Li Shimin explained to Li Yuan. After hearing this, Li Yuan looked at his grandson with heartache. He was only 7 years old now. Chengqian, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, Ong. I'm not going to the fairyland. Duke Qin and Duke Chang will follow me. With their protection, I'll be fine. Li Chengqian said with a smile. What? Li Yuan stood up on the spot. Then he looked at Li Shimin reproachfully, asking why he didn't invite him along for such a great trip to the fairyland. After glaring at Li Shimin fiercely, he turned his gaze to Li Chengqian. Chengqian, can you take a Wang with you to the fairyland later? Li Yuan really wanted to go to the fairyland. He wanted to be the first emperor to go to the fairyland in thousands of years. This. Li Chengqian touched the back of his head. Li Shimin stood up at this time and rescued Li Chengqian. We can't bring new people to the fairyland yet. And if you take people to the fairyland, they have to work. Li Shimin said. At this time, Li Yuan slapped his chest so hard that it made a loud noise. Unfilial son, do you think my health is very poor? Li Yuan was very confident about his health. Although he had a lot of grandsons, many of whom had died, he was still able to favor his concubines. Working or something like that is totally fine. Ongjin, let's talk about it later. Let's drink milk first. Li Chengqian said slowly. Okay. Seeing this, Li Yuan didn't know what to say next. He took the milk given by Li Chengqian and started drinking it.
As he drank the milk, he felt as if the pain in his body disappeared.
This milk is truly divine. My body healed instantly.
Li Yuan felt that he could fight for another 18 rounds. Li Shimin and Zhang Sun were relieved when they saw this. After dinner, Li Yuan returned to Taiji Hall, and Chang Sun took her 3 children to rest.
The second day.
While Li Shimin was taking Fong Mao and Du Duan to deal with the aftermath of the Turks, Li Chengqian brought Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong into the Guangmen.
Came to my world. Duke Qin, Duke Chang. Today we have an important task, which is to find enough magma. I'm going to build a portal to hell. Let's go to hell.
Li Chengqian's words scared Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
Your Highness, how about we wait until there are more people?
Yes, Your Highness, hell is too dangerous. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin were worried that they would not be able to protect Li Chengqian in hell.
There are so many monsters in the fairy world, there must be many more in hell.
Who knows how many powerful characters there are?
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, don't worry, hell isn't that scary.
If it were really that dangerous, I wouldn't go.
I'm not a fool, why would I volunteer to die? Li Chengqian looked at the two of them who were still frightened and couldn't help laughing.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin looked at each other and thought the same. If there were really danger everywhere, His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan would definitely not go there.
But Your Highness, why are we going to hell?
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin asked curiously.
I want to make golden apples for my mother. We need some gold.
There's more gold in hell.
Li Chengqian stated his purpose.
Although there is gold in the main world, it is very troublesome to dig it up, so it is better to go to hell to dig it up.
Ah, Your Highness, is there a lot of gold in hell?
Chang Yaojin felt very strange.
Aren't there supposed to be a lot of evil spirits in hell? How does it have anything to do with gold?
Qin Xiong also looked at Li Chengqian curiously.
Indeed, there are quite a few. Hell is not as scary as you think. Folk tales are all fake. Although there are some dangerous creatures in them, they can all be killed.
Li Chengqian comforted them both. After hearing this, Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong nodded.
Let's go find the lava. Li Chengqian randomly picked a direction and set off with Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong looked back at the automated farm.
Originally, he wanted to get more farm supplies and farm tools this time, but this time it concerns Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess, so all of this has to be put aside for the time being. The 3 of them hurried on their way while observing their surroundings. After walking for half a day, an abandoned hell portal appeared in front of them.
Your Highness, what is that building ahead? Chang Yaojin was the first to see the abandoned hell portal. Oh my god.
We are so lucky.
Li Chengqian didn't expect to encounter an abandoned portal to hell.
Looking at the golden nuggets over there, Li Chengqian was overjoyed. No need to go to hell to dig gold, you can directly use gold blocks to make golden apples.
And there might be a golden apple or an enchanted golden apple in the box. Then Your Highness, let's go over there quickly. Chen Yaojin planned to check out this unfamiliar building first. In case of danger, he would let his second brother take the prince away first.
After saying that, he walked towards that direction. Li Chengqian warned Chen Yaojin, Duke Chang, be careful not to step on the lava or lava blocks. Chen Yaojin knew about magma, but he had never heard of magma blocks, so he looked down and finally set his sights on the square with orange and black intersections.
Your Highness, is this a magma block? Chen Yaojin pointed at it and asked Li Chengqian.
That's right, you'll get hurt if you step on it.
My feet are hot. Li Chengqian reminded. Seeing this, Chen Yaojin nodded and avoided the magma and magma blocks. Duke Qin, let's go too.
Li Chengqian was very curious about what would come out of the box. However, before he could take a step, he was stopped by Qin Xiong. Your Highness, let Jijie go and see if there is any danger first, and then we can go.
Qin Xiong didn't dare let Li Chengqian go now.
After all, this abandoned hell portal connected to hell. He was worried that there were some strange
creatures around. Li Chengqian was speechless.
He had just told them that everything was fine, so why didn't they believe him? Looking at Qin Xiong's serious expression, he understood that Chang Yaojin would not let him pass until he had checked the abandoned hell portal. Thinking that the abandoned hell portal was not dangerous, Li Chengqian did not say anything, but waited for Chang Yaojin to finish checking the surroundings.
Chang Yaojin carefully checked everything around him.
Looking at the black building in front of him, he felt a little panicked. This door could lead to hell. After making sure there was no danger around, he hurried to Li Chengqian and Qin Xiong.
Your Highness, there is no danger around. Let's go.
Chang Yaojin said with a smile.
Good.
Li Chengqian nodded, and then he, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin came to the abandoned hell portal.
Your Highness, are those 2 gold nuggets?
Qin Xiong pointed at the gold nuggets above and asked.
Yes, Duke Qin, please collect the gold nuggets. Take one back and give it to I. Li Chengqian thought that if Li Shimin saw a gold nugget, he would be so happy that he would die. Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong immediately took out an iron pickaxe, covered it with grass blocks, and dug for gold nuggets with the iron pickaxe.
Your Highness, do you want to dig this?
Chang Yaojin felt a little uneasy inside, as he was afraid that Li Chengqian would ask him to dig the black block. He was afraid that he would be sent to hell. Li Chengqian noticed Chang Yaojin's expression and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Chang, I won't let you dig for obsidian."
"Thank you, Your Highness, for taking care of me."
Chang Yaojin felt at ease immediately, thinking that Li Chengqian was taking care of him, and was deeply touched.
"Prince Chang, the main thing is that we can't dig this obsidian at all now." Li Chengqian felt a little sorry. If he had a diamond pickaxe, he would definitely ask Chang Yaojin to dig out the obsidian here and take it back. Ah! Chang Yaojin was stunned and moved.
Li Chengqian no longer cared about Chang Yaojin, but looked at the box in front of him.
He opened the box. My eyes were immediately drawn to the 2 things in the box. Oh my god, enchanted golden apple, golden apple. Li Chengqian didn't expect that there was an enchanted golden apple and a golden apple in this box, so he made a lot of money.
Then he looked at other things.
3 obsidians, a flint, a golden sword, and a golden horse armor. And then there's nothing else. It's still good. Li Chengqian thought this box was very good. Make a lot of money. Your Highness, is there a golden apple in this box that can heal Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess? Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin asked nervously. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded, yes, there is.
After hearing this, the 2 felt much more relieved.
Let's go back.
Li Chengqian planned to go back to the base to do some work first, and then go back later.
Yes.
Qin Xiong and the other man nodded. As they hurried back, Chang Yaojin would occasionally leave a round stone as a mark.
Li Chengqian nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene.
Although Chang Yaojin looks careless, he is actually very meticulous. When they arrived at a plain, Li Chengqian found a horse not far away.
Arima.
Li Chengqian thought of giving Li Tai a horse, and he happened to have some golden horse armor, so he would give it to Li Tai when the time came. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin saw Li Chengqian looking at the opposite side, so they looked over.
Your Highness, is that a horse from the fairyland? Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong thought the creature in front of them looked very much like a horse, so they asked.
That's right, Lord Chang, please help me tame one. I promised to give Qin Ke a horse.
Li Chengqian looked at Chang Yaojin embarrassedly.
Yes, but how do you tame this fairyland horse, Your Highness?
Chang Yaojin asked curiously. Mr. Chang, when a heart symbol appears on the horse's head, it means it's tamed. During the taming process, you can feed the horse wheat to speed up the taming process. Li Chengqian told Chang Yaojin about it. Chang Yaojin immediately took action, walked towards the horse, and after getting close to him, he mounted the horse.
Then the horse began to try to shake off Chang Yaojin.
Chang Yaojin also followed Li Chengqian's instructions and started feeding the horse with wheat.
After riding it several times, a heart icon appeared above the horse's head.
Your Highness, has Jijie been tamed? Qin Xiong asked. Yes, Duke Qin, let's go over and take a look. Li Chengqian walked over with Qin Xiong.
Chen Yaojin originally wanted to control this tamed horse to go to Li Chengqian and others, but he couldn't control it at all.
Your Highness, this horse doesn't listen to me. Chen Yaojin asked doubtfully.
Although he didn't have a rope in his hand, the horse wouldn't do what he wanted no matter how hard he tried.
Is it a stupid horse?
Duke Chang, the horse is not saddled yet.
Wait until I put the saddle on it.
Li Chengqian took out the saddle that Li Lizzie had fished out from his backpack.
Seeing this, Chen Yaojin immediately got off his horse. Li Chengqian put the saddle away. Your Highness, let me try. Chen Yaojin couldn't wait to stand out.
Good. Li Chengqian nodded. Then Chen Yaojin got on the horse and rode slowly at first.
Chen Yaojin soon became familiar with it. Then he ran away quickly.
Ha ha ha. His devilish laughter filled the sky. Qin Xiong's face darkened when he saw this GJ. He glanced at Li Chengqian out of the corner of his eye and found that the other party was not angry. Instead, he was looking at Chen Yaojin happily, and he immediately felt relieved. As Chen Yaojin was riding, he discovered something wrong. The horse was too strong. I ran at full speed for so long without feeling out of breath. If the Tang army is equipped with this warhorse, the Tang cavalry will be invincible in the world in the future. So he hurriedly controlled the horse and came back. As soon as he got off the horse, he couldn't wait to tell Li Chengqian about his discovery.
Duke Chang is right.
The horses of the Immortal realm have extraordinary physical strength and can actually maintain full speed all the time. Li Chengqian smiled and said that the normal running of horses in my world can be said to not consume any stamina. As long as you don't use up too much stamina by jumping continuously, you can ride forever. P.S. Thanks to the 9 ghost stones from Dansheng, Bai Shanyu for the love-generated electricity. Qin Xiong, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard this. If a group of cavalry were armed with horses from the fairy world, wouldn't it be possible to sweep across the grassland?
Your Highness, can the Immortal world's war horses reproduce in large numbers?
Qin Xiong asked with a fist clasped.
Chen Yaojin was also looking at Li Chengqian expectantly.
To breed horses, you need golden apples or golden carrots.
Of course, enchanted golden apples are also fine.
Li Chengqian thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. After hearing what Li Chengqian said, Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin couldn't help but twitch their eyes.
Fuck, horses in the fairy world are so precious. Chen Yaojin's defense was broken.
This is difficult to reproduce on a large scale.
Qin Xiong frowned.
If he needed gold, he could only equip himself on a small scale. If you really want to get equipment on a large scale, you can build a piglin spawn tower later. That way, gold can be produced on a large scale. Li Chengqian said at this time.
After hearing Li Chengqian's words, Chen Yaojin was stunned for a moment and then immediately asked, Your Highness, can the Immortal world mass-produce silver and copper?
Silver won't work. There's no silver in the fairy world right now, but copper will do.
Li Chengqian said. After hearing what Li Chengqian
said, Chen Yaojin immediately made up his mind that after returning home this time, he would immediately arrange for people to slowly exchange the gold and copper coins in the mansion into silver. In the future, when the gold and copper from the fairy world flow into the Tang Dynasty, I am afraid that these two things will no longer be valuable.
Let's go back to the base.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he got on his horse first. At the same time, he put on the golden horse armor he had obtained. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at the shining golden horse armor and their lips twitched. Then the two of them jogged behind.
When he went back, Li Chengqian noticed that there was a swamp biome not far away.
His face lit up immediately. He had previously planned to build a kelp bone meal machine, but was unable to do so due to the lack of slime balls. Now when I go home, I find a swamp biome and I can start a slime farm. You can also build a witch tower to obtain a large amount of redstone later.
Your Highness, is there anything?
Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong rushed over at this time.
Li Chengqian pointed to the swamp biome not far away.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin looked over and found that the terrain over there was different.
What's going on over there, Your Highness? Why is it different from our place? Chun Yaojin asked. That's a swamp biome over there, different from ours.
Li Chengqian explained it, but did not explain it in detail.
After all, there are too many biomes in my world.
Oh, the swamp area. Fortunately, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin had met several times when they were marching and fighting.
Your Highness, is there anything special about this swamp area? Chang Yaojin just saw Li Chengqian's eyes shining. I guess there must be something good in this place. There are some different creatures here, which are very important to us.
We'll build a slime farm later, so we can mass-produce bone meal. Li Chengqian said with a smile. When they heard that bone meal could be mass-produced, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin's eyes suddenly lit up.
Bone meal represents the ability to produce food quickly. Then Your Highness, let's take action now.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin were very excited.
Well, let's go. Li Chengqian led them into the swamp biome.
After entering, Li Chengqian began to select a suitable place to build a slime farm. I quickly chose a suitable place and protected the horse with grass blocks.
Then Li Chengqian took out a shovel. Duke Chang, Duke Qin, we need to dig deeper. Li Chengqian said that this is because slimes are generated between y coordinates of 50 and 70.
But there was no way to see the coordinates, so they had to dig in a few more areas and see how lucky they were.
Yes.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin, led by Li Chengqian, began digging downwards, and after digging up stones, they switched to iron pickaxes. After digging dozens of layers, Li Chengqian told them to stop digging and instead dig out a large space underground.
Your Highness, how much space do you need to dig? Chun Yaojin asked. Li Chengqian didn't know either, so he could only say, make it as big as possible.
Then the three of them worked hard. Since the slime generation required a certain brightness, Li Chengqian would also light some torches. Ensure that slimes can be spawned while preventing other monsters from being spawned.
The three of them unknowingly broke several pickaxes underground and cleared out a large underground space.
A lot of copper and coal were also dug up.
At this moment, a slime suddenly appeared not far away. Your Highness, be careful.
The sudden appearance of the slime scared Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin.
This creature in front of me is too big.
And it was jumping towards them.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, don't worry.
These slimes are just scary to look at. Just be careful when you chop them later, they'll split into smaller pieces. Li Chengqian reminded Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
Chang.
Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other, and finally Chang Yaojin went to kill the slime, while Qin Xiong stayed where he was to protect Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, I'm leaving, second brother. Please be careful.
Chang Yaojin took out his iron sword and rushed forward. Qin Xiong tightly gripped the iron sword in his hand and looked at Chang Yaojin worriedly. Li Chengqian was already used to being protected by the two of them. He put his hands to his mouth and said, "Don't worry, Lord Chang. These slimes are very weak."
With Li Chengqian's words, Chang Yaojin's nervous mood was relieved a lot.
He chopped the slime in front of him the same way he had dealt with the zombies before. After a few sword strikes, the original slime turned into two smaller slimes.
Hey, these things are really interesting.
When Chang Yaojin knew that this creature was so weak, he immediately felt relieved and found it quite interesting. Qin Xiong also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this.
This slime just looks scary. Duke Qin, look at this slime. Isn't it normal? Let's go too.
Li Chengqian also took out an iron sword and rushed towards the slime that had just appeared.
Your Highness.
Qin Xiong didn't expect Li Chengqian to run over directly, so he followed him immediately. While clearing the slimes around him, he kept an eye on Li Chengqian. He found that Li Chengqian was dealing with the slimes with ease, and his worries were reduced a little. But he made up his mind that he would not let His Highness take such risks next time. After a while, Li Chengqian saw that the slime balls had been collected almost completely, so he immediately called out to Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong, "Duke Chang, Duke Qin already have enough slime balls. Let's go first." Looking at those jumping slimes, Li Chengqian planned to make an execution device next time.
Yes. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong retreated to Li Chengqian's side. Your Highness, what are we going to do with these slimes later? Chun Yaojin asked. Next time we'll make an execution device. Now we have to go back. We've been delayed here for a long time. Although Li Chengqian didn't know how much time had passed outside, it was definitely more than a day. Yes. The two nodded. Then the three of them left through the exit they had left earlier. Back to the ground. P.S. Thanks to the disciple of Jiejiao for sending the love power. Li Chengqian was relieved when he saw that the horse was safe and sound. Riding on his horse, with Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong following behind, Li Chengqian directly opened the light gate and returned to the Tang Dynasty on the spot. Inside the East Palace. At this time, Li Yuan, Li Lizzie and Li Tai were sitting outside Li Chengqian's gate, but the three grandfathers and grandsons were not idle. Fishing around a large water tank. While Chang's son was handling some miscellaneous matters in the palace. From time to time, she looked up at Li Chengqian's hall. He was very worried about Li Chengqian. They have been in the fairyland for more than 2 days and have not returned yet. At this moment, the tightly closed hall was opened by Chun Yaojin. Chang's son and Li Yuan and his 2 sons hurried over. At this time, Li Chengqian rode out of the hall on a horse. Li Tai's eyes lit up when he looked at the big horse under his elder brother's crotch. The golden horse armor makes the horse look particularly classy. Thinking that this horse was given to him by his elder brother, Li Tai's chubby face turned red with excitement. When Shang's son saw Qingshue's expression, she mourned for him in her heart. Because there is no way this horse could fall into his hands. Li Yuan on the side had already strode forward and came to Li Chengqian's side. Looking at Li Chengqian riding on the big horse, Li Yuan said excitedly, "Chengqian, is this a fairy horse?" While speaking, Li Yuan also touched the golden horse armor. He thought to himself, could it be that this horse armor is made of gold? Aunt, yes, this horse is from the fairyland. Li Chengqian nodded and smiled at Li Tai. Little brother, your horse is about to fly away. When Li Tai saw Li Chengqian smiling at him, he smiled back at Li Chengqian. Just when Li Tai was about to thank Li Chengqian, Li Yuan spoke up, "Can you give Chengqian's horse to my father?" A big question mark on Li Tai's head? He wanted to tell Li Yuan that the horse was a gift from his elder brother, but Chang's son had already covered Li Tai's mouth with her hand and nodded to Li Chengqian to get his consent. Li Chengqian gave Li Tai an apologetic look, then said cheerfully, "Of course, uncle, this horse is for you." Li Tai was about to cry in anxiety. "That's my horse, my horse." Li Yuan was very happy when he heard this. He picked up Li Chengqian and kissed him hard several times before Li Chengqian could react. Li Chengqian was in tears. How come the men of the Laoli family loved their families so much? Chang's son looked at her eldest son's little face and couldn't help but smile. Is Chun Qian's horse armor made of gold? Li Yuan asked. Auntie, yes. Li Chengqian ran out of Li Yuan's arms as he spoke, then looked at Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin. Auntie, let Duke Chang and Duke Qin teach you how to ride this horse. This horse is very powerful. Chang Qian, no need. Awing can ride a horse. Li Yuan glanced at Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong out of the corner of his eye. He did not have a good face towards these 2 capable generals of his rebellious son. After having the horse taken to the parade ground of the Eastern Palace, Li Yuan happily took his fishing rod, said something to Chang's son and others, and left. Duke Qin, Duke Chang, you 2 should also return home and rest. Thank you for your hard work in protecting my son these past 2 days. Chang's son looked at Chun Yaojin and Qin Xiong, who had been silent on the side. Your Highness, it's not hard. This is our honor. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were very happy to serve Li Chengqian. They are willing to do it no matter how hard it is. Then the 2 of them took their leave and left. When everyone left, Li Tai came to Li Chengqian with tears in his eyes and held him tightly with both hands. Brother, my horse, my horse. Li Tai cried and pointed in the direction the horse left. Don't worry, Qin. I'll bring it to you from the fairyland next time. Li Chengqian hurriedly comforted Li Tai. After hearing what Li Chengqian said, Li Tai stopped crying and looked at Li Chengqian. Brother, you didn't lie to me? Yes, I'm not lying to you.
Li Chengqian thought that he could just trade with the villagers and buy a saddle when the time comes.
Li Tai laughed immediately after hearing this. Then I want a pure white horse.
Good. Li Chengqian nodded. At this time, Li Lizzie also hurriedly said, Brother, I want a white horse too. Okay, I'll bring you 2 white horses when the time comes.
Li Chengqian patted his chest. Li Tai and Li Lizzie jumped up happily holding Li Chengqian's arms. Chang Sun watched this scene with a smile on her face.
At this time, after Li Chengqian coaxed his younger brother and sister, he took out the enchanted golden apple from his backpack. Mother, I brought back from the fairyland an enchanted golden apple that can completely cure your qi disease.
Li Chengqian said. The enchanted golden apple in his hand emitted a lavender light. Li Lizzie and Li Tai's mouths immediately opened wide. Wow, this apple is so beautiful. Chang Suan's eyes were filled with tears.
Chengqian, in order to find this enchanted golden apple for my mother, you must have traveled a long way and suffered a lot, right? Chang Sun automatically imagined that Li Chengqian and his men had been gone for 2 days just to find the enchanted golden apple for her. Li Chengqian looked at his mother, moved to tears, and immediately waved his hands. Mom, no, it didn't take me long to find this enchantment. Before he could finish his words, Chang Sun took him into her arms. Chengqian, don't lie to my mother.
Mother, I've made you suffer. Chang Sun sure would not believe what Li Chengqian said now.
In her opinion, everything Li Chengqian said now was just to comfort herself.
Guanyinbi, Chengqian, what happened to you?
Li Shimin came hurriedly at this time. When he learned that his beloved son had returned, he rushed over immediately. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his wife and son hugging each other and crying. My heart almost jumped out of my throat.
Ji Lang, you're here. Chengqian has been running around for so long to find something to cure my illness.
As Chang Sun spoke, she suddenly covered her chest with her hands and her face gradually turned pale. Li Shimin became anxious upon seeing this. He ran over and hugged Chang Sun into his arms. Chengqian, your mother is having a relapse.
Li Chengqian looked at the enchanted golden apple in his hand when he saw this.
It was not a good idea to feed it directly now. So he immediately took out the milk bucket from his backpack. Let Yang drink some milk first. Then when you feel better, eat this enchanted golden apple. Li Chengqian handed the milk bucket to Li Shimin, who immediately started feeding Chang Sun.
Li Tai and Li Lizzie looked at their eldest brother in shock.
They saw with their own eyes that a large bucket suddenly appeared in the eldest brother's hand. At this time, Li Chengqian and Li Shimin had no time to care about them. After drinking the milk, Chang Suan's complexion instantly improved, and Li Shimin immediately handed the enchanted golden apple to Chang Sun.
Guanyinbi, eat this quickly.
With the help of Li Shimin, Chang Sun quickly ate an enchanted golden apple.
At this moment, Chang Suan's skin became visibly tender. Erlang, Chengqian, I feel better now. My qi disease has healed.
Chang Sun felt that her body had never felt so comfortable.
Very good.
Li Shimin was so excited that tears came out.
His Guanyin maid could accompany him until old age.
P.S. So many people sent me gifts yesterday, I can't thank them all individually, so I'll just thank them all here. To thank you all for your support, I will update one more chapter today, 3 updates, please give me gifts. Don't cry, Lizzie will give all the treasures to you. When Li Lizzie saw Li Shimin crying, she immediately ran over and hugged Li Shimin.
Okay, thank you Li Ji.
Li Shimin's eyes were almost narrowed with smile.
My daughter has caught a lot of good things.
Li Tai also hurried over. I'll give you all mine too. The corners of Li Shimin's mouth, which had just been raised because of Li Lizzie, were instantly pulled down.
He looked at Li Tai and said slowly, Xinke, thank you, Chang Sun and Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing when they saw Li Shimin's embarrassing look.
Li Chengqian waved to Li Lizzie at this time. Lizzie, come here, big brother. Li Lizzie immediately ran over after hearing this. Brother.
Lizzie, you eat this golden apple. Li Chengqian remembered that Li Lizzie inherited her mother's respiratory disease.
When Li Shimin and Chang Sun saw this, they immediately looked at Li Lizzie with heartache. Of course they didn't feel sorry for the golden apple. Li Chengqian gave Li Lizzie a golden apple to eat, which means that Li Lizzie must have had respiratory disease. Fortunately, Chengqian was able to go to the immortal world, otherwise Li Ji would have to endure the pain I suffered back then. As a mother, Changsun couldn't bear to see her children suffer from illness. Li Tai also came to Li Chengqian at this time. Brother, I want it too. Li Tai thought that Yang had eaten it, Li Ji had eaten it, but he had not eaten it. Li Chengqian slowly squatted down at this time. Qingke, this golden apple is for curing Yang and Li Ji's illnesses. Li Chengqian explained to Li Tai. After hearing his words, Li Tai immediately looked at Li Lizzie who was eating the golden apple, and a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. Brother, can Li Ji's illness be cured? Li Tai nervously held Li Chengqian's hand. Of course, Li Ji's illness will be cured immediately. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Just as he said, Li Lizzie's eyes gradually brightened at this moment, and it was obvious that she felt the changes in her body. How do you feel, Lizzie? Changsun and Li Shimin came to Li Lizzie and touched her little head. Li Lizzie smiled and said, Mother, yeah, I feel so good. Well. Changsun hugged Li Lizzie. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and walked towards him. Li Chengqian ran away upon seeing this, shouting, don't come over here. Chengqian, let I give you a kiss. Li Shimin said with a smile. The two of them ran around in the hall. Li Lizzie and Li Tai covered their mouths and looked at their father and elder brother. Changsun felt that she was surrounded by happiness at this moment. The eunuchs and palace maids were relieved at this moment. The nobles were smiling, and they were happy too. In the end, Li Chengqian was caught by Li Shimin and kissed hard several times. East Palace Training Ground. At this moment, Li Yuan was riding the horse brought back by Li Chengqian and galloping in the training ground. The immortal horses in the immortal world are so terrifying and have such strong endurance. I've been riding for so long, and my speed hasn't slowed down at all. Li Yuan looked at the horse under his crotch and thought to himself, everything about it is good, except that it looks a little ugly. After riding for a while, he felt a little tired, so he took the initiative to control the horse to stop. At this time, the serving eunuch immediately stepped forward and led the horse. Come here, take half of the treasures in my inner treasury and send them to Chengqian. Li Yuan waved generously. Although Li Shimin seized his power, he did not take away the inner treasury. Now Li Yuan directly gave half of the inner treasury to Li Chengqian. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuchs went to do it immediately. Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the horse in front of him, thinking to himself, when Chengqian is named the crown prince in the future, I will hand over some of my resources to Chengqian. There were still many ministers in the court who were loyal to him, and Li Yuan planned to hand them all over to Li Chengqian in the future. Someone immediately told Zhang Ananda everything that happened in the training ground, and Zhang Ananda told Li Shimin about it. When Li Shimin learned about this, he immediately turned his gaze to Li Chengqian who was having dinner with Changsun and others. Chengqian, can you give I one of the horses you gave to your father-in-law? Although Li Shimin was jealous of his father's inner treasury, he would not snatch it from his son, but he was still very jealous of the fairy horse. When Li Tai heard the word horse, he thought of his horse that was taken away by Li Yuan, so he looked at Li Chengqian pitifully. A pair of little eyes are filled with, and me. Okay, I'll bring back a few more next time. Li Chengqian nodded. Li Shimin laughed immediately. By the way, I have a surprise for you. At this time, Li Chengqian remembered that he still had 2 gold bars, so he took out one. Li Tai and Li Lizzie also saw that he took out a lot of things with empty hands, so he no longer avoided them. Li Shimin looked at the gold in Li Chengqian's hand and his breathing suddenly became rapid. You have to know that the court is short of money now, so he can't do many things he wants to do. For example, he didn't want his coronation ceremony to be too shabby. Li Chengqian placed the gold nugget on the ground. Chengqian, how much gold is here? Will it not affect your work? Changsuan's first concern was her son. Don't worry, mother. This little bit of gold will be fine. Here is. Li Chengqian began to convert, because one catty in the Tang dynasty was about 600 grams. After converting it, Li Chengqian said, "Mother, I have over 29,000 kilograms here." After hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Shimin, who was stroking the gold bar, swallowed his saliva. "Chengqian, I's good son, you have done I a great favor." Li Shimin wanted to kiss him again, and this time Li Chengqian immediately hid in Chang Suan's arms. Seeing this, Li Shimin could only touch Li Chengqian's head. He looked at his good son and said to himself, "On the day I ascend the throne, I will enthrone Chengqian as the crown prince." At the same time, he was also distressed. Chengqian brought so many things, but he had no way to reward Chengqian. Chang Sun saw what Li Shimin was thinking, so she wrote the word 9 on the palm of his hand with her fingers. Li Shimin instantly understood what Chang Sun meant and could bestow the 9 chapters of the crown and robes on Chengqian, which was second only to the 12 chapters of the emperor. You can also appoint Chengqian as the commander of the imperial guards. Even so, Li Shimin still felt that he had treated his eldest son unfairly. At this moment, Li Shimin felt a little headache. His son was so outstanding that he didn't know what reward to give him. P.S. Many big guys sent me gifts today, so I will update one more chapter today. I still owe 2 chapters, but the last chapter will be updated tonight. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian. "Chengqian, you've helped I so much, is there anything you want?" Li Shimin didn't know what reward to give Li Chengqian, so he took the initiative to ask him if there was anything his son liked. Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin and said with a smile, "Father, I don't have any wishes. If you must say anything, then please be a good emperor and let the people live a good life." Hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun looked at Li Chengqian with smiling eyes. "Don't worry, Chengqian, I will definitely be a good emperor." "You must be a good emperor in the future," Li Shimin said to Li Chengqian. Lang. Chang Sun looked at Li Shimin with heartache. Li Shimin quickly adjusted himself and wanted to prove through his actions that he could be a good emperor. Li Chengqian originally wanted to comfort Li Shimin, but when he saw that he adjusted so quickly, he didn't say anything. Then Li Shimin called Zhang Ananda and said, "Send someone to take the gold away." "Your Highness, it's a bit difficult to transport such a large amount of gold." Zhang Ananda felt a little worried when he saw the gold over there. It would be extremely difficult to transport such a large amount of gold. "Didn't I tell you to just carry it away like this? Cut it up and carry it away in small pieces." Li Shimin also knew that it would be difficult to transport such a large amount of gold intact. Zhang Ananda breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Shimin did not ask for the entire group to be transported away at once. Someone was immediately arranged to cut the gold nugget into appropriate sizes and transport it away. "Guanyin, I'm going to take care of government affairs first." Li Shimin looked at Chang Sun. Chang Sun nodded and gave him a reassuring look. Li Shimin left here with big strides. Now that he is rich, he can plan his coronation ceremony well. Chang Yaojin had just returned to his mansion to rest when his housekeeper hurried over. "Master, someone from the Qinghe Chui clan has sent a visiting card." The housekeeper handed the visiting card sent by Qinghe Chui to Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin immediately looked at the housekeeper in confusion. "Why did Chui from Qinghe come to see me?" The next second he suddenly understood that he had been going in and out of the Eastern Palace frequently recently, and he must have been targeted by people from the aristocratic families. These noble families were planning to inquire about the affairs of the Eastern Palace from me. Let him go. There are more noble families coming to visit us. Just reject them directly. Chang Yaojin didn't want to get involved with people from aristocratic families. Now that I am following His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan, my future is bright. But I can't let these aristocratic families affect me. Yes, sir. The butler hurriedly took the order and left. At this time, the Chui official who was waiting for news at the gatehouse saw the Chang mansion's housekeeper coming and immediately stood up. "Take me to see Duke Chang." In his opinion, Chang Yaojin would not refuse to meet the Qinghe Chui family if they came to him. So he raised his head slightly and prepared to go inside, but was stopped by the butler. The Chui official immediately frowned. "What do you mean?" He narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Sir, our master said he doesn't have time to see you. Please go back, sir. The butler spoke calmly with a smile on his face. The Chui official looked surprised and pointed at himself. You said Cheng Yaojin didn't want to see me? Didn't you show him my letter? I am from the Chui family of Qinghe, but Cheng Yaojin is willing to even see me. When did he become so arrogant? Sir, my master has seen it. Please go back, my master won't see you. The butler bent down and stretched out his hand to signal the other party that he could leave. The Chui official sneered in anger at this moment. Okay, I didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would be so shameless that he wouldn't even give face to our Qinghe Chui family. Tell your master that we, the Chui family of Qinghe, will remember this. The Chui official turned away and left. Snort! The butler did not take the other party's threats seriously. My master is now teaching the king of Zhongshan, and everyone knows that the king of Zhongshan will become the crown prince in the future. The master will be the prince's teacher and the emperor's teacher in the future. Later, other noble families also sent visiting cards, but they were all rejected. The same scene was happening at Qin Xiong's house. The reactions of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong made the major families believe that they must know who had created the magical weapons for Li Shimin. However, there was no unusual movement among the aristocratic families, as they were all waiting for the arrival of their patriarch. At the same time, because of Li Chengqian's gold, Li Shimin's coronation ceremony was also being prepared in full swing. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zheng Sun Wuji and others were very confused. Where did Li Shimin get the money? You think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has gone to empty His Majesty's inner treasury? This. Everyone looked at each other and did not rule out this possibility. They didn't discuss the matter anymore, but started preparing for the coronation ceremony. At this time, Li Shimin picked up a memorial about the former crown prince's subordinates and began to read it. Looking at the names of the ministers above, especially Wei Zhang's name, Li Shimin fell silent. This guy had suggested to Li Jianqing several times that he should kill himself first. In his heart, he wanted to kill Wei Zhang directly, but considering that the other party was indeed talented and was also a core strategist around Li Jianqing, if he pardoned and reused him, he could not only show the world his attitude of letting bygones be bygones, but also quickly win over talents to Li Jianqing's camp. The Tang Dynasty is in great need of talents now. It would be a shame to leave these people unused. Someone come. Li Shimin said. Zhang Ananda came out immediately. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Go to the heavenly prison and bring Wei Zhang here. Li Shimin planned to meet Wei Zhang in person. Yes. Zhang Ananda went there in person immediately. At the same time, Li Shimin sent someone to get the bow with infinite enchantment and put it aside. After processing a few memorials, Zhang Ananda arrived and said, Your Highness, Wei Zhang has brought it. Bring him in. Li Shimin put down the memorial in his hand. Zhang Ananda immediately went out and brought Wei Zhang in. After Wei Zhang walked in, he looked at Li Shimin who was sitting on the upper floor with fiery eyes. At the same time, he felt sad inside. If the prince had listened to his advice and taken action first, things would not have come to this. Wei Zhang, you've tried to sow discord between me and my elder brother. Do you admit your guilt? Li Shimin glared at him. The eunuchs and palace maids in the hall were so frightened by Li Shimin's aura that they knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Wei Zhang was not affected at all. Instead, he looked up at Li Shimin. If your highness had followed my advice, you would never have had the chance to sit on this. Wei Zhang only regretted that Li Jianqing did not listen to him. Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang and was not angry at his words. Instead, he put away his expression and looked at Wei Zhang in front of him. At this time, he was still feeling sorry for his elder brother. This made Li Shimin feel that Wei Zhang was quite loyal. Wei Zhang, I summoned you here not to punish you. In the past, you assisted Li Jianqing and advised him to get rid of me. I don't blame you. We each served our own masters. But now, I hope you can put aside the past grudges. I will definitely not let you down. Li Shimin walked to the side of the enchanted bow at this time. He planned to show the man the enchanted bow and let Wei Zhang know that he was destined to be his master.
thus surrendering to oneself.
Wei Zhang saw Li Shimin walking towards a strange-looking bough, and he mistakenly thought that Li Shimin would shoot him if he did not surrender. He was not afraid at all, but instead straightened his back. He looked at Li Shimin without any fear.
Ha ha!
Wei Zhang sneered a few times, then tilted his neck and said, "Kill me." Li Shimin was stunned, then realized that Wei Zhang had misunderstood him. So he developed a bad taste. He immediately picked up the enchanted bow, put an arrow on it and aimed at him.
"Submit or die,"
Li Shimin said coldly.
Wei Zhang didn't even blink. "Kill me."
"Good." Seeing this, Li Shimin raised the arrow slightly and fired a burst of shots at Wei Zhang's back. The sound of arrow feathers passing by his ears still made Wei Zhang close his eyes in fear. Just as he gritted his teeth and waited for the pain to come, he found that he was fine. Instead, arrows kept flying past my ears. So he bravely opened his eyes, and saw Li Shimin holding a bow and shooting arrows continuously. The problem is that he only had one arrow in his hand from beginning to end. How is this possible? Wei Zhang was dumbfounded. When Li Shimin saw that Wei Zhang had discovered something unusual, he stopped immediately.
Did Wei Zhang see it? This is the proof that I am destined to be with you. This is a divine bow. Shooting with it doesn't require consuming arrow feathers.
Li Shimin looked at his confused look and was delighted.
This is impossible, it must be some kind of trick you pulled.
As the saying goes, a gentleman does not speak of strange things, supernatural powers, or demons. Wei Zhang would not believe what Li Shimin said. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Li Shimin handed him the enchanted bow and said, "Try it yourself."
"Your Highness, no."
Zhang Ananda immediately jumped out to stop him. Wei Zhang had suggested to Li Jianqing several times that he kill Li Shimin. If he had really been allowed to take a knife or bow and arrow, and if he had aimed at Li Shimin, it would have been the end of him. Li Shimin was silent for a moment, then asked Zhang Ananda to dispatch some imperial guards. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he should not take the risk.
"I thought you, King Qin, would dare."
Wei Zhang sneered.
Li
Shimin snorted in dissatisfaction. When the imperial guards were in place, Li Shimin handed the enchanted bow to Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang took the enchanted bow and shot a few arrows in succession, imitating Li Shimin.
How could this be true?
After confirming that this was true, he froze in place. Zhang Ananda immediately signaled the imperial guards to bring the enchanted bow over. Seeing this, a nearby imperial guard snatched the enchanted bow from Wei Zhang's trance-like hands, and handed it to Li Shimin with both hands. Li Shimin took it and put it aside.
"Wei Zhang, do you believe it now?"
Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang.
"Why does God treat you so well?"
Wei Zhang originally thought that the prince would lose, but he was not ruthless enough. Now he realizes that Li Shimin has divine help. "Your Highness the Crown Prince is the true Dragon Emperor, so he will naturally have God's help." Zhang Ananda looked at Wei Zhang and wanted to say that His Majesty the King of Zhongshan was a disciple of an immortal. Wei Zhang didn't speak for a long time. Li Shimin did not disturb him, but went back to continue dealing with the memorials. After a stick of incense had passed, Wei Zhang came back to his senses and looked at Li Shimin with complicated eyes. "I hope that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be able to govern the country well in the future. Don't let the people of the world suffer." After Wei Zhang finished speaking, he was about to crash into the pillar beside him. Li Shimin's smile didn't even have time to fade away, and he immediately shouted, "Stop him." Zhang Ananda flew over and hugged Wei Zhang's feet, but Wei Zhang's head still hit the pillar. The bleeding didn't stop for a while.
Damn it!
Li Shimin didn't expect that Wei Zhang would actually commit suicide by hitting his head against a pillar. Zhang Ananda quickly crawled to Wei Zhang's side and put his hand next to Wei Zhang's nose. I was delighted to find that there was still breath.
"Your Highness, Wei Zhang is not dead yet,"
Zhang Ananda said hurriedly. "Take him with you and go find Chengqian with me." Li Shimin was relieved when he heard that Wei Zhang was not dead. He immediately ordered the imperial guards to carry Wei Zhang and go with him to find Li Chengqian.
At this moment, Li Chengqian was fishing with Li Lizzie and Li Tai.
But there was no smile on his face. Because he found that he had the same bad luck as Li Tai.
Brother, why don't you catch something good? Is it that big brother doesn't like it? At this moment, Li Lizzie was still teasing Li Chengqian in a mischievous manner.
Li Tai was so happy to see that his elder brother was as unlucky as himself.
Now my uncle and elder brother have the same bad luck as me. Well, Lizzie, you actually dare to laugh at my elder brother. Big brother is going to tickle you today.
Li Chengqian stretched out his hands to grab Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie immediately screamed, Mother, please save me.
Big brother wants to eat me. Chansun watched this scene with joy.
Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Li Chengqian stopped and looked over. As a result, Li Shimin walked in with a dark face, followed by a group of people. At the same time, a man with blood all over his head was carried in. At this time, Changsun hurriedly stood up and covered Li Lizzie's eyes, and Li Tai also had his eyes covered by his personal eunuch. Then the two of them were taken to another place.
Chengqian, come and save him.
Li Shimin said hurriedly.
Okay,
Li Chengqian nodded. He took out milk from his backpack, walked over to Wei Zhang and fed him. At the same time, he asked curiously, who is this person? He is Wei Zhang, a minister of the late crown prince.
Li Shimin said angrily.
This guy would rather die than surrender to me.
Oh. Li Chengqian didn't expect that this person was Wei Zhang.
At this time, Wei Zhang slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a fair and tender child feeding him.
Something. Here it is?
Wei Zhang spoke in confusion, and suddenly he saw Li Shimin with a dark face.
Wei Zhang, you owe me a life.
Li Chengqian said slowly at this time.
P.S. Thank you all for your support. All 4 updates are completed today. I'm asking for some gifts here, or even just love. If you send more, I can add more.
Wei Zhang looked at Li Chengqian in front of him with a dazed look in his eyes.
What does it mean that I owe him a life?
At this time he found that his forehead no longer hurt. Wei Zhang thought of the bow that Li Shimin had just demonstrated to him, and with Li Chengqian's words, Wei Zhang suddenly understood. Everything all stems from the little boy in front of him, Li Chengqian, king of Zhongshan. He climbed up and looked at Li Chengqian with fiery eyes. Whether the people of the world can live a good life depends on this 7-year-old child in front of us. He bowed deeply to Li Chengqian and said, Thank you, Your Highness, the king of Zhongshan, for saving my life. Li Shimin, who was standing by, saw Wei Zhang's expression and realized that this guy must have guessed it. He gave Zhang Ananda a look, asking Zhang Ananda to arrange good people around Wei Zhang, and if Wei Zhang dared to leak anything, he would kill Wei Zhang directly.
Zhang Ananda nodded slowly and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Wei Zhang, if you really want to thank me, then please assist my father in the future. This way I can leave behind a prosperous country and a strong people. Li Chengqian said jokingly.
Li Shimin looked at his son with displeasure. Wei Zhang nodded heavily. Please rest assured, Your Highness, King Zhongshan, I will definitely assist the crown prince in the future. Wei Zhang looked at Li Shimin at this moment. From today on, he would keep an eye on Li Shimin. Once Li Shimin slacked off, he would stand up and criticize Li Shimin harshly. Li Chengqian looked at Wei Zhang and felt happy immediately. The Mirror of the Ages is officially online, and I will have to suffer in the future. Li Shimin suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something was staring at him. He looked around but didn't see anything strange. Not finding anything, he looked at Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang, weren't you just being upright and honest? Why are you calling me a criminal now? Li Shimin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He wanted to see what Wei Zhang had to say. Wei Zhang glanced at him from the corner of his eye, then looked at Li Chengqian respectfully. This guilty minister's life belongs to His Majesty the King of Zhongshan. What he meant was that he was loyal to Li Chengqian, not you, Li Shimin. You? Li Shimin was so angry that his beard was standing up. This old bastard. Seeing how he looked at his son with such admiration, but looked at himself with disdain, Li Shimin felt that his anger was about to burst out of his chest. Puff!
Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing out loud.
He didn't expect Wei Zhang to start to criticize his father now.
In the future, my father will suffer. Humph, go back to your house.
Li Shimin didn't want to see Wei Zhang, this disgusting guy, at this moment, so he waved his sleeves at him and told him to leave quickly. Otherwise he would not be able to resist chopping this guy down later. Upon seeing this, Wei Zhang stood up and bowed deeply to Li Chengqian. Your Highness, King of Zhongshan, your humble servant, shall take my leave.
Okay.
Li Chengqian nodded. Wei Zhang looked at Li Shimin, bowed slightly to him, then lowered his head and retreated. When Wei Zhang left, Li Shimin turned his gaze to Li Chengqian. Chengqian, I didn't expect Wei Zhang to respect you so much. Li Shimin said with a smile.
He thought to himself, is it possible that his charm is no longer as good as that of his older son?
It's just that I saved his life. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Li Shimin touched Li Chengqian's head and said slowly, that man thinks the hope of the world lies in you, Chengqian.
He looked at his 7-year-old child and couldn't help feeling a little distressed.
Chengqian, I originally wanted to hide you behind him, but judging from the situation, I can't hide for long.
My son's light is too bright.
Li Shimin lifted Li Chengqian high up and looked at him with pride in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he could at least protect Li Chengqian for a few years, or even more than 10 years. But when he saw Wei Zhang's expectations for Li Chengqian, he realized that he should not protect those who he could not protect. The people of the world need the light of their sun to illuminate and protect them. Chengqian, the burden on your shoulders in the future will be extremely heavy.
Li Shimin held Li Chengqian in his arms with heartache.
If possible, he wished Chengqian could play freely for a few more years. The moment I was able to go to the fairyland, I knew my responsibilities.
I aspire to be a greater man than I, so how could I be afraid of the hardships ahead? Li Chengqian's face was full of confidence.
Okay. Li Shimin was very excited. He felt that the thing he was most proud of was not the time when he led 800 cavalrymen to defeat Dojianda's 100,000-strong army at Hulao Pass. But there is such an outstanding child.
Have fun, Chengqian.
You will have a lot of responsibilities in the future.
Li Shimin put Li Chengqian down, squatted down, and looked at Li Chengqian with a smile.
Li Chengqian nodded slightly. At this time Zhang Ananda came back. Your Highness, I have already arranged for someone to be with Wei Zhang. Every word and action of Wei Zhang will be monitored to ensure that he cannot leak any information. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhang Ananda's tone. Li Shimin still had great confidence in Zhang Ananda's abilities.
After hearing this, Li Chengqian did not say anything to persuade him.
Now that Wei Zhang had not gained Li Shimin's full trust, it was normal for him to be watched.
Chengqian, I has to go back to work. Go play with Anyang and Li Ziqing Quebec.
Li Shimin smiled, touched Li Chengqian, and left with his men. He originally wanted to kiss Li Chengqian, but Li Chengqian looked disgusted, so he thought about it and gave up. Wei Zhang now returned to his residence under the escort of a group of guards.
This news shocked some people.
Wei Zhang was the core strategist of the late Crown Prince, and many of the things that happened to the late Crown Prince were caused by him.
Li Shimin actually let the other party go.
And judging from the situation, it seems that he wants to use the other party more.
This news finally put some officials at ease.
Li Shimin did not kill Wei Zhang, but instead reused him.
Then these people will not be affected by the Xuanwu Gate incident.
The haze that had originally hung over Chang'an City had quietly dissipated. After learning about this, Pei Ji touched his beard. I thought to myself, Your Majesty has absolutely no chance now. Li Shimin has a mysterious weapon in his hand. Now that Wei Zhang has been released, the court will gradually stabilize. No matter how much these ministers loyal to Li Yuan jumped around, it was useless.
P.S. Many big guys sent me gifts today, nothing much to say, more updates.
Today is the third update, by the way, I want to ask for some gifts, thank you all.
At the same time,
Li Shimin sent people to bring out other talents from Li Jianqing's camp who were imprisoned in the prison, such as Wang Gui, Wei Ting, etc., and informed them of the news that he would reuse Wei Zhang.
After his persuasion, these people were also brought into Li Shimin's pocket.
Li Shimin was looking at these people who were persuaded by him. Li Shimin, who was made to doubt his own charm by Wei Zhang, raised his head slightly.
My charm is still so strong.
As the former ministers of the Eastern Palace were released one by Li Shimin, the Tang dynasty's court officials also felt more at ease. Li Shimin will not settle scores later.
Jingzhou.
Kill. Yuqi Jingda led a large army to surround the remaining Turkic troops. Badr and Talgut looked at the Tang army around them, and they looked at each other, with a hint of unwillingness in their eyes. They gathered a lot of people along the way, and the team reached 5,000 people. They originally thought that they could escape from the Tang dynasty safely. Unexpectedly, the pursuers from behind failed to catch up with them, but a Tang army that was well rested appeared in front of them.
Eternal heaven, have you truly abandoned us? Talgut looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Badr looked at the Turkic soldiers who were dying around him and whispered, "Surrender."
What? Talgut didn't hear clearly, so he looked down. I say surrender, so we can still be alive, and as long as we are alive there is hope. So many of us have died already, we can't lose anymore.
There was no will to fight in Badr's eyes, and there was even fear of death. After hearing his words, Talgut did not speak for a long time, but instead turned his gaze to the Turkic soldiers who were being slaughtered.
Finally, he nodded slowly. Surrender, we surrender. Talgut and Badr shouted.
The Turkic soldiers, who were on the verge of collapse, immediately threw away their weapons as if they were hot potatoes after hearing what Talgut and Badr said. At the same time, they knelt on the ground, raised their hands and shouted surrender. Although many Tang soldiers did not understand Turkic, the other side's actions made them understand that these people had surrendered. Upon seeing this, Yuqi Jingda immediately ordered them all to be imprisoned.
I wonder if there are any more Turks. Yuqi Jingda frowned.
He has sent many scouts to keep an eye on various places in Jingzhou, as he is worried that some of the criminals will slip through the net and escape from the Tang dynasty.
The Duke is probably gone. There's no letter from Chang'an.
Most of the Turkic soldiers are dead. The corners of Yuqi Jingda's deputy general's mouth were almost raised to the back of his head. Yuqi Jingda smiled and nodded, then said seriously, "Don't be careless.
What if there are still some remaining Turkic soldiers? We can't let these bastards return to the grassland." Yuqi Jingda wished he could kill all the invading Turks with one blow.
Yes. The deputy general nodded immediately and doubled the number of people to keep watch on the main road.
At this time, the patriarch of the Zhang family in Xinjiang had arrived in Chang'an City first.
The Zhang clan's homeland in Xinjiang was only more than 300 miles away from Chang'an, so it arrived first.
Zhang Mansion. At this moment, all the relatives of the Xinjiang Zhang family in Chang'an came to the mansion.
Chief. After seeing their patriarch, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. The patriarch of the Zhang family in Xinjiang, Zhang Jishan. If you guys can't find the name of the patriarch of the Zhang family in Xinjiang at that time, I made up a name based on Zhang Jibua, who served as the Grand Chancellor of Yuzhou in the Northern Qi dynasty, the Duke of Wushan County, and the Minister of the Imperial Court in the Sui dynasty.
Please don't criticize me. Tell me what the situation is like in the East Palace right now?
Zhang Jishan's face was solemn. Looking at the solemn expressions of his clansmen, he knew in his heart that something must have happened in Chang'an on his way here. All the members of the Xinjiang Zhang family looked at the most suitable person present, Zhang Runtai. He had previously served under Li Shimin. Seeing this, Zhang Runtai came out.
Chief, recently.
Zhang Runtai told Zhang Jishan everything that had happened in the Eastern Palace in Chang'an in the past few days.
Zhang Jishan frowned after hearing this.
Li Shimin stabilized the imperial court and also controlled a powerful magical weapon, which was a bit fatal.
Runtai, you really don't know anything about the news in the East Palace?
Zhang Jishan stared at Zhang Runtai. He suspected that the other party was on Li Shimin's side and did not tell him any useful information. Zhang Runtai looked at the questioning eyes of the clan leader and his fellow tribesmen and smiled bitterly in his heart. He has followed Li Shimin for so many years, he would definitely not choose to betray Li Shimin, and even if he wanted to this time, he wouldn't know why.
Patriarch, I really don't know what's going on in the East Palace.
Zhang Runtai said with a fist salute.
Zhang Jishan didn't say anything else, just nodded slowly. Okay, you all should go back. You've come such a long way. I need to have a good rest.
Zhang Jishan said.
Yes. Everyone clasped their fists and left the room.
After walking out of the room, everyone looked at Zhang Runtai with dissatisfaction.
Congratulations, Zhang Runtai. You will be very successful in the future.
Yes, I heard that the Crown Prince has asked Feng Xianling and others to start preparing for the coronation ceremony. I think he will reward you guys soon.
It's really enviable. Everyone spoke sarcastically.
Zhang Runtai just looked at them with cold eyes, then turned and left. He knew in his heart that from today on, there would be a deep rift between him and the Zheng family of Xinjiang.
But it didn't matter to him.
After all, his backer was no longer the Zheng family of Xinjiang, but Li Shimin, who was about to ascend the throne. After figuring it out, he left with big strides. He will never take another step here in the future. Zhang Jishan sat on the throne with his eyes closed, thinking in his heart how their Xinjiang Zheng family should treat Li Shimin in the future. He asked his servants to call back all the high-ranking officials among the clansmen who had just left.
Chief.
The few people who came back clasped their fists and said.
Zhang Jishan nodded. Everyone, go and make preparations.
When Li Shimin ascends the throne, you will submit a petition asking him to expand his harem. According to your previous suggestion, send the legitimate daughter of Zheng from Xinjiang into the palace.
Zhang Jishan said. In fact, the 5 surnames and 7 clans, looked down upon the Li Tang royal family who had Xinbei blood. This has never happened before. None of the 5 surnames and 7 families has sent their legitimate daughter into the palace. Clan leader, do we need to tell the other families about this? Several people asked.
Yes, sure.
I think they will do the same.
In Zhang Jishan's opinion, the patriarchs of the other 5 surnames and 7 clans must have made preparations as well.
Then chief, what should we do next? Several people continued to ask. Zhang Jishan waved his hand and said, don't move yet. Send our Xinjiang Zheng family's legitimate daughter to the palace first.
He already had a backup plan in mind. If they could not get any information from the palace, they would unite with other noble families and use righteousness in the court to force Li Shimin to hand over the mysterious magic weapon.
Family games. Yes. Several people nodded.
They saw that the patriarch had a plan to deal with the situation, and they felt relieved.
Zhang Jishan waved to them and asked them to leave.
After they left, Zhang Jishan rubbed his head.
Troublesome times.
Zhang Jishan felt a little worried when he thought that the 5 surnames and 7 clans had not yet discovered what this magical weapon was made of. It would be troublesome if the production of magical weapons did not require a large amount of materials. It is basically impossible for them to find the raw materials for magical weapons on the market.
East Palace.
Li Chengqian, Li Lizzie, and Li Tai were
counting the things sent by Li Yuan. Awing actually sent so many things. Isn't his inner storehouse emptied out?
Li Tai was shocked to see that the empty space in front of him was now filled with alleys.
Ah, Wang is so generous.
Li Chengqian opened a box and found that it was full of valuable treasures. Chang's son looked at the things in front of her and her eyes narrowed. Li Yuan sent all these things. She looked at her eldest son, the corners of her mouth rising slightly.
You've also taken a fancy to Chengqian.
Li Shimin had finished his work and came over. Looking at the boxes all over the floor, he was not surprised. People around Li Yuan had already informed him of this matter. When Li Tai saw Li Shimin coming, he hurriedly pulled Li Chengqian aside.
Brother, hide these things quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely give them all to you later.
After Li Tai lost his mount, he became a little afraid of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. I was afraid that they would come and steal my things again.
Greenbird. Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai's worried chubby face and couldn't help laughing. Reached out and pinched his chubby face.
At this time, Li Tai saw Li Shimin opening a box and immediately shook his head.
Brother, it's over. Your things are going to be taken away. Li Tai felt it was a pity.
At this time, Chang Sun looked at the two brothers who were whispering to each other in confusion.
I is really generous. He sent so many good things to Chengqian. Some of these things have never been rewarded to me by my father.
Li Shimin said jealously.
Is Erlang jealous of Chengqian? Chang Sun came to Li Shimin with a smile.
Li Shimin looked at his wife and nodded slowly.
In that case, Erlang should take something from Chengqian. Chang Sun looked at Li Shimin and her hand couldn't help but rest on his waist.
Li Shimin quickly shook his head. How can a father like me have the nerve to steal my own son's things? Seeing this, Chang Sun put it down with satisfaction.
My husband took so much gold from Chengqian and left.
If he still wants to steal Chengqian's things, as his mother, I must seek justice for him. Seeing his Guanyin maid take her hands off her waist, Li Shimin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I felt that Guanyinbi was really beautiful at that moment. Chang Sun found Li Shimin's straight eyes and her pretty face flushed immediately. She patted Li Shimin's arm gently and said, Erlang, the children are still here.
It's okay, they didn't notice.
Li Shimin thought that he had to let the three little guys sleep by themselves tonight. At this time, Li Chengqian found that his mother's face was slightly red, so he thought to himself, it starts again, these two people are so hateful, posting dog food everywhere every day.
Chengqian, my father will send someone to build you an inner storehouse. You will keep all the rewards from my father and your grandfather in the future.
Li Shimin and Chang Sun came over at this moment.
You're not going to steal Big Brother's things, are you? Li Tai's eyes widened. He thought I was going to snatch it away. Okay, Xingke, in your heart, I is just a bandit. I is going to spank your little butt.
Li Shimin walked towards Li Tai with a smile.
I was wrong.
Li Tai imitated Li Chengqian and ran around, and Li Shimin immediately chased him from behind. Li Lizzie jumped and clapped her hands upon seeing this. Fourth brother, run faster.
I is about to catch up with you.
For a moment, the air was filled with the joyful laughter of their family.
After a while, Li Shimin came over holding Li Tai. Chengqian, don't go to the fairyland for the next few days. I sent someone to teach you some etiquette.
Li Shimin put Li Tai down and looked at Li Chengqian with a smile in his eyes.
His own enthronement ceremony was also Li Chengqian's crown prince enthronement ceremony.
With this amount of money, I can do two things, which is considered as savings.
Okay,
Li Chengqian nodded.
Chengqian, you're going to suffer from this.
Chang Sun smiled and touched her son.
Mother, why?
After asking, Li Chengqian suddenly thought of this kind of large-scale ceremony in ancient times, which was very complicated.
With my small body, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted after participating.
Li Chengqian's expression changed.
Father, mother, can I not participate? This matter is non-negotiable.
Li Shimin shook his head directly. He could discuss anything else, but this matter must be done according to the rules. There is only one ceremony to enthronize the crown prince, and Li Shimin will not do it carelessly for Li Chengqian.
Be obedient, Chengqian. Chang Sun also stood up and persuaded Li Chengqian. Brother, if you don't want to, I can help you.
Li Tai saw that his elder brother didn't want to go, and then thought about how good his elder brother was to him. As a younger brother, he had to help his elder brother solve his problems.
Ha ha ha.
Li Shimin and Zhang Sunqi laughed as they saw Li Tai stepping forward, and reached out to rub his little face. After teasing Li Tai for a while, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian.
Chengqian is right. Don't take anything from the fairyland casually in the next few days.
Li Shimin said seriously.
Li Chengqian understood the seriousness of the matter, so he nodded. Then Li Shimin took Chang Sun away.
Li Tai and Li Lizzie also returned to their respective palaces to rest under the guidance of their respective palace maids and eunuchs. The next day, Li Chengqian was woken up early. At this time, the Minister of Rites came in person to teach Li Chengqian. After Li Chengqian walked out of the room, he saw that the person in charge of teaching him was an old man with a serious face, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. This kind of person is the most cruel, and he has suffered a lot. Your Highness, King Zhongshan, I have been ordered by the Crown Prince to teach you etiquette. The Minister of Rites clasped his fists and said to Li Chengqian. P.S. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. I'm asking for some free gifts here. Thank you. If there are more messages sent with love, I will add more. Okay, thank you. Li Chengqian nodded. Afterwards, the Minister of Rites immediately asked the palace maid to change Li Chengqian into the crown and robes of the Crown Prince. Looking at the complicated and cumbersome crown and robes of the Crown Prince in front of him, Li Chengqian couldn't bring himself to smile. He let the palace maids help him change his clothes. Afterwards, he began to practice various etiquette under the guidance of the Minister of Rites. Changsun walked over and watched the Minister of Rites teaching her son. Seeing Li Chengqian studying patiently, Changsun felt relieved. At first he was worried that Li Chengqian would be impatient. After looking for a while, she turned and left. Changsun also has a lot to do, after all, she will also become the queen of the Tang Dynasty. At this time, Li Yuan came to Li Lizzie and Li Tai with a fishing rod. He should have made some preparations, after all, he had to abdicate the throne to Li Shimin, but no one mentioned this matter at all. Li Shimin did not look for Li Yuan, so Li Yuan naturally would not say anything. When the time comes, he will just abdicate the throne to that rebellious son. He won't care about the procedures. He just wanted to fish, but he found that when he fished alone, he always caught garbage. When he fished with his precious granddaughter, he still caught garbage. But at least you can see some treasures. On. When Li Lizzie and Li Tai saw Li Yuan coming, they put down their fishing rods and trotted to Li Yuan's side. My good granddaughter, my good grandson. Li Yuan picked them up, one in each hand. Lizzie, did you catch anything good today? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Aunt, I caught 2 new things, but I don't know what they are. Li Lizzie pointed to the 2 tripwire hooks placed aside. Li Yuan also looked over curiously, as he had never seen this thing before. Let's go ask your eldest brother. He will definitely know. Li Yuan just wanted to go and see his beloved grandson. Aunt, but mother asked us not to disturb big brother recently. They say my elder brother is learning some etiquette from the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Li Tai spoke softly. It's okay. We went there just in time for Chengqian to have a rest. Li Yuan felt a little distressed. He knew how tiring it was to learn those etiquettes, and it must be painful for a 7-year-old child. Good. With Li Yuan leading the way, Li Lizzie and Li Tai were no longer afraid and took the tripwire hooks they had caught. They followed Li Yuan, chatting and laughing all the way to Li Chengqian's hall. After a while, Li Yuan brought them over. When the Minister of Rites saw Li Yuan coming, he immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty. I thought to myself, why am I so unlucky? Okay, Chengqian has been practicing for so long, let's take a break today. You should step back first. Li Yuan felt very distressed when he saw that Li Chengqian had some sweat on his forehead. The Minister of Rites did not stand up, but looked at Li Chengqian. You should step back first. Li Chengqian said. After hearing his words, the Minister of Rites dared to retreat. At the same time, he raised his head slightly and looked at Li Yuan. He originally thought that Li Yuan would be very angry. After all, I didn't listen to him, but just the opposite. Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian with pride. Chengqian is not bad, he is worthy of being my grandson. Exuding domineering aura. Li Yuan gave Li Chengqian a thumbs up. Aunt, I'm still a child, how can you be so domineering? Li Chengqian didn't expect that Li Yuan was not angry at all. The mentality changed too quickly. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan smiled and touched Li Chengqian's head. Brother! Li Lizzie and Li Tai also came to Li Chengqian. The 2 men looked at the sweat on Li Chengqian's forehead and immediately wiped it off with their sleeves. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile when he looked at the three siblings, but there was a hint of sadness under the smile.
Li Chengqian saw the disappointment in Li Yuan's eyes and immediately asked, "Wang, why are you here?"
Li Yuan came back to his senses at this time. "Oh, it's like this, Li Ji caught two new things, and we thought we would show them to you and let you rest for a while."
"Yes, big brother, look, this is something new that Lizzie caught."
Lizzie hurriedly took out two tripwire hooks. "It's a tripwire hook." When Li Chengqian saw the tripwire hook, he immediately thought of a machine, a tripwire machine.
"Chengqian, is this tripwire hook useful?"
Li Yuan saw Li Chengqian's eyes light up, so he asked curiously. "It can be used to make a thread brushing machine, which can produce endless threads," Li Chengqian said with a smile.
"With endless threads, wouldn't that mean we could make a lot of cloth?
Then every citizen of the Tang Dynasty will be able to have new clothes to wear."
Li Yuan was worthy of being an emperor, and he immediately thought of the people. Li Chengqian nodded immediately.
"Lizzie, you have done a great service for the people of the Tang Dynasty." Li Yuan could see that if Lizzie had not fished out the tripwire hook, his immortal grandson might not have thought of making that line brushing machine. Lizzie covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy to be able to help Ong and others. Li Tai was so envious standing by that he was dying. "Qingke, don't worry, you will definitely be able to help the people of the world in the future." Li Chengqian patted Li Tai on the shoulder.
With Li Chengqian's comfort, Li Tai also held the chubby hand tightly and nodded.
"Today, the four of us, grandfather and grandson, are going fishing together. Have a good time playing for half a day." Li Yuan did not ask Li Chengqian to build a line brushing machine right away, but instead took them fishing.
"Yeah."
Lizzie and the others immediately followed Li Yuan to go fishing. A few days passed like this. Soon came the day when Li Shimin ascended the throne. At this moment, the palace maids and eunuchs in the East Palace were all busy with their own tasks. Before daybreak, Li Chengqian was awakened by the palace maids and began to change into the emperor's court robes without putting on the crown prince's robes first. After all, Li Shimin is still the crown prince. Li Chengqian could not put on the crown and robes of the crown prince until Li Shimin ascended the throne.
After finishing all this, Li Chengqian went to Taiji Hall under the escort of eunuchs.
At this moment, Li Shimin was standing outside the Taiji Hall wearing the crown of the crown prince, looking at the Taiji Hall with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Li Chengqian also arrived at this time. Li Shimin smiled at Li Chengqian. At this time, all the court officials below looked at Li Shimin and Li Chengqian. These two will soon become the emperor and crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. P.S. Thanks to the Big Guy Source Project, Super Body for the Master Certification. Thanks to the other big guys for the gifts, thank you so much for your support. Finally, please give me some gifts, hee. Gift baskets. Your Highness, the auspicious time for His Highness the King of Zhongshan has arrived. The official from the Ministry of Rights came over with a flattering smile. Well, let's get started. Li Shimin looked at the gate of the main hall of Taiji Hall with a hint of excitement in his tone. I've been here many times, but this time it's different. All officials entered the hall. When everyone entered the main hall, Li Yuan, wearing the imperial robes and crown, sat on the dragon throne. He then looked at Li Chengqian with a kind gaze, but he didn't even glance at Li Shimin. When the court officials noticed this, they were all confused.
Is Li Yuan looking at Li Shimin?
He was forced to abdicate by his own son, so why is his eyes still so gentle? Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other. They wondered if His Majesty was looking at His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan. Perhaps His Majesty also knew His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan's secret. In their opinion, only in this way would Li Yuan look at Li Shimin and Li Chengqian, father and son, with a kind face. Your Majesty! All the officials in the hall clasped their fists and bowed. At this time, the eulogy officer on the side sang, Xing. All the officials slowly straightened up, and then they turned their eyes to the people who used to be in the Qin Palace. At this time, Pei Ji walked out from among the officials. Your Majesty is already old, and the crown prince is a man of great valor and wisdom, having conquered the vast lands and achieved unparalleled feats. We implore your majesty to follow the example of Yao and Shun and abdicate the throne to the crown prince in obedience to heaven's will." After Pei Ji finished speaking, the huge hall fell into silence. All the officials looked at Li Yuan curiously, wondering in their hearts whether he would cause trouble for Li Shimin at this time. Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged, as if he was not the one who was about to abdicate. He only said slowly, "I have observed the celestial phenomena. Tai Bai is passing through the sky. The king of Qin should rule the world. Now I pass the throne to Shimin. I hope he will." At this time, Li Shimin immediately stood up and said, "Father is in the prime of his life. How dare I covet the peace of the world? I am willing to be a vassal king and protect the country forever." Li Chengqian watched his father and grandfather pulling each other back and forth 3 times. Finally, Li Shimin helplessly accepted the abdication edict under the persuasion of all officials. In the main hall, Li Yuan personally handed over the imperial seals of Shumingbao, Dingningbao, and others to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin took the jade seal, golden light shone in his eyes. From today on, he is the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Afterwards, Li Shimin went to the back hall to change into the dragon crown robe, and was led to the throne by the eunuchs. At this moment, Chen Shuda, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, presented the imperial seal with both hands. After Li Shimin took it, Chen Shuda shouted, "The emperor ascends the throne, in accordance with the will of heaven and the people. Long live!" All officials knelt down. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne, looking at the officials kneeling below, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. The ceremonial officer shouted, "Bow again." All officials performed the collective kowtow ceremony. The ceremonial officer sings Shan Hu. All the officials stood up and shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor." The eulogist then sang another mountain cheer. "Long live." The eulogist sings another mountain cheer. "Long live." The ceremony is now over. Li Yuan, who was in the back hall, heard that the ceremony outside was over and sighed deeply. He looked towards the main hall with complicated eyes. "From today on, I am an idle old man." Li Yuan sneered, then he walked towards the main hall, but did not leave. The eunuchs and palace maids serving beside him were very nervous. They were afraid that Li Yuan would rush out, but when they saw Li Yuan stop, they all breathed a sigh of relief, but they all stared at Li Yuan intently. If he made any move, they would immediately pull Li Yuan back. At this time, Li Yuan turned his gaze to the small figure waiting outside the main hall, Li Chengqian. At this moment, Li Chengqian had already changed into the crown and robes of the crown prince. The eunuchs and palace maids around were rarely surprised to see the retired emperor smiling at His Royal Highness the Prince of Zhongshan. They didn't expect that the emperor actually liked His Royal Highness the King of Zhongshan so much. Then the process of enthroning Li Chengqian as the crown prince began. Li Chengqian followed the instructions of the Minister of Rights and cooperated mechanically. At this time, Chen Shuda was about to step forward and take the prince's book from Li Shimin, but was rejected by Li Shimin. He walked down personally and came before Li Chengqian with the prince's book. All the officials were a little surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Li Shimin valued Li Chengqian so much. However, when they thought of the bloodstains at Xuanwu Gate, everyone understood why Li Shimin did this. He was worried that the Xuanwu Gate incident would happen again. "Chengqian, from today on, you are the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty." Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian seriously and handed the crown prince's book to Li Chengqian. Inscribed on the decree were 8 large characters: "The eldest legitimate heir inherits the throne, and he is benevolent and filial." This is what he expects of Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian took it with both hands. "Your Highness, I respectfully obey your father's instructions." At this time, Fang Xianling knelt down and handed the prince's seal to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian took it and kowtowed to the ground. Then he stood up holding the prince's book and the prince's seal, and performed the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Li Shimin. Just as Li Chengqian was about to retreat to the east side as instructed by the Minister of Rights, Li Shimin stopped him. While all the officials were confused, Li Shimin took out a tiger talisman.
Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Li Shimin would actually give Li Chengqian military power. Li Shimin handed the tiger talisman to Li Chengqian. "Duke Su, Duke Yi." Li Shimin said. "I am here." Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong walked out from among the officials and looked at Li Shimin excitedly. Li Jing and others narrowed their eyes. Yuji Jingda, who had just returned from Jingzhou yesterday, looked at Chang Yaojin with envy. He didn't expect that this Chang Laohe actually followed the prince. "From now on, you two will command the left and right guards respectively and obey the orders of the crown prince," Li Shimin said. "Yes, your majesty." The two men immediately knelt down, touched their heads to the ground, and stayed there for a moment. Then they stood up and greeted Li Chengqian. This time they just touched their heads to the ground and then stood up immediately. Li Yuan saw this scene, smiled and turned away. This rebellious son finally did something that made me happy. Li Yuan happily went to find Li Lizzie and Li Tai to go fishing. The second day. Accompanied by Li Shimin and clan ministers, Li Chengqian went to the Taimiao to offer sacrifices to his ancestors and announce the establishment of the crown prince. After all this is done, all the ceremonies are officially over. However, Li Chengqian could not rest yet because the ceremony of enthroning his mother as queen was about to begin. After another busy day, Li Chengqian was finally able to take a break. After he returned to his palace, he lay down on the bed. He was exhausted from the past 3 days. P.S. Thank you to Kazami Ichiheim for the 520 update. There are also many gifts from big guys. Thanks to all the great support yesterday, I will update 3 times today. When the palace maids in the hall saw Li Chengqian fall asleep, they carefully took off the heavy crown and robes of the crown prince from his body. Then he covered Li Chengqian with a quilt. After doing all this, the person who was left on duty stayed, and the rest of the people left the hall. Li Chengqian slept until the next day. Li Chengqian stretched lazily while lying on the bed. When the palace maids heard Li Chengqian's movement, they immediately came in and helped Li Chengqian put on his clothes. After doing all this, Li Chengqian came to the open space in the yard. He planned to experiment with something outside the temple. He wants to build a line brushing machine in Datang. In my world, if they are not in the area of the line refreshing machine, then that thing cannot refresh the line, but if the line refreshing machine can be built in Datang, it is entirely possible to achieve 24-hour uninterrupted line refreshing. Just when Li Chengqian was busy, Empress Changsun and Li Shimin arrived. At this time, Li Shimin had just finished his morning court session when he was brought here by Empress Changsun. Guan Yinbi, has Chengqian come up with something new? At this time, Li Shimin saw Li Chengqian holding some blocks and fiddling with something, so he asked curiously. Empress Changsun was looking at Li Shimin at this moment. She brought him to Li Chengqian this time because she wanted to tell him about the disaster next year that Li Chengqian had mentioned before. That's not Jiro. Empress Changsun frowned and shook her head slightly. Li Shimin felt a tightness in his heart when he heard this. Did something bad happen? Mother, why are you here? At this time, Li Chengqian discovered that Empress Changsun and Li Shimin had arrived, so he put down what he was doing and came to Li Shimin. Chengqian, what you told your mother last time, I can now tell your father. Empress Changsun felt that it would be better for her son to speak about this matter. Li Shimin's heart was in his throat at this moment. Li Chengqian waved his hand to let the palace maids and eunuchs around him leave. Seeing this, they hurried away, fearing that they would hear something they shouldn't hear if they were a step late. After they left, Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin. I got some news in the fairy world. Next year, our Tang Dynasty will experience a natural disaster. Li Chengqian said. Li Shimin immediately became nervous when he heard this. Chengqian, do you know where and when the natural disaster occurred? Li Shimin planned to make arrangements in advance so that enough people could be rescued when the time came. Shandong will suffer a severe drought in the summer, and the Guangzhou region will suffer floods in the autumn. What? Li Shimin didn't expect that the Guangzhou area would also be affected. You should know that the Guangzhou region is one of the important granaries of the Tang Dynasty.
The demand for food among hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an City is huge. If the area is flooded and food production is reduced, the consequences will be unimaginable.
No, I will summon Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others to the palace to discuss countermeasures. He had just taken a step forward when he suddenly slapped his head. He had a son who was a disciple of an immortal, so he looked at his son and said, Chengqian, do you have any solution to this problem?
Look.
Li Chengqian took out a stone shovel and shoveled at the empty mud ground beside him. After a few strokes, he shoveled out a hole that was 1 meter wide, 1 meter long, and 1 meter deep. Then he used an iron pickaxe to dig at the stone bricks next to him, and soon another hole of the same size appeared.
Okay.
With these two things, we can quickly build drainage channels in the Guangzhong area, so that floods can be alleviated in advance. Li Shimin was very excited. Empress Changsun then slowly asked, Chengqian, how are we going to deal with the drought in Shandong? Li Shimin also nodded, and at the same time looked at Li Chengqian nervously. They could dig ditches in advance to prepare for floods. But there is no way to deal with drought. If it doesn't rain, should I pray for? Li Shimin's eyes suddenly widened. His son could go to the fairyland. If he could go and talk to the gods, wouldn't he be able to pray for rain? Of course, mother has a way. Li Chengqian put a bucket of water into the hole he had just dug. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun looked at the water in front of them in confusion. I wondered if there was something magical about this water. Li Chengqian saw his father's puzzled look, so he smiled and said, Father, go get a bucket and fetch some water, and you'll understand why. Hearing what Li Chengqian said, Li Shimin immediately went to find a bucket and filled it with water. He was about to pour the water aside when the attentive Empress Changsun discovered the problem. Erlang, this water, is not missing a single drop. Empress Changsun discovered that Li Shimin had drawn a bucket of water and left, but the water level did not drop at all. Li Shimin looked back and saw that it was true. So he poured the water in the bucket aside, and then came a few more times, and found that the water was like well water, and it seemed that new water came out from the bottom when he drew it. The couple looked at Li Chengqian. What's going on, Chengqian? Yeah, did Chengqian just dig 1 meter and it turned into a well? Empress Changsun and Li Shimin asked. The water in this fairyland has a special characteristic, it is endless. Just place it high enough and without anything blocking it from the front. It can nourish all the land along its path just like the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, and there's no need to worry about it bursting its banks. Li Chengqian smiled and explained the infinite water to them. It's incredible that such a small amount of water can be endless. Li Shimin squatted down, scooped up some water with both hands, and thought about it. With this water, he could reclaim a lot of land and turn it into high-quality fields. Chengqian, how much water is this? Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian expectantly. As much as you want. You only need 2 buckets of water to make an endless supply of this kind of water. Li Chengqian dug 2 more pits. Beside the water. Pour a bucket of water at the other end. He demonstrated to Li Shimin how to create an endless source of water. Li Shimin looked at his son, who took the water in the middle every time, but the water on both sides instantly replenished it the next second. Okay. With this, the people of the Tang Dynasty finally don't have to worry about drought. Li Shimin was so excited that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Although he had never farmed, he knew that farmers had relied on the weather for their livelihood since ancient times. Once God doesn't favor us and it stops raining, everything will be over. But now the situation is about to change. All this was because of his son, Li Chengqian. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian with complicated eyes, then slowly said, Chengqian, my father plans to tell the world about this matter later, and at the same time, my father will gradually reveal your identity. Are you afraid? Empress Changsun felt a little reluctant. She didn't want her Chengqian to be exposed to the eyes of those aristocratic families so early. Father, I'm not afraid. I'm the son of General Li Shimin. There was no fear in Li Chengqian's eyes. Are you kidding me? I'm a time traveler with cheats, and I'm the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. How could I be afraid?
Water. Water. When Li Shimin heard Li Chengqian's words, he was so happy and filled with pride. Li Chengqian also noticed his mother's worry at this time, so he took Empress Changsuan's hand. Don't worry, mother, nothing will happen to me.
You want to have something from the immortal world? If someone poisons me, I can heal myself in an instant.
If I encounter danger, I can run directly to the fairyland.
There is also something called the Immortal Totem in the fairyland. If I get fatally injured, it can heal me instantly. Li Chengqian comforted Empress Changsun. When Empress Changsun heard what her son said, she thought so too.
If poison is used, his son can detoxify it, and if he encounters danger, he can go directly to the fairyland to hide.
Chengqian, when you find that immortal totem in the future, give it to I. It's not in vain.
When the time comes, I will increase your left and right guards to 20,000. Li Shimin rubbed his hands. He was also coveting something that could save his life. Li Chengqian smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, uncle. I'll give one to you, one to my mother, and one to each of my brothers and sisters.
The undead totem is not worth much later on. Good, Ice good son.
As Li Shimin spoke, he was about to kiss Li Chengqian again. Frightened, Li Chengqian hurriedly ran behind Empress Changsun. You kid, it's impossible for others to get a kiss from you. You're still so disgusted all day long. Li Shimin rubbed Li Chengqian's head in annoyance.
This kid. All right. Empress Changsun smiled and took Li Chengqian into her arms.
Then he pointed at the block beside him and looked at him.
Chengqian, what are you doing?
There was a hint of curiosity in Empress Changsuan's eyes.
Mother, I'm making a thread brushing machine.
If this works, I'll be able to have endless threads in the future.
Li Chengqian said.
When Empress Changsun and Li Shimin heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light.
Then Chengqian, does this mean that we can produce large quantities of cloth in the future? Li Shimin asked.
Yes.
Li Chengqian nodded.
Then Chengqian, please continue. Li Shimin had heard Cheng Yaojin talk about iron-making machines, gunpowder towers and the like before, but he had never seen any of them. Now that his son was going to build a machine in the East Palace, he was naturally very interested.
Does Chengqian need us to prepare anything? Empress Changsun asked.
Li Chengqian shook his head and said calmly, Father, Mother, just stand aside and watch.
It will be done soon. Li Chengqian immediately went to build a wire brushing machine. Because the east side could be found quickly in the Tang Dynasty, Li Chengqian began to build it.
Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun were very curious when they saw their son Jianxi. Although I don't know what Li Chengqian is doing, I just feel that he is very powerful. At this time, Li Lizzie, Li Tai and Li Yuan also arrived. Seeing that Li Chengqian was busy, they did not disturb him but watched curiously. Li Lizzie and Li Tai came before Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun.
Father, Emperor, Mother, Empress.
The two men saluted Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun. Li Shimin immediately picked them up and kissed them both.
Li Chengqian didn't give a kiss, but he still had two relatives. Father.
At this time, Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun noticed Li Yuan and immediately walked over.
Snort. Li Yuan glared at Li Shimin, then looked at his beloved grandson Li Chengqian with a smile on his face.
At this moment, Li Chengqian had completed the construction of the brushing machine, set out the workbench, and made a pair of scissors. Use the scissors to click on one of the strings on the tripwire hook and quickly open the lever at the same time. Then a steady stream of threads fell and were collected by the collection device into a box on the side.
Wow! Li Lizzie and Li Tai's eyes widened. Their little heads couldn't understand why so many things kept popping up. Chengqian, is this successful? Li Yuan, Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun asked impatiently. Li Chengqian smiled and nodded. He was originally worried that the line brushing machine could not be made in the Tang Dynasty. Now that the line spawning machine has been successful, shouldn't some machines that don't require a monster spawning mechanism also be able to be built in the Tang Dynasty? Such as kelp bone meal machine. Is this a thread? Chengqian, can my Tang Dynasty use this? Li Shimin took a string from the string brushing machine, then pulled it hard, but found that the string could not be pulled? How to weave this?
Li Chengqian suddenly realized at this time that the lines of my world were a little different from those of the Tang Dynasty.
Chengqian, does this thread require something from the fairy world to be woven into cloth?
Li Yuan felt that the threads from the fairy world must be made into cloth using things from the fairy world.
Yeah, Chengqian, does the fairy world also have looms or something like that? Empress Changsun also asked. Li Chengqian touched the back of his head.
The loom in my world would be more appropriately called a dyeing machine, as that thing could be used to color flags and make patterns.
I wonder if there is a corresponding module that can enable the loom to weave cloth.
Li Chengqian thought that he had accumulated some experience points, and he could use some of them to create a usable module.
Aunt, Ayananian, I'm going to the fairyland first. Be right back.
After saying that, he opened the light gate and left. Li Shimin and others had no time to react.
In my world.
At this time, Li Chengqian was checking the modules that he could exchange for experience points. Seeing that those thousand-fold drops, firearm modules, mechanical power and other famous modules were still gray, Li Chengqian thought to himself, I don't know when I can accumulate enough experience points to exchange for these modules. After pulling Qin Xiong into my world, my experience points were reset to 0.
Now I'm only level 3. I wonder at what level I need to be to unlock those. Li Chengqian then looked for modules that he could redeem.
Finally, his eyes were fixed on a module that he could exchange for and that met his needs, a real loom. It seems that there is no such module. I made one up for the plot. Please don't criticize me. The function of this module, as the name suggests, is to enable the loom to turn thread into cloth just like the looms we use in our daily lives.
Instead of just coloring like in the game.
Sure.
I just need level 3 experience, which is enough for me. Li Chengqian exchanged it immediately, so the remaining experience points were not even at level 1.
Li Chengqian then returned to the Tang Dynasty. When he appeared in the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin, Li Yuan and Empress Zhangsun immediately surrounded him and checked Li Chengqian's body. After confirming that there was no problem, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Chengqian can't go to the fairyland alone like this in the future. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian seriously.
Li Chengqian looked at their worried expressions and nodded embarrassedly. P.S. Please give me some free gifts, thank you for your support. Could you guys give me some advice, what module should I exchange for next? Brother, can you take us to the fairyland later? Li Lizzie and Li Tai looked at Li Chengqian expectantly.
Okay, I'll definitely take Li Ji and Qing Ke to the fairyland later.
Li Chengqian smiled and nodded.
At this time, Li Yuan could not wait to speak. Chengqian, and your father-in-law, I want to go with you too. His eyes were shining at this moment.
Okay, Ong will take you there someday. Li Chengqian looked at the excited Li Yuan and felt as if he was coaxing Li Lizzie and Li Tai.
Li Yuan stood aside excitedly, stroking his beard.
By the way, Chengqian, did you bring back the fairyland loom?
Empress Changsun was very curious about what the looms in the fairy world looked like.
What is the difference between it and the looms used in the Tang Dynasty today? Wait a moment, mother.
Li Chengqian used 2 threads and 2 wooden boards to make a loom, and then placed the loom on the ground.
Is this the loom of the fairy world?
Although Li Yuan and Li Shimin had never woven cloth, they had seen the looms of the Tang Dynasty.
The gap between the two was quite big.
At this moment, some green light suddenly emerged from the loom and Empress Changsun.
Guanyin maid. Mother.
Li Shimin, Li Lizzie and others discovered something strange about Empress Changsun.
At this moment, Empress Changsun suddenly put on a brown hat, white clothes and a white apron. Li Chengqian thought to himself, damn, isn't this the attire of a shepherd villager? At the same time, Li Chengqian was a little dumbfounded.
If he remembered correctly, he had to bind the bed first to bind the work block, but he didn't put out the bed? Does the bed that Datang slept on also count?
Erlang, I'm fine.
It's just that I think I can use the loom that Chengqian brought back.
Empress Changsun looked at Li Chengqian. She didn't know what was going on. Li Shimin immediately squatted down. Chengqian, what happened to your mother?
He looked extremely panicked.
What if something happened to Guan Yinbi?
It's okay. Anyang is bound to a profession in the fairy world, shepherd, which means she can control this loom.
Li Chengqian didn't expect that when the work block was placed in the Tang Dynasty, it could actually bind people to professions. Wow, mother, have you become a fairy?
Li Lizzie immediately hugged her mother's legs. She also wanted to become a fairy, but she didn't want the ugly clothes on her mother.
Put. Empress Changsun was amused by her daughter and squatted down and said, how can my mother be a fairy?
Chengqian can operate a loom, so why is he called a shepherd instead of a weaver? Li Shimin was puzzled.
Why do you care so much? Li Yuan rolled his eyes at his rebellious son, then excitedly looked at Li Chengqian and said, Chengqian, quickly set up a loom and see if I can bind it to a profession in the immortal world. Good. Li Chengqian asked Li Yuan to come closer to him and asked Li Shimin and others to take a few steps back.
When they all stepped back, Li Chengqian reassembled a loom and placed it on the ground.
Then everyone turned their eyes to Li Yuan and found that there was no change in Li Yuan.
But the loom glowed green.
Ah!
At this moment, a shrill scream came from outside. Then Zhang Ananda hurried in and said, Your Majesty, a palace maid outside suddenly had a strange set of clothes on her. Li Chengqian was a little confused as to why the loom was not bound to Li Yuan, who was closest to him, but to the palace maid outside.
Chengqian, what's going on?
Li Shimin and others were quite confused.
Eunuch Zhang, please bring 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs.
Li Chengqian suspected that the loom might only be bound to women.
Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Ananda went out immediately and brought in 2 men and 2 women.
Li Chengqian placed 2 looms, and then the 2 palace maids were dressed in shepherd's clothes. At this moment, Li Shimin, Li Yuan and others understood that this loom could only be used by women.
So that's how it is.
Li Chengqian smiled. It seems that the women of our Tang dynasty are blessed.
Li Yuan touched his beard.
The looms in the fairy world can only be used by women, so in the future a large number of women will definitely be needed to weave cloth, and ordinary families will be able to value their daughters.
Give me a piece of land. Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin with a smile. Chengqian, what do you want the land for?
Li Shimin was puzzled.
I want to build a weaving factory. Li Chengqian patted the loom beside him.
The thread brushing machine and the loom can produce a large amount of cloth. In the future, he wanted to ensure that all new clothes worn by everyone in the Tang dynasty were sold from his own weaving factory.
Good.
But I'd have sent people to look for a suitable place, as close to the East Palace as possible. While speaking, Li Shimin glanced at Li Yuan, as if to say that he, the emperor, was still living in the East Palace, and it was time for you, the Emperor Emeritus, to move out.
However, Li Yuan acted as if nothing had happened and pretended not to see anything even though he saw it.
When Li Shimin saw Li Yuan like this, he knew in his heart that his father had no intention of giving up the Taiji Hall. Now that he has the gold given by Li Chengqian, he wondered whether he should build a new palace for himself.
Li Chengqian looked at the little actions of Li Shimin and Li Yuan, the father and son, and immediately laughed.
Building a palace was not difficult for him, but he was not good at it.
However, we can ask officials from the Ministry of Industry to provide guidance later.
Moreover, Li Chengqian wanted to build the palace up to the sky. As a human being, his yearning for the sky is endless. Now that he has the ability, he naturally wants to build a palace up to the sky. Cultivating to heaven can not only satisfy oneself, but also demonstrate the supremacy of imperial power, and make people all over the world believe in the Li Tang royal family, and that the royal power is divine. Although he was not the emperor yet, Li Chengqian believed that his father would definitely not hold it against him. Chengqian, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly get distracted? Li Shimin waved his hand in front of Li Chengqian. Oh, yeah, I was thinking I'd build a palace in the sky.
Li Chengqian expressed his thoughts. What?
Li Shimin and Li Yuan both widened their eyes.
At the same time, breathing became rapid.
The first thing they thought of was how important it would be to the Li Tang royal family if Li Chengqian really built a palace in heaven. You must know that the imperial seal has not been found yet, and the legitimacy of the Li Tang royal family's rule has been questioned to a certain extent. If a palace is built in heaven, what will happen even if the imperial seal cannot be found? Relying on the palace in heaven, the Li Tang royal family could directly claim to be shepherding the people on behalf of heaven, turning the divine right of kings from an abstract theory into a visible reality. Completely dispel the people's doubts about the legitimacy of the rule. Can Chengqian really build a palace in the sky? Li Shimin and Li Yuan spoke in unison. The light and heat flowing in their eyes almost overflowed from their eye sockets. Sure. Li Chengqian immediately took out a set of pebbles from his backpack, and in front of everyone present, he built a 5-block-high pillar in front of them, and then dug out the bottom one. When Li Chengqian knocked it down, Li Shimin and Li Yuan took a few steps back for fear that the pillar would collapse. Empress Changsun even ran away hurriedly holding Li Lizzie and Li Tai. However, they found that the stone pillars in front of them showed no sign of collapsing and were still hanging in the air. Li Chengqian continued to dig out the 3 boulders at the bottom, leaving the top one floating in the air. Li Shimin and his son Li Yuan looked at the steady roundstone and their breathing became rapid. Chengqian, how high can you build the palace? Li Shimin asked. Li Chengqian thought about it and realized that in my world without adding modules, the tallest building cannot exceed 256 blocks. But there should be no such restriction in the Tang Dynasty. As long as you want, you can build a palace in outer space. I don't know yet. I'll have to test it later to find out. Li Chengqian didn't dare to guarantee it and decided to give it a try later. Then Chengqian, don't come to experiment. Please arrange for Jijie or Shubao to handle this matter later. Li Shimin didn't dare let his beloved son do it. His words made Li Yuan very satisfied. This was the first time Li Yuan looked at him straight in the eye after such a long time since the Xuanwu Gate incident. But don't arrange for them to go now. I also want to take them to the fairyland to build a witch tower, so that we will have enough redstone to use later. Li Chengqian said that with redstone, many things can be built in the future. For example, the kelp bone powder machine that Li Chengqian has been talking about for so long. There has never been any redstone, and Li Chengqian has not built it yet. Okay, then first select some land for your weaving factory. Seeing that Li Chengqian attached so much importance to the red stone, Li Shimin nodded. The palace and other things can be put aside and the needs of one's son should be satisfied first. By the way, have you decided on a name for the cloth that will be produced by the Chengqian weaving factory? Li Shimin looked at his son with a smile. Recently, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and others chose a reign title for themselves, called Jingguan. He wanted to name the cloth produced by the Lung Jingguan cloth. In this way, when people all over the world use this cloth in the future, they will think of themselves as the emperor. Unfilial son, do you have any shame? Li Yuan immediately thought of what Li Shimin was going to do. He glared at him fiercely, then looked at Li Chengqian with a gentle expression. Chengqian, don't worry, Grandpa will decide for you, you can name it whatever you want. Li Yuan took Li Chengqian into his arms and spoke with a kind face. He thought that if his good grandson felt embarrassed, then he would take charge and call Chengqian Bu. In this way, people all over the world will remember the kindness of their grandson in the future. Aunt, when the cloth is produced in the future, let's call it Gaoming cloth. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. Gao Mingbu? Li Yuan, Li Shimin and others looked at Li Chengqian in confusion. At this time, Li Chengqian had not yet been given the name Gaoming, and no one knew what special meaning Gaoming had. Inherit the great throne and govern wisely. Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian and muttered slowly. His eyes suddenly lit up. Chengqian, you don't have a name yet. How about I give you the name Gaoming? Li Yuan squatted down and asked Li Chengqian. He was stunned at this moment. What the hell? Is it clever to give yourself a name? Empress Shang's son then spoke, Father, Chengqian is only 7 years old, not yet an adult. Hey, my grandson is the crown prince, and he is also a disciple of an immortal, so he has a noble status.
What's wrong with picking up the characters early? That's just brilliant.
Li Yuan liked the word Gaoming very much, as it was his expectation for Li Chengqian to inherit the throne in the future. Empress Changsun and Li Shimin looked at each other and thought, since I said so, then let it be. It is normal for royal elders to give names to their younger generations. Moreover, by giving Li Chengqian a name, he once again told all officials and the people Li Shimin's expectations for Li Chengqian.
Zhang Ananda, go get me an imperial edict. I want to write it myself.
Li Yuan said to Zhang Ananda. Li Shimin immediately nodded to Zhang Ananda, turned around and left quickly. Soon a copy of the imperial edict was brought over, along with writing brush and ink.
The eunuch behind him was carrying a table. Li Yuan lowered his head and began to write the edict.
At this moment, Empress Changsun came to Li Chengqian and touched his head. At this moment, Li Chengqian transformed from a child into an adult. However, Li Chengqian is not yet 20 years old, so there is no need to hold a ceremony to choose a name. It will be held together with the ceremony of coming of age after he turns 20.
Mother, I want one too.
When Li Tai saw that his eldest brother had been given a name, he immediately pulled Empress Changsun's sleeve. Just as Empress Changsun was thinking about how to explain to Li Tai, Li Chengqian came over.
Qingke, do you want to take a name? Li Chengqian asked.
Well, big brother, I want to be like you.
Li Tai nodded hurriedly.
Okay, but the reason why big brother is being given a name now is because he is old enough.
If Qingke wants to be given a given name, she has to be older than big brother. Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai with a smile.
Li Tai nodded hurriedly.
Puff. Empress Changsun, Li Shimin and Li Yuan couldn't help laughing immediately.
It is impossible for Li Tai, the younger brother, to be older than his elder brother Li Chengqian in his lifetime. Zhang Ananda and other eunuchs lowered their heads silently, and it was not difficult to tell from their trembling shoulders that they were very uncomfortable. Soon the imperial edict giving Li Chengqian the courtesy name Gaoming spread throughout the Eastern Palace and Chang'an City. Yang Fei and others in the Eastern Palace were deeply envious of this. At the same time, they also planned to let their children get closer to Li Chengqian in the future. In this way, when Li Chengqian ascends the throne in the future, he will take better care of them. When Wei Zheng heard the news, he was very calm. He felt that this was as it should be and normal. At the same time, this news made some people want to be Li Chengqian's teacher even more. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Chengqian's position as crown prince was very stable. He will definitely become emperor in the future. Become the prince's teacher now, and the emperor's teacher in the future. This was so attractive to them that everyone was thinking about how to become the prince's teacher. While everyone was thinking about it, Li Chengqian had already sent someone to call Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong into the East Palace. They are going to the fairyland, build a witch tower, and collect redstone. At the same time, I also ask for some free gifts. I will add more if there are more.
I will add more if there are more gifts. Thank you all very much.
When the three people appeared in my world, they were located where the slime farm was built before.
Your Highness, what should we do next? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian.
Let's go and finish the execution device at the slime farm first.
Li Chengqian looked at the entrance leading to the slime farm.
At this time, Cheng Yaojin came out with his fists clasped. Your Highness, please let me handle this matter.
Li Chengqian didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would take the initiative to ask him to do it.
Qin Xiong pushed him away with his hand and said, Jijia, stop messing around. Li Chengqian then reached out to stop Qin Xiong.
Duke Qin, it's okay. This way we can save some time.
He looked at Cheng Yaojin with a smile on his face. Then Duke Chang, I'll leave this matter to you.
I believe you can do it.
Cheng Yaojin followed behind him from the beginning and saw a lot of things. He also saw the execution device he built for the iron brushing machine.
By the way, Lord Chang, how are you going to make the execution device? Li Chengqian still asked about it.
Your Highness, I intend to use a campfire as an execution device. I will use the water stream to flush the slimes towards the campfire, and then the campfire will burn them to death.
Then I will use the funnel to collect them. Chang Yaojin expressed his thoughts. Li Chengqian nodded after hearing this.
Although Chang Yaojin's execution efficiency was not high, the slime balls produced were sufficient for the time being. Okay, then Duke Chang, be careful and don't capsize in the ditch.
Li Chengqian gave him some instructions.
Qin Xiong also gave Chang Yaojin a cautious look.
Yes. Chang Yaojin clasped his fists and then entered the slime farm leading underground.
Li Chengqian then turned his gaze to Qin Xiong and said, Duke Qin, let's go find the witch's hut and build the witch's tower.
Yes, Your Highness. Qin Xiong nodded.
Li Chengqian then took Qin Xiong away and told him about the witch he might encounter later and how to kill her. While Qin Xiong followed Li Chengqian, he placed a round stone on the ground so that when Chang Yaojin came to find them, he could follow the mark. Soon after Li Chengqian and his friends walked for a while, they saw the witch's hut not far away.
Right here. Li Chengqian pointed to the witch's hut not far away.
At this moment, he could clearly see a witch wandering around the witch hut.
Duke Qin, can you shoot that witch to death with a bow and arrow?
Li Chengqian turned his head to look at Qin Xiong and asked curiously. If you can shoot the witch from a distance, you won't have to fight her in close combat. Qin Xiong looked at it, estimated the distance in his mind, and then nodded, Your Highness, it's okay. Okay, then just shoot her. Li Chengqian took out a workbench and made a bow for Qin Xiong. As for the arrows, Qin Xiong had them in his backpack. He had accumulated some when he and Chang Yaojin went to fight Xiao Bai. After Qin Xiong took the bow, he first shot an arrow to the side to get familiar with the bow, then walked forward for a distance, aimed at the witch, and slightly raised the arrow.
Call out.
The arrow flew through the air, and the second arrow followed closely behind. The witch let out a sharp scream at this time, and at the same time she took out the potion and drank it. When the second arrow hit her, it failed to kill her.
Duke Qin, hurry up.
She's drinking the healing potion that restores her life. Li Chengqian said hurriedly that he felt they were very unlucky. You know, when the witch's health is not full, there is only a 5% chance of drinking the healing potion, but they actually encountered that. He also took out a bow and arrow from his backpack and shot at the witch. But because the witch was running around at that time, only 1 or 2 of the 5 arrows could hit the target.
However, the witch finally fell to the ground.
Although Qin Xiong's arrows could not hit the target every time, they rarely missed. She was killed with a few arrows.
Witches drop 2 redstone dust upon death.
Li Chengqian walked over with a smile and collected the redstone powder.
Your Highness, what do we do next? Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian. Start building the witch tower.
Li Chengqian plans to build a simple witch tower first and
collect some redstone powder.
When there is more redstone dust, we can make redstone circuits, and then build a witch tower with higher output.
Li Chengqian cut off a leaf with scissors and then entered the witch's hut. Come to the workbench in the hut.
Make a mark 2 places in front of the workbench.
This is the witch's spawn point.
Then start building, destroy the witch's spawn point and the 3 blocks around it, and then place the freshly cut leaves on top of the witch's spawn point, so that the witch can be squeezed down. Qin Xiong felt a little anxious as he saw Li Chengqian busying himself while he could do nothing. But soon it was his chance to strike.
Duke Qin, let's dig down 30 squares.
Li Chengqian looked at Qin Xiong. The witch's health is 13 hearts, and she will die if she falls from a height of 29 blocks. To be on the safe side, Li Chengqian planned to dig 30 grids, so that the probability of problems would be very small.
Yes. Qin Xiong followed Li Chengqian and dug down.
Soon they dug down 30 grids, and Li Chengqian asked Qin Xiong to watch him make the collection device.
Okay, done.
When a witch is born, she will be swept up by the current and fall to her death. Just as Li Chengqian finished speaking, a witch fell down and died instantly. The sudden scene scared Li Chengqian.
Oh my god, so fast.
Li Chengqian took a look above. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
With the redstone powder, he could enter a period of rapid development.
By then, some advanced redstone buildings can be built in Datang. You should know that once some powerful power generating machines are turned on, they are faster than creating things.
Alright, Duke Qin, let's go out now and see what's going on over there with Duke Chang.
Li Chengqian hoped that nothing unexpected would happen to Cheng Yaojin.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Li Chengqian returned to the ground from below and headed towards the slime farm. When entering the slime farm, Cheng Yaojin had already finished his work.
Your Highness, second brother, you are here. Look at the execution and collection devices I made. Cheng Yaojin feels very accomplished now. Li Chengqian looked at the slimes that were constantly being pushed down by the water flow.
They were burned to death by the campfire and finally collected into the box by the collection device.
He couldn't help but give Cheng Yaojin a thumbs up. Your Highness, are you done with your work? Cheng Yaojin asked.
Well, the preliminary work is done. Once we have more redstone dust, we can build a witch tower with high output. Li Chengqian said with a smile. P.S. Thank you all, I just saw that you have sent more than 200 love power and flowers today, I am so grateful. So I posted my saved drafts, and finally I asked for some gifts. I like them no matter how big or small. If you give too many, I will work hard for them. Finally, I would like to thank those who have donated money to me. I will also remember that if there are more people, I will add more chapters. Don't worry, these figures are not included in the update figures, don't say I am lazy. Oh. When Cheng Yaojin heard what Li Chengqian said, he looked at the execution device he had made. Then he turned his head to look at Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, can this one I made also be upgraded? Cheng Yaojin asked.
Yes, but it's not necessary now. The slime balls produced by this slime farm are enough for us to use now. Li Chengqian looked at the slimes being executed in front of him, and then said to Cheng Yaojin.
After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin felt relieved, as long as there was enough for use. Let's go collect saplings and trees now.
Li Chengqian planned to use the trees here to build palaces in the Tang Dynasty. After all, in my world, trees can truly last for thousands of years without rotting. Just leave it there and it will never break.
Your Highness, what are you collecting these for? Qin Xiong asked doubtfully.
Later, I will build a palace in the sky of the Tang Dynasty.
I need some wood.
I'm waiting for the slime farm to produce some wood, so I'll collect some while I can.
Li Chengqian explained.
Oh. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong were relatively calm. If Li Chengqian had said this in the past, they would have been shocked to death. But after following Li Chengqian for so long, they felt it was too normal to hear Li Chengqian say that he was building a palace in the sky. It's just that Qin Xiong had something to say at this moment, but when he looked at Li Chengqian, he hesitated to speak.
I feel very conflicted. Li Chengqian saw this and asked curiously, Duke Qin, do you have anything to say? Just say it.
Hearing Li Chengqian say this, Qin Xiong knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, looking at Li Chengqian.
Your Highness, I dare to make a statement.
Currently, our great Tang dynasty is in ruins and the people are still struggling to get enough food and clothing.
Now we should build automated farms, construct agricultural tools, and produce bone meal.
The palace should be at the back of the queue.
Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian.
The construction of the palace could not be completed in a short time.
Even if they help now, it will take a lot of time.
If we had the time to build automatic farms and hoes, not everyone in the Tang dynasty would be able to have a full meal, but in most places, people would definitely not starve to death.
Cheng Yaojin looked at Qin Xiong anxiously and immediately knelt down. Your Highness, my second brother is confused.
Before Cheng Yaojin could finish his words, Li Chengqian waved his hand and interrupted him.
Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian and found that he was not angry.
Instead, he was looking at his second brother with a smile on his face. At this time, he felt relieved. Fortunately, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not angry. At the same time, Cheng Yaojin planned to turn around and talk to his second brother. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a disciple of the Immortal.
He must have his reasons for doing this. How could he question him like this? Duke Qin, guess what the witch tower we just built over there is for? Li Chengqian looked at him with a smile.
Qin Xiong was stunned for a moment, then slowly said, Your Highness, it's to obtain redstone powder. He just doesn't quite understand what the redstone dust is used for. Duke Chang, being able to mass-produce redstone dust means we can build a kelp bone meal machine, which will provide us with an endless supply of bone meal in the future.
Now that we have bone meal, do you still think we're short of food? Li Chengqian looked at the two of them and said. Endless supply of bone meal.
Qin Xiong's eyes lit up instantly. He knew the function of bone powder. Yes, I plan to build a large number of kelp bone powder machines in our Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian still prefers to install this kind of redstone machine that does not require special mechanisms in Minecraft in the Tang Dynasty. Because in the Tang Dynasty, production could continue 24 hours a day.
Then, Your Highness, where will it be built?
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin were a little worried that their plan would be destroyed.
Underground.
We plan to build a large number of kelp bone meal machines underground.
Li Chengqian said. He intended to keep bone meal in the hands of the royal family forever.
So he chose the address in the basement of the East Palace.
Your Highness, I shouldn't have just.
Qin Xiong's face was full of apology. He was too reckless. Li Chengqian interrupted him and waved his hand generously. It's okay, Duke Qin is also dedicated to the people, I can understand.
Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian's sincere face and felt extremely ashamed.
I didn't expect that the other party had already arranged everything in his heart.
Let's go and gather wood and saplings.
Li Chengqian planned to plant saplings in the Tang Dynasty and then use bone meal to ripen them. The three of them immediately took action, took out iron axes and started to attack the oak trees covered with vines. The surroundings quickly became bare after being cut down by the three men. Li Chengqian saw that he had collected 2 groups of oaks, 35 oak saplings, and of course 7 apples. He used his authority to check on Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin, and found that they were almost collecting 3 groups of oak, so he called them over immediately.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, it's okay. Let's go collect the slime balls and go to the witch's hut. Li Chengqian shouted. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin ran over quickly. Your Highness, we have some apples here.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin planned to give the apple to Li Chengqian. They knew that this apple could be transformed into a golden apple that could cure any disease if it was combined with gold. Li Chengqian just waved his hand.
No, you keep it yourselves. I have some here too. Li Chengqian doesn't like apples, unless they are golden apples or enchanted golden apples. Li Chengqian won't be interested in her anymore later. Thank you, Your Highness.
Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were very excited.
These are all good things. There is gold at the back, you can synthesize it into a golden apple, a life-saving artifact. Walk. Li Chengqian took them to the slime farm. When we came to the collection device, there were already 3 groups of slime balls. How many slime balls does Your Highness have? Chang Yaojin asked curiously.
He only saw Li Chengqian take the slime ball from the box.
There are 3 groups of slime balls. Li Chengqian said. Your Highness, why is it so little? Is there something wrong with the device Jia made?
Qin Xiong thought that they had almost cut down 3 groups of trees, so why were there only so few slime balls?
Chang Yaojin also became confused.
Li Chengqian just waved his hand.
Maybe we just cut down trees and ran too far. The block here is not loaded. Li Chengqian felt that it was still a bit inconvenient.
It would be better if he could have a dummy hanging up nearby. But now he doesn't know how to input the command. It seems that I can only see if there is a corresponding module to solve this problem.
Oh.
The two of them breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's go to the witch tower. Hopefully there's some redstone over there too.
The witch tower that Li Chengqian planned to build was a 3-story one, and it could be completed by adding a simple small boat self-propelled switch as a timer.
Not much redstone powder was needed. P.S. I just saw some big guys sending gifts.
Thanks to Fengji and Yiji for the God certification on 520, and thanks to Yi Ming Yushi for the flowers for the explosive update.
There's more to come.
I slept in today and just woke up recently, sorry. Li Chengqian, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong quickly headed towards the witch tower. On the way, they also killed a few pigs and cows and ate them directly as food. When they arrived at the witch tower, Li Chengqian and his friends went downstairs and opened the box, which contained a lot of things. 5 glass bottles, 23 glowstone dust, and 20 redstone dust.
There are 15 candies left.
There's a bit of redstone dust.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, let's wait a moment.
Li Chengqian turned and said to the two of them.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin nodded. By the way, you two, take advantage of this opportunity to dig up some more stones. We'll need a lot of half bricks later. Li Chengqian thought that his 3-story witch tower would require a lot of half bricks to build a light-blocking platform to ensure that the witch tower could refresh witches efficiently during the day.
Yes, Your Highness. Leave this matter to me and my second brother. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong
immediately took out their pickaxes and started digging to the side. Li Chengqian walked out and brought back some sand from a distance.
Glass was being fired on the side.
After a while, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin came back with a lot of things collected. Your Highness, we have collected a lot of copper. Chang Yaojin looked at the 50 copper ores in his backpack and felt fortunate that his family had already started exchanging gold and copper coins for silver. Oh, let's put that thing in the furnace and burn it later. This will give me the starting capital to open a weaving factory later. This time, Li Chengqian had no intention of giving the copper directly to Li Shimin.
Weaving factory? Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed.
His eldest son was only 11 years old, and he couldn't even ask Li Chengqian for a position. Because there is no specific year when Cheng Chumo was born, only the approximate year. I took the largest one, please don't criticize me. Li Chengqian saw Chang Yaojin's eyes light up and then darken, and he said with a smile, Duke Chang, when your daughter is older, come to work with me.
Thank you, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin was so excited. With these words, the next generation of their Chang family was secure.
Qin Xiong watched with a smile on his face. His Majesty had promised that his son would follow Li Chengqian when he grew up.
Okay, let's start transforming the witch tower. Now that's enough redstone dust.
Li Chengqian took a look and found that he already had a set of redstone powder, which was more than enough for his own use.
Yes.
Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong immediately followed Li Chengqian out of the underground. After arriving on the ground, it was already dark and monsters had spawned not far away. Li Chengqian took out some torches and gave them to the two of them. Duke Qin, Duke Chang, go light torches all around to prevent monsters from spawning on us. He didn't want to be attacked by monsters while he was concentrating on building something.
It's Your Highness.
Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong took action immediately. Li Chengqian also took out the grass block and began to mark the witch's hut.
Frame the witch's hut.
If I forget the location of the witch's hut, I will be in the dark. At this time, remove every 3 grass blocks above and below and replace them with cobblestones. The position of the cobblestones represents a separate layer at the back. There are 3 floors in total, so you can maximize the benefits of this witch hut. Then the witch hut was demolished directly. After doing all this, build 3 platforms with cobblestones at the place just marked with cobblestones. The witch that will be refreshed later will appear on these 3 layers.
The 3 platforms are 7 by 9.
Li Chengqian placed a row of auxiliary blocks next to the longer side. He chose grass blocks so that they could be distinguished from cobblestones, so as to avoid making mistakes. Then Li Chengqian used the workbench to synthesize some trapdoors, place them on the row of auxiliary blocks, and open them. Water will be placed here later. When the trapdoor opens, the witch on the platform will be washed away and rushed to the execution device. Then put a grass block on the auxiliary block, and then put another block on this grass block, the height of which is exactly the same as the open trapdoor.
Its function is to block the water and prevent it from flowing everywhere.
Of course, the shorter side should also be blocked with blocks to prevent water from flowing everywhere and washing the witch away, which would be a big loss. After all 3 layers are done, pour water into them. After doing all this, Li Chengqian placed a row of redstone dust on the grass block opposite the trapdoor. Then use redstone powder to connect the 3 layers of redstone powder in series.
Let's try out the effects.
Li Chengqian pulled a lever, connected it in series to the redstone circuit in front of him, and then pulled the lever.
The trapdoors on all 3 levels opened automatically.
Perfect. Li Chengqian's face was full of smiles. The next step is to build a small boat self-propelled switch. After choosing a place, clear the surrounding blocks, place a block in the center, and place 3 pressure plates next to this block. These 3 pressure plates are not placed randomly. 2 of them are placed facing the block, and the other one is placed at an angle. Then the opponent places the block again according to the previous operation, but this time the angled pressure plate is on the other side. Finally, circle it with a square. Get 2 buckets of water and put water in the corners of the pressure plate. This creates a vortex, and when you put the boat into it, it starts to spin, and a simple timer is ready. Seeing the trapdoor on the witch tower release water after the boat pressed against the pressure plate connected to the external redstone circuit, Li Chengqian knew that he had succeeded. Next, you just need to block out the light. This kind of liver work was naturally given to Xuanwu Gate and Qin Xiong. Duke Qin, Duke Chang, please come and build a shade platform. Li Chengqian told them what to do, and asked them to combine the dug boulders into half bricks and use the half bricks to build. And tell them to place the lower half brick, because monsters will spawn in the upper half brick.
Yes, Your Highness.
The 2 of them took action immediately. The 2 of them worked together and soon created a perfect light-blocking platform.
This shaded platform extends outward 15 grids, which fully meets the requirements.
This witch monster spawning tower still uses the previous execution device, which directly causes the witch to fall to death.
Your Highness, has this started?
Qin Xiong pointed at the witch tower that had already started operating and asked.
Yes, it has already begun.
Although Li Chengqian could not see the scene inside, he heard the sound of the trapdoor moving.
Let's go take a look down there. Li Chengqian brought the 2 of them down quickly.
Everyone laughed as they watched the witches fall one after another.
Okay, Duke Qin will stay here while Duke Chang and I go collect some kelp.
Then we'll go back to Datang and build a kelp bone meal machine.
Duke Qin, our trip may take some time, don't worry.
Li Chengqian said to Qin Xiong. The reason for leaving Qin Xiong here is to prevent the witch tower from stopping working after they run out of this block, which would be a big loss.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong gave Xuanwu Gate a look, asking him to protect Li Chengqian well.
Duke Chang, let's go.
After Li Chengqian and Xuanwu Gate said goodbye to Qin Xiong, they ran outside.
Your Highness, where can we find kelp?
Xuanwu Gate asked.
Go to the ocean. We might be on the run for a while.
Li Chengqian laughed. He didn't know which direction the ocean was, so he could only run around aimlessly.
Then Your Highness, how about I carry you?
Xuanwu Gate looked at Li Chengqian and squatted down.
Come on, let's go.
Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, in my world, as long as you are full, your physical strength is unlimited. The 2 found a direction and started running, avoiding some monsters on the way. After running for a while, it was not long before the sky brightened. They also left the swamp biome and soon saw the abandoned hell portal.
I'll have to find some lava to repair it next time.
The water-deprived evil spirits of hell are very fragrant, and they can help me build a palace later.
Li Chengqian said secretly.
Xuanwu Gate was a little scared when he saw the abandoned gate of hell. Even though Li Chengqian explained to him that hell was nothing to be afraid of, he was still worried. After running for another half a day, Xuanwu Gate saw something not far away. Your Highness, there seems to be something emitting light not far to the right.
Chang. Yao Jin pointed over there and said to Li Chengqian.
After hearing this, Li Chengqian stopped immediately.
Let's go and take a look. Li Chengqian and Xuanwu Gate came over quickly. It turned out to be a magma pool. Oh my god, it was so easy to get it. With so much magma, we can use water to build a hellgate later. Duke Chang, you are truly a lucky general.
Li Chengqian patted Xuanwu Gate and gave him a thumbs up.
I think he is so awesome. Xuanwu Gate couldn't laugh at all for a moment. Li Chengqian immediately combined 11 iron buckets and filled them with 11 magma. Why did he need to pack one more?
Of course, Li Chengqian planned to bring a magma back to the Tang Dynasty. Make a cobblestone generator using lava and water. At that time, we will arrange some eunuchs to dig stones with pickaxes, and some materials for building the palace will be available.
Duke Chang, let's continue our search for the sea. If we find the kelp, we'll go to hell.
Li Chengqian said excitedly.
Your Highness, it's better to take my second brother with you when you go to hell.
I'm worried that I can't protect you, Your Highness, by myself.
Chang Yaojin's voice couldn't help but tremble.
Li Chengqian laughed when he saw this.
Okay. We'll go back to hell later.
Seeing that Chang Yaojin was so scared, Li Chengqian did not force him to go later. When Chang Yaojin saw the smile on Li Chengqian's face, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but he quickly resolved it.
If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not perform as well as he did.
The two soon arrived at the beach.
Arrive! Duke Chang, let's go. Li Chengqian smiled and took out a boat. Chang Yaojin looked around.
He had seen the sea in the Tang Dynasty, but this was the first time he had seen the sea in the fairyland.
After all, I'm curious.
The two of them rowed to a patch of kelp.
Your Highness, I'm going down to dig up kelp.
Seeing that Li Chengqian was eager to try, Chang Yaojin hurriedly stopped him.
Okay. Li Chengqian nodded upon seeing this.
Then Chang Yaojin took a deep breath, jumped into the sea and began to collect kelp. Li Chengqian was observing his surroundings, worried about any danger. When Chang Yaojin got up to take a breath and was about to go down again, he was stopped by Li Chengqian.
Okay, Duke Chang is ready. Bone meal can ripen the kelp, so there's no need to dig too much. Duke Qin is still waiting for us. Li Chengqian said.
Chang Yaojin thought that they had been out for such a long time, and his second brother must be very worried about them being alone, so he nodded immediately.
After returning to bed, the two of them immediately returned the same way. When they returned to the witch tower, it was already night. Qin Xiong was guarding outside at the moment.
When he saw Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin, his heart suddenly relaxed.
Your Highness, are you okay?
Qin Xiong carefully checked Li Chengqian and saw that Li Chengqian was not injured. The heart that had been in his throat immediately settled down.
Don't worry, Duke Qin, I'm fine.
Let's go see how much redstone dust we have. Li Chengqian came to the collection device below with a smile. When he saw that there were already 6 sets of redstone dust, he immediately laughed.
Your Highness, now that we have enough redstone dust, can we go back?
Qin Xiong is also thinking about building a kelp bone powder machine in the Tang Dynasty.
Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, Don't worry, let's go to hell first.
Ah! Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian. One was confused, while the other was a little scared.
Your Highness, how do we get there?
Qin Xiong was puzzled.
Li Chengqian waved his hand and asked the two of them to follow him.
The three of them came to the ground and walked out. Li Chengqian began to use water to build the Hell Gate. Build the auxiliary blocks, then place a bucket of water on top of the water to create a waterfall. Then Li Chengqian took out the magma and began to pour the gate of hell. As obsidian formed one by one, a hell gate was soon formed.
Li Chengqian took back the water, knocked down the auxiliary block, and took out a flint from his backpack.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, you two should keep an eye on this.
Li Chengqian pointed at the frame of the hell gate.
In an instant, a purple light curtain appeared in the original mine building, and purple snowflake-like particles were floating around the gate of hell. At the same time, the gate of hell also made a rather terrifying sound.
Hiss!
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin, two veteran generals who had experienced many battles, couldn't help but shudder at this moment.
Your Highness, there won't be any monsters rushing out from here, right?
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin immediately took out their iron swords and shields to protect Li Chengqian behind them. Even though they were very scared, they did not forget their duties.
Don't worry, usually not. Li Chengqian usually doesn't do that, which made the two of them swallow their saliva.
Alright, Dukes, The creatures that can pass through the Hellgate and come here are not very powerful.
Don't worry. Let's go to hell.
After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he walked in first.
Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin were shocked when they saw Li Chengqian walk in, and hurriedly followed him. Then the three of them disappeared from the main world.
The next time you appear, you will be in hell. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Finally, I want some free gifts. Your Highness, are you okay?
Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong immediately rushed to Li Chengqian's side. They didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment, but looked at Li Chengqian with anxious faces.
Li Chengqian waved his hand calmly. Duke Chang, Duke Qin, don't worry, I'm fine.
Your Highness, please don't scare me like this next time.
We can't help but be scared.
Shang Yaojin patted his heart. If something really happened to Li Chengqian, he would be committing a heinous crime.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong also nodded hurriedly.
Don't worry, Dukes. I'm fine. Look, this is hell. It's not that scary actually.
Li Chengqian looked around and found that the location where the portal was generated was not very good.
It was actually halfway up the mountain, with a pool of lava below. However, there was a flat land not far away, covered with a lot of soul sand. Shang Yaojin and the other man looked around. Everything in front of me is based on dark red and black, giving people a feeling of depression. This is what hell looks like. If I, old Chang, die in the future, will I also be caught here by the black and white impermanence? Shang Yaojin looked at the scarlet lava river. The terrain not far away was broken and had a huge vertical drop.
In the distance, there were several huge white creatures, making mournful cries like babies crying. Qin Xiong also looked around and thought to himself, unlike the fairyland where everything is full of vitality, hell is filled with flames and magma.
Your Highness, what is that creature? Why does it feel like it's coming towards us? And his eyes turned red. Shang Yaojin pointed at the evil spirit flying towards him and suddenly felt something was wrong. Hide! Li Chengqian immediately took out a pickaxe and dug a tunnel.
Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong immediately hid inside. Before entering, the two of them saw the strange creature open its mouth and a fireball shot out of its mouth. Then they heard a loud noise. Gurgle. Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong swallowed their saliva. Then he turned and looked at Li Chengqian. Your Highness, can that thing outside shoot TNT? Shang Yaojin felt that this place was too dangerous and it would be best to take Li Chengqian away quickly. It doesn't matter if they die, but if Li Chengqian dies here, everything will be over. Don't worry, that one outside is called the evil spirit. As long as we don't get discovered by it, we'll be fine. The main purpose of our visit this time is to find the water-lost evil spirit. Li Chengqian explained. Your Highness, what is the purpose of the water-lost evil spirit? Qin Xiong thought that if the evil spirit without water was of no great use, he would carry him back directly even if it would offend Li Chengqian. Putting a dehydrated evil spirit in water will transform it into a small evil spirit. When it grows up, we can put a saddle on it and ride it into the sky. Li Chengqian said to the two of them. Hiss. Shang Yaojin and Qin Xiong never expected that they could fly into the sky. Qin Xiong frowned. Compared to flying, he thought it would be better to take Li Chengqian away first. If there's a happy evil spirit with us during future battles, we'll be able to detect the enemy's troop movements. By then, it will be difficult for us Tang Dynasty to lose. Hey, Duke Qin, what are you doing? Li Chengqian looked at Qin Xiong's hand stretched out towards him in confusion. What is the Duke of Qin going to do? Qin Xiong was stunned at the moment, his mind full of the enemy's troop movements that could be seen right before his eyes. Then he swallowed and looked at Li Chengqian. Your Highness, I will dig a tunnel for you. We will leave here and go to other places to find the evil spirit of water loss. Qin Xiong gave up the idea of taking Li Chengqian away. While ensuring Li Chengqian's safety, he wanted to find the evil spirit who lost water, so he took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack. Oh. Seeing this, Li Chengqian gave up his position and let Qin Xiong dig the tunnel.
Chen Yaojin looked at his second brother in confusion at this moment.
Based on his understanding of his second brother, this was definitely not what his second brother had in mind just now. Qin Xiong was like an excavator, digging forward frame by frame. After digging a few grids, he would dig down one grid.
Duke Chang, don't you think Duke Qin works really fast?
Li Chengqian watched and saw that Qin Xiong had dug quite far away in just a short while.
Your Highness, yes, second brother is really fast. Chang Yaojin nodded.
Li Chengqian looked at him meaningfully, then followed Qin Xiong with a smirk on his face.
Your Highness, did the look in your eyes just now have any special meaning? Chen Yaojin was confused.
Seeing them leave, he hurriedly chased after them. With Qin Xiong's efforts, they soon reached the bottom of the mountain from halfway up. At this time, Chen Yaojin stepped on the soul sand, and instantly he felt that his walking speed seemed to slow down.
Chen Yaojin noticed something was wrong and immediately withdrew.
He then looked at Li Chengqian and said, Your Highness, why does it feel like walking up there is so slow? After hearing this, Qin Xiong also went up and tried it. I found that I had really slowed down, and no matter how hard I tried I couldn't speed up.
So he stepped back and told about his attempt just now. This is normal, you two. This is called soul sand.
It is rumored that it contains soul power and will bind any creature that stands on it. Li Chengqian explained, took out a shovel, dug out a piece, held it in his hand and introduced it to them.
Your Highness, isn't this what we become after we die?
Chen Yaojin thought that people also have souls, and it was called soul sand, so it must be what the soul turns into after death. Qin Xiong's expression also changed.
Duke Chang, you're overthinking it.
Li Chengqian was speechless. How did Chen Yaojin associate these two things together?
Okay, we have to keep going and find the soul sand canyon.
There is a high chance that dehydrated evil spirits will be produced near nether fossils, and nether fossils can only be found in soul sand valleys.
Your Highness,
perhaps we should go back. Qin Xiong pointed to a place not far away, where 7 or 8 evil spirits with red eyes were flying towards them quickly.
What kind of fucking luck is this?
Li Chengqian exclaimed that it was unbelievable that there were so many evil spirits at once.
Is there a soul sand valley nearby?
He remembered that evil spirits spawned very frequently in the Soul Sand Canyon. With so many evil spirits in front of him, perhaps they were very close to the Soul Sand Canyon. But by this time Qin Xiong had already picked him up and ran back.
Chen Yaojin provided cover from behind and followed him all the way.
Wait! They didn't listen to what Li Chengqian said at all and rushed directly into the hell portal. P.S. I just saw that another big guy gave me a reward, so I am offering you a chapter 1 have saved.
Thank you for your support.
Finally, please give me some small gifts, hee hee. The next second, Qin Xiong returned to the main world first with Li Chengqian in his arms, and then Chen Yaojin also walked out of the hell portal. Seeing the blue sky outside, Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling from hell was so great that they found it difficult to breathe down there. Qin Xiong hurriedly put Li Chengqian down at this time.
Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong hurriedly knelt on one knee.
Your Highness, I'm sorry for offending you just now.
Neither of them dared to look up at Li Chengqian.
Li Chengqian looked at Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin, opened his mouth, and finally closed it. He was also helpless.
There were so many evil spirits that he just had to hide from them. Why did you carry him out of hell?
Okay, just don't do this next time. We'll go there later.
Just remember to avoid those evil spirits. Li Chengqian instructed the two of them.
Seeing that Li Chengqian was about to go to hell, Chen Yaojin hurriedly said, Your Highness, we have been in the immortal realm for so long.
Why don't you return to the Tang Dynasty first? His Majesty and the Empress must be very worried about you.
Qin Xiong also nodded hurriedly. Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment, thinking that since the portal was built now, he could come next time.
Okay, let's go back.
Li Chengqian nodded. Now he had a lot of redstone powder and slime balls in his hands, which was enough for the time being. Then he opened the light gate and took the two of them back to the Tang Dynasty.
Inside the East Palace. Your Majesty, I heard that Your Majesty is selecting land around the East Palace?
Wei Zhang asked Li Shimin.
Li Shimin put down the memorial in his hand, nodded slightly, and then asked, yes, what happened to the Imperial Counselor?
Seeing that Li Shimin nodded in agreement, Wei Zhang began to make his move. Emperor Yang of Sui, relying on his country's prosperity and strength, ignored the consequences and recklessly built palaces, causing unbearable hardship for the people.
He ultimately died and his country was destroyed. Your Majesty, you should take the fall of the Sui dynasty as a lesson to restore order. Your Majesty, do you wish to retrace the steps of Emperor Yang of Sui?
After Wei Zhang finished speaking, he looked straight at Li Shimin.
Bang!
Li Shimin began to tremble all over.
Wei Zhang actually compared me to Emperor Yang of Sui. The eunuchs and palace maids present knelt down immediately.
They wished they could find something to plug their ears.
Is this something these people can actually listen to?
Li Shimin gritted his teeth and explained to Wei Zhang, I sent people to measure the land for Chengqian.
Chengqian wants to build something.
When Wei Zhang heard that it was Li Chengqian who wanted to use it, his expression immediately softened. Oh, so it's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who wants to use it. I think it's for the benefit of the people of the world. I misunderstood His Royal Highness.
Your Majesty, I will take my leave.
Wei Zhang was delighted when he saw Li Shimin's furious expression. Although I cannot avenge the late crown.
Prince, I can make Li Shimin angry.
If Li Shimin were angered to death, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could ascend the throne sooner.
It is indeed a blessing for the Tang dynasty.
Li Shimin was stunned at this moment.
He looked at Wei Zhang's departing back and was a little dumbfounded. How can you be so double-standard? Bang! Li Shimin kicked the desk in front of him away. Memorials rolled everywhere. I'm so angry. Wei Zhang is a peasant slave. I want to kill him.
Li Shimin was so angry that he wanted to chop him with his sword.
Empress Changsun happened to arrive at this time.
Seeing Li Shimin so angry, she immediately comforted him and asked what had happened.
Guanyinbi, didn't I arrange for someone to select a place for Chengqian to build a weaving factory?
That bastard Wei Zhang mistakenly thought I was going to build a palace and actually compared me to Emperor Yang of Sui.
I'm so angry.
Li Shimin's neck was bulging with anger.
Empress Zhangsun hurriedly tried to appease Li Shimin. Erlang, didn't you tell Wei Zhang that this was chosen for Chengqian?
I said so, and then that farmer actually apologized and turned away. He didn't ask anything, just said Chengqian must be doing this for the people of the world. I'm going to chop him down. Li Shimin's chest heaved up and down. He was the emperor, but that guy just walked away after scolding him. Just like the shrews on the street, they curse each other and then walk away.
Erlang.
At this time, Empress Changsun gently patted Li Shimin with her pretty hands. She was also helpless. Wei Zhang was obviously only loyal to his son Li Chengqian, and still had some resentment towards Li Shimin in his heart. So she took this opportunity to give her man a good scolding. I'll talk to Chengqian later and have him reprimand Wei Jiani and give him a caning. Empress Changsun patted Li Shimin on the back to help him vent his inner anger. Li Shimin nodded after hearing this.
He will have to go and see it in person when the time comes.
At this moment, Zhang Ananda walked over quickly. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Duke Qin and the others are back.
Lead the way.
Li Shimin was so excited when he heard that his son had returned.
He was still thinking about Li Chengqian's plan to build a palace in the sky.
When Zhang Ananda left, he arranged for people to immediately restore everything in the hall to its original state.
The group hurried to Li Chengqian's hall. Chengqian.
Empress Changsun came to Li Chengqian first, and seeing that her son was safe and sound, she felt relieved. Although they had been to the fairyland many times, she just couldn't feel at ease. Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin came to Li Shimin's side.
Your Majesty, this time we followed the Crown Prince to hell.
As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the eunuchs and palace maids around them looked over instantly, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Li Shimin also trembled with fear.
Jijia, Shubao, you two aren't hurt, are you? Li Shimin asked.
The two of them hurriedly shook their heads to indicate that they were not injured.
Your Majesty, it's just that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really wants to find something in hell. But hell is too dangerous.
Your Majesty, please ask His Royal Highness to give up this idea. Cheng Yaojin said with a fist clasped.
Qin Xiong also didn't want Li Chengqian to take risks. He and Cheng Yaojin could go find the happy evil spirit, but Li Chengqian couldn't.
Li Shimin's face changed. He placed all his hopes on Li Chengqian.
I can't take any risks with my precious son.
Jijie, Shubao, don't worry.
I will persuade Chengqian.
Li Shimin planned to let Guan Yinbi help him persuade him when the time comes.
Yes.
After hearing what Li Shimin said, the two of them felt relieved. Then Li Shimin began to ask them about their situation in hell.
Cheng Yaojin immediately explained hell to Li Shimin in such a vivid and colorful way that those
who didn't know would think that he, Cheng Yaojin, was a native of hell. Mother, this time we got the crucial redstone dust. Later, we will be able to produce a large number of kelp bone meal machines.
Li Chengqian smiled. Okay, Chengqian, thank you for your hard work.
Empress Changsun held Li Chengqian in her arms. Then Empress Changsun took a peek at Li Shimin and saw that he was talking to Cheng Yaojin, so she told Li Chengqian about Wei Zhang's criticism of Li Shimin. Li Qiqian's eyes lit up, and then he covered his mouth and laughed secretly.
This scene happened so quickly. Mother, it's okay.
With Wei Zhang watching over you, you won't make any mistakes in the future. I'll give I some food later, so I don't have to worry about him getting angry and having any problems.
Li Chengqian said.
Empress Changsun nodded, and seeing that her son was very supportive of Wei Zhang's behavior, she thought to herself that she should comfort her Erlang more often in the future. After chatting for a while, Li Shimin asked Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong to go back and rest. He came to Li Chengqian excitedly.
Chengqian, when will the construction of the palace begin? Li Shimin asked.
Is it appropriate to start construction now?
What Li Chengqian meant was, has Li Shimin made preparations for the people outside? If construction starts suddenly, some people might make a fuss about it. Today's people are ignorant and easily provoked. Once something big happens, a good thing turns into a bad thing. This was something neither Li Chengqian nor Li Shimin wanted to see. Chengqian is right. Let's not start building the palace yet.
Make some preparations first. Li Shimin thought that he had not yet found a suitable opportunity to reveal that Chengqian was a disciple of an immortal.
Li Chengqian nodded.
By the way, Chengqian's mother has a surprise for you. At this time, Empress Changsun waved to the outside, and then a palace maid came in holding a piece of white cloth. Li Chengqian looked at the two pieces of cloth in front of him and said in surprise, Mother, could it be that these pieces of cloth were made on a loom?
That's right, Chengqian.
My mother spent 2 hours weaving this piece of cloth.
Empress Changsun said with a smile.
It is incredible that a piece of cloth can be woven in 2 hours. Li Chengqian walked over and touched it, and found that the cloth was very good, very similar to cotton.
Thank you for your hard work, Mother.
You have to be busy with the affairs of the harem and come to weave.
Li Chengqian looked at Empress Changsun with heartache. Chengqian, it's okay.
After eating the enchanted golden apple you brought back from the fairyland last time, my mother now has endless energy every day. If I don't find something to do, I feel like there's no place on my body that's comfortable.
Empress Changsun said with a smile.
After hearing this, Li Shimin came over and looked at Li Chengqian with a smile.
Chengqian, can you give I an enchanted golden apple? Li Shimin also wanted it.
An enchanted golden apple costs 8 gold nuggets. Li Chengqian made an 8 gesture and then looked at Li Shimin.
What, so many? Then Chengqian I still doesn't want it.
Li Shimin immediately shook his head.
He was reluctant to give it away. How much could he do with so much gold?
A trace of heartache appeared on Empress Changsun's face at this moment.
It's okay, Mother. I found your enchanted golden apple in the fairyland.
It cost nothing.
Li Chengqian immediately comforted him. P.S. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. Today's 6,000 words will be published in 2 chapters. Then I beg everyone to give some good reviews. It's too pitiful for me, the score is only 6.5, crying. Finally, I would like to ask for some free gifts, thank you everyone. After hearing this, Empress Changsun smiled and nodded. Li Shimin squatted down with a serious face at this time. Empress Changsun saw this and looked at Li Shimin strangely. Chengqian, promise I that you will only stay in the fairyland and not go to hell. If you need anything from hell, send Zhijie and Shuba to go. Don't take the risk yourself. Li Shimin held Li Chengqian's arms tightly with both hands. I was afraid that the villain in front of me would never come back from the fairyland one day. Empress Changsun immediately squatted down with tears in her eyes. Chengqian, how could you go to hell? Looking at his father-in-law and mother-in-law who were worried about him, Li Chengqian nodded and said, Okay, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I promise you that I will not go to hell again. He thought that if he went to the fairyland, Li Shimin didn't know where he would go anyway. Li Shimin looked at his son's eyes and said, Every time you come back, I will ask Zhijie and Shuba to report where you have been. He poked Li Chengqian with his hand. Li Chengqian smiled awkwardly. He didn't say anything else. He couldn't really think that he wouldn't go if Li Shimin didn't allow him to. Hell has too much useful stuff. Let's not talk about anything else, just refine the medicine. If you don't defeat the flame monster and obtain the flame rod, you won't be able to proceed at all. By the way, I has chosen a location for the Chengqian weaving factory for you. Take a break today. Take Zhijie and the others to have a look tomorrow. Let's see when construction starts. Li Shimin planned to transfer some craftsmen to help Li Chengqian and others. Li Chengqian saw what Li Shimin was planning, so he said to him, Father, you don't need to send craftsmen to help. Duke Qin and I can quickly build the factory. Alright then. Li Shimin thought about it and realized that how could ordinary craftsmen compare with Li Chengqian and others? Chengqian, you should have a good rest first. Yan and Yang left first. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun left here with a hint of worry. On the way back, the two of them looked at each other. Don't worry, Guanyinbi, Chengqian will be fine. I will ask Zhijie and Shuba to protect Chengqian when the time comes. Li Shimin said. After hearing this, Empress Changsun nodded weakly. They both knew that it was impossible for them to stop Li Chengqian from going to hell, and they could only pray that nothing would happen to Chengqian and the others. At this time, Li Chengqian was drawing the blueprints of the factory. The three of them will build it together tomorrow. If they don't come up with a blueprint, it will slow down the construction speed. But he found that he was not very good at drawing blueprints. Just when he was about to call a eunuch for help, Li Tai and Li Lizzie ran in quickly. Brother, you're back from the fairyland. We missed you so much. Li Tai and Li Lizzie each held one of Li Chengqian's hands. Yes, Lizzie, did Qin listen to what mother said? Li Chengqian asked with a smile. Of course. Li Lizzie and Li Tai said. At this time, the two of them saw what Li Chengqian was drawing. Brother, what are you drawing? Li Lizzie asked doubtfully. Li Tai understood what was going on and asked hurriedly, Brother, are you planning to build a palace? I guess so, but I'm not a good blueprint drawer. After Li Chengqian finished speaking, Li Tai raised his hand. Brother, Qin is here to help you. You tell the story and I'll draw. Li Tai finally understood what his elder brother was not good at. Brother, Lizzie is here to help you too. Li Lizzie was not to be outdone. Li Chengqian looked at the two of them and nodded, thinking to himself, just treat it as coaxing a child. Then I provided them with pen and paper. He began to talk to the two of them, and Li Lizzie and Li Tai began to write. Li Chengqian first went up to Li Lizzie and took a look, and found that she was painting very seriously, although her painting had nothing to do with what he said. Then he looked at Li Tai beside him without hope. As a result, Li Chengqian was stunned. The drawings in front of him were very standardized and he could understand them at a glance. Definitely smart, but just unlucky. What's next, bro? Seeing that Li Chengqian did not continue speaking, Li Tai turned his head and found that his elder brother was looking at him. It gave him a fright. Brother, is there something wrong with my drawing? Li Tai spoke in confusion.
Li Chengqian just waved his hand.
No, Xingke, you draw very well.
It was just that big brother was distracted just now.
Brother, come and draw. Li Chengqian touched Li Tai's head.
Okay, big brother. Li Tai was very happy that he could help his elder brother, and he actively cooperated with Li Chengqian to draw the blueprint.
Li Lizzie on the side was also playing happily.
The two brothers worked together and quickly completed the drawing. Fortunately, the drawings are simple, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to figure it out. Li Chengqian designed the spinning factory to be very simple, a large matchbox. It is divided into 3 parts, one part is for building thread brushing machines, the middle part is for weaving, and the back is a warehouse. As for the building materials, Li Chengqian planned to use cobblestones, and choose iron doors for the entrances and exits, and then arrange some loyal eunuchs to be responsible for opening and closing the iron doors. In this way, if someone wants to take over the weaving factory, there is nothing they can do. After all, it is impossible to break a 1-meter thick stone wall silently. There's no chance of breaking the iron gate.
Okay, done. Li Chengqian hugged Li Tai.
Only then did Li Chengqian discover that Li Lizzie had fallen asleep and was placed on his bed by a palace maid.
It's getting late, Xingke. Let's rest too.
Li Chengqian took Li Tai to wash up, and then began to rest with the help of the palace maids.
The second day. Morning.
The officials from the Qinghe family looked at each other at this moment. Now that Li Shimin has been on the throne for a few days, they plan to start persuading Li Shimin to take a concubine. Just as they were about to take action, the people from the Li family moved. Seeing this, the people of Qinghe family stood still. They wanted to see what the people of Li family were going to do. Your Majesty, the Turks destroyed a lot of farmland when they marched south. Most of the people who temporarily relocated to avoid the Turkic invasion now have no land to farm and no food to eat. I implore Your Majesty to issue an imperial decree as soon as possible to allocate food and fodder for disaster relief, to save the people from their distress, and to rescue all the people from this dire straits. After the official finished speaking, many officials related to the Li family stood up.
I second the motion.
The other 5 surnames and 7 families immediately understood what the Li family was doing.
The national treasury is not well funded now.
It has already cost a lot to relocate the people to avoid the disaster. Now the emperor must not be able to come up with so much money and grain to feed these people for 1 or 2 years.
They will definitely ask their family to borrow money and food.
By then, the initiative will be in their hands, and they can use this matter to negotiate with Li Shimin.
So they immediately went out. I second the motion.
At this moment, a large number of officials in the court stood up. Li Shimin looked at these aristocratic families with a calm expression. He knew what they were thinking like a mirror in his mind. People loyal to Li Shimin, such as Xuanwu Gate, also reacted. These noble families intend to learn about the magical weapons through this incident.
Fang Xianling and Du Ruhue frowned.
Xuanwu Gate was extremely conflicted at this time, as if he stood up he would offend all the aristocratic families.
He looked up at Li
Shimin sitting on the dragon throne and thought of Li Chengqian, who was named Crown Prince.
Finally he decided to stand up.
Your Majesty, I am willing to donate half of my fortune to help the people. As soon as he said this, he instantly attracted the murderous intent of everyone in the aristocratic families.
Fang Xianling, Du Ruhue and others looked at Xuanwu Gate in surprise.
They had thought of this method, but this method would offend all the aristocratic families, so they had not made up their minds for a while. Unexpectedly, just when they were hesitating, Xuanwu Gate stood up. Li Shimin looked at his brother-in-law with affirmation in his eyes.
Your Majesty, I am also willing to donate half of my property. Yuqi Jingde came out. His Majesty.
At this moment, people from the Qin palace stood up one after another and were willing to donate half of their property. Wei Zheng thought about it and decided not to go out and embarrass himself. His wealth might not even be a fraction of what these people in front of him had.
Ha ha ha.
Li Shimin looked at the people below and burst into laughter.
The people from the aristocratic family felt something was wrong. I appreciate your kindness, everyone. On behalf of the people of the world, I thank you. I will provide money and food from the inner treasury to help the victims. Li Shimin looked at the people from the aristocratic family with a sneer in his eyes. The people from the aristocratic families looked up at Li Shimin. They didn't expect that Li Shimin had so much money in his inner treasury. However, the aristocratic family had another evil idea. Since Li Shimin was rich, they could raise the price of grain a little and make a profit. It would be even better if we could drain Li Shimin until he has no money left. When the court dispersed, Wei Zhang immediately went to find Li Shimin. It happened that at this time Li Shimin was summoning Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xinling, and others. When Li Shimin learned that Wei Zhang was outside, his expression immediately became complicated. Isn't that old bastard Wei Zhang here to scold me? After some hesitation, Li Shimin finally let Wei Zhang in. When Wei Zhang came in and saw Chang Sunwuji and others, his expression was normal. He came to Li Shimin and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the noble families will take advantage of this opportunity to drive up grain prices. We need to prepare in advance. Wei Zhang's brows were full of worry. If the price of grain went up, he wondered how many people would be separated from their families. He felt very sorry and at the same time was wondering whether the prince had the ability to solve this problem. When Li Shimin saw that Wei Zhang came not to scold him but to remind him, his expression improved a little. Wei Jiani, do you have any suggestions? Li Shimin asked sincerely. Your Majesty can purchase food from Hunan, Guangdong, and Bashu, or find. Wei Zhang stopped talking. But Li Shimin understood that Wei Zhang was talking about asking his son Li Chengqian for help. P.S. Hey everyone, I'm asking for some free gifts, thank you. Family games. However, Li Shimin did not intend to trouble his son. The important thing now is to let him prepare for the construction of the palace. Chang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling and others were watching Wei Zhang continue speaking, but the other party just started to speak in a riddle. And Li Shimin understood it. The people present looked at each other. What's going on? When did your Majesty become so close to Wei Zhang? Let's gather food from other places. Li Shimin said. Wei Zhang then continued to ask, is there enough money in the treasury, your Majesty? The emperor wanted to solve the problem himself, so Wei Zhang naturally wouldn't say anything. He was just worried that there wasn't enough money, and the people would suffer. Don't worry, there's enough money in the inner treasury. Li Shimin smiled, thinking that his son had given him such a big gold nugget in one go. The money needed for food this time is definitely enough. If it's not enough, ask your son for another one. Your Majesty, I will withdraw. Wei Zhang bowed and took his leave. After he left, Li Shimin turned his gaze to Chang Sunwuji and others. Thinking that Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were busy handling court affairs for him and had no time to spare, he turned his attention to Chang Sunwuji. Assistant Engine, I'll leave the food procurement to you this time. Li Shimin was still very confident in Chang Sunwuji's abilities. Chang Sunwuji hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shimin immediately ordered people to take action. At this time, the patriarchs of the major families in Chang'an learned from their clansmen who went to court that the court was going to purchase a large amount of grain. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zheng Jishan stroked his beard and said, The Longxili family is quite scheming. The area where the farmland was destroyed this time was in Guanyi Road, mainly in the south of Guanyi Road, close to Chang'an. In other words, it is closest to the Longxili family. The Longxili family raised the issue of the people suffering from the disaster today so that when Li Shimin is unable to rescue so many people in the future, he will be the first one to think of asking them for help. It's just that Longxili's appetite is a bit too big, and his family can't eat it all. I think it won't be long before the patriarch of their Longxili family will come to find me. Come here, tell the family to increase the price of food fivefold. First, make some money from Li Shimin. Zheng Jishan said to the servants. Yes. The servant immediately wrote a letter to inform the clan. Outside the East Palace. Because Li Chengqian was going to come here to build a weaving factory,
Li Shimin arranged for people to clear the area early. At this time, Li Chengqian came here with Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and 10 eunuchs. My two lords, today we are not going to the fairyland, but to build a large factory here. He handed them the drawings that Li Tai had drawn yesterday. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at the blueprint in their hands and nodded immediately. Your Highness, we understand.
Yeah.
Li Chengqian nodded, then he looked at the 10 eunuchs who came with him. Your job today is very simple. Just dig stones for us later.
Li Chengqian put a box on the ground and then put a whole box of pickaxes into it.
Although these 10 people didn't know where to dig the stones, they believed that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would be able to solve the problem.
Li Chengqian built a simple stone brushing machine here using magma and water. A collection device was then built underneath. There was no other way.
These eunuchs were unable to collect the excavated boulders and put them into boxes, so they could only use collection devices instead. I'll teach you guys, and then you can take turns when you get tired. Li Chengqian took the pickaxe and signaled to the eunuchs present, digging out a round stone. The fallen round stone was directly collected by the funnel and sent to the box.
The newly vacated space formed a new boulder due to the contact between water and magma. The eunuchs now understood what to do.
Your Highness, the Crown Prince, your servants understand. The eunuch said hurriedly. Okay, you guys come later. I'll give you some delicious food from the fairyland later.
Li Chengqian painted a big picture for them that they could achieve. The eunuchs were extremely excited.
They had not expected that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would be willing to reward them with food from the fairyland. All the eunuchs immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Chengqian in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness.
If you really want to thank me, dig more later. Li Chengqian waved his hand and then walked towards Chang Yaojin and the others.
The eunuchs were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The first eunuch who came up was swinging his pickaxe so hard that it almost left an afterimage.
While digging, crying bitterly.
After taking a step, Li Chengqian suddenly froze.
If they eat food from my world, will the cows grow well later?
Li Chengqian was really curious and decided to send someone to check on them later.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, let's start building a foundation.
Li Chengqian was worried that someone would dig a tunnel underground to enter the factory in the future, so he decided to use cobblestones as the foundation of the entire factory.
Yes.
The two nodded immediately.
Then, following the drawings, Li Chengqian led them into action.
Instead of digging down, they laid a layer of pebbles directly on the ground.
There is no such thing as laying the foundation.
Before the laws of my world, physics does not exist.
Your Highness, why don't you go and rest, and leave this to me and my second brother? Chang Yaojin said with concern. Qin Xiong also nodded.
No, the sooner we finish this weaving factory, the sooner this place can be up and running.
This will allow the people to use cheap cloth sooner. Li Chengqian waved his hand and continued to work.
When Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin heard what Li Chengqian said, they looked at each other with smiles in their eyes.
Such a prince is a blessing to the Tang Dynasty.
Then they rolled up their sleeves and got to work. The three of them worked very quickly. Luckily they had quite a few pebbles in their backpacks.
Brother, building with cobblestones is really fast.
I want to build a house with round stones in the future.
Chang Yaojin was chatting with Qin Xiong while smiling. It's really fast. Qin Xiong nodded.
When Li Chengqian heard them discussing this, he originally thought that they would continue to discuss building city walls with boulders or something. As a result, I only heard them talking about how to build a house, and there was no mention of building a city wall. However, Li Chengqian soon figured it out. In the minds of the Tang Dynasty generals today, there was probably no such thing as defense.
It was all about attack.
If you dare to attack me, I will destroy your country. There is no such thing as building military buildings to prevent other countries. After a while, all the cobblestones in the backpacks of the three of them were used up, and they all came to the cobblestone generator to get cobblestones.
Your Highness, let my second brother and I take over next.
Chang Yaojin tried to persuade him again, and he deliberately blocked Li Chengqian and gave Qin Xiong a look. asking him to quickly take away all the pebbles in the box.
In this way, Li Chengqian couldn't do anything he wanted to do.
Li Chengqian was speechless when he saw their little actions.
Alright, thank you for your hard work, Dukes.
Li Chengqian thought that he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to build a line brushing machine.
He plans to build 50 brushing machines first. Because there were not enough cobblestones, Li Chengqian could only use grass blocks.
Li Chengqian then came to the place where the brushing machine was planned to be built and started to get busy. Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin saw Li Chengqian building the machine, looked at each other, and then silently speeded up their hands.
Finished their work quickly so they can help Li Chengqian.
As the first wire brushing machine started running, Li Chengqian discovered that there was a loophole in his factory design. That is the collection device under the line brushing machine, which also needs to be protected by cobblestone.
So Li Chengqian had to do it himself and first dug a large deep pit.
It was dug a full 10 meters deep.
That's enough for now.
Li Chengqian clapped his hands, then went to get some pebbles and covered the deep pit and the ground with them, because he was worried that someone was digging a tunnel underground and it would be difficult for people on the ground to hear it. He built it into 2 floors with both walls and floors. Then we started to build a storage box, and in the future, the wires produced by the wire brushing machine will be transferred here through the funnel.
Half a day passed in this way. Li Chengqian has built 20 brushing machines. And it has already started to operate.
Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong have built the factory to the point where it is almost topped out. They stood on the platform above and began to build the cobblestones one by one. Just then, Empress Changsun, Li Shimin and Li Yuan arrived here.
It's going to be fixed so soon?
Li Shimin was surprised when he saw Qin Xiong and the other 2 at the top of the building. He had thought it would take several days. Li Chengqian then discovered that Li Shimin and others had arrived, so he immediately walked out.
Aunt, Anion, you are here.
He said with a smile.
Is Chengqian almost done? Li Shimin couldn't wait to ask. Not yet. It's not finished inside yet.
Li Chengqian pointed inside the factory. It was a bit dark in there because we hadn't put in any torches or anything.
Look at this process, it can be completed in one day.
Li Yuan thought that it wouldn't take long to build a palace in heaven in the future.
Chengqian, when do you plan to build a palace in heaven? Li Yuan squatted down and asked Li Chengqian.
This matter concerns whether the Li Tang dynasty can last for thousands of years, so he has to take it seriously.
Aunt, it's not time yet. Li Chengqian said. What's the wrong time? I think now is the right time. Let's use this opportunity at the weaving factory to let everyone know that we, the Li Tang royal family, have a disciple like you, Chengqian, who is a celestial being. Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian and said.
Li Shimin thought about it and felt that what his father said made sense.
Chengqian, your grandfather is right. Do you think you should take advantage of this opportunity?
Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and chose to respect Li Chengqian's wishes.
Empress Changsun looked at Li Chengqian with concern.
Li Chengqian was silent for a moment, thinking about his subsequent plan, which he could no longer hide. It would be better to come out directly, so he nodded and said, listen to Ong. Chengqian, then wait for I to announce it at the court meeting 3 days later. Li Shimin touched Li Chengqian's little head. His eyes were full of worry and fear. Empress Changsun squatted down and held Li Chengqian in her arms.
Chengqian, my son.
There was a glimmer of tears in Empress Changsun's eyes.
Li Yuan stood aside without saying anything.
Don't worry, mother, I'll be fine.
Don't forget, I can also make TNT.
If anyone pisses me off, I'll dig a tunnel and run to his house. And then blow his whole family up into the sky. Li Chengqian said this while patting Empress Changsun. After comforting Empress Changsun for a while, she finally felt better.
Aunt, Aniam, please don't worry about me. No one can catch me. Li Chengqian said.
By the way, mother, we can transfer some palace maids here. This way, 3 days later, I can bring all the officials here for a walk. Look at the cloth being woven here. In order to prevent them from continuing to be sad, Li Chengqian immediately found a topic.
Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Chengqian's idea is good. This way we can give those stubborn old men in the court a slap in the face. Li Yuan said with a big laugh.
There are some bookworms in the court who won't believe you unless you put the facts in front of them.
Chengqian, mother will do it later. Empress Changsun said with a smile. Greetings to the emperor, your majesty, and the empress.
Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin came down after sealing the roof.
Get up.
Li Shimin said with a smile.
Then he looked at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, take eye and let's go in and take a look.
Li Shimin said.
Good.
Li Chengqian nodded and led the way for everyone, and instantly lit some torches. This made the originally dark space brighter.
It's incredible that it didn't collapse even though there were no pillars supporting it.
Li Shimin looked at the roof. Li Yuan walked to the wall and touched it a few times, confirming that it was made entirely of stone. He thought to himself, if there was no power from the immortal world, this thing could not be made. After strolling around here for a while, a few people went back. Li Chengqian was busy until the evening and was ready to return to the palace. Before leaving, he rewarded each of the 10 eunuchs with a loaf of bread.
Thank you, your highness.
The 10 people held the bread in their arms and kowtowed to Li Chengqian until Li Chengqian disappeared from their sight. In the next few days, Li Chengqian took Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin to improve the interior decoration of the factory and also led them to build 30 looms. Thus, a factory 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide was completed. This factory may not seem very impressive in the 21st century, but it is quite shocking in today's Datang.
Your Highness, this is what we built in 3 days. Shang Yaojin swallowed.
That's right. Li Chengqian put his hands behind his back and nodded with a smile. The 10 people who were originally responsible for digging and brushing the stone machine were also arranged by Li Chengqian in the weaving factory, and were responsible for opening and closing the iron gate. Li Chengqian also found an opportunity to ask them about their health conditions. As a result, they all said that going to the toilet is no longer painful and they can control it, unlike before when they couldn't control it.
Li Chengqian was very disappointed with this. He thought that these eunuchs would grow cows after eating bread.
The time came to the day before the court meeting.
Empress Changsun came with 500 palace maids.
Mother, you're here. Now we just have to wait for Renyang to bring people over.
Everything is ready.
Li Chengqian said with a smile. At this moment, the factory is ready and waiting to start production.
Chengqian, why don't you see the loom?
When Empress Changsun saw that there was no loom here, she looked at Li Chengqian in confusion. Mother, I'm worried that if the loom is released, it will bind others. Li Chengqian had never tested the maximum distance at which the loom could bind a person, so in order to avoid causing trouble, he did not release it.
When Empress Changsun heard her son's words, she nodded immediately. Mother, have you told these people what you are doing here? Li Chengqian asked.
Empress Changsun nodded and said, Don't worry, I've already told them.
The 500 people present looked at Li Chengqian excitedly.
Li Chengqian nodded, then placed 2 blocks under his feet and stood on them, looking at everyone. Everyone, if you experience any changes in your body, please stand in front of the loom. Li Chengqian said loudly.
Yes, your highness. The palace maids nodded immediately.
Then Li Chengqian gave Shang Yaojin a look, and Shang Yaojin immediately started to place the loom. Soon a change appeared in one of the palace maids, and she came to the first loom with excitement on her face.
Shang Yaojin placed them one by one, and soon 500 were completed.
At this time, Qin Xiong began to distribute threads to everyone and told them where to go if they ran out of threads. Since the palace maids knew how to use the loom, there was no need for Li Chengqian and others to teach them.
They just watched them use it skillfully.
Your Highness, if more people were weaving, I'm afraid a lot of cloth would be produced here every day. Shang Yaojin looked at the busy palace maids and thought to himself, it seems that it is not enough to just exchange the gold and copper coins at home, I have to exchange the cloth for silver as well.
Yes, we will expand the scale in the future. Li Chengqian thought that he could just add another layer on top later. The second day.
All the officials came to the main hall of Taiji Hall and prepared to attend court. When Li Shimin walked into the hall, he said something that made all the officials think that he was still asleep. Everyone, a great event has recently occurred in my Tang dynasty. My son Chengqian is the son of destiny and can go to the fairyland. As soon as Li Shimin said this, the scene became surprisingly quiet. Xuanwu Gate and others looked at Li Shimin in confusion. They didn't understand what Li Shimin was going to do.
Wei Zhang smiled happily. At this time, the aristocratic family official came to his senses and smiled happily.
Li Shimin's sudden action gave them an opportunity to take action. Why, you all don't seem to believe it.
Li Shimin smiled.
Your Majesty, it's not that I don't believe it, it's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Xuanwu Gate immediately stood up. He didn't know what Li Shimin was talking about. He observed Fang Xianling, Du Ruvue and others and found that they were also shocked. He thought to himself, Your Majesty didn't even tell them what exactly happened. Zhang Ananda! Li Shimin shouted. At this time, Zhang Ananda came over with a torch, and all the officials below squinted their eyes and looked over. Everyone, please look. Li Shimin stood up and walked down with a torch and stuck it into the ground. The originally dim hall suddenly became brighter. This. All the officials were shocked when they saw the glowing piece of wood in front of them. Your Majesty, may I go forward and take a look?
Wei Zhang said apologetically at this moment.
Can. Li Shimin nodded.
Wei Zhang hurried forward and felt it with his hand. He found that there was no heat in the glowing place, so he touched it.
He thought to himself, it looks like it is burning, but it is not. It seems that this must be something that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince brought back from the fairyland. Your Majesty, can this be mass-produced? How long can this thing stay lit?
Wei Zhang asked hurriedly.
It can be mass-produced. As long as it is not destroyed, it will stay lit. Li Shimin asked Li Chengqian how this thing was synthesized.
The officials, who had not yet recovered from their shock, were once again confused by these words.
Always on?
Wei Zhang's body began to tremble uncontrollably.
Then how much does this thing cost, Your Majesty? If the cost is low, then the people of the Tang dynasty won't have to light those suffocating oil lamps. It can also bring a little more light to the homes of people who can't afford oil lamps. Wei Zhang approached and asked. When Li Shimin saw Wei Zhang, the first thing he thought of was the people, and he was somewhat satisfied with him. I don't know the cost yet. I need to ask the Crown Prince.
Li Shimin said slowly.
Your Majesty, may we take a closer look?
At this time, many officials also came to their senses and wanted to take a closer look.
Look!
Li Shimin looked at the officials and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Especially when he saw the inexperienced looks of those officials from aristocratic families, he felt very happy in his heart.
Everyone lined up and checked them one by one.
The officials from the aristocratic families all looked at each other at this moment. They thought of something that had been bothering them for a long time. That is who made the magical weapon in Li Shimin's hand.
Now they finally understood that it was most likely obtained by the prince from the fairyland. For a moment they were so jealous. Why was God so good to Li Shimin? He took the throne, and his son was able to go to the fairyland. Xuanwu Gate was extremely excited at this moment. My nephew can go to the fairyland.
No one can shake the position of the crown prince of the
Tang dynasty.
100 years after His Majesty passes away, his nephew will definitely succeed to the throne.
At this moment, famous scholars headed by Kong Yingda came out. Your Majesty, we believe this object was created by the Mahist school. There must be some treacherous minister who is spouting nonsense in front of Your Majesty and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, I have read the Analects, where Confucius said, to serve the people, respect ghosts and gods but keep them at a distance. This can be considered wise. The affairs of ghosts and gods are obscure and subtle, difficult to explain, and are not the key to governing a country. After Kong Yingda and the others finished speaking, they bowed their heads and kowtowed, and the jade tablets made a sound when they hit the ground.
Li Shimin's expression remained calm and he was unmoved. Lord Kong, and all the other nobles, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to the outside of the East Palace. There, my prince built a weaving factory using materials from the fairy world. You'll understand after reading this. Li Shimin looked at them with a smile. When the officials from the aristocratic families heard about it, they were so excited to be able to go and take a look. I obey your orders. The official from the aristocratic family immediately clasped his fists and said. Then Li Shimin led all the officials to the weaving factory outside the East Palace. When Li Shimin arrived here, everyone saw a factory built of boulders. When was such a big house built here? Yes, I passed by here once half a month ago. It seems that, as your majesty said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince built it using items from the Immortal realm. It's just that this house is a bit ugly. All the officials were curious about the house that suddenly appeared. Li Shimin looked at the house in front of him and thought to himself, when building a palace in the future, Chengqian must not be allowed to do it this way. It cannot be done in the style of the fairy world. He also thinks the house is ugly. Everyone, follow me. Li Shimin brought them to the Iron Gate. The eunuch inside saw Li Shimin coming through the Iron Gate, and immediately pulled the lever inside, and the 2 iron gates opened immediately. Your Majesty! 10 eunuchs knelt in front of Li Shimin. Well, get up. Li Shimin nodded. After the 10 eunuchs stood up, they immediately stepped aside. All the officials followed Li Shimin in and were stunned by the vast room in front of them. Without pillars supporting it, how come the roof doesn't collapse? How was this built? Incredible! The officials from the Ministry of Works were all shocked. They couldn't understand how the house didn't collapse. Others looked at the brushing machine that was running continuously. Your Majesty, what is this? Everyone present looked at Li Shimin. This is a brushing machine. It was built by my Chengqian himself, and it can produce continuously. When Li Shimin mentioned Li Chengqian, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his tone was full of pride. At this moment, the faces of some officials who came from powerful local families gradually turned pale. These pale-faced people have one thing in common: their families are mainly engaged in cloth production in the local area. The officials from the 5 surnames and 7 noble families seemed to understand at this moment why Li Shimin said that he could take on the responsibility of providing food for the victims in Guanyi Road. He had an endless supply of thread, so he was able to produce a large amount of cloth. Use cloth to purchase large quantities of food. The officials from aristocratic families looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up. I'll go back and tell the tribe that the price of grain used to purchase cloth has increased. Let's see what Li Shimin will do. Li Shimin noticed the expressions of those children from aristocratic families at this time, and thought to himself, these guys don't think that I want to use cloth to purchase food, right? Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but smile. At this time, everyone walked towards the palace maids again. I saw the palace maids weaving quickly. Everyone frowned and looked at the loom in front of the palace maid in confusion. Is that boxy thing a loom? Why is it so small? Your Majesty, is this a loom? How was this built? It's so compact, and look at how fast these palace maids are weaving. It's surprisingly fast. Officials from the Ministry of Industry couldn't wait to ask. This is a loom made by Chengqian using his immortal magic. Li Shimin stroked his beard. The official from the Ministry of Industry left disappointed after hearing this. He thought someone had improved the loom. It turned out to be made by immortal magic, and he couldn't learn this thing. Li Shimin now looked at Kong Yingda and others who had not believed it before. Lord Kong, the things are all right before your eyes. Do you believe it? Li Shimin looked at them with a sneer on his face. Kong Yingda and others opened their mouths and wanted to refute, but the facts were right in front of them. I believe it. Kong Yingda and others knelt down on the ground. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faith was shattered. Seeing them like this, Li Shimin stopped mocking them and instead had someone help them leave and return home to rest. At the same time, Li Shimin also allowed others to leave. All the officials wanted to meet the prince.
They wanted to see with their own eyes how Li Chengqian used his magic. But Li Shimin had no such intention at all, so the other court officials had no choice but to leave. But Li Shimin left behind Zhang Sunwuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruvue, and other people from the former Qin palace. Everyone, now that the noble families know that I can produce cloth continuously, they are likely to do something about it. Please keep an eye on the cloth on the market. If you find any problems, tell me immediately. Li Shimin was worried that the aristocratic families would take advantage of this incident to reap the already limited wealth of the people. Your Majesty, I obey your command. Chang Sunwuji and others clasped their fists and said. Li Shimin let Chang Sunwuji and others leave, and he went back to the eastern palace to find Li Chengqian. At this time, Li Chengqian was building a kelp bone powder machine with Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin. Empress Changsun, Li Yuan and others stood aside and watched with curiosity. Your Highness, how big should we build this bone powder machine? Qin Xiong asked from the side. Li Chengqian touched his chin. In my world, the kelp bone meal machine can only be built in one area, but in Datang, there is no need to worry about this. How big it can be built depends on whether there are enough resources. If there are enough resources, you can build it around the earth. Start by building a 30-meter one. You guys learn first. After we get some redstone dust from the fairyland, you can go to the weaving factory and build a large kelp bone meal machine. Li Chengqian considered that his yard was more than 30 meters wide, so he could make a 30-meter bone powder machine to use first. When Li Yuan heard that his good grandson wanted to teach these things to outsiders, he immediately became anxious. Even he, the grandfather, can't do this. Chengqian, you should teach Grandpa too. Li Yuan ran to Li Chengqian anxiously and looked at him with a flattering expression. Empress Changsun moved slightly and looked at Li Yuan, but she did not say anything in the end. She chose to let her son make this choice. Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan, but you don't need these things, old man? He was in a dilemma. Li Yuan couldn't even lift the boulders used for building. How could he learn? Chengqian, those palace maids can use looms. There must be a way to let me use things from the fairy world. Li Yuan said. Hearing Li Yuan say this, Li Chengqian touched his chin. You can make a stonecutter for Ong to try. So Li Chengqian used a workbench to make a stonecutter. Then he looked at Li Yuan. Aunt, are you ready? Li Chengqian asked Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded excitedly. As Li Chengqian put down the stonecutter, Li Yuan and the stonecutter were instantly bound together. Li Yuan also wore a blue worksuit, a black apron and black gloves. Ha ha ha, it worked, Chengqian succeeded. Li Yuan jumped up excitedly, but he seemed to have no other abilities now, so he turned his head to look at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, why doesn't a Wang have the ability to take things out from other places like you do? Li Yuan looked at Li Chengqian pitifully. Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan and thought to himself, what do I need to do to make Li Yuan become like the villagers? After thinking about it, he might try to trade some things with Li Yuan. Maybe after he upgrades, he will be able to get more things and become like the villagers in Minecraft. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chang Yaojin approached Li Chengqian worriedly. He was worried that Li Yuan would become dishonest after gaining the power of the immortal world. Li Chengqian saw Chang Yaojin's worry, but he was not worried at all. If Li Yuan is not honest, then knock off his work cube and he will instantly become an ordinary person. So Li Chengqian used a furnace to burn 40 stones, and then took these 20 stones to Li Yuan. Just when Li Chengqian was thinking about how to trade with Li Yuan. At this time, Li Yuan could no longer control his body and took out an emerald and gave it to Li Chengqian. Oh my god! Li Chengqian's eyes were about to pop out. Finally, I thought to myself, oh my god, MC rules are so strict. He handed the 20 stones to Li Yuan, and Li Yuan gave the emerald to Li Chengqian. How is Ong? Li Chengqian asked impatiently. Chengqian comes again. A Wang feels the changes will occur after 4 more visits. Li Yuan said hurriedly. Li Chengqian nodded immediately and started to make a few more furnaces to burn the stones. Finally, the remaining 4 transactions were completed. At this time, Li Chengqian discovered that he saw 4 empty squares on Li Yuan's body.
So that's how it is.
Li Chengqian smiled at this moment. By trading with the people of the Tang Dynasty who were bound to a profession, he could turn them into villagers.
P.S. I'm sorry, I just saw that some big guy sent gifts. Thank you again for your support.
Today I have 8,000 words, and I will post another 6,000 words later.
Thank you all. Chengqian, Chengqian. Li Yuan's veins on his neck were bulging at this moment, and he noticed the changes in his body. He can now carry 4 items on his person. Is this the secret hidden in your sleeve? Are you okay?
Empress Changsun was shocked when she saw Li Yuan like this. They were afraid that Li Yuan would not be able to catch his breath and would die.
On. Li Lizzie and Li Tai looked at Li Yuan in fear.
They had never seen Li Yuan lose his composure like this before.
Aunt, calm down. Calm down. I see the changes in you.
Li Chengqian hurriedly comforted her.
Li Yuan nodded. Chengqian, can you also put 4 items in it? Li Yuan asked with a smile.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin were relieved when they heard that Li Yuan could only release 4. It seems that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has put some restrictions on the Emperor.
We are different. Li Chengqian coughed awkwardly.
They are noble players, while Li Yuan is just an exploited villager.
By the way, can you come and see if you can go to the fairyland with me?
Li Chengqian felt that this was the main thing. If possible, he would not need to use experience points to exchange for a position in the fairyland in the future.
Good. Li Yuan nodded.
Then Li Chengqian opened the light gate, and at this moment Li Shimin came.
Chengqian, what are you doing?
Li Shimin looked at this scene in confusion.
Why did he feel that his son seemed to be taking his father to the fairyland?
Empress Changsun came over and whispered to Li Shimin what had just happened. Li Shimin suddenly became nervous after hearing this.
He planned to ask Chengqian what he thought later. He believed in his son and allowed I to possess the power of the fairy world. There must be a reason. Chengqian, what does Grandpa need to do? Li Yuan looked down at his beloved grandson. Aunt, just walk over there, just like you would walk normally.
Li Chengqian pointed at the light gate and said.
Li Yuan nodded. He was so excited that he couldn't even walk properly and walked over in a zigzag manner. Li Lizzie couldn't help laughing, while everyone else lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter.
Li Shimin was delighted when he saw his father's appearance. He had never seen his father so funny before. At this time, Li Yuan found that he could not go in. He turned his head and looked at Li Chengqian in confusion. Chengqian, why can't the old man get through? Li Chengqian was also very disappointed. He originally thought that he could find a bug.
Aang has no other choice.
If he wants to go to the light gate, he can only use the previous method. Li Chengqian also looked at his grandfather helplessly. A hint of loss appeared in Li Yuan's eyes, but he quickly recovered.
It's okay, Aang is already very happy. Now, Aang can learn something from Chengqian and the others, right?
Li Yuan said with a smile.
Sure.
Li Chengqian nodded.
Li Lizzie and Li Tai immediately ran over and hugged Li Chengqian. Brother, we want to be like Aang. The two of them looked at Li Chengqian and said. Li Chengqian looked at them helplessly at this moment.
Lizzie, Xingke, it's not that Big Brother is unwilling to help you.
It's just that you are still too young, so I can't help you. But when you grow up, I will let you be like Aang.
Li Chengqian comforted them both.
Alright then. Li Lizzie and Li Tai felt a little disappointed.
Li Chengqian looked at the two poor little guys and gave them the emerald he had just traded from Li Yuan.
Come on, Lizzie, you have 3. Xingke, you have 2. Xingke, you are the elder brother, so you have to give Lizzie 1.
Li Chengqian distributed 5 emeralds to them.
Thank you, brother.
Li Lizzie thought the emerald was really beautiful, and she would go back and take some things down from the treasure shelf and put the emerald on it.
Li Tai also thanked Li Chengqian immediately.
His treasure shelf, which was almost covered with dust, finally had something to put on it. He and Li Lizzie fought together to find the treasure rack, but Li Lizzie's treasure rack was already full, and he didn't have anything left. Green bird. Li Shimin smiled and picked up Li Tai, then looked at Li Tai with a smile, his eyes occasionally glancing at Li Tai's hands. Please put me down quickly. I want to put back the gift that my elder brother gave me. Li Tai now felt that his father's smile was terrifying. I'm afraid that the emerald I just got will. In the end, the 2 emeralds fell into Li Shimin's hands. Empress Changsun looked at the father and son with a smile. At this time, Li Lizzie came to Empress Changsun with the emerald. The mother and daughter admired the emerald together. Li Tai came to Li Chengqian with a sad face. Brother. Qingke, big brother, and Aong are going to trade again. Li Chengqian felt that Li Tai was too pitiful, so he planned to trade with Li Yuan in exchange for 2 emeralds. However, after some experimentation, I found that Li Yuan was out of stock and I could only trade next time. So he looked at Li Tai with an apologetic look. Li Tai smiled bitterly. He's used to it. Damn it. Next time big brother gives me a treasure, I'll throw up my sleeves and run back to my own bedroom. Li Shimin gave Chang Yaojin a look and asked him to take Li Yuan aside first. When Chang Yaojin saw Li Shimin's eyes, he immediately ran to Li Yuan with a smile. Your Majesty, let me teach you how to use a backpack. Chang Yaojin said. Li Yuan nodded immediately when he heard it, and then followed him to learn how to use the backpack. Li Shimin came to Li Chengqian at this moment. Chengqian, is your grandfather okay? Li Shimin asked worriedly. Li Chengqian knew what Li Shimin was worried about. He was afraid that Li Yuan would do something secretly. Don't worry, I can see what's in On's backpack. And Li Chengqian then pointed at the stonecutter belonging to Li Yuan. As long as this is destroyed, Ong will be reduced to his original form. When Li Shimin heard his son's words, his worries were instantly put to rest. Chengqian can see what is in Ice backpack and can turn I into an ordinary person at any time, so he feels relieved. By the way, you can choose some suitable craftsmen later. After that, we'll bind the work blocks to them and let them build the palace. Otherwise, it would take me, Duke Cheng, and the others no time to complete the construction of the palace. Li Chengqian knew his own abilities and knew that it might not be possible to build a beautiful and magnificent palace. Let the professionals come. Li Shimin had originally planned to discuss this matter with Li Chengqian, but now that he had said it himself, Li Shimin felt relieved. Okay, I will get a special craftsman. But Chengqian, when can we build a palace in heaven? Li Shimin asked. Li Chengqian stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said, wait for you, to transfer the craftsman over, and then we can start. After hearing this, Li Shimin immediately gave Zhang Ananda a look and asked him to get it done as soon as possible. Li Shimin then asked, Chengqian, how high do you plan to build the palace? Li Chengqian planned to build it at a height of 2,000 meters. At this height, he could see far enough away and it happened to be in the low cloud layer. When clouds float towards the palace, from the ground, the palace looks like it is suspended in the air by thousands of clouds. At that time, it is not an exaggeration to call it the Palace of the Clouds. I plan to build it around 650 feet. One zhang in the Tang Dynasty was approximately 3.07 meters. Li Chengqian said. After hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Shimin looked up at the sky. He couldn't wait to see the palace completed. Chengqian, Ong has learned it. Now you come and teach us how to build a kelp bone meal machine. Li Yuan walked over with a smile on his face. He already held a round stone in his hand. Okay, Ang. Li Chengqian nodded to his father, then took Li Yuan and the others to the side to build a kelp bone powder machine. Li Shimin looked at his happy father and felt less guilty. Li Chengqian then began to build a bone meal machine. Place an inverted triangle, knock down the middle piece, and then make a high-frequency circuit using redstone dust, redstone torches, and repeaters. Use a railing to control the high-frequency switch. While doing it, Li Chengqian would explain it to Li Yuan and the other three. Then, 30 cobblestones were placed as auxiliary blocks, and they were arranged in a row. Place 30 sticky pistons on top of them, connecting them with redstone dust.
The sticky piston is now activated.
Then a 4-block high auxiliary block was built. Li Chengqian knocked away the things under the sticky piston because the sand needed to be suspended in the air when being pushed by the high-frequency piston.
Then place sand on the activated sticky piston.
Using a helper block, a row of sand is placed on the rod of the extended sticky piston. Li Chengqian turned on the high-frequency circuit, checked the condition of the sand, found no problems, and continued to build.
Then place ordinary pistons on the auxiliary blocks.
Their function is to knock down the growing kelp.
Empress Changsun was recording with a brush at this time.
She thought that Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin might need it later. After a busy period, Li Chengqian had already placed the compost bucket and collection device. Then he took out the kelp he had dug earlier, dug a 4-grid deep pit on the side, poured water into it, and then used bone meal to ripen it, harvesting enough kelp.
Then plant them one by one on the bone meal machine.
After finishing the last bit of the bone powder machine, Li Chengqian clapped his hands, mission accomplished. He was just about to ask Li Yuan and the others if there was anything they didn't understand, when he saw 3 confused faces.
Li Shimin went too far and asked, "Is this Chengqian machine ready to run?" Li Chengqian nodded, then walked to the side and pulled the lever, and the high-frequency circuit was immediately activated.
The kelp bone meal machine started running instantly.
Deep L translator.
Li Shimin looked at the machine running in front of him with shining eyes.
There is countless bone meal behind it. Second brother, can you build this machine by yourself?
Cheng Yaojin looked at the running machine, then turned to look at Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong just shook his head. Although it seems that what His Royal Highness built just now was very simple, I only remember part of it. Qin Xiong felt that if he did it himself, it would take several days to complete the task.
Me too. Cheng Yaojin nodded.
His brain understood it, but his hands didn't. The two of them looked at Li Yuan and found that Li Yuan was also looking at them.
Don't look at me, I won't.
Li Yuan said this with his hands behind his back. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin immediately looked away. Li Chengqian came to a box nearby, opened it, and saw a dozen bone meals inside.
A smile immediately appeared on his face. Please send some people over.
Later, we used the bone meal here to start growing potatoes.
Li Chengqian said.
There wasn't enough bone meal before, so the potatoes were always stored. Now that we have so much bone meal, we can start ripening the potatoes. Once we become more proficient, we can promote it and let people start growing potatoes.
Okay, go and make the arrangements.
Li Shimin thought of the 10 soldiers who had bombed the Turks. Now that they have recovered, they can be transferred to do this job.
Wow, Mom, you wrote down everything I just said.
That's great. We can show it to An, Duke Qin, and Duke Cheng.
Li Chengqian looked at his mother with great admiration.
There were so many people, but only my mother thought of recording it.
Empress Changsun touched Li Chengqian's head.
Then he looked at Li Yuan. Father, I have simply recorded what Chengqian said just now.
If there's anything I doesn't understand, you can take a look. Empress Changsun said with a smile.
Okay, that's thoughtful.
Li Yuan nodded slightly, then walked over.
When Li Chengqian and his team were building the kelp bone powder machine, there was already an uproar outside.
The news that Crown Prince Li Chengqian could go to the fairyland had spread throughout Chang'an City.
After learning about this, Zheng Jishan was silent for a long time. He deeply suspected that there was something wrong with this matter. So he looked at the several clansmen who were attending the court meeting today.
Do you think this is true? Zheng Jishan asked.
Chief, this is not fake. Yes, the weaving factory outside the East Palace is right there.
Anyone can see it.
A few days ago, it was still a wasteland, and now such a huge house has appeared there. They didn't believe it either, but they saw it all with their own eyes and had to believe it. Zheng Jishan smiled bitterly. I never thought there are immortals and an immortal world in this world.
How come the Li Tang royal family is so lucky? How did they find out? Zheng Jishan wondered if the Miang Zheng family could get a piece of the pie. I don't know.
There was no news at all before.
It's like everything just appeared out of thin air.
It seems that the change started when Li Shimin killed his elder brother.
The officials present recalled that everything started with the Xuanwu Gate incident.
Zheng Jishan felt that some of the previous measures against the Li Tang royal family could be suspended for the time being. See if there is a chance to cooperate with the Li Tang royal family to go to the fairyland. So he immediately wrote a letter asking his clan to sell grain to Li Shimin at the normal price.
Clan leader, if we do this, will it offend other families? The people present couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Zheng Jishan waved his hand. Don't worry, maybe the letters from other families have already left Chang'an City. Under the current circumstances, no one would dare to show up without first clarifying the affairs of the Eastern Palace. None of them dared to act recklessly. If Li Shimin seizes the opportunity to make an example of someone to scare the monkeys, it will be all over. At this moment, concubine Yang in the Eastern Palace also learned that Li Chengqian was able to go to the fairyland. She finally understood why the beef she had eaten before tasted so good. That beef was probably brought back by Li Chengqian from the fairyland.
Cool.
Concubine Yang called her children over.
What happened to mother?
Li Ku looked at concubine Yang in confusion.
Kor, you have to get along well with your brother, the crown prince, in the future, understand? Don't offend him. Concubine Yang held Li Ku's hands tightly with both hands and looked at him seriously.
Li Ku looked at his mother with an embarrassed expression. But mother, I haven't seen my eldest brother, the crown prince, for a long time.
Li Ku himself can't even see anyone, so there's no way he can offend him.
Concubine Yang patted her head, thinking that she was too concerned.
The prince was probably not someone that ordinary people could see now.
She felt relieved that her children would never have the chance to offend him.
Qin Mansion.
At this moment, Yuqi Jingda and other generals looked jealously at Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, who had just come out of the East Palace. Li Chengqian was able to go to the fairyland, and these two people often went to the Eastern Palace, so they must have also been to the fairyland.
Chang Lohei, you went to the East Palace first. Did you already know that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could go to the Immortal Realm? Yuqi Jingda asked Cheng Yaojin. Hey. Cheng Yaojin didn't say anything, just smiled evilly.
Everyone understood when they saw this, because Cheng Yaojin had known about it for a long time.
Old Qin, did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also cure your illness?
Zhang Liang thought that Qin Xiong's complexion had been very rosy recently, and his health might have improved a lot. That's right, thanks to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, otherwise I wouldn't have lived much longer. Qin Xiong was extremely grateful to Li Chengqian.
Everyone present was very envious.
Among them, Niu Jinda was even more restless. He saw that Qin Xiong's body, which had left countless famous doctors helpless, was able to recover, which made him want to fight for a chance for his son Niu Jinhu.
His son lost a leg in an accident. Without a leg, Niu Meihu was depressed all day long.
If this continued, he would probably die before his father.
Cheng Yaojin noticed Niu Jinda's little action.
Thinking about the other party's children, he understood what Niu Jinda was going to say. So he looked at Niu Jinda. Old cow, how's Tiger doing these days?
Cheng Yaojin asked.
Niu Jinda shook his head slightly and sighed.
Don't worry, Lao Niu.
My second brother and I will go to the palace later to ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for help. I ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to bestow upon me the miraculous medicine that will surely restore your son to health.
Cheng Yaojin said.
Qin Xiong also nodded immediately. When Niu Jinda heard what Cheng Yaojin said, his eyes immediately turned red.
Jijia, Shubao, thank you very much.
As he spoke, Niu Jinda was about to kneel down to the two of them. Although the matter had not been accomplished yet, their kindness was worthy of his kneeling in gratitude. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong immediately rushed over and helped Niu Jinda up.
Lao Niu, we are all comrades, why be so polite? And it hasn't been done yet. Chang Yaojin hurriedly helped Niu Jinda back to his seat. The others also comforted Niu Jinda.
Chun Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other, and neither of them took out the bread from their backpacks. After all, it is better for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to come in person for this opportunity to show favor.
The second day.
The two of them were preparing to go to the East Palace when they saw the Niu Mansion's carriage at the gate of the East Palace. Niu Jinda was standing outside the carriage. When he saw them coming, he immediately walked over.
"Old cow, you didn't come here to guard after you went back last night, did you?" Chun Yaojin looked at Niu Jinda, whose eyes were bloodshot.
Niu Jinda shook his head and said, "I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night yesterday. I brought my son here early, thinking that if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince gave me some magic medicine, I could let my son take it as soon as possible." Qin Xiong patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder, and then he and Chang Yaojin took him into the East Palace. Soon they arrived at Li Cheqian's palace. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Duke Chang, Duke Qin, and General Niu request an audience," the young eunuch said. Niu Jinda was granted the title of Baron of Weicheng County in the first year of Jingguan, and currently holds no title.
"General Niu?"
Li Chengqian, who had just woken up, was a little slow to react when he heard General Niu.
"Who is the other party?"
Then Li Chengqian thought that Niu Jinda was also a general under his father's command. He followed Li Shimin to pacify Wang Shichong and Dojianda.
"Let them in," Li Chengqian said.
Then Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin and Niu Jinda came in.
"Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
The three of them clasped their fists and said,
Li Chengqian looked at Niu Jinda curiously, wondering what he was doing here.
Chang Yaojin then stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, we have an unwelcome request."
"Go ahead, Lord Chang."
Li Chengqian glanced at Niu Jinda out of the corner of his eye, thinking it must be because of this person.
"Your Highness, Lao Niu's son lost his right leg in an accident.
The child has never recovered from this incident.
He is the only child I have.
Your Highness, please grant me the miraculous medicine in consideration of my dedication to the Tang Dynasty."
Chang Yaojin knelt on one knee. Qin Xiong followed closely behind.
Niu Jinda kowtowed directly to the ground, his forehead making a dull sound on the blue bricks. "Your Highness." Li Chengqian was startled by the noise and quickly stood up to help him up. As a result, they couldn't pull him up at all, so Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin had to help him up. "General Niu has followed my father in battle for many years. I will naturally not refuse such a request,"
Li Chengqian said. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for your mercy on my son," Niu Jinda cried loudly.
Li Chengqian took out a lot of bread and a bucket of milk from his backpack. In the past, eunuchs could heal their lower body injuries by eating a piece of bread. Since he gave Niu Jinda so much bread and a bucket of milk, there is a great chance that his son's foot will grow back. If that doesn't work, just give him a golden apple and the problem will definitely be solved. General Niu, take these back.
And feed them to your children.
After eating this, your child's feet may grow back.
If that doesn't work, I have other things here that can help your child, Li Chengqian said.
Yes, Your Highness.
Niu Jinda kowtowed deeply to Li Chengqian again. P.S. Thank you all for your support. I would like to thank you all here. Finally, I would like to ask for some free gifts, hee. Gift baskets. Your Highness, I will take my leave.
After Niu Jinda finished his ceremony, he immediately took the things Li Chengqian had just given him and left in a hurry. After he left, Li Chengqian looked at Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
Duke Chang, Duke Qin, it's time for us to get things done. Li Chengqian stood up.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin nodded. Then he followed Li Chengqian into the light gate.
After coming to my world, the witch tower next to it also started to operate.
Duke Chang, go get some iron from the iron machine first.
I'll make some equipment later. Li Chengqian planned to get a set of iron suits for each of the three of them. I posted this article late, and I only realized I forgot to write it after reading the comments. Sorry, this is my first time writing an MC article, and there are still many shortcomings.
Thank you for your advice, thank you. Then go to hell and find the evil spirit of water loss.
By the way, see if you can find the nether fortress.
How much iron will your highness take? Chun Yaojin asked. Come with a few more groups. Li Chengqian plans to find time later to build a multi-core iron brushing machine. Yes, your highness. Chun Yaojin immediately went to the iron brushing machine.
Li Chengqian and Qin Xiong collected some wood here.
I went to the slime farm and got some slime balls.
After all, I still need to build a larger kelp bone meal machine in Datang later.
Might need quite a few slime balls. Not long after, Chun Yaojin came back with the iron. Li Chengqian immediately used the workbench to synthesize the iron sleeve. Arrangements were made for Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
The two men, wearing iron suits, looked at each other.
Second brother, although this armor isn't as good looking as the ones we wore before, I feel that its protection and flexibility are much better than what we had before.
Chun Yaojin jumped a few times on the spot and threw a few punches, and found that the armor was not bulky at all. Qin Xiong also nodded in agreement. Li Chengqian also put it on himself.
Wow, your highness, you can wear this armor too. Chang Yaojin was very surprised.
The armor on Li Chengqian was only one size smaller than theirs.
Certainly.
Li Chengqian said with a smile.
Your highness, where are we going after we put on our armor?
Qin Xiong was worried that Li Chengqian still wanted to go to hell, so he silently blocked the direction of the hell gate. Li Chengqian smiled slightly when he saw this.
Don't worry, Duke Qin, we won't go to hell this time. But to the netherworld. Li Chengqian gave a wicked smile. Chun Yaojin and Qin Xiong did not know that the underworld was hell. When they heard Li Chengqian say that he would not go to hell, they immediately relaxed.
Although I don't know where the underworld is, it sounds much safer than hell.
By the way, Duke Chang and Duke Qin, do you have enough arrows? Li Chengqian asked. Your highness, I have more than 20 of them here. Your highness, I have more than 20 of them here. The two said.
When Li Chengqian heard that there were more than 40 sticks, he thought that was enough. Even if it was not enough, he was too lazy to collect them. If you are targeted by an evil spirit, just dig 3 squares down.
Okay, let's go.
Before Li Chengqian finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated and rushed past Qin Xiong and arrived at the hell portal.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, let's go to the lower realm. After saying that, Li Chengqian entered the portal first. Your highness. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were
terrified and hurriedly chased after him. After arriving in hell, the two looked at Li Chengqian, who was waiting for them with a smile, and they both looked helpless.
Didn't your highness agree not to come to hell? The two said. I'm not in hell, this is the underworld.
Li Chengqian smiled slightly. At this moment, Chun Yaojin discovered that the crown prince was as shameless as himself.
Okay, let's be careful this time. Besides, I have armor, so I don't have to worry about being killed by the explosion.
After saying that, Li Chengqian headed towards the tunnel that Qin Xiong had dug before. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other.
Since they were already here, this was the only way for now. East Palace.
At this time, Zhang Ananda crawled to Li Shimin's side. Li Shimin, who was processing memorials, was puzzled when he saw Zhang Ananda like this.
What happened to Zhang Ananda?
Li Shimin slowly put down the memorial.
I wondered what had happened to make Zhang Ananda become like this. Could it be that my father secretly teamed up with Pei Ji to cause trouble? Your Majesty, this old slave.
Zhang Ananda pointed at his lower body for a long time without saying anything.
Li Shimin looked at him and asked, don't just point, tell me what happened. Your Majesty, I am ready down there. He's healed. At this moment, Zhang Ananda didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. The cow that has been gone for decades is back. What?
Li Shimin didn't react for a while, until Zhang Ananda said it again. He finally understood.
Did Chun Qian give you anything?
Li Shimin thought that it had grown out of nowhere, so it must have been done by his son.
Zhang Ananda hurriedly shook his head. Your Majesty, I only ate bread overnight last time.
Could it be because of the bread? Li Shimin thought it was probably true. He didn't expect bread to be so powerful. If you eat too much, even that thing will grow. The eunuchs in the palace all had red eyes at this moment. If they also make contributions and eat enough bread in the future, won't they be able to grow back? Thinking of this, their breathing quickened. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Ananda at this time. Now that Zhang Ananda had become a man again, it was no longer suitable for him to stay in the palace. He has made so many contributions over the years, so we might as well take this opportunity to confer a title on him and let him leave the palace.
Zhang Ananda, you can't stay in the palace now. I intend to.
Before Li Shimin finished speaking, Zhang Ananda immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Shimin.
Your Majesty, I will purify myself again in a moment. I beg your Majesty not to drive me away. Your Majesty, please give me the opportunity to serve you again. Zhang Ananda kowtowed and begged.
Li Shimin walked over quickly and held Zhang Ananda tightly with both hands.
Zhang Ananda, I never intended to drive you away. Now that you have recovered as a man, I am happy for you. You can now marry and have children, continuing your family's bloodline.
100 years from now, you will be able to meet your Zhang family ancestors. And once you leave the palace, you can also work for me.
Li Shimin looked at Zhang Ananda sincerely.
Looking at Zhang Ananda with red eyes, he sincerely hoped in his heart that Zhang Ananda could become a man and live an upright life.
His Majesty. Seeing how thoughtful Li Shimin was, Zhang Ananda couldn't stop crying.
The eunuchs around him also wiped their tears at this moment. P.S. I was just lying on the bed playing with my phone and found that the boss Yi had sent me another gift, and other bosses had also sent quite a few. Without saying anything, I got up immediately and added another chapter.
Thank you for the gifts, guys. Gift baskets. Okay, you're a man now, stop crying.
Li Shimin patted him on the shoulder.
Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Ananda doesn't know
whether to be happy or sad now. Although Nyo has grown back, he can no longer serve His Majesty. Li Shimin came to the desk and personally wrote an edict to Zhang Ananda, conferring him the title of Marquis of Wenjian County and granting him a fief of 400 households.
His Majesty.
Zhang Ananda looked at the imperial edict in front of him, knelt down again, and looked at Li Shimin with tears in his eyes. At this moment, he wished he could go through fire and water for Li Shimin. Soon, the news that Zhang Ananda had done a good deed and was conferred a title by His Majesty spread throughout the East Palace and the Imperial Palace.
For a moment, the eunuchs in the palace seemed to have come back to life.
They were all thinking about serving the Li Tang royal family well, and striving to one day be able to grow a bull like Zhang Ananda and be granted a title.
In my world.
Li Chengqian was taking Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin to the Soul Sand Canyon filled with soul sand. At this moment, the three of them were holding shields and looking around cautiously.
This soul sand is so annoying. Walking on it is so slow. Chang Yaojin felt that walking on it was too painful. He tried his best but just couldn't speed up. Li Chengqian couldn't help laughing as he looked at Chang Yaojin. Duke Cheng can help you cultivate your character. How wonderful!
Your Highness, it's a bit dangerous to cultivate your character in hell.
Chang Yaojin wanted to persuade Li Chengqian to go back, but at this moment, the creatures they least wanted to see appeared, for evil spirits.
Second brother. Chang Yaojin immediately took out a bow from his backpack, Qin Xiong took it out, and the two of them protected Li Chengqian behind them. As the two of them aimed their bows at the evil spirits in the sky, Li Chengqian immediately built a stone wall with 2 layers of thickness and 2 blocks of height using cobblestones.
Gassed fireballs cannot explode cobblestone. Dukes, remember to hide here immediately when you see the fireball. Li Chengqian said.
Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong were relieved when they saw that Li Chengqian had built a protective wall. At least the prince was safe. The two of them confidently picked up their bows and shot at the evil spirits. The 2 arrows hit the evil spirit accurately, and the evil spirit's fireball also attacked at this time. The two of them immediately hid in the stone wall built by Li Chengqian. When the fireball exploded, the two ran out again and shot arrows at the evil spirit. This time, the evil spirit was killed before it could even spit out a fireball. Li Chengqian was not idle either. He took out a fishing rod from his backpack, aimed at the evil spirit in the sky, and cast a rod. Successfully hit the opponent. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqian immediately pulled the other person towards him. Duke Qin! Li Chengqian shouted at Qin Xiong. Seeing this, Qin Xiong tacitly took out an iron sword from his backpack. Then he jumped up and chopped at the evil spirit that Li Chengqian had pulled, and the evil spirit was killed in 2 or 3 strokes. 2 gunpowders fell to the ground. Qin Xiong, adhering to his habit of not wasting, directly put away the 2 gunpowders. Seeing that the other evil spirits were setting their sights on him, he immediately ran back. Chen Yaojin also shot and killed an evil spirit at this time. Your Highness, my second brother suddenly realized that these evil spirits are quite bulky. Let me shoot you from the sky. Chen Yaojin laughed loudly. Mr. Chang is right. Don't underestimate them because they are so big. They are actually useless. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Chen Yaojin immediately nodded with a smile. He now understood why Li Chengqian said that hell was not scary. It's really not scary. Let's keep going and kill the remaining 2 evil spirits. Li Chengqian said. The 2 nodded. Li Chengqian swung the pole and Qin Xiong rushed forward to fight. Chen Yaojin shot the remaining evil spirits with his bow. The 2 evil spirits were sent to heaven by them. Your Highness, this evil spirit didn't drop gunpowder. Chen Yaojin pointed at the items dropped by the evil spirit after its death not far away. Gas tears. That's good stuff. Li Chengqian looked at the tears of evil spirits not far away, and thought that he could go to other villages to search and see if he could find an alchemy table. You can make a regeneration potion later. When Qin Xiong heard that it was a good thing, he immediately ran over to get it. Your Highness, what's the use of this? Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian with curiosity in their eyes. This thing doesn't look impressive. My 2 lords, this can be used to make a regeneration potion. Li Chengqian said with a smile while holding the tears of the evil spirit. Chen Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then let's go kill a few more evil spirits. Get more of this. Chen Yaojin wished he could kill a few more right now and collect more evil spirit tears. Don't worry, our main task is to find the water-lost evil spirit. Li Chengqian waved his hand. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong nodded after hearing this. Then they continued to go deeper. After a while, they discovered a flash of white. But this time it was not an evil spirit, but a fossil from the netherworld. Under the fossil was the water-deprived evil spirit that Li Chengqian was looking forward to. Ha ha ha, we are lucky. There's a water-deprived evil spirit beneath this netherworld fossil. Li Chengqian hurriedly trotted over with Qin Xiong. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at the little thing in front of them with curiosity. It didn't look very good and had a few small tentacles. It can be seen that the grown-up one is the evil spirit that they just killed. Your Highness, this evil spirit looks a little dead. Chen Yaojin touched him with his hand and found that the guy was motionless, as if he had been dead for a long time. Don't worry, no, it's just lacking water. Just take it back and soak it in water later. Li Chengqian knocked it away and sucked it into his backpack. Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong thought it was amazing that something that looked dead could actually come back to life. Your Highness, now that we've found the water-lost evil spirit, we can go back now. Qin Xiong said at this time. With so few people, he really didn't want Li Chengqian to go to hell. It's still very dangerous. He just saw a skeleton holding a bow and arrow not far away. Here their speed is limited by the soul sand. If they attract a large group of skeletons, they will die here if they are not careful. Li Chengqian thought about it and realized that they were now in the Soul Sand Canyon, and no nether fortress would be generated here. It's better to go back. After returning, he took Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin to the next mine to dig some diamonds and lapis lazuli. Okay, let's go back. Li Chengqian nodded. Then they started to return along the same route and encountered no danger on the way back. The three of them quickly returned to the main world. Qin Xiong breathed a sigh of relief after returning.
P.S. I just saw that the boss Meng Xing Nirvana gave 2 great god certifications. I won't say anything else and will update more today.
Originally there was only 1 chapter today, and I will update 2 more chapters later. Thanks to the gifts from other big guys, I will add another chapter for them. Maybe I will post it in the early morning. After all, I also need a break.
Deep L Translator.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, let's go back to the iron machine first. Let's build a house for this dehydrated evil spirit and soak it in water, then we'll go down to the mine. Li Chengqian was worried that when they went down to the mine, after soaking the water-deprived evil spirit, they didn't build a house to cover it, and it would run away on its own.
Yes. Qin Xiong and Shang Yaoji nodded.
Your Highness, you won't have to go down to the mine later. Just leave this dirty work to the 2 of us.
Shang Yaojin said. If I don't go, do you know what the minerals look like? Li Chengqian asked back. Forehead. Shang Yaojin was suddenly stunned. He really didn't know what the mineral looked like. Qin Xiong said, Your Highness, will we encounter monsters when we go down into the mines?
Li Chengqian nodded. If you dig directly under your feet, the chance of encountering monsters is very small, but it is also time-consuming and laborious to dig up ore. He planned to find a hole and go down directly. But Duke Qin, we don't have to worry about this.
Let's go and make arrangements for the water-losing evil spirit first. Li Chengqian took the 2 of them to the iron brushing machine. After returning here, Li Chengqian put the water-deprived evil spirit on the ground and poured water on it.
Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin immediately began to build a house that was 10 by 10 by 10. After finishing these, Li Chengqian began to prepare to go down to the mine.
Got the pickaxe made and some torches ready. Li Chengqian didn't do much about the torches.
There are no coal mines now, and all the coal needed for torches is burned from logs, which is a bit uneconomical. When he goes down to the mine later, he will probably find coal anyway, so Li Chengqian plans to just dig some.
After preparing the food, Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, 2 dukes, let's go.
Yes, Your Highness. Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin followed Li Chengqian and began to look for the cave. Not long after they left, they found a wandering merchant.
Your Highness, who is that guy? Shang Yaojin pointed at the wandering merchant not far away.
Qin Xiong saw that he had never seen the other person before, so he took out an iron sword and looked at the other person cautiously.
It's a wandering merchant. Let's go see if this guy has anything good to sell.
If not, Li Chengqian was going to chop him off. Li Chengqian approached and found that what this guy bought was actually junk. Oak saplings, glass, cacti and other miscellaneous items.
They are all garbage.
The Duke of Qin killed him and the 2 alpacas as well.
Li Chengqian looked at the black-hearted businessman with disgust. Such a dark heart.
Yes, Your Highness. When Qin Xiong heard Li Chengqian's words, he immediately jumped and slashed at the wandering merchant with his sword.
Shang Yaojin was not idle either.
He took out his iron sword and killed the 2 alpacas. Seeing that the 2 alpacas had shed 4 pieces of leather, Li Chengqian said, This black-hearted businessman is worse than these 2 alpacas.
After complaining, they continued on their way.
Soon they found a cave entrance on a plain and soon arrived in front of it.
Your Highness, are we going in from here? Shang Yaojin asked.
That's right, the 2 dukes, let's go.
Li Chengqian nodded, and before he could leave, Shang Yaojin came forward with a shield and a sword.
Qin Xiong also carefully protected Li Chengqian. He saw the 2 people's actions and silently memorized everything in his mind. After entering the cave, it became dark after walking for a while, so Li Chengqian lit a torch.
At this time, Shang Yaojin pointed at the coal mine and asked, Your Highness, is this a coal mine?
That's right. I didn't expect to encounter a coal mine after just a few steps.
We dug them all up. Li Chengqian took out a pickaxe from his backpack.
Qin Xiong and Shang Yaojin looked at each other. Shang Yaojin was responsible for watching the surroundings, while Qin Xiong took out a pickaxe and started digging coal with Li Chengqian. The coal mines here were soon mined out.
Let's go deeper, Li Chengqian said. The three of them continued to walk down while lighting torches. At this time, a little zombie rushed towards Cheng Yaojin with his fast legs. I'll go. Cheng Yaojin swung his sword and chopped the little zombie apart, killing it in a few strokes. Looking at the rotten flesh dropped by the other party, Cheng Yaojin was disappointed. Your Highness, please don't leave me too far. Qin Xiong couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw this. There seemed to be a lot of monsters in this environment. Li Chengqian nodded. He really didn't dare to run too far. If a monster pops out, I won't be able to handle it with my small body. Hey, Your Highness, what kind of mine is this? At this time, Cheng Yaojin was pointing at several stones with brown and green spots in front of him. He strongly suspected that this thing was a copper mine, which was somewhat similar to the copper mine he had seen in the Tang Dynasty before. Copper mine. Li Chengqian saw that there was no ripple at the copper mine. After all, this thing is not very useful now. But we can get some and use it to pay the workers in the weaving factory. Dig it up. Li Chengqian took action. At this time, Cheng Yaojin stopped Qin Xiong, who was about to dig, and said to him with a smile, "Second brother, let me do it, let me do it, let me experience the feeling of digging for money." In Cheng Yaojin's view, mining copper is the same as mining money. Puff. Li Chengqian was made fun of by Cheng Yaojin. There are quite a few copper mines here, about 21 pieces. Li Chengqian thought about it and realized that a copper block would weigh 14,000 kilograms in Tang Dynasty terms. How much copper coins will this cost? Moreover, this copper has no impurities and its quality is extremely good. Your Highness has so much copper. If you take it out later, I'm afraid the copper coins will. Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian worriedly at this time. This will have a huge impact on the market. If all of it is released, it will definitely cause harm to the people. Don't worry, Duke Qin, I won't give it all away. Initially, these coppers will only be used to pay wages to the factory workers. Li Chengqian also knew that releasing it all at once would definitely cause turmoil, so he decided to take it slow. Qin Xiong felt relieved after hearing what Li Chengqian said. Second brother, have you exchanged the copper coins and gold in your house for silver? Cheng Yaojin asked. Not yet. Qin Xiong shook his head. Second brother, when we go back this time, you have to hurry up. Otherwise, gold and copper coins will become worthless later, and I'll suffer a huge loss. Cheng Yaojin reminded Qin Xiong. Li Chengqian asked curiously, Duke Chang, have you exchanged all the gold and copper coins you have for silver? Cheng Yaojin just shook his head. Your Highness didn't exchange it all for silver. I also bought some farms. If I exchange it all for silver, those banks will definitely undercut me on the price. Cheng Yaojin said. Li Chengqian gave him a thumbs up. This guy really deserves to be the longest lived. He is so smart. Most people don't have this ability. Let's continue down the mine. What Li Chengqian wanted was not copper mines, but diamonds and lapis lazuli, which were more useful. P.S. There are still 6,000 words, which will be posted later. Of course, I still owe you guys one chapter, I'll post it later tonight, and finally I'd like to ask for some gifts, thank you all for your support. Coal. Coal. On the way down, Li Chengqian and his companions also encountered some iron mines. They did not dig the iron mines, Li Chengqian just introduced them to the two of them. After all, with this iron farming machine, iron ore is a bit useless. It's better to just ignore it and not dig it up. If you dig it up, you'll have to waste time burning it, which is not cost-effective. After going down for a long time, Cheng Yaojin excitedly shouted, Your Highness, could this be a gold mine? Li Chengqian and Qin Xiong walked over and nodded. Yes, this is a gold mine. Li Chengqian nodded, and Cheng Yaojin immediately started digging excitedly. I dug up 7 in a row. Why are there no more? It would be nice if there were a few more. Cheng Yaojin looked lost. Qin Xiong patted him unhappily. 7 is already pretty good. Do you really want to become a fat man in one go? Qin Xiong said. Chang Yaojin nodded.
He really wanted to become rich overnight and directly bring back a backpack of gold.
How great it would be!
At this time, the sound of zombies was heard.
Li Chengqian and the other two looked in the direction of the sound and finally found a zombie holding an iron sword. Your Highness, this zombie is quite powerful. There are actually weapons.
Qin Xiong became serious. Chang Yaojin also took up a shield and an iron sword.
Don't worry, they're no different from regular zombies, they just have weapons. Li Chengqian didn't care. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin went up with confidence.
As expected, the opponent's strength was just so.
Chang Yaojin killed him in a few moves, and the opponent dropped an iron sword with very low durability.
Seeing that the durability was very low, Chang Yaojin threw it away directly, thinking it was a waste of backpack space.
Eat something and let's continue.
Li Chengqian took some food from his backpack and started eating. Qin Xiong and the other two also took out food and started eating.
After eating, they continued down.
They also encountered some monsters such as skeletons and zombies on the way, which were all killed by Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
Your Highness, here are some blue ores. Chang Yaojin looked at the ore in front of him in confusion.
He had indeed never seen this thing before. After hearing this, Li Chengqian immediately trotted over and laughed when he saw the lapis lazuli.
This is lapis lazuli.
We came here this time to dig it and the diamonds. Li Chengqian said with a smile. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin and the other two started digging immediately.
There are only 5. It's a pity that the quantity is a bit small.
Li Chengqian felt regretful.
It would be nice if there were more. Your Highness, there seems to be something over there.
Qin Xiong pointed to a place not far away. He seemed to see a wooden board in front of him. Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin also looked over.
Abandoned mine.
Li Chengqian immediately became happy. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky on his first trip to the mine and directly found an abandoned mine.
Maybe you can find some treasures from the abandoned mine.
Duke Qin, Duke Chang, please be careful when you enter the abandoned mine. There should be cave spiders in here.
They're disgusting and poisonous.
Li Chengqian was thankful that he had 3 bottles of milk in his backpack.
Detoxification can be performed when necessary.
Yes, Your Highness.
The two of them looked serious.
We must not be careless when carrying poison. It doesn't matter if they are poisoned, but we must not let His Highness be poisoned.
Let's go. Li Chengqian led them and ran over quickly.
What appeared before my eyes was a 3x3 meter mine tunnel supported by oak fences and wooden boards. In the distance you can see torches and some railroad tracks.
Your Highness, there is a little gold mine here.
Qin Xiong pointed at the wall of the mine tunnel.
What are you waiting for, second brother? Chang Yaojin smiled and started digging with his pickaxe.
There were 3 people, 2 of them were mining and 1 was on guard. After digging out the gold mine here, Qin Xiong placed a round stone near the left side. He just discovered that this abandoned mine seemed a bit long, and worried about getting lost in it, he left some marks.
Let's go, everyone be safe. Li Chengqian reminded again.
At this time, a spider web appeared in front of us.
This is a spider web, don't touch it. If you encounter it, it will take you half a day to get out.
Li Chengqian pointed at the spider web in front of him and reminded him.
Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin walked around the spider web. The 3 of them soon arrived at the railway tracks. Duke Qin, Duke Chang, knock out these rails. It will be of great use in the future.
Li Chengqian also took out an iron pickaxe to dig, as these rails could be brought to the Tang Dynasty in the future.
Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin nodded immediately. Then they dug up a lot of railroad tracks and even found a lot of lapis lazuli.
Oh my god, I finally found a diamond.
At this time, Li Chengqian saw the diamond he had been longing for not far away. This time he did the digging himself. Chang Yaojin and the other 2 were protecting them on the side, and just at that moment 2 cave spiders came.
Brother, have you noticed? This spider is different from the ones we encountered outside.
Chen Yaojin took out his shield and weapon and slowly approached the two spiders.
Nonsense, didn't your highness just say this thing is a cave spider? Jijie, be careful.
Because Qin Xiong wanted to protect Li Chengqian, he didn't dare to go far and could only ask Chen Yaojin to be careful and not get attacked.
Chen Yaojin nodded and went to deal with the two cave spiders.
At this time, Li Chengqian smiled and dug up all the diamonds here, a total of 4 diamonds. Can now be crafted into a diamond pickaxe.
Oh no, I'm poisoned.
Chen Yaojin's voice was heard at this time. Although he killed the 2 cave spiders, he himself was also poisoned. Qin Xiong and Li Chengqian ran over immediately.
Jijie, didn't I tell you to be careful? Qin Xiong's face was full of anxiety.
Li Chengqian calmly took out the milk bucket and handed it to Chen Yaojin. Duke Chang, just drink some milk.
Be careful next time.
We only have 2 buckets of milk left.
Chen Yaojin looked ashamed.
Your Highness, I was careless just now.
Chen Yaojin's face was full of apology. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, "It's okay.
Just be careful later."
Then they continued to explore.
A minecart storage chest was found in a corner.
Li Chengqian opened it excitedly. What comes into view are 4 rails, 7 torches, 5 glowing berries and an enchanted book. He couldn't wait to pick up the enchantment book and found it was Fortune 3. Ah, I'm so lucky, I'm actually in Fortune 3.
Li Chengqian burst into laughter immediately.
Now that I have diamonds in Fortune 3, I can just make a diamond pickaxe. Perfect. Your Highness, what is Fortune 3?
Seeing Li Chengqian smiling so happily, Chen Yaojin asked curiously. Qin Xiong also pricked up his ears.
With this luck 3, when we dig diamonds, instead of dropping 1, there's a high chance we'll drop 2, 3, or even 4.
Li Chengqian had a smile on his face and took out the anvil and workbench from his backpack.
Made a diamond pickaxe and then enchanted it with Fortune 3 using an anvil. We'll find some ore later, use this to dig. Li Chengqian said.
Yes, Your Highness.
The 2 nodded.
Then they began looking for other minerals. At the same time, many boxes were also found, but there were no enchanted books or golden apples in these boxes.
Just some torches, rails, and glowberries. This made Li Chengqian quite disappointed.
After working in the abandoned mine for a long time, we dug up a total of 7 diamonds, as well as a lot of other ores, a set of rails, and more than a dozen power rails. Just when Li Chengqian was about to leave, he discovered a cave spider spawner. Your Highness, be careful, there are a lot of cave spiders spawning here. When Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong saw 5 or 6 cave spiders giving birth, the first thing they thought of was to retreat.
There are so many spiders, what if one bites Li Chengqian? There's nothing to do with them.
Li Chengqian set his eyes on the monster spawning cage.
If you can dig it out, you can gain a lot of experience points. Don't waste it.
Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and made a diamond sword for each of Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong.
Duke Chang, Duke Qin, please exchange this weapon.
Li Chengqian handed the diamond sword to them. When Chen Yaojin and the others saw that Li Chengqian had changed their weapons, they immediately realized that the power of this weapon must be greater than that of the iron sword. So he rushed forward with his shield.
Li Chengqian was not idle either.
He took advantage of the time when Chen Yaojin and the other 2 were killing the spider to keep inserting torches. After the 2 of them killed all the spiders, Li Chengqian had already filled the room with torches.
Now it's my turn.
Li Chengqian took out his diamond pickaxe and started digging the monster spawner in front of him. When the monster spawning cage was dug out, Li Chengqian heard the sound of a lot of experience points being credited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Adding the experience gained from mining in abandoned mines and the experience gained here, Li Chengqian is now level 6.
You can bring in new people again.
Li Chengqian was even happier.
The more people there are, the more things can be done. Let's go back.
Li Chengqian and his companions began to return along the same route. After walking for a long time, I finally saw the sun outside.
The sun has just risen for a short time. It seems that we have spent at least one day down there. Qin Xiong analyzed.
Yeah, hopefully not for long.
Li Chengqian frowned. It was pitch black underground and he couldn't tell the time at all. Mining made it easy to ignore time.
I don't know how long the Tang Dynasty has been here.
Let's go to the Witch Tower and get some redstone dust.
Then we'll go see if the happy ghost has grown up.
If it has, we can write it back to Datang. Li Chengqian was very happy when he thought of this. Fly back.
Li Chengqian looked at his backpack and found that he had no leather or wool, only glass, and could not make the evil spirit saddle. However, Chang Yaojin had 4 of them that he could use later.
Dukes, if you see a sheep on the way back, just kill one. I need wool for a ghast saddle. Li Chengqian said.
Yes, Your Highness.
The two nodded.
They were also smiling happily, so they should be able to sit down too. After all, the evil spirits in hell are so big that there is no problem for the 3 of them to sit down.
Walk.
Li Chengqian was in front, and the other 2 were behind, jogging towards the Witch Tower.
They came to the collection device of the Witch Tower.
Although they had been in the fairyland for a long time this time, they had not been in the area of the Witch Tower, which caused it to not work well. There are only 3 stacks of redstone dust in the chest.
Let's go see the happy ghost.
Li Chengqian and the others turned around and headed towards the iron brushing machine. On the way, they also killed a white sheep.
Taking its wool, Li Chengqian immediately made the evil spirit saddlery. When he arrived at the house where the happy evil spirit was imprisoned, Li Chengqian couldn't wait to tear the house down, revealing the happy evil spirit that had grown up inside. Li Chengqian immediately put the evil spirit saddle on it. Chang Yaojin leaned close to Qin Xiong's ear and whispered, "Brother, when I first saw this happy evil spirit, I subconsciously wanted to take out my bow."
Qin Xiong also nodded in agreement.
By the way, if I kill the happy ghast, will it drop ghast tears? Chang Yaojin asked curiously.
Qin Xiong rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you kill him, be prepared to be hung up and whipped by His Highness."
He.
Chang Yaojin smiled awkwardly, then said hurriedly, "Second brother, I was just joking."
How could I really do that?
At this time, Li Chengqian had already installed the evil spirit saddle and dismantled the room,
and sat in the driving seat of the happy evil spirit.
Your Highness still has us." Chang Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian, who was about to take off, and jumped and shouted hurriedly.
Li Chengqian waved for them to come quickly.
The 2 of them immediately mounted the happy evil spirit as if they were riding horses.
Li Chengqian controlled the happy evil spirit to fly upwards. Wow, this is what it feels like to fly. Why doesn't it feel exciting?
Chang Yaojin felt that this was too slow compared to the happy evil spirit. It was different from the flying he imagined. He believed in flying at lightning speed.
Don't worry, Lord Chang. You'll have a chance to experience it later.
Li Chengqian smiled and said that once they got the elytra, they would be able to fly freely in the sky. I don't have that ability now, so I can only experience it with the happy ghost.
Let's go back to Datang.
Li Chengqian created a huge light gate in front, and then controlled the happy evil spirit to fly over.
The next second, they appeared inside Li Chengqian's bedroom. Duke Chang, go open the door quickly. I want to fly out. Li Chengqian said.
Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin went down immediately, and Qin Xiong also went down to help when he saw this. As the door to the bedroom opened, Li Chengqian controlled the happy evil spirit and flew out. At this time, outside Li Chengqian's yard, Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, Li Yuan and others were all there. Because Li Chengqian and his companions had been in the fairyland for 4 days and had not returned, they were very worried.
Father, mother, grandfather, the door to my eldest brother's bedroom is open.
Li Tai pointed excitedly at the palace gate. He was also worried because his eldest brother had not come back for so long.
Chang Qian. Empress Changsuan's legs almost went weak as she looked at the open door.
The palace maid beside her immediately supported Empress Changsun.
Guan Yinbi is fine. Chang Qian and the others have returned.
Li Shimin immediately took Empress Changsun from the palace maid's hands and looked at her with heartache.
Empress Changsun hasn't had a good rest these days. This brat, I will definitely teach him a lesson later. Li Yuan said.
He has been the same these days, worrying all the time whether something might happen to his precious grandson.
There was not a single day that I slept. Ha! Big brother flew out riding on something.
Li Lizzie covered her mouth and pointed at Li Chengqian, who flew out of the bedroom. When Li Chengqian saw his relatives, he waved to them hurriedly.
Aunt, mother, yeah. Li Chengqian sat on the happy evil spirit and waved at them. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Fly! Some young eunuchs and palace maids collapsed directly on the ground. Brother, Lizzie wants to fly too. Li Lizzie ran over immediately. Li Tai followed closely behind. Brother, I'm here. Chengqian, Grandpa wants one too. Li Yuan, who had just said that he would beat Li Chengqian, now ran over like an old child.
Li Chengqian controlled the happy evil spirit downwards, and then signaled the three of them to come up.
Li Lizzie, Li Tai and Li Yuan went up immediately. Because of the MC rule, Li Chengqian was not worried that they would fall. Awing, Lizzie, Xinke, are you ready? Li Chengqian asked them.
Brother is ready.
Chengqian, take off.
The three of them spoke excitedly. Then, in Li Shimin's eyes that were almost red with envy, Li Chengqian controlled the happy evil spirit to slowly fly upwards. Empress Changsun was originally very worried about Li Chengqian, but when she saw him teasing his younger brothers and sisters, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and her eyes were full of pride. Then she noticed that her Erlang was looking at the four people above with envy, so she leaned over to whisper in his ear.
Don't worry, Erlang.
I'll talk to Chengqian later and let Erlang ride this flying mount to court. Empress Changsun's words instantly made Li Shimin's eyes shine brightly.
Guanyin made.
Li Shimin wished he could give his wife a good kiss at this moment. At the same time, Li Shimin immediately arranged for someone to spread the news that his son had brought back a flying mount from the fairyland,
so as not to cause some bad influence.
At this time, as the height increased, Li Chengqian and his friends were able to see the entire East Palace. Brother, look, that's my bedroom.
Yes, I saw my chambers, too.
And my mother's.
Li Lizzie and Li Tai did not show any fear while sitting there. Instead, they looked around happily. Li Yuan looked at everything in front of him and became calm instead.
A hint of the past appeared in his eyes. At this time, the people in the East Palace also discovered something in the sky.
Everyone stared in amazement.
Fortunately, someone soon came to inform us that the one in the sky was the Crown Prince's mount.
So the eunuchs and palace maids all knelt on the ground and kowtowed.
Yang Fei and the others looked at the happy evil spirit flying in the sky with shocked expressions.
Mother, there seems to be someone sitting up there. Li Ke pointed at the happy evil spirit above, and he seemed to see several human figures.
Yang Fei squinted her eyes, looked carefully and found that there was indeed someone there.
One of them seemed to be wearing bright yellow clothes, and she thought to herself, could that be His Majesty?
At this time, the happy evil spirit had flown to a height of 1,000 meters.
Awing, Lizzie, Xinke, we have to prepare to go down. Li Chengqian didn't plan to fly up anymore.
Although it seemed that he hadn't reached the limit of the happy evil spirit yet, he was worried that something might happen if he flew any further. If it rained suddenly, they would probably be soaked by the speed at which the happy evil spirit lands.
Okay, big brother. Li Tai nodded.
He was a little scared now that he had flown so high.
Wow, big brother, look, those people look like ants.
Li Lizzie then pointed at the people of Chang'an City.
Li Chengqian also nodded in agreement.
At this time, the people of Chang'an City were all kowtowing to Li Chengqian and others.
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is absolutely an immortal.
That's right, no wonder His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was able to go to the fairyland. With His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Tang Dynasty will surely enjoy prosperity and peace. Everyone was very excited, as if they had already seen the arrival of a prosperous era. It can be said that Li Chengqian's reputation in Chang'an City now directly surpasses that of his father Li Shimin. At this time, some parents with sick children came to the street with their children and kowtowed to Li Chengqian and others. Your Highness, may my son recover. When the people from the aristocratic families saw these poor parents, there was no sympathy in their eyes. Instead, they tacitly thought of an opportunity to test them. So they left in a hurry. Inside the East Palace, Li Chengqian and the others landed on the ground. Li Tai's legs felt a little weak, but Li Lizzie was very excited as if nothing had happened. Li Yuan's face was full of memories. Li Chengqian rubbed Li Tai's head at this moment. He thought it was normal for his legs to be weak. When I first went traveling, I took a hot air balloon for the first time. My legs were so weak when I got off, just like the feeling of returning to land for the first time after being on a boat for several days. Aunt, are you okay? Li Chengqian couldn't help but feel worried when he saw Li Yuan like this. Chengqian, Grandpa is fine. Just now, I saw the appearance of the palace from above, which reminded me of some things and some people. Li Yuan quickly adjusted his mentality. Li Chengqian was relieved to see that Li Yuan was fine. He took out the glowing berries from his backpack. Come on, Aang, Lizzie and Qinkei, come and try this. Li Chengqian gave them one each. Wow, big brother, this fruit is glowing. Li Lizzie was a little reluctant to eat this, she thought it looked very good. Seeing this, Li Chengqian gave another one to his sister. Thank you, brother. Li Lizzie jumped up with joy. At this time, Li Yuan and Li Tai had already tasted it, and just when Li Chengqian was preparing for Li Shimin and Empress Zhengsun to taste it, it turned out that Empress Zhengsun came over angrily. What are Li Shimin, Qin Shon, and Shang Yaojin talking about? At the same time, he found that the eunuchs and palace maids in the yard were gone, as if they had been cleared out. Chengqian, didn't you promise your mother not to go to hell? Empress Zhengsun was so angry that she put her hand next to Li Chengqian's ear and twisted it gently. Mother, I didn't go to hell. I'm going to the underworld. Li Chengqian argued cunningly. What nonsense! Duke Qin and Duke Cheng just said that the lower world is hell. As Empress Zhengsun spoke, she hugged Li Chengqian. Then he started crying quietly. Seeing Empress Zhengsun crying, Li Chengqian suddenly became flustered. Mother, I will never rashly go to the underworld again. Don't cry, Mom. I'll go again when I can bring a lot of people in. Li Chengqian hurriedly made assurances to Empress Zhengsun. Okay, Chengqian, this is what you said. Empress Zhengsun stopped crying instantly and looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked at his mother with his mouth wide open. This. P.S. I still owe you one chapter, I will update it later, I need to take a break, I am too tired. Thank you all for your support, thank you all, finally I would like to ask for some gifts, thank you all. Family Games Gift Baskets. Li Shimin looked at his son's confused look and couldn't help laughing. Jijia, Shubao, you guys have been busy for so long, go back and take a rest first. Li Shimin looked at the two of them with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. The two men clasped their fists, then bowed to Li Chengqian and Li Yuan respectively before leaving. At this time, Li Shimin also walked to Li Chengqian's side. Chengqian, don't act so recklessly next time. At least tell I and Anian when you go. Li Shimin squatted down and touched Li Chengqian's hair. I know. I won't do that next time. Li Chengqian nodded. By the way, how are the preparations for the craftsmen you prepared going? Li Chengqian asked. If the craftsmen are soon in place, he plans to build a fully automatic stone brushing machine and a tree farm in Datang to facilitate the supply of building materials during construction. It's almost there. Li Junxian is checking to see if any of the craftsmen are from aristocratic families. Li Shimin did not want there to be spies from aristocratic families among these craftsmen. Li Chengqian nodded at this indeed needs to be investigated thoroughly. By the way, Chengqian, go change your clothes later. Later tonight, I will invite all the clan members to a banquet and have a good gathering. Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian nodded. Then Li Shimin left, and Empress Changsun went to deal with the affairs of the harem.
leaving Li Yuan and his 4 grandchildren behind.
Chengqian, come and go fishing with the beautiful Qingke with a wang.
Li Yuan waved to Li Chengqian. Li Lizzie jumped up happily, she loved fishing the most.
Li Tai, who was standing by, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
He has given up hope.
Okay, Ang.
Li Chengqian nodded.
He made a rope with a slime ball and string and tied the happy evil spirit in place. Just at this time, the palace maids and eunuchs who had retreated earlier came back again.
Li Chengqian asked 2 young eunuchs to guard here.
The 2 designated young eunuchs were so excited that they trembled all over. They immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Chengqian.
This made Li Chengqian extremely confused. Is it necessary to get so excited about asking them to do some work? Li Yuan looked at his grandson's puzzled eyes, so he told Li Chengqian about Zhang Anunda's story.
Oh, so that's how
it is. Li Chengqian suddenly understood.
He now knew why the eunuchs looked at him with such fiery eyes. It turns out that they all dreamed of being awarded a title and having a cow grow one day. Watch out, happy evil spirit, I will reward you in the future. Li Chengqian patted both of them on the shoulders.
Yes, Your Highness.
Both of them had tears in their eyes. The other eunuchs looked at them both with jealousy. Then Li Yuan took the 3 siblings to other places to go fishing.
There is a kelp bone meal machine running here, which is very noisy and inconvenient.
This palace will probably be empty in the future unless a kelp bone meal machine is built somewhere else. Li Chengqian, Li Yuan and his party came to a quiet palace. Li Yuan was about to send someone to move the water tank, but Li Chengqian immediately stopped him. Aunt, there's no need to go through so much trouble.
Li Chengqian used an iron pickaxe to dig a 6x6 pit, only 1 grid deep.
Then pour water in it.
Now you can go fishing.
Li Chengqian said with a smile.
Not bad, not bad. Chengqian, give this bucket to Ong. Li Yuan planned to look at Li Chengqian with a smile.
He planned to turn around and call Pei Ji to the palace, and then show off in front of him.
Okay, Ang.
Li Chengqian directly gave him 2 and told Li Yuan how to use 2 buckets of water to make infinite water. It's truly something from the fairy world. Li Yuan looked at the 2 iron buckets in his hands, then turned his gaze to Li Chengqian, feeling lucky that Chengqian was his grandson.
If he was an outsider, the Tang Dynasty might be. Okay, on, let's start fishing.
Seeing that Li Lizzie was already impatient, Li Chengqian immediately took out a fishing rod and started fishing. The 4 of them started one after another. Li Chengqian noticed that Li Tai, who was very unlucky, was the most focused.
He couldn't help but smile. Is Qingke getting more and more addicted to food the more it's cooked? At the same time,
all members of the royal family have learned about His Majesty's banquet, and this time His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be in attendance. Everyone started to prepare. They all wanted to show their faces in front of Li Chengqian.
In the East Palace,
concubine Yang was also choosing clothes for her son Li Ku at this moment. She hoped to use this opportunity to help her son get along well with Li Chengqian.
Kor, you'll see your brother, the Crown Prince, soon. Do you know what to do? Concubine Yang asked about her child.
Li Ka nodded, his face serious as he said, "Don't worry, mother. I will get along well with my elder brother, the Crown Prince."
Concubine Yang touched Li Ka's forehead with hers. Time soon came to the banquet.
Li Chengqian had changed his clothes at this time. He brought Li Lizzie and Li Tai to Empress Changsuan's palace. At this time, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were sitting together, looking at them with smiles on their faces.
Chengqian, Lizzie, Qingke, you are here, let's go now.
Empress Changsun and Li Shimin looked at their children with smiles.
Yes, mother, and yeah.
They followed Empress Changsun and Li Shimin to the palace where the banquet was held. Halfway through the journey, I met Li Yuan who had changed his clothes.
Li Lizzie trotted over. Li Yuan picked up his lucky granddaughter.
Then the group went to the palace together. At this time, many royal family members were already seated in the palace. They looked at the bright torches around them, wondering if His Majesty could reward them with one or two later. Your Majesty the retired Emperor, Your Majesty the Emperor, Your Majesty the Empress, and Your Majesty the Crown Prince have arrived. At this time, the concubines, princes, and royal relatives present all knelt down and saluted in order of their rank.
Everyone, get up, Li Yuan said. Li Shimin also nodded. Then everyone took their seats one by one. Li Yuan sat in the center, Li Shimin and Empress Zhengsun sat on the left, and Li Chengqian sat on the right with his younger brothers and sisters. Today's family dinner, there is no such thing as the Supreme Emperor or His Majesty. Everyone enjoy the food. Li Yuan raised his hand and pressed it lightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his eyes. Li Shimin also said, "It just so happens that the prince brought back some lamb and beef from the fairyland. Everyone should try it. This meat is good for your health." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone's eyes couldn't help but become hot, because everyone knew about Zhang Anunda's affairs. If that thing can grow, it must be good for the body. Li Chengqian became confused at this moment, because his father didn't ask him for meat. So he looked at the backpacks of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. They found that all the meat in their backpacks was gone. At this moment he understood that his father had been robbed. P.S. It's a bit late to post, sorry. Thank you all for the gifts. Finally, I would like to ask for some gifts, hee. Gift baskets. Family games. Everyone, let's start eating. After Li Shimin finished speaking, Li Yuan started eating first. Then Li Shimin also started eating. When everyone saw that Li Chengqian and Empress Zhengsun had also started eating, they began to taste. Li Shaogong couldn't wait to take a bite. He had fought in wars for most of his life and had many hidden injuries on his body. This time he was lucky. While everyone was having the banquet, they did not forget to praise Li Chengqian. This made Li Yuan, Li Shimin and Empress Zhengsun very happy. This made Li Chengqian feel embarrassed. But Li Chengqian was soon released. At this time, Li Ke came to Li Chengqian with juice. Brother Prince. Li Ke didn't know how to get along with Li Chengqian at this time. Li Chengqian is not only the crown prince now, but also the son of an immortal. Third brother is here, come sit next to me. And just call me big brother. Li Chengqian looked at the well-behaved Li Ke, waved to him and asked him to sit next to him. Thank you, brother. Li Ke sat next to Li Chengqian cautiously. Li Chengqian noticed him like this, and when he saw the encouragement in Yang Fei's eyes not far away, he turned his head and looked at Li Ke with a hint of sympathy. Li Ke was only 6 years old now. To comfort him, Li Chengqian took out a glowing berry from his backpack and gave it to him. Third brother, try this. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Li Lizzie, who was standing by, saw this and said hurriedly, brother, I want one too. Li Tai also looked over and raised his hand quickly, brother, I'm here too. Seeing this, Li Chengqian gave one to each of them. They ate with great relish. When people not far away saw this, they all looked at Li Ke, Li Lizzie, and Li Tai with envy. Concubine Yang's eyes were filled with smiles at this moment. My own Core's future is safe. She no longer had to worry about her bloodline having any negative impact on Core. As long as Core holds onto the prince's thigh tightly, no one in the Tang Dynasty can touch Core. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the banquet was over. All the members of the royal family now rushed to Li Shimin to ask for torches. Li Chengqian and the others went to the bedroom. Brother, can I come and play with you guys tomorrow? Li Ke asked nervously. Before Li Chengqian could say anything, Li Tai beside him nodded hurriedly, brother, just come over when the time comes. We'll go fishing together. Li Tai thought that with Li Ke's arrival, one more person would suffer misfortune, and he would feel better. Well, third brother, come tomorrow. Big brother will take you to play some fun games then. Li Chengqian smiled and said that although he knew that Li Ke approached him for some special purpose, he knew that Li Ke and Yang Fei's purpose was very simple, which was to seek stability. He doesn't care about it. Thank you, brother. Li Ke thanked Li Chengqian sincerely. Li Chengqian smiled and waved his hand. Then, led by the palace maids and eunuchs, they each returned to their respective bedrooms to rest. The second day. Li Chengqian got up after a long sleep. At this time, he discovered that Li Tai, Li Lizzie, and Li Ku had also come to his new palace. "Brother, take us fishing." Li Lizzie ran over with a fishing rod. Li Chengqian nodded, thinking of accompanying them to fish for a while. Li Chengqian asked the eunuch to get a fishing rod and give it to Li Ku. Then he took them to the place where they went fishing yesterday. Li Tai was now very actively teaching Li Ku how to fish. Li Chengqian looked at Li Tai and immediately understood his little thoughts. Then the four of them sat in a row and started fishing. After a while, Li Lizzie and Li Ku caught something. Li Lizzie is a nautilus shell, while Li Ku is an enchanted bow. "Brother, I caught something." Li Ku didn't expect that he would catch something on his first try. A big question mark popped up on little Li Tai's head. "How did you catch it?" Li Lizzie pulled the nautilus shell and asked Li Chengqian, "Brother, what is this?" "Lizzie, this is a nautilus shell. You can collect it." Li Chengqian then turned his gaze to the bow in Li Ku's hand. Li Ku handed the bow to Li Chengqian with a smile on his face. "Brother, take a look." Li Chengqian took it and took a look. He didn't expect that the enchantment on this bow was fire arrow. "That's right, third brother, the arrows shot from this bow of yours will set their targets on fire," Li Chengqian said. "Third brother, play with what you caught." Li Chengqian returned the bow to Li Ku. Just then Li Shimin came and looked at Li Ku with shining eyes. Li Tai, who was originally sad, suddenly laughed when he saw this scene. "Cool." Li Shimin was thinking about how to take the bow from Li Ku. So he squatted down with a smile and touched Li Ku's head. "Cool, did you catch this bow?" Li Shimin asked the question even though he knew the answer. "Yes, father. I just caught it with the fishing rod my eldest brother gave me." Li Ku's face was full of excitement. "Then core can't be given to the emperor? Father will give you gold in exchange." Li Shimin continued speaking. Li Ku thought about it and finally agreed to exchange it for gold. He thought that now that he had gold, he could give it to his mother and let her keep it. "Ha ha, my good son." When Li Shimin saw that he agreed, he kissed him immediately. Li Tai was unhappy at the moment because his father had not given him anything to exchange. Li Shimin handed the bow to the eunuch behind him, and then waved to Li Chengqian. The father and son came to the side. "Chengqian, Li Junxian has already selected 1,000 craftsmen. When will the construction of the palace begin?" Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian excitedly. Let me get ready." Li Chengqian planned to bind these craftsmen into arrow makers. One advantage of an arrow maker over a stonemason is that they don't have to burn cobblestone into stone, which saves a lot of time. However, wooden sticks are needed to train arrow makers, so Li Chengqian also needs to build some tree farms. "Good." Li Shimin nodded. Li Chengqian then arranged for someone to notify Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong to come to the East Palace. At the same time, Li Chengqian planned to build a tree farm next to the weaving factory. After all, the place was protected by troops sent by Li Shimin, so if he built a tree farm there, he would not need to send extra troops to protect it. Speaking of the army, Li Chengqian thought that he could select some people from his East Palace guards, bind work blocks to them, and then arm them with iron sleeves. At that time, I won't have to be confined to a small East Palace. Redstone machines can be built outside. Li Chengqian thought his idea was good. And he can also control a powerful army. An invincible army. When Li Yuan learned that Li Chengqian was going to build a new building, he hurried over from Taiji Hall. Originally, he had invited Pei Ji into the palace, intending to show off in front of his old friend. But old friends are nothing compared to learning after your grandchildren? When Pei Ji entered the palace, he was stunned by the empty hall. After asking the eunuchs in the palace, I learned that the emperor had gone to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He gave a helpless smile and waited on the side. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong came to Li Chengqian's side. "Duke Chang, Duke Qin, I plan to select some elite soldiers from the left and right guards and arm them with armor from the Immortal realm.
As soon as Li Chengqian said this, Chen Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at him in confusion.
Your Highness, is that your plan?
The two looked at him in confusion. Fortunately, Li Chengqian is still young, otherwise the two of them would have suspected that Li Chengqian was planning to rebel against Li Shimin. I plan to build some tree farms next to the weaving factory, and I will also build automatic stone generators later. I'm worried about someone causing trouble, so I plan to arm a group of people with the abilities of the immortal world to protect these machines. At the same time, I plan to build some machines in other places in the future, not just around the East Palace.
Li Chengqian expressed his thoughts. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong now understood. Duke Qin, go and personally select the right soldiers now. Duke Chang will stay and learn with me how to build a tree farm. You will have to help me later. Li Chengqian said to the two of them.
Yes, Your Highness. The two of them clasped their fists and said.
Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin went to the outside of the weaving factory to start building a tree farm.
However, Qin Xiong did not go directly to the left and right guards, but went to find Li Shimin first.
Since this concerns the army, we must report to Li Shimin.
When Qin Xiong came to Li Shimin and relayed Li Chengqian's words to him one by one, Li Shimin smiled and nodded. Shu Bao, since Chengqian has said so, please take the trouble to select some loyal soldiers. Li Shimin felt that since they had the power of the immortal world to support them, the soldiers' own abilities were not very important, but loyalty was what mattered. At the same time, Li Shimin also thought about going to his son later and asking him to arm his black armor army.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seeing that Li Shimin did not stop him and his expression did not change, Qin Xiong felt relieved. To be honest, he was quite afraid that some rift would arise between Li Chengqian and Li Shimin. On one side is His Majesty whom he has followed for many years, and on the other side is the hope for the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. Once the two of them came to blows, he could only persuade Li Chengqian to treat Li Shimin well. I will send Li Junxian to cooperate with you. Investigate those soldiers thoroughly and never let anyone from the aristocratic families get involved.
Li Shimin would not give the aristocratic families any chance.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Qin Xiong immediately went down to prepare.
Li Shimin also sent someone to notify Li Junxian and asked him to cooperate with Li Chengqian.
Chengqian, I hope you can give I a big surprise. Li Shimin couldn't wait to see what would happen to the armed soldiers from the immortal world.
You must know that there are many countries around the Tang Dynasty ready to make moves. At this time, Li Chengqian and Chang Yaojin came to the weaving factory.
Li Yuan also trotted over.
Chengqian, take on with you, Ong will also come to learn from you. Li Yuan said with a smile. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Finally, I would like to ask for some free gifts, hee hee.
Okay, Ong just happens to need help today.
We have a big project today. Li Chengqian was naturally happy to have someone to help him. If his brothers were not too young and unreliable, he would have asked them to help.
Is Chengqian going to start building the palace later? Li Yuan asked.
He has been looking forward to it for a long time.
Li Chengqian nodded, yes, uncle. Let's prepare some things now and then we'll start the construction work. Li Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, how will Chengqian send the craftsmen up there? Will you have to rely on your mount to carry them one by one? If we deliver them one by one, it would be a huge project.
Li Chengqian shook his head. How could he possibly send them one by one? Ong, I will build 3 or 4 water elevators for them to go up and down. Li Chengqian considered that after binding the work block, they would be able to use the water elevator normally, which was just the right time to solve this problem. Although Li Yuan didn't know what a water elevator was, he was relieved because his grandson had already found a solution. Then the three of them came to an open space. Li Shimin has allocated all the vacant land here to Li Chengqian for use. Right here. Li Chengqian planned to build a ghost tree farm. The principle is very simple. In MC, to determine whether a sapling has grown up, you need to see whether the leaves of the sapling are fully grown. Just place blocks where the leaves grow to block them, even if the sapling has become a log at this moment. But by continuing to use bone meal on it, it will continue to grow. So using this principle you can brush logs.
Use the piston to push the logs above away. The piston can push up to 12, which can push the generated logs far away.
Li Chengqian plans to make a TNT replicator to deal with the logs that have been pushed out. The only thing this machine needs to be supplemented with is bone meal, but Li Chengqian plans to build a kelp bone meal machine here to supplement the bone meal for several tree farms in the future. Li Chengqian briefly explained the principles of the tree farm to Li Yuan and Chang Yaojin.
Although they didn't understand the meaning, they memorized it anyway. Anyway, this is the right thing to do. Li Chengqian made some launchers and throwers.
The dispenser launches bone meal to ripen the saplings, while the dropper refills the dispenser with bone meal. Li Chengqian placed a grass block, and then placed dispensers on all 4 sides, so that bone meal could be emitted from 4 directions to ripen the saplings. Then a timer was made on the side of the repeater.
Controls the transmitter's transmission frequency. Chang Yaojin and Li Yuan held pens and recorded everything with full concentration. Then use boulders to block the direction in which the leaves might grow. Then place the piston.
Outside the 7 and 11 by 11 pool was built so that the logs blown off later could flow along the water and stay at the center point.
Then the funnel collects it. After building more than a dozen of them, they began to construct the TNT replicator. Your Highness, I will build this TNT replicator myself. Chang Yaojin didn't dare let Li Chengqian build it. What if something unexpected happened?
He can be blown to death, but Li Chengqian cannot be hurt at all. Li Yuan also grabbed Li Chengqian's arm, and then said seriously, Chengqian, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Seeing that both Li Yuan and Chang Yaojin strongly opposed it, Li Chengqian nodded.
Then he ordered Chang Yaojin to start building a TNT replicator on it.
Fortunately, Chang Yaojin already had some basic knowledge, and under the command of Li Chengqian, he quickly built a TNT replicator.
Pull the lever and the TNT replicator starts running. Li Chengqian immediately pulled Li Yuan and signaled Chang Yaojin to stay away. The activated TNT fell from above.
Because there was no log to block it, the activated TNT fell directly into the pool and exploded with a
bang. Because of the water, TNT just makes a loud noise but doesn't do any damage.
Seeing that he was successful, Li Chengqian immediately asked Chang Yaojin to lock him up. At this time, another TNT fell and exploded.
Chengqian, is this the TNT that blew up the Turks? Li Yuan swallowed his saliva. He couldn't imagine how horrible it would be if this exploded outside. Yes, if you accidentally activate the TNT later. You must hide in time. If it's too late, put a bucket of water and hide in it.
Li Chengqian said to Li Yuan and Chang Yaojin, according to the MC rule, as long as you hide in the water, TNT can't hurt you.
Good. Li Yuan nodded seriously. Just then a cavalry rushed over.
Seeing who was coming, Chang Yaojin subconsciously wanted to protect Li Chengqian behind him, but he thought of something and did not make any excessive movements.
He just stood slightly in front of Li Chengqian.
After Li Chengqian noticed Chang Yaojin's actions, he immediately looked at the cavalry and found that the person leading the troops was Xuanwu, a general under the former crown prince. But now he should have been subdued by his own father.
Chengqian, don't worry. Xuanwu has been subdued by your father. Li Yuan explained to Li Chengqian.
Li Chengqian nodded. Xuanwu dismounted at this moment, trotted over in a hurry, and looked at Li Chengqian with eyes full of respect. Yesterday he saw Li Chengqian flying into the sky on his mount. At the same time, he thought to himself, the two sounds just now must be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince casting his magic. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. His Majesty did not blame me for attacking the Prince of Qin's palace, but instead entrusted me with the important task of guarding the factory built by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He made up his mind at that moment that he would rather sacrifice his body than let the bad guys get close to the factory. Greetings to the Emperor, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince.
He knelt on one knee. Get up. General Xue, are you coming? Li Yuan asked.
Your Majesty, I just heard an explosion here, so I hurried over. I didn't expect that it was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who was performing magic here. Xuanwu hurriedly explained.
Yes. Thank you for your hard work, General Xue.
There's nothing wrong here, go patrol somewhere else.
Li Yuan waved his hand and let Xuanwu leave. Xuanwu saluted Li Yuan and Li Chengqian before turning and leaving.
Only after seeing him leave did Chang Yaojin relax.
Chang Yaojin attaches great importance to Xuanwu.
After all, this guy almost broke into the Qin palace for the sake of the former prince.
His strength is extraordinary.
Xuanwu went to the weaving factory to comfort the palace maids who were unaware of the situation. Seeing this, Li Chengqian continued to explain to Li Yuan and Chang Yaojin. Soon the ghost farm was completed.
Well, do you understand? Li Chengqian looked at his grandfather and Chang Yaojin with hope.
This time, Chang Yaojin nodded confidently. After several studies and with the notes in his hand, he had hope of building the tree farm. But his own grandfather shook his head. Well, Lord Chang, let's build a few tree farms around this area. I'll take on with me to build a kelp bone meal machine first. Li Chengqian pointed to the location where the kelp bone meal machine was to be built and said that he planned to build the tree field behind it around the kelp bone meal machine.
Yes, Your Highness. Chang Yaojin immediately nodded and began to build the farm according to Li Chengqian's steps just now. Let's build a kelp bone meal machine. Li Chengqian said.
Well, I saw you build it last time, Chengqian, so let's review it this time. This will help you, Chengqian, later on. Li Yuan looked at Chang Yaojin who had already started building things alone, and the spirit of not admitting defeat suddenly came to
him. He is the emperor, how can he be worse than Chang Yaojin, a reckless man?
Li Chengqian saw that his grandfather was unwilling to admit defeat, so he smiled and nodded.
Then I got busy.
When the kelp bone powder machine was built, Li Chengqian looked at Li Yuan expectantly again.
This time, Li Yuan did not disappoint Li Chengqian.
Chengqian, this time, Ong has gained a lot. If I learn to build a tree farm from you again, Ong should be able to build a tree farm on his own.
Li Yuan couldn't wait to look at Li Chengqian.
Okay, Ang. I'm going to use the funnel to distribute some bone meal to this tree farm. Li Chengqian used a funnel to deliver the bone meal to the tree farm, then turned on the switch, and the tree farm immediately started running.
Li Yuan stood beside Li Chengqian, watching the tree farm in operation, and commented, "This tree farm is good, but it's a bit noisy."
After hearing his complaints, Li Chengqian thought that he could use pebbles to build up these tree farms and kelp bone meal machines.
It's okay, I just build a house behind it to cover it up.
The noise will be quieter then.
Li Chengqian said.
Okay, but don't let Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong do it then.
Their craftsmanship is too crude. Li Yuan looked at the square weaving factory not far away with a look of disgust.
There is such a thing next to the East Palace. If this wasn't Cheng Xian's property, he would have had it demolished.
Puff. Li Chengqian couldn't help but smile. Let's go, Chengqian, let's build the tree farm too.
Li Yuan was very excited at the moment, and he almost knew how to build a tree farm.
Li Chengqian went to teach him immediately.
After an hour, Li Yuan was able to build the tree farm by himself. At this moment, Qin Xiong arrived with 100 soldiers from the East Palace Guard. These 100 people are so excited at this moment. Just now they learned from Duke Qin that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would bestow upon them armor and weapons from the immortal world.
Wouldn't they then become heavenly soldiers and generals?
Your Highness, I have selected 100 people to report in advance. The subsequent people still need to be investigated by General Li Junxian. Qin Xiong explained why there were only 100 people.
Li Chengqian nodded after hearing this. It's just in time that we've already produced some wood.
Li Chengqian immediately called Qin Xiong to start synthesizing arrow-making platforms. After making 100 of them, he came to the 100 elite soldiers in front of him. At this moment, these 100 people looked at Li Chengqian with ardent admiration, their eyes burning with fire.
Duke Qin, bind the work blocks to them first.
Li Chengqian looked at the people in front of him and thought, it seems that my experience is worth making a dummy model first. One iron set requires 23 irons, so 100 people need 2,300 irons.
iron deficiency.
P.S. Thanks to Kazami Ichiki for the great sword he sent me on 520. I originally thought I could be lazy today and only write 2 chapters, but now I can only add 1 more chapter.
I would also like to thank everyone for all the gifts. Thank you. I will add more chapters for you when I have more gifts. Finally, please give me some gifts, hee hee.
Li Chengqian planned to enter my world later to see how much experience points the mannequin model required. Nowadays, if we don't have a dummy to hang up, there simply won't be enough supplies.
Everyone line up, come one by one. Qin Xiong was now responsible for binding these work blocks.
These work blocks were not placed randomly. Qin Xiong placed them in an orderly manner and also built a shelf with cobblestones.
This will make it easier to find someone's work block later. The person who was bound to the work block was excitedly watching the changes in his body. I feel like some of the pain in my body is gone. Yeah, the injury from previous training doesn't hurt at all now. Me too, I feel like my wound is healing quickly.
The soldiers were extremely excited as they felt the changes that represented changes in themselves. After all of them bound the work blocks, they immediately knelt in front of Li Chengqian and kowtowed to him.
Thank you, Your Highness.
They looked at Li Chengqian with fiery eyes.
Everyone, get up. Li Chengqian raised his hand slightly. Everyone stood up quickly. I think everyone has felt the changes in your body. Go back to the barracks today and get familiar with your strengthened bodies.
Tomorrow you will be issued with the armor and weapons of the immortal world. Li Chengqian first tricked them into going back to the barracks so that he could go to my world to solve the problem of iron deficiency.
Yes, Your Highness.
The soldiers nodded excitedly, then clasped their fists and left.
Duke Qin, please accompany me to the fairyland. We have a big problem to solve. Li Chengqian told the story of his iron deficiency.
Qin Xiong nodded immediately. Afterwards, Li Chengqian said something to Li Yuan and Chen Yaojin, and took Qin Xiong directly into the fairyland. As soon as he came in, Li Chengqian immediately began looking for the mannequin model. It turned out that the dummy module required 7 levels of experience points, but I was only at level 6. Duke Qin, go to the powder tower and help chop down the creepers. I'm going to expand the iron brushing machine here. Li Chengqian thought that he could expand the iron brushing machine while brushing iron at the same time, which was very cost-effective.
Qin Xiong went to gain experience points. Yes, Your Highness.
Qin Xiong really wanted to say that he could stay and help expand the iron brushing machine. But seeing that Li Chengqian was already busy, he had no choice but to go to the gunpowder tower to chop those monsters. When Li Chengqian built a new iron brushing machine on the original one, he had accumulated enough experience points and upgraded. So without saying anything, he used all the 7 levels of experience points to buy the dummy module.
Then a dummy was produced. Steve.
Li Chengqian looked at the dummy in front of him and touched him curiously. At this time, Qin Xiong saw a strange man appearing on Li Chengqian's side and immediately ran over.
Your Highness, who is this person?
Qin Xiong felt relieved when he saw that the man in front of him was motionless. This guy looks worse than those villagers.
There shouldn't be any danger. This is a dummy. You can hang around the machine later.
The machine will then be able to run continuously for 12 hours. Li Chengqian said with a smile. Qin Xiong also laughed after hearing this.
Then he asked, Your Highness, can this dummy farm?
Qin Xiong saw that the farmers on the automatic farm were very lazy. They just wandered around the fields after finishing their work, which made him very anxious. It would be great if this dummy could farm non-stop for 12 hours.
When Li Chengqian heard Qin Xiong's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Qin Xiong really cares about farming. Duke Qin can't do that. They can only stand still.
When Li Chengqian said this, Qin Xiong felt very disappointed. Duke Qin, let's protect him first to prevent him from being killed by monsters.
Li Chengqian said. Yes.
The two of them worked together and quickly sealed the dummy with mud. Then they left a dummy in the powder tower, witch tower, and slime.
Okay, it's done, let's go back first.
Li Chengqian saw that it was getting dark here, and it was probably getting dark in the Tang dynasty as well. At this time, Qin Xiong rubbed his hands awkwardly.
Your Highness, can I kill a few sheep and cattle before returning?
Qin Xiong wanted to give some meat from the fairyland to his wife and children at home. What I prepared last time was snatched away by His Majesty.
Okay, Duke Qin, I'll help you.
2. Li Chengqian couldn't help but smile when he thought about how his father had snatched the meat of Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin and held a banquet. So he also went down to help slaughter a few cattle and sheep. Then the two of them left my world. When we returned to the Tang dynasty, the sun had already set.
Your Highness, you are back. The Emperor and I built 4 tree farms.
Cheng Yaojin said proudly. Li Chengqian was a little surprised when he saw the machine already running. Mr. Cheng did a great job. These mutton and beef are yours as a reward. Li Chengqian gave the beef and mutton he had killed to Cheng Yaojin.
Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Highness. Cheng Yaojin smiled with great joy.
After getting the meat, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other, then hurriedly said goodbye to Li Chengqian and ran out of the eastern palace, fearing that they would be robbed by Li Shimin again.
The second day.
Early in the morning, Li Chengqian took Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong to my world to move out a lot of iron ingots. Then Li Chengqian, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong and Li Yuan who came to help were synthesizing the iron suits, iron swords and shields needed by the 100 people.
It's finally done.
Li Chengqian clapped his hands. At this time, Li Shimin came over with Fang Xianling, Du Ruvui, Li Jing, Chang Sunwuji and others.
Chengqian, is your armor ready?
Li Shimin brought his loyal ministers here today specifically to see what the armor from the fairy world looked like.
I is ready. Li Chengqian nodded and greeted everyone at the same time. He also called Chang Sunwuji uncle. This made Chang Sunwuji's face almost burst with laughter. Let those 100 people come over. Li Chengqian said to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch left in a hurry and then came out with 100 highly motivated soldiers. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince. 100 people knelt on one knee. Everyone, please stand up. Li Shimin raised his hand slightly. 100 elite soldiers immediately stood up. Come and get your armor. Qin Xiong said. They immediately lined up to receive their armor. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong distributed them personally. At this time, ministers such as Fang Xianling were watching curiously. They wanted to see how to wear this armor. The soldiers who received the armor equipped themselves directly. What's going on? You just put it on? Everyone was stunned as the armor disappeared from their hands and reappeared on their bodies. Li Jing, Ho Junji and other generals frowned. This armor in front of me looks like an iron barrel. It shouldn't be very heavy. At this time, the soldiers wearing armor immediately moved on the spot. He jumped around, not affected at all by the armor. On the contrary, it is very flexible. So flexible. Li Jing looked at the people in front of him and his eyes narrowed immediately. If Your Majesty had been at Xuanwu Gate, those 800 men would have been able to overturn the imperial palace if they had such armor. P.S. Finished, can take a break now, I feel so exhausted. Thank you for your support. Finally, please give me some gifts, thank you, if there are more gifts, I will add more. Li Shimin came in front of a soldier wearing iron armor. Your Majesty. When the soldiers saw Li Shimin coming, they knelt down on one knee. Li Shimin saw that the other party knelt very smoothly and was very satisfied with the armor. Get up! After Li Shimin finished speaking, he knocked on the armor with his hand. Then he looked at his baby son. Chengqian, can these soldiers? Li Shimin wanted to take these soldiers away. Li Chengqian immediately shook his head at this moment. No, I can use all these people. Li Chengqian rejected Li Shimin directly. Li Shimin smiled awkwardly at this and said, okay then, but Chengqian, when you have enough supplies later, you must give some to I. Li Chengqian nodded at this. Time. By the way, you can ask the craftsman to come over. Soon I can bind the work blocks to the craftsman, and then we can start building the palace in the sky," Li Chengqian said.
"Okay, I'll arrange it right away." When Li Shimin saw Li Chengqian's request, he immediately sent people to prepare.
Then he left with these ministers.
Li Chengqian looked at Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong and said, "My two lords, I plan to build some fully automatic stone crushing machines."
"Your Highness, we are here to help you."
Cheng Yaojin patted his chest confidently at this moment. He could be said to be very good at these things now. Qin Xiong looked at Li Chengqian and felt that this matter might not be that simple.
The fully automatic cobblestone generator requires a lot of lava. Ahem, I need to go to hell. Li Chengqian coughed.
Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin said in unison, "No, Your Highness, you can't go."
The two of them didn't dare to recognize Li Chengqian.
"Your Highness, please keep the light gate leading to the fairyland open.
Jie and I will go to hell to get the magma back."
Qin Xiong made a good suggestion.
"That's right, Your Highness, let's follow second brother's advice."
Cheng Yaojin also spoke hurriedly.
"This is fine."
Seeing their attitudes, Li Chengqian knew that it would be a failure if he went too. "So I opened the light gate and let the two of them go to my world." Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Yuan.
Li Yuan immediately understood what the two meant, so he grabbed Li Chengqian and smiled at him.
Only then did Qin Xiong and the other two feel at ease and go to my world.
At this moment, the 100 soldiers who were on guard outside all swallowed their saliva.
"Behind that light gate is the fairyland, right?"
"It should be."
"When His Highness ascends to the immortal realm in the future, can we also follow His Highness?" They felt that there was a great possibility that they would follow Li Chengqian to ascend to the immortal world. At this time, Li Chengqian turned his gaze to his grandfather.
"Owing, please don't hold me for now. I want to build a fully automatic stone generating machine. Otherwise there won't be enough stone."
Li Chengqian said that although there is no magma now, we can use the resources at hand to improve the main body as much as possible.
"Okay, Ong will come and help too." Li Yuan nodded.
Li Chengqian began to explain to Li Yuan the principle of the fully automatic stone brushing machine. When water and lava flow together, they will form cobblestone, and then the TNT replicator can blow up the cobblestone.
The theory is simple.
Li Chengqian and Li Yuan quickly built a fully automatic stone generating machine, but it could not be started due to lack of magma.
Li Yuan began to build the second one himself.
Li Chengqian did not go to help, he went to build a water elevator. What you need for a water elevator is very simple: a signboard, water, and a building block. The building block Li Chengqian chose was naturally round stone.
Li Chengqian began to build upwards.
Every 4 blocks of water, he put up a sign to separate them so that everyone could breathe more air. Then hundreds of grids were slowly built.
Li Yuan stood below and watched the scene in shock.
This must be more than 30 feet. Chengqian built it so quickly,